To save the female CEO, I fell into the sea and lost my memory. To repay me, she willingly married me. But after we married, her heart always longed for her long-lost first love. Now that she has news of him, she hastily handed me 5 million yuan and said, "I've found him. Let's get a divorce." Just as I was about to kneel and beg her, my memories suddenly returned. It turned out I was the sole heir of a top-tier family, and I even had a well-matched fiancé, promised to me since childhood. At that moment, Victoria handed over the divorce agreement. "Sign it. This money is enough for you to live on for the rest of your life." After saying this, she walked out without a second glance. After resolutely signing the papers, I picked up my phone and dialed a number. "Hello. Do you know who I am?" As soon as I finished speaking, the woman on the other end replied, "Are you crazy? How would I know who you are?" I raised an eyebrow. "You don't even recognize my voice." "Ariel, it's me. Have you become so high and mighty that you can't even lift a finger anymore?" The woman on the other end was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly screamed, "Ethan K., you're still alive." Her voice then turned sour. "You were missing for 2 years without a word. I thought you'd run off with some girl." I didn't answer her, only giving an order. "I've sent my location to your phone. Come pick me up." The next morning, as I stepped out of the villa, a dazzling, diamond-encrusted Ferrari pulled up. A stunningly beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes got out of the driver's seat and moved to embrace me, but I coldly pushed her away and went straight to open the car door. Ariel stumped her foot in anger. "You heartless jerk, I flew all night from America to get here, and this is how you treat me." I glanced at her indifferently. "Let's go." After speaking, I looked back at the place I had lived for 2 years. I didn't belong here, just as Victoria had never belonged to me. Having been the weak one here for 2 years, now that my memory was back, it was time to find out who was behind the attack that caused my amnesia. 2 days later, Victoria had returned to the villa. As soon as she went upstairs, she shut herself in the bedroom. The information was wrong. That man was not her first love. It was a wasted trip. Just then, a servant knocked and entered, handing her the divorce agreement. Mr. Kai has signed it and left. He didn't take anything with him, not even the bank card you gave him. Victoria frowned. This man knew nothing and had no money on him. He was probably just pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Victoria thought she had to finalize the divorce quickly to avoid any complications. As soon as the servant left, her assistant, Dylan Yang, walked in. Mr. Kai is back in the news." Victoria looked annoyed, thinking, this man really won't divorce me easily. Dylan shook her head. "No, it's not that." A reporter photographed Mr. Kai checking into a hotel with Ariel, the heiress of the American financial conglomerate, and they didn't leave all night. Victoria's face darkened. He knows Ariel. No wonder he didn't need the money I gave him. It turns out he's had a powerful backer all along. Victoria, already in a foul mood, became even more irritated. She called her best friend, Nina Shen, and asked her to go to a bar. Meanwhile, at the capital city after dark club, looking at the line of beauties in front of me, I smirked with satisfaction. Ariel was discussing business in the VIP room upstairs and, fearing I'd be bored, had invited a few friends to keep me company. I swirled my wine glass and asked, "How old are you this year, sis?" The girls next to me giggled and replied, "I'm 23, Mr. Kai." "I'm 21. I looked at the friends Ariel had found and was extremely pleased. Their looks and figures were far superior to Victoria's. That woman, she could divorce me for her first love, so why can't I enjoy my life? I smiled at the girl sitting next to me. "Have a drink with me. If I'm happy, I'll buy you a sports car." Hearing this, the beautiful girl poured me a drink and scooted closer. "Cheers, Mr. Kai." Seeing how generous I was, the other girls eagerly raised their glasses, each showing off their talents to please me. At the same time, in the VIP room upstairs, Victoria was drinking with Nina Shen. Nina suddenly advised, "Victoria, you've been searching for so many years. You should let go." Victoria had been searching for that man for 5 years, even offering a $30 million reward online, but there was still no news. Nina knew Victoria's capabilities. If she couldn't find him after all these years, he was likely no longer alive. But Nina didn't dare say this to Victoria's face. Victoria said nothing, only downing her glass. Nina knew her personality and didn't press further, changing the subject. Did Ethan really agree to the divorce? Everyone knows that 2 years ago, it was love at first sight for him. Before you got married, he relentlessly pursued you in every way possible. Later, to deal with your family's pressure, you registered your marriage with him. Ethan tried even harder to please you, almost offering his heart on a platter. How could someone who loved you so much agree to a divorce so easily? Something's not right. Victoria thought about me and Ariel entering the hotel, and her face turned cold. Just then, Nina looked down at the main floor in surprise. "That man down there, why does he look so much like Ethan?" Nina rubbed her eyes again. "No, that can't be. How could Ethan be that handsome?" Hearing this, Victoria narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction Nina was pointing. In the VIP seating area, several beautiful young women surrounded a man. He was lounging on the sofa, his long legs propped on the edge of the coffee table, casually swirling a glass of red wine. His whole demeanor exuded a lazy, noble air. A girl enthusiastically poured me a drink. I looked at her and smiled charmingly. Victoria stared at the man below, her heart pounding. Is that really Ethan? Nina confirmed it several times, certain she wasn't mistaken. Her eyes widened in disbelief. No way, it really is him. Why is he surrounded by so many beautiful women? He's so charismatic. Victoria looked at me, her beautiful eyes frosted over. This man gets photographed going in and out of a hotel with a reel, and now he dares to openly party here. Ethan Kai, you've got some nerve. While chatting happily with the beauties, I keenly sensed a sharp gaze on me. I turned my head and saw a familiar figure walking towards me. I narrowed my eyes slightly, a deliberately mocking smile playing on my lips. Victoria walked through the crowd and stood before me. You just signed the divorce papers, and you're already out partying. Ethan Kai, are you that desperate? I leaned back on the sofa, nonchalantly saying, life is short. Of course, one must enjoy it while they can. Victoria stood over me, her expression cold. Nina stood behind her and whispered, Victoria, do you think he was driven mad by you dumping him? I laughed. Miss Shen, you're joking. Why would I give up a whole forest for a single bitch? Nina was stunned. He dared to call Victoria a bitch. Is this still the Ethan she knew? Victoria looked at me with a woman on each arm, her face extremely ugly. He was completely different from before. Meeting her gaze, a hint of challenge flashed in my eyes. What, Miss Ha? Do you think I'm wrong? I had to admit, this woman's face was truly beautiful, and she exuded an inviolable nobility. Right now, looking at me, she gave off an indescribable sense of danger. Just then, a fat man stumbled over to my VIP seat, drunk. Ooh, two beauties fighting over one guy. Why not come with me? I'll take good care of you. Victoria glanced at him, frowned, and stepped aside. The fat man then moved towards me, directly pushing aside the girl next to me. What's so great about a weakling like him? One slap from me, and he'll go flying. Immediately after, a dirty hand swung towards me. A murderous glint flashed in my eyes. Just as the fat man's hand was about to grab my collar, I slapped him hard across the face. The man cried out in pain and fell to the ground. You brat, you dare. I immediately landed another kick on his stomach, sending him flying several meters. Seeing this, the fat man's bodyguards rushed to attack me. A bloodthirsty excitement shone in my eyes as I quickly met them. In less than 10 seconds, 4 or 5 bodyguards were lying on the ground. Dusting off my clothes, I sat back down on the sofa and leisurely enjoyed my wine. Beside me, Nina pointed at me, her face full of disbelief. Thun. You know martial arts. No, wait, he always seemed so gentle before. How did his fighting skills suddenly skyrocket? Was he pretending to be gentle all along? Victoria stared at me, the coldness in her eyes gradually melting away as her red lips curved into an interested smile. It seemed this ex-husband of hers was more interesting than she thought. For 2 years of marriage, he had always been obedient. The moment they divorced, his personality completely changed. Moreover, those moves just now, why did they look so familiar? Victoria narrowed her eyes, a flicker of suspicion in them. Seeing the beautiful girls standing aside, I waved them over with a charming smile. Why are you standing so far away? Come here and pour your big brother a drink. Just as the girls sat down, a cold gaze shot towards them. It was Victoria's icy stare, which made the girls tremble with fear. Offending the young miss of the Ha family in the capital city would likely cost them their lives. I glanced at her and scoffed. Victoria Ha, ruining other people's fun is a real buzzkill. Victoria frowned, glaring at me. Ethan Kai, we are not officially divorced yet. Divorces now require a 1-month cooling off period, which means we can only formally complete the procedures a month from now. He smirked coldly. Victoria Ha, don't tell me you're having second thoughts. Victoria sneered, you're overthinking it. I poured myself a glass of wine. That's good, then. Victoria stared at the handsome, unrestrained man before her, unable to understand what had happened. 2 days ago, he was clinging to her, crying and begging not to get a divorce. Now, he was like a completely different person. What is your relationship with Ariel? Victoria questioned. My business is none of your concern, ex-wife. Ex-wife. Ariel's surprised and aggrieved voice rang out. She stood not far away, pointing at Victoria Ha. Ethan Kai, how dare you secretly marry this vixen behind my back? In an instant, Victoria Ha's gaze was covered in a layer of frost, and the air around her grew heavy. Daring to call her a vixen. I shot Ariel a murderous look, and she immediately backed down, sticking out her tongue playfully. A good ex-wife should act as if she's dead. Understood. Victoria Ha felt an overwhelming urge to hit someone. I couldn't be bothered with her anymore. I waved Ariel over. Let's go. We'll find another place to continue the party. Ariel immediately followed. Victoria stared at my departing back, her eyes churning with anger. A thought suddenly struck her. Why does he know Ariel, an American, and why do they seem so close? 2 years ago, I was injured and had amnesia, remembering nothing. For 2 years, I lived in her private villa, didn't work, and couldn't possibly have met a foreigner like Ariel. Victoria's eyes flashed. Unless they knew each other before. Nina, investigate Ariel thoroughly for me. I want to know everything about her and Ethan Kai. Victoria paused, then added, and Ethan Kai's background as well. Nina jiggled. Victoria, why do I feel like you're the one who got dumped? Meanwhile, I left the After Dark Club and returned to the hotel. My earlier talk of finding another place was just to provoke Victoria. On the way, Ariel drove while chattering away, asking about my relationship with Victoria. I couldn't stand it and gave her a brief explanation. 2 years ago, she saved my life, we got married, and now that she's found her first love, we're getting a divorce. She saved you. Ariel looked at me in astonishment. It had always been Ethan Kai saving others, she never thought he would be saved by someone else. My face darkened. Someone hired assassins from the Black Hand to hunt me down. Ariel's expression changed. The Black Hand is a notorious assassin organization in East Asia. They're ruthless, arrogant, and full of desperate men who'll do anything for money. As long as the price is right, there's nothing they won't do. I recalled the danger in the rainforest 2 years ago, my eyes flashing with a dark light. Who on earth hired the Black Hand, wanting me dead? Ariel asked again, have you found out who the mastermind is? I shook my head. I just got my memory back a few days ago. I haven't had time to start investigating. Ariel said seriously, give me 2 days. I'll look into it. I nodded. All right. Ariel suddenly remembered something. Oh right, there's a bounty for your capture online. The reward has already reached $30 million. A raised an eyebrow. $30 million. Who's so generous? They want me dead, but it seems they want me alive. A price that high likely means they need my help. I wasn't concerned. There were many posts about me online, but hardly anyone dared to accept them. Back at the hotel, after cleaning up and preparing to rest, I suddenly remembered something important. My jade pendant was still with Victoria. 2 years ago, when I married her, I gave her that jade pendant as a wedding gift. At the time, I didn't know its importance. Now that my memory was back, I regretted it so much my guts itched. How could I casually give such an important item to someone else? Without it, things would be very inconvenient from now on. Therefore, I had to get that jade pendant back. The next day, Nina went to the corporation to find Victoria early in the morning. Here's all the information I could find on Ethan Kai. Victoria opened the file. Inside were only a few lines of records. Is this all? Nina shrugged helplessly. His information seems to be encrypted. Apart from the basic details, I couldn't find anything else. Ethan Kai's information is encrypted. Victoria frowned immediately. This was completely unexpected. Ordinary people wouldn't do such a thing. Victoria stared at the document in her hand, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Just then, Dylan Young knocked and entered. Mr. Kai's here. Before Dylan could finish, A strode in with a powerful aura. Victoria looked at me, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Nina saw me and remembered my feats at the club last night, subconsciously taking a step back. I ignored her and walked straight up to Victoria. Give me back my jade pendant. Victoria stared at me, this person with a completely different aura from before, and unconsciously swallowed. What jade pendant? He sneered. I knew Victoria would have forgotten. I remember when I gave you the jade pendant, you didn't even glance at it, just casually tossed it on the table. When we got married, I gave you a jade pendant. My voice was cold. Victoria tried to recall. It seemed there was such a thing. 2 years ago, when you saved me, that jade pendant was on your neck. It even had your name carved on it. Victoria leaned back in her chair, sizing me up. You came to find me just to get that jade pendant back. I crossed my arms. What else? You don't think I came to beg you to get back together, do you? Victoria looked at me coldly. Wouldn't that be for the best? He sneered inwardly. Rest assured, I won't. Right now, I just want to be a stranger to you. Beg you to get back together. In the next life, maybe. I didn't have the time to waste words with her. I held out my hand again. Give me my jade pendant. Victoria glanced at me. I threw it away. My body stiffened. Threw it away. She threw away my jade pendant. Victoria took a sip of coffee, her face emotionless. Just because you gave it to me, does that mean I have to keep it? I slammed my hand on the table, my face pale with anger. Victoria, where did you throw it? Victoria remained impassive. I forgot. I clenched my fists, a murderous urge rising within me. Victoria keenly noticed the killing intent flash in my eyes, which made her even more intrigued. In 2 years of marriage, this was the first time she had seen me so angry. We stared at each other for a moment, then I suddenly laughed. Victoria, I'll give you 10 days. If you can't find my jade pendant, I will go to the court and withdraw the divorce application. During this 1-month cooling off period, as long as one party disagrees, the application can be withdrawn at any time. Victoria's face instantly turned cold. She knew this man wouldn't agree to a divorce so easily. The jade pendant was just an excuse. He had planned this all along. My smile widened. As long as I don't agree to the divorce, your first love will just be a third party who can't show his face. Victoria glared at me with indignation, stood up, and approached me. Ethan Kai, listen carefully. I am determined to get this divorce. He sneered. Then find my jade pendant quickly. If you can't, I'll have the entire He Corporation keep you company. This is the only chance I'm giving you. After speaking, I gave her a warning look and quickly turned to leave. Just as I left the office, I saw a man with dyed blonde hair walking towards me. Vincent Tom, the young master of the Tom family, one of Victoria's admirers. Ever since I married Victoria, he had caused trouble for me countless times. Seeing me come out of Victoria's office, Vincent was first startled, then pointed at me and yelled, "What are you doing here?" "None of your business," I replied irritably. Before, to make Victoria like me, I suppressed my personality and tried to be an obedient husband. Every time Vincent caused trouble, I either endured it silently or avoided it if possible. But now, I had no intention of holding back. Vincent didn't expect me, who was usually weak and easy to bully, to dare talk back to him like this. He turned pale with anger. "Ethan Kai, Victoria has already divorced you. Why are you still clinging to her?" He smiled. "Young Master Tom, Victoria and I haven't completed the divorce procedures yet, so we are still legally husband and wife." Vincent stormed up to me, arrogantly pointing at my nose. "So what if you're legally married? The one Victoria likes isn't you." I waved my hand. "It doesn't matter if she likes me or not. What matters is that as long as I don't divorce her, I am still her rightful husband." Vincent flew into a rage. "I've seen plenty of moochers like you. You refuse to divorce because you want money, right?" As he spoke, Vincent took a check from his pocket and threw it in my face. "Here's 1 million. Take the money and get lost. The farther, the better." I narrowed my eyes at the arrogant man and lazily picked up the check. 1 million, and you want me to stay away from her for life? Vincent glared at me. "What do you mean, for life?" "I want you to stay away from Victoria forever, you moocher. Is 1 million not enough for you?" I chuckled softly. "Young Master Tom, you dare to pull out only 1 million. How embarrassing." I flicked my wrist, and with a surge of strength, the check spun through the air. Its sharp edge, like a blade, cut a bloody line across Vincent Tom's face. Vincent clutched his face in pain and saw his hand covered in blood. "Ethan Kai, you dare to cut my face. I'll kill you," I sneered. "With just you. 2 years ago, a pack of well-trained wild dogs in the rainforest couldn't kill me, let alone you." Vincent was furious and raised his hand to hit me. However, before his hand could touch me, I grabbed it tightly. A sharp crack followed. Vincent let out a pig-like squeal and dropped to his knees. His right arm was twisted into a strange angle. My arm. I looked down at the kneeling Vincent Tom, raised an eyebrow, and said, "If you don't learn your lesson, next time it won't be as simple as just breaking an arm." Just then, Victoria's angry voice came from behind. "Ethan Kai, what are you doing?" The moment Vincent saw Victoria, he cried out, "Victoria, Ethan was trying to kill me." I turned to look at Victoria and clapped my hands. "Can't you see? I'm torturing someone." Victoria didn't have time to waste words with me and immediately had someone take Vincent to the hospital. Go to the hospital and apologize to Vincent. The Tom family and the Ha family have a good relationship and business collaborations. Vincent is the darling of the Tom family. If you hurt him, the Tom family won't let it go. I looked at Victoria as if she were an idiot. He deserves it. After saying that, I turned to leave. "Stop." Victoria grabbed my arm. A green light flashed in my eyes. I shook off her hand. "Don't touch me. Do you think I'm still the submissive pushover I used to be?" Beside her, Nina gasped. A cold aura emanated from Victoria. "Ethan Kai, are you looking to die? If you want to die, I can help you." I scoffed. "You can try." Victoria exuded an indescribable sense of danger. "Don't think that just because you have a real backing you, I won't dare to touch you." A raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I have a backer now. Are you jealous?" Victoria was speechless. She didn't like me, so what was there to be jealous of? She just felt very uncomfortable. "Ethan, if you're trying to play hard to get with me, I advise you to give up that idea." I glanced at her. "Play hard to get? You bitch, you really think you're a dollar bill that everyone loves?" After saying that, I turned and left with a flourish. Victoria coldly watched my departing back. After I was gone, Nina dared to approach her. "Is this still the Ethan who loved you to death? Has he been possessed by someone?" Victoria couldn't understand it either. In just a few short days, how could this man have changed so much? I left the Ha Corporation and returned to the hotel. Not long after, I received a call from Lily Ha. Lily is Victoria's younger sister, cheerful, cute, enthusiastic, and has a beautiful smile. She had just found out about my divorce from her sister and was worried I'd do something foolish, so she asked me out to cheer me up. In the Ha family, Lily was the only one who treated me well and was my only friend after I lost my memory. I would be leaving the capital city soon and wanted to thank her before I left, so I agreed to meet her at the mall. I took Lily straight to her favorite Hermes Boutique. Half an hour later, Lily walked out of the store holding the diamond-encrusted crocodile handbag she had always wanted but could never bring herself to buy, completely dazed. Although she was usually a lavish spender, spending $4 million on a single bag was too extravagant. Brother-in-law Ethan, did you really buy me this bag? Lily looked at the bag in her hands, worth as much as a house, finding it hard to believe. He smiled and nodded. Your birthday is next month. Consider it an early birthday present. Lily was so moved she was on the verge of tears. Brother-in-law Ethan, you're the best, but where did you get so much money? Lily was a bit suspicious. When he divorced her sister, didn't he leave without a penny or a house? Plus, he hadn't worked for the past 2 years, so he couldn't have had any income. He said lightly, my savings from before. Lily said, oh, then suddenly reacted, her eyes widening as she looked at me. Brother-in-law Ethan, you've regained your memory, haven't you? He nodded. Yes. Lily was stunned. No wonder you've been so strange these past 2 days, like a completely different person. So you got your memory back. Lily looked at me, her eyes sparkling. Brother-in-law Ethan, you're so rich, you must be the son of a billionaire, right? He smiled and shook my head. Just drop the son of a part. Lily nodded happily. Okay, I'd like to be your sugar baby. The whole afternoon, Lily and I swept through all the luxury brand stores in the mall. In the evening, after dinner, Lily took her spoils home, and I returned to the hotel. Not long after I got back, I received a call from Lily's phone. As soon as I answered, a strange man's voice came through. Lily's brother-in-law, right? I'll give you half an hour to get to the Cloudscape Villa. Otherwise, prepare to arrange Lily's funeral. Alright. At Cloudscape Villa, Lily was currently tied up and sitting on the sofa, her mouth sealed with tape. 2 bodyguards in black stood on either side of her, watching her closely. The man who had hung up the phone turned to the bodyguards. What are you waiting for? Untie Miss Ha. As soon as her hands were free, Lily tore the tape off her mouth and jumped up. Even when, are you sick? How dare you kidnap me? The 3 largest families in the capital city, besides the Ha family, were the Wen and the Su families. Although the Wen family wasn't close to the Ha family, they had some dealings. Miss Ha, please don't move. It won't harm you. I just invited you here to lure Ethan Kai over. Lily's heart pounded. She had just found out that I had injured Vincent Tung's face and broken his arm. Even Wen was Vincent's best friend. Kidnapping her to lure me here was definitely for revenge. No, I absolutely can't let brother-in-law Ethan come. Lily tried to rush forward and snatch the phone but was stopped by the 2 bodyguards. Even Wen, I'm warning you, brother-in-law Ethan and my sister are not divorced yet. If you dare touch him, my sister will not let you go. Kevin Wen laughed coldly. Miss Ha, don't try to scare me. I heard that Victoria has no feelings for Ethan at all. They've been married for 2 years, and she's never even given him a second glance. How dare he hurt my friend Vincent? Today, I'm going to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Lily was so angry she gnashed her teeth. She grabbed a cup from the coffee table and threw it at Kevin Wen. Nonsense, my brother-in-law and my sister have a great relationship. If you touch a single hair on his head, my sister will skin you alive. Kevin Wen dodged the cup and sat down in a chair. Miss Ha, I'm not easily scared. Everyone in our circle knows that Victoria treats Ethan like trash. How could she get angry with me for his sake? A green light flashed in Kevin's eyes. He broke one of Vincent's hands, so I'll break both of his. He pointed to several other bodyguards. You guys, guard the door. When he gets here, make him kneel and crawl in. You bastard, I'll fight you. However, before she could reach him, she was restrained by the bodyguards. Miss Ha, I don't want to hurt you, but if you continue to be uncooperative, don't blame me for being impolite. Just as Kevin finished speaking, the screech of tires was heard outside. Oh, he's here fast. Lily paced anxiously, silently praying that the person who came was her sister and not Ethan. When they tied her up and put her in the car, she had used her phone to send a distress message to Victoria. She didn't know if her sister had seen it yet. Kevin propped his legs up and looked towards the living room door. However, a moment later, the screams of the bodyguards came from outside. Kevin was startled. Could it be that the person who came isn't Ethan Kai? As he was thinking, the screams stopped. The next moment, I appeared at the door, casually playing with a baton I had just taken from a bodyguard, my expression nonchalant. Kevin stared at me in disbelief. The man at the door exuded a suffocating aura. It was indeed Ethan Kai. The moment Lily saw me, she hurriedly shouted, "Brother-in-law Ethan, go. Don't worry about me, they won't dare to do anything to me." Kevin snapped back to his senses and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Gag her." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold wind swept past. Kevin only saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, followed by 2 dull thuds. Lily, who had just been worried about me, saw in the next second that I had effortlessly taken care of the 2 bodyguards restraining her. One was hit in the head with the baton, and the other was kicked away. Both fell heavily to the ground without even a chance to scream. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kevin hurriedly shouted towards the door, Men. I smiled. "If you're calling the dozen or so men outside, I advise you to save your breath." Kevin took a sharp breath, looking at me in disbelief. The 2 professional bodyguards with high martial arts skills he had brought tonight were dealt with so quickly. They didn't even last 10 minutes. How could this person be so strong? My face was expressionless, filled only with coldness. My dark eyes were full of killing intent. "Even my people dare to touch you. You must have a death wish." Kevin was so intimidated by my gaze that he could hardly breathe. The aura he exuded almost suffocated him. But if he couldn't get revenge for Vincent, how could he face him in the future? So, Kevin took a risk. "Ethan Kai, you injured Vincent's face and hand. Now, disfigure yourself and break both your hands, and I'll let you 2 leave." The corner of my mouth curved up. "That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard." Lily hurriedly pulled my hand. "Brother-in-law Ethan, let's go. Don't mind him." I nodded and looked at Lily. "Lily, go outside and wait for me." Lily looked at me worriedly. "Brother-in-law Ethan." My voice was surprisingly gentle. "Be good. Listen to me." Lily nodded. "Okay, then." As soon as Lily left the living room, she heard Kevin's screams from inside. The screams frightened Lily, and she was about to go back in to check when she saw me walk out. "Brother-in-law Ethan," she hurried over and took my arm. "Are you okay?" I looked at Lily. "I'm fine." Lily shook her head and was relieved to see that I was unharmed from head to toe. Lily followed me out of the courtyard, and saw more than a dozen bodyguards lying on the ground. She covered her mouth, not daring to breathe. "Did brother-in-law Ethan take care of all these people?" Lily looked at me with admiration, and gave me a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law Ethan, what's your favorite color? I'll blow a rainbow fart for you." I chuckled and was about to say something when I saw a black Maybach and a silver Bentley drive up at the same time. "It's my sister." Lily recognized one of the cars and jumped up, shouting, "I'm here." The 2 cars stopped in front of us simultaneously. The Bentley's door opened, and a tall woman got out. Victoria glanced at Lily, who was jumping around like a kangaroo, not looking at all like she had been bullied. Then her gaze shifted to me. "Why are you here?" Her eyes swept past me, and saw the brightly lit villa behind me, with 2 unconscious bodyguards at the door. He smiled wickedly. "I did it. Someone called and said if I didn't come, I should prepare to arrange Lily's funeral." Lily pulled Victoria's hand. "Sister, you have to thank brother-in-law properly. If he hadn't come to save me in time, I would have been in danger today." I waved my hand. "No need to thank me. They were targeting me in the first place." Just as I finished speaking, the person in the Maybach also got out. It was a woman who looked about the same age as Victoria. Very beautiful. "I apologize for frightening Miss Lily and Mr. Kai," Crystal Wen said, nodding slightly at Lily and me. Lily snorted arrogantly. Born from the same father, this older sister, Crystal Wen, is much better looking than Kevin Wen. Crystal Wen glanced at the unconscious bodyguards at the door and said coldly, "This ignorant fool dared to kidnap Victoria's sister. He's really asking for death." Crystal's assistant acknowledged with a yes and hurried into the house. "Miss, second young master," Crystal's expression changed slightly. Second young master's left little finger was cut off, and he has fainted. Crystal's expression changed. Victoria was also stunned and subconsciously looked at me. Crystal also looked at me. "Did you do it?" I met her gaze, my voice particularly arrogant. "Yes, I did." Cutting off one of his fingers was letting him off easy. Lily looked at me in surprise. He cut off one of Kevin Wen's fingers. No wonder he asked me to go outside first. He didn't want to scare me. "Oh, brother-in-law Ethan, how can you be so gentle?" Crystal Wen clenched her fists and stared at me. Although she had never met me before today, she had heard some rumors. Everyone said that Victoria's husband was a weakling who could be bullied by anyone. Yet now, this weakling had cut off her brother's finger. "Victoria, your husband," I interrupted Crystal and glanced at Victoria. "I have no relationship with her now." "Ethan Kai." Victoria gritted her teeth. "This man just wants to sever all ties with her." Lee looked at her sister. "Did she force brother-in-law Ethan to divorce? Why does she look like the one who got dumped now? It's a bit strange." I glanced at Victoria, uninterested in continuing to entangle with them. So he said lightly, "Miss Wen, if you want to avenge your brother, I'm always ready. Just a reminder, you'd better bring more people." After saying that, I got into the sports car parked on the side of the road, stepped on the gas, and the car shot off like an arrow. By the time Lily reacted, all she could see were the red taillights of the car getting farther and farther away. Lily was so excited she almost jumped up. Sister, let me tell you, brother-in-law Ethan was so cool tonight, he single-handedly beat up all of Kevin Wynn's bodyguards. Victoria stared in the direction they had left, lost in thought. Crystal Wynn recalled my arrogant demeanor just now, and a little interest sparked in her heart. Not only did he cut off her brother's finger, but he also dealt with so many bodyguards without a scratch. This man was not simple. Victoria, your ex-husband really makes me see him in a new light. Before Victoria could speak, Lily said to Crystal, don't you dare have any ideas about my brother-in-law. He and my sister haven't completed the divorce procedures yet. Crystal smirked. Then I'll wait until they've completed the procedures before I pursue him. A cold glint immediately flashed in Victoria's eyes. You dare. Crystal was just joking, but seeing Victoria's reaction made her even more interested. Victoria, I'm just kidding. Anyway, you're about to get divorced. My pursuing him has nothing to do with you. You can try. Victoria's eyes were full of warning. After a pause she warned again, control your brother. Next time, it won't be just one finger. Crystal nodded. Tonight's matter was our Wen family's fault. Even if I hadn't stepped in, Victoria wouldn't have let Kevin off. Cutting off one finger is a lesson for him. Let's see if he dares to act so recklessly in the future. After giving her cold warning, Victoria took Lily into the car and left. As soon as I got back to the hotel room, Ariel excitedly held up her laptop. Ethan, I've checked the Black Hands transactions from 2 years ago. I found a document with your name on it. Inside, there's only one bank account number. Based on this account number, I found out who wanted to kill you 2 years ago. Ariel didn't say anything else and directly handed me the tablet. I took it and looked. My expression immediately changed. The Kai family in Jin City. So, the person who hired the Black Hand to hunt me down 2 years ago was someone from the Kai family. Unbelievable. Just as I was about to call my grandfather, a new piece of news popped up on the computer screen. Hayden Kai of the Kai family in Jin City is marrying Miss Yvonne Jun of the Jian family. The wedding date has been set. Below the headline was a wedding photo of Hayden Kai and Yvonne Jun. I was stunned, staring at the photo. These two people, one was my cousin, and the other was the fiancé I had been engaged to for 5 years. They were getting married. They had even taken wedding photos. Those bastards, Hayden Kai and Yvonne Jun, they thought I was dead. I immediately went online to find out what had happened to the Kai family in the past 2 years. I finally found out 2 important things. First, the Kai family had announced my death 2 years ago. They even held a grand funeral for me. Second, my grandfather was so devastated by my death that he had a stroke and was paralyzed on one side. My grandfather was the only person in the Kai family who knew my true abilities. Unless he saw my body with his own eyes, he would never believe I was dead. Theoretically, the Kai family shouldn't have known about me being hunted and falling off a cliff 2 years ago. Unless. He stared at the bank account number I had just found. My father. My mother passed away when I was young, so my grandfather raised me to be his heir. If I were to die, the right of succession would fall into the hands of the second branch of the family. Thinking of this, he understood everything. Ailey walked to the wine cabinet, poured me a glass of red wine, and smiled strangely. I brought quite a few people with me this time, enough to help you level the K family. I glanced at her coldly. Mind your own business. Ailey plopped down on the sofa. What's wrong? You don't look like you're planning to get revenge. I took a sip of wine. I'm a gentle person. Ailey snapped her fingers and broke into a satisfied smile. 2 years apart, and you haven't changed at all. Get ready. I'm going back to Jincheng tomorrow. The next day, because I hadn't slept well, I put on an eye mask as soon as I boarded the plane to catch up on sleep. After landing, I went to the hotel and took another nap. I woke up at 900 p.m., had dinner, and then used the cover of night to sneak into the K family estate. The K family is one of the 6 great 100-year-old families of Hua country, spread across the north and south. In the north, in the capital, are the Su, Wen, and Xia families, forming a tripod with the Xia family being the strongest. In the south, in Jincheng, are the Mu, Kai, and Jian families, who were once balanced. However, for some unknown reason 20 years ago, the Mu family emigrated abroad. The Jian family, due to internal development issues in its early years, has been in decline. Therefore, the most prestigious and powerful family in Jincheng today is the Qi family. The matriarch of the Jian family and my grandmother were close friends in their youth. She even saved my life once. To repay this debt, my grandmother has supported the Jian family over the years and even intended to unite the two families through marriage. Thus, as soon as I came of age, I was called back to be engaged to Jian Yuding. The engagement party 5 years ago, pushed by both families, was incredibly grand and luxurious. The next day, the Jian family stock rose by 5 points. From then on, the Jian family's business ventures sailed smoothly. I quickly arrived at the K family villa, parked on the street opposite the back gate, and climbed over the wall alone. To my surprise, all the guards at the villa had been replaced, and security was much stricter than before. I circled around to my grandfather's private building but couldn't find a trace of him after searching the small house. Grandfather had a stroke, shouldn't he be recovering at home? Could my second uncle have sent him to a nursing home? Unable to find my grandfather, I decided to leave. However, as I went downstairs, I accidentally alerted a guard. Soon, the villa's alarm blared, and more guards rushed over. In a panic, I ran up to the third floor and ran right into a man. Without a second thought, I knocked him out with a single strike and turned to run into the living room, planning to jump from the balcony. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the room, a sweet fragrance hit me. Someone was in the room. I closed the door, turned around, and saw Van Thu standing before me. Why was she here? Van Thu was completely shocked to see it was me. Why? Why are you here? And why have you alerted so many guards? The sound of urgent footsteps echoed from outside. I had no time to explain, so I slipped into the bathroom. Just as I closed the bathroom door, there was a knock on the living room door. I gripped the doorknob, listening intently. Someone came in and asked Van Thu if she had seen anyone suspicious. Van Thu said she hadn't. I sighed in relief. It seemed she had some conscience and didn't sell me out. The guards left. Van Thu's cold voice came from outside. I stepped out and heard her ask, "Why are you here?" I raised an eyebrow and smiled. I should be the one asking you that. Van Thu, why are you in my house? Your house. Van Thu looked puzzled. Are you a member of the Key family? I saw a cup of tea on the table, picked it up, and took a sip. Van Thu's expression was hard to read. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the Key family named Why. If you were, their guards wouldn't fail to recognize you. I put the cup down. Whether I am or not, you'll find out later. It's pointless to talk now. I don't want the K family to know I'm still alive yet. I was about to walk to the window to check the situation outside when my legs suddenly felt weak. Van Thu thought I was injured and rushed to support me. I looked up, my eyes already an abnormal shade of red. Van Thu was startled, suddenly remembering the glass of juice I had just drunk. It had been brought up by K Houchin's cousin. That man had dared to drug me. I wildly pulled at my collar, the last shred of my sanity burned away by the fire inside me. I couldn't stop myself from lunging towards Van Thu. She tensed up, grabbing my frantic hands. Why? Hold on. The next moment, I kissed her. An overwhelming, suffocating heat surged through Van Thu's body, her heart pounding. This feeling was all too familiar. She stared at me, her eyes burning. Could it be him? He fell into a nightmare. In my dream, I was back on that rainy night 5 years ago. I was participating in humanitarian aid in South Africa when terrorists attacked the hospital, and I was captured. I was blindfolded, and no matter how I pleaded, that woman showed me no mercy. I woke up in the middle of the night and was stunned to see Van Thu lying next to me. In the 2 years of our marriage, she wouldn't even touch my hand. How could this be? The memories of last night flooded my mind. I had been drugged and had used Van Thu as an antidote. Seeing that Van Thu was about to wake up, I swiftly struck the back of her neck. Just as she opened her eyes, I knocked her unconscious. I let out a breath of relief, got out of bed, and quickly left before dawn. Not long after I left, Van Thu woke up. She sat up in bed, the room was empty. If it weren't for the messy bed, the red stain, and the clear scratch marks on her own shoulder, she would have thought last night was just a dream. Van Thu rubbed her sore neck, a murderous glint in her eyes. That bastard, he slept with her and then dared to knock her out. Her phone buzzed twice. Van Thu picked it up and saw it was a message from me. When she opened it, her eyes turned ice cold. I had transferred her 9 yuan with a message. Looking at the 9 yuan transfer, a chill emanated from her entire body. What did that bastard take her for? He even gave her a rating. It was the ultimate humiliation. Van Thu squeezed her phone tightly. Why, you better hope I don't find you. Suppressing her rage, Van Thu called her assistant to pick her up. She had come here last night to discuss business with Karen. A servant had accidentally spilled tea on her, so she went to the guest room to change. Recalling the drugged glass of juice, a murderous look flashed in her eyes. Daring to plot against her. Very good. Soon, the assistant arrived. As Van Thu got in the car, Yang Ting, in the passenger seat, handed her a file. As you ordered, I investigated Ailey. But strangely, I couldn't find any connection between her and Kihui. Van Thu took the file and scanned it, her face cold. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, with Ailey's status, why would she be so respectful to him? The mere thought of me and Ailey being lovers filled Van Thu with irritation. That man, Kihui, what else was he hiding? What was his relationship with the Key family? And what about last night? Van Thu rubbed her temples and called me. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello. My drowsy voice came through, as if I was still half asleep. Before Van Thu could speak, she heard Ai Li's voice on the phone. Ki Hui, who is it? Van Thu gripped her phone, her anger flaring. Why was Ai Li with Ki Hui so early in the morning? Were they together last night? On my end, I heard Van Thu's voice and hung up immediately. When Van Thu called back, my phone was unreachable. I had blocked her. Very good, Ki Hui. You really think I can't do anything to you? Van Thu pressed her red lips together, a cold smile on her sensual mouth. In the hotel, Ai Li stood by the bed, smiling as I hung up. I glanced at her. What about the matter I asked you to investigate? Grandfather Kai is currently in a nursing home in the suburbs. I nodded, changed my clothes, and went out. When I arrived, I discovered that there were guards outside my grandfather's room. I waited for a moment when no one was looking, slipped into the doctor's office, and a few minutes later, emerged wearing a white coat and a mask. The young master is inside. Please wait a moment. A guard stopped me. I nodded, a cold light flashing in my eyes. The young master he mentioned must be Kai Haochen. Inside the hospital room, Kai Haochen was holding grandfather's hand, forcing him to press his thumbprint onto a document. With this document, after marrying Jin Yuding, he would become the sole heir of the Qi family. Kai Haochen stood by the bed, looking at the unconscious old man with a cold smile. Grandfather, after first uncle passed away, you should have chosen my father as the heir, not Qi Feng. You were too biased, always favoring first uncle's family. You spent so much effort training Qi Feng to be a qualified heir, but what was the result? Wasn't he killed by our hands? Don't blame us for being cruel. Blame yourself. Not only did you choose him as the heir, but you also wanted to marry Yuding, the person I love most, to him. I would never allow that. Now, my father is managing the Qi family, and I will become its future head. As for Yuding, she will forever be mine, and only mine. Kai Haochen sneered. So, grandfather, rest assured. We will make the Qi family better and stronger. It's a pity you won't have the chance to see it. If it weren't to deceive the public, my father wouldn't have let this old man live this long. After my wedding with Yuding, this old man will have no more value. I stood outside the door, my head slightly bowed, murderous intent swirling in my eyes. A moment later, Kai Haochen came out of the room, talking on the phone. Have the clothes arrived. Am on my way. I watched Kai Haochen's retreating back, my eyes cold. In 3 days, it would be his and Jian Yuding's wedding. I had to think carefully about what kind of gift to prepare for them, something they would never forget. After Kai Haochen left, I entered the hospital room. I saw my grandfather, whom I hadn't seen in over 2 years, lying on the bed with an oxygen mask. Grandfather had always exercised, so his health was excellent, even better than his peers in old age. But now, the old man on the bed was as thin as a twig, his face sallow, looking as if he was on the verge of death. Seeing him like this, I was extremely anxious and immediately checked his pulse. After the examination, my suspicions were confirmed. Grandfather hadn't had a stroke, he had been poisoned. They Ren, that animal, he even dared to harm his own father. He deserved to be struck down by heaven and earth. I suppressed my anger. This wasn't the time to be angry. I had to figure out how to get grandfather out of here. I took a small bottle from my pocket and put 2 pills into grandfather's mouth. Fearing discovery, I temporarily left the hospital, found a nearby coffee shop, and called Ai Li to plan grandfather's rescue. After arranging everything, I returned to the hospital. However, when I reached the door of grandfather's room, I found that all the guards outside had been knocked unconscious, and grandfather, who should have been in the room, was gone. My grandfather. I panicked. I had only been gone for over an hour. How could he have disappeared? Just then, my phone buzzed. I opened it, and took a sharp breath. It was a picture of my grandfather, sent from an unknown number. Murderous intent flashed in my eyes, and I immediately called the number. The moment the call connected, I demanded, "Where is my grandfather?" A familiar voice came through the phone. "Mr. Kai, Miss Xia asked me to tell you that if you want to save your grandfather, you are to meet her at Yundan Manor." My back stiffened, and my eyes turned red with anger. Van Thu. That bitch. She dared to kidnap my grandfather to threaten me. Miss Xia also reminded you to remove her number from your block list, Yang Ting said before hanging up. Yundan Manor was one of the high-end residential communities developed by the Qi family in Hua country's top cities. At that moment, Van Thu was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a laptop on her lap, her fingers tipping rapidly. The security camera footage from the Qi family villa from the previous night had many clips deleted, and she was trying to recover them. Yang Ting approached her side. "Mom, I have called Mr. Kai. He should be on his way now." Hearing this, Van Thu let out a cold laugh. In less than half an hour, I arrived at Yundan Manor. The moment I entered, I charged towards Van Thu like a loaded cannon. "Van Thu, what have you done to my grandfather?" Van Thu closed her laptop and looked at me with a smile. "Who is a grandfather?" I laughed in anger. Don't play dumb with me. Kidnapping my grandfather to threaten me proves you already know my identity. Avanthu squinted, sizing me up, her red lips curling. So, should I call you Kihuai, or Kifeng? I clenched my fists, glaring at her. Kifeng was my official name, Kihuai was a nickname. While abroad, to hide my identity, I changed my name to Kihuai and got used to it over time. Avanthu spoke to herself. The time you lost your memory and the time the Ki family announced Kifeng's death are not far apart. Adding that to what you said last night, I boldly guessed that you are the Ki family's eldest young master, Kifeng, who supposedly died 2 years ago. A shrug. In that case, I have nothing to hide. I looked up at her. Yes, I am Kifeng. Avanthu looked at me and asked, when did you regain your memory? I gave her a cold look. The day you proposed the divorce. Avanthu recalled the scene from that day, and frowned. I laughed self-deprecatingly. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If it weren't for your heartlessness, I might not have regained my memory even now. Avanthu's expression soured. Kifeng, do you have to be so sarcastic when you talk to me? I retorted bluntly, I don't need to have a good attitude towards an ex-wife. Avanthu was rendered speechless. She glared at me, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, I'm asking you, what time did you leave last night? I was stunned. If she hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have remembered, but now I was furious. I was about to explode when Avanthu suddenly stepped forward, her sharp eyes staring at me. When I called you this morning, why was I with you? Don't tell me you were fooling around with her all night. Hearing her words, I froze, then understood their implication. My face turned pale. She didn't know who I was with last night. From the sounds of it, she didn't want to admit what happened. I stared at Avanthu, a self-mocking smile in my eyes. Yes, I was with her last night. Avanthu's back stiffened. Last night, he was clearly drugged just like her. If he left and went to be with Aili. Thinking of this, Avanthu felt a surge of madness, wanting to tear Aili to pieces. He was her husband, yet he spent the night entangled with another woman. Kifeng, how can you be so shameless? I looked at her coldly. Yes, I am shameless. If I weren't, I wouldn't have spent the last 2 years fawning over you like a dog. Thinking back on those 2 years, I feel so wrong. I've never been so aggrieved. Avanthu stared at me, her eyes dangerously narrowed. She suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me upstairs. I was about to shake her off when my foot slipped, and I fell hard. Avanthu tried to catch me but was a step too late, watching helplessly as my head hit the corner of a table. The sight of fresh blood made Avanthu's eyes sting. She rushed forward to help me. Get away. Don't touch me. I clutched the wound on my forehead, weakly leaning against her, wanting to struggle but having no strength left. Avanthu panicked and shouted, Yamting, call a doctor, quickly, soon. Yamting brought the villa's family doctor. The doctor examined the wound on my forehead. It was a bit deep and needed stitches. I had taken that drug without any rest, and today had been another ordeal. The wound was painful and uncomfortable, and I drifted off into a hazy sleep. Avanthu stood by the bed, watching the doctor stitch my wound, her emotions gradually calming. What had happened to her? Why had she lost control like that? Was it just because Kihuai was with Aili last night? At that time, after drinking that glass of water, both of them were affected by the aphrodisiac. She had no memory of what happened afterward. In that situation, wasn't staying by her side the best choice? But he chose to find Aili instead of her. Avanthu was very reluctant to admit that she was extremely jealous, utterly mad. At that moment, Yamting suddenly entered from outside. Thiren sent a servant to say that he has investigated the person who put the drug in your tea last night. It was him. Avanthu sneered. She didn't think it was that simple. Thiren was likely just finding a scapegoat to fool her. Avanthu said, keep the person and continue the investigation. When I woke up again, it was already dark outside. I subconsciously raised my hand to touch my forehead, but my hand was caught by a cool one. The wound had just been bandaged. I looked at Avanthu's detestable face and wanted to curse. Avanthu, what have I ever done to you to make you treat me like this? Avanthu sat by the bed, silent. I glared at her. Avanthu, we are divorced. Divorced, you understand. An ex-wife should act like an ex-wife. Ex-wife again. Avanthu now got angry just hearing those 2 words. Didn't he love her very much? Could it be that regaining his old memories made him forget his feelings for her? Avanthu held my hand. We are still in the cooling off period for the divorce. I can withdraw the divorce application at any time. Hearing this, I panicked. Avanthu, don't be so unreasonable. You were the one who proposed the divorce, and I agreed. Now you want to go back on your word. It's not that easy. What do you take me for? Avanthu stared at me. Don't provoke me. I can do anything. Don't forget, your grandfather is still in my hands. I almost forgot about that. Grandfather was still in her hands. I grabbed Avanthu's collar. Avanthu, if you dare to touch my grandfather, I will never let you go. I was using my grandfather to threaten me. Due to my agitation, my head started to hurt again. Havanthu supported my shoulders, preventing me from moving. I have had people take Mr. Kai back to the capital. A medical team has been arranged there to give him the best treatment and care. You don't need to worry at all. Havanthu had a feeling that this time, after I left the capital, I might not come back. To keep me, this was the simplest and most direct way. As long as Mr. Kai was in the capital, no matter where I went, I would have to return. I clenched my fists, glaring at her. Havanthu, what do you really want? There must be a reason for your actions. Havanthu's lips curved into a smile. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly said, Kahwai, I suddenly don't want to divorce anymore. I was stunned. Don't want to divorce. He stared at her for a moment and laughed. No divorce. What about your first love? Are you planning to have it both ways? What nonsense are you talking about? Havanthu looked at me with a dark face. The information last time was wrong. I didn't find him. The smile on my face froze. No wonder she suddenly changed her mind and didn't want to divorce. It turned out she couldn't find her first love. I looked at her coldly. Havanthu, I am not a dog you can call and dismiss at will. Don't treat me as a substitute for your first love. Havanthu frowned deeply. I'm not treating you as a substitute for anyone. I waved my hand. No matter what you say, I won't stay with you. I looked at her coldly and added, Havanthu, a forced relationship will never be sweet. Havanthu looked at me nonchalantly. Sweet or not, you have to taste it to know. I was speechless, an indescribable frustration rising in my heart. Why hadn't I realized before how shameless and thick-skinned this woman was? Havanthu saw that I wanted to say more and cut me off. Fen, I have no other intention. As long as you want your grandfather to be safe. She was using grandfather to threaten me again. Fine. Havanthu, you're ruthless. No divorce, then no divorce. What was there to be afraid of? I thought Havanthu was just suddenly interested in me. The more I resisted, the more intrigued she would be, the more she would want to conquer me. If I obediently listened to her as before, she would probably get bored soon. Thinking of this, I said no more. Havanthu looked at her watch. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? I shook my head. Not hungry. I want to rest. With that, I lay down and pretended to sleep. Havanthu didn't bother me anymore and turned to leave. As she went downstairs, she heard my phone on the coffee table ringing. She picked it up and saw the screen display I lie. Havanthu clenched her phone, a cold aura emanating from her. In the end, she still answered. The voice on the other end came through. Tihui, I'm at the nursing home. Why isn't grandfather here? Where are you? Tihui. Tihui. Havanthu's cold voice rang out. Tihui is with me. Aili on the other end was stunned. Havanthu, you bastard. Where did you take Tihui? Havanthu's voice was emotionless. Tihui is my husband. Of course he should be with me. Aili immediately retorted. Havanthu, do you have any shame? Do I need to remind you that you two are divorced? You were the one who proposed it. Havanthu paused, her voice turning colder. So what? As long as the divorce procedures haven't been completed, Tihui is still my husband. Aili, I'm warning you, stay away from my husband. After speaking, without waiting for Aili's reply, Havanthu hung up. At that moment, Yang Ting approached. Mayam, the security camera footage from the Ki family villa has been restored. It has been sent to your phone. Hearing this, Havanthu quickly took out her phone. Soon, she saw the scene of me leaving in the security footage. The time was 536 am. There was also a deleted clip from the second floor corridor camera. Havanthu opened it and saw Lin Boshin entering her room. The time on the camera showed 556 am. Havanthu looked at the two video clips and suddenly realized something, a glint in her eyes. This morning, when she woke up, it was after 600 am, less than an hour after I had left. And Lin Boshin entered the room right after I had gone. So the person with her last night was actually me. Havanthu tried hard to recall what happened last night. Vague images gradually appeared in her mind. She remembered. It was Tihui. The person with her last night was indeed me. She had misunderstood me. Havanthu glanced upstairs, her eyes full of regret. Why didn't he explain? Was she so unimportant in his eyes that he couldn't even be bothered to offer a single explanation? Yang Ting saw Havanthu in deep thought and spoke again. Ma'am, our people have investigated thoroughly. It was Kai Ren who ordered Lin Boshin, and it was also he who drugged the tea. The person Kai Ren sent was clearly just a scapegoat. Havanthu turned off the video, her face frighteningly cold. Announced the suspension of all cooperation with the Kai family. Any enterprises cooperating with the Kai family should also cease cooperation. Thinking that it was late, and I hadn't eaten, she instructed a servant, make some nourishing porridge and 2 light dishes, and bring them up. Before Havanthu could finish speaking, a panicked voice came from upstairs. Oh no, ma'am. Mr. Kai jumped out the window and escaped. What? Havanthu ran back to my bedroom. It was empty. I left Havanthu's private villa and met Aili on the road, who had come to rescue me. When she learned that Havanthu had taken my grandfather and threatened me not to divorce, Aili was furious. Dihuai, if it really comes to it. Aili made a throat-litting gesture. Just kill her. After all, a white hour can be single. Let's go. I shook my head. After all, Havanthu saved my life once. It wouldn't be right. Aili looked at me disdainfully. Just kidding. You're a man who blurs the line between black and white, and you're talking about morality. Dihuai, I think you really have feelings for her. You can't bear to do it. I clenched my jaw and said nothing. Although I didn't want to admit it, I knew in my heart that I had already fallen for Havanthu. After regaining my memory, I still had feelings for her. Seeing my silence, Aili continued, Dihuai, I must remind you, Havanthu is not on our side. I cut her off. You don't need to remind me. I know. Because I knew, I didn't want to continue being entangled with Havanthu. I had to divorce her. I was in a foul mood. I went back to the hotel, changed, and went out again. I needed to blow off some steam. Havanthu found out which hotel I was staying at and came looking for me. Unexpectedly, just as she arrived at the hotel entrance, she saw me come out and get into a sports car. Havanthu immediately told her driver to follow the car in front. Half an hour later, I had parked in front of an inconspicuous bar. Havanthu looked at the bar's sign, saw me go in, and immediately followed. Pai Yai was a famous bar street in Jincheng. Hidden beneath this street was an underground fighting arena, and the entrance was this very bar. Havanthu pushed the door open, and the thick smell of alcohol assaulted her senses. It was 300 m, and the bar was at its peak. The dance floor was full of people dancing wildly, the lights were mesmerizing, and the heavy metal music was deafening. Havanthu scanned the room but didn't see me. What would you like to drink? A waiter sized up the woman who had just entered before approaching her. Havanthu said nothing and directly took a transparent card from her purse and handed it to him. The waiter took it, went to the bar to check the code on the card, then returned it to her, leading her towards the elevator. Basement level 3. Exit the elevator, turn left, and go straight. Havanthu nodded, and entered the elevator. It went straight down to the 3rd basement level. As soon as the doors opened, a roar of shouting and cheering hit her. Havanthu stepped out of the elevator, and was met with the sight of a huge boxing ring. On the electronic screen above the ring, the photo of a fighter named David was displayed along with his fighting record. The stands around the ring were mostly filled with wealthy people, including quite a few foreigners. Looking out, the crowd was dense, and every face was filled with crazed excitement. Havanthu went straight to the VIP area at the top of the stands. She looked around but still couldn't see me. Did I guess wrong? He didn't come down here. What the hell? This match is against a newcomer again. Another newbie dares to fight David. He must have a death wish. Just wait and see him get beaten to a pulp. I bet he won't last 10 minutes before getting knocked out. 10 minutes? No way. 3 minutes at most. 1 minute. David only needs one punch to take him down. Havanthu heard the discussions in the stands and looked up just as the big screen switched to another name. A flicker of surprise crossed her heart. Phantom. Although she didn't frequent the underground arena, she knew of this legendary figure. In his 2 years in the European underground fighting scene, he had created countless legends. To this day, many tales about him still circulated in the European underground. Havanthu thought to herself how lucky she was to encounter a figure like Phantom in the domestic underground arena. Damn, Phantom. Am I blind? How can it be Phantom? He retired from the ring years ago. Why is he here? Everyone who frequented the arena had heard of Phantom. He was a legendary figure in the boxing world, the big boss among bosses. He became famous just as he came of age, sweeping through all the underground arenas in Europe with his powerful fists. From his debut to his retirement, he was never defeated. His record in the underground fighting scene for 2 years has yet to be surpassed. All the spectators in the stands were stunned. Soon, the referee stepped onto the stage, with David following closely behind. Everyone held their breath, looking towards the entrance tunnel on the other side in anticipation. A dozen seconds later, a man wearing a golden mask slowly walked out. He looked like a newcomer, but his sharp eyes showed no emotion. The audience erupted. The big screen above the ring continuously updated the prize money for this match, which had soared from a few billion to hundreds of billions, and the number was still rising. Havanthu stood in the stands, a little stunned. That was Kihui. Although I was wearing a mask, Havanthu recognized me immediately from my eyes. Kihui. You get down here for me, Havanthu shouted until her voice was hoarse, pushing through the crowd towards the ring. Did he know what he was doing? He was injured just a few hours ago, and now he dared to get in the ring to fight. Kihui, get down here, Havanthu threw caution to the wind, wanting only to rush to the ringside. Unfortunately, the crowd's excitement was too high. She couldn't push through no matter how hard she tried. Soon, the match began. As soon as the bell rang, I moved like lightning, rushing towards David. In a flash, my sharp fist landed on his face. David was no amateur. Though he took a punch, his reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately counterattacked. Seeing him swing a punch towards my head, Havanthu's heart leaped into her throat. However, at that moment, I deftly dodged. The next second, I leaped into the air, flying to David's side and landing a powerful punch to his ribs. David let out a pained groan and almost fell out of the ring. The shouting was incessant, the atmosphere growing more and more intense, filled with excitement and madness. David's eyes were bloodshot, his attacks becoming more vicious, but as skillfully dodged every one. As the fight went on, David was increasingly on the defensive. After a dozen moves, he had numerous injuries, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. In contrast, not only was I completely unscathed, but even my hairstyle was not messed up. This wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided beatdown. The match didn't last long. In less than 10 minutes, I sent David flying out of the ring with a spinning kick, knocking him unconscious. The arena once again exploded with cheers and roars. Everyone was chanting my name. I stood in the center of the ring, a beam of light shining on me. The big screen showed a close-up of my face. At this moment, no one dared to doubt the divine power of Phantom anymore. I can't believe I got to see the great Phantom fight in person. What kind of luck is this? Is the great Phantom making a comeback? I'm so excited. Below the stage, everyone was shouting and cheering, expressing their love and adoration for me, everyone except Havanthu. She looked at me on the big screen, and for some reason, her heart itched. Why did his eyes look so empty? It was as if he was detached from the outside world, devoid of any emotion. From the moment he stepped into the ring until now, his fists had never relaxed, and his lips were pressed tightly together as if suppressing something. Something was wrong. The noisy cheering around me was getting annoying. I mechanically looked up at the stands, my gaze sweeping over the crowd, and seemed to see a familiar figure. I glanced at it, and then turned to leave. As soon as I left the bar, I saw Havanthu waiting in front of my car. Why was she here? Could the person I saw in the arena really have been her? Did she recognize me? Havanthu stared at me from a short distance and waved. I looked at her coldly, the frustration I had just vented now simmering again. Seeing that I didn't move, Havanthu strode towards me. I looked at her and asked, Havanthu, what do you want? I should be the one asking you that. Havanthu angrily grabbed my wrist. Why, do you have any idea what you just did? Did you forget you're still injured? At that moment, she hadn't expected my attacks to be so fierce. When she saw me step into the ring, all she could think about was my injury. What if something happened? In that instant, Havanthu felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest, wishing she could fly into the ring and pull me down. I stared at Havanthu coldly, a sneer on my lips. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Havanthu bit her lip, a wave of anger stuck in her chest, suffocating her. Why, don't forget your grandfather is still in my hands. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and I ground out 3 words through my teeth, you bitch. I really wanted to smash her head in. Get in the car. Havanthu opened the car door. I glanced at her and reluctantly got in. Havanthu drove, occasionally glancing at me pretending to sleep, her eyes full of assessment and curiosity. Why, how many identities do you have? She suddenly asked. The eldest young master of the Qi family, Qi Feng, was him. The boxing king who dominated the ring, Phantom, was also him. How many more identities did this man have? I opened my eyes, my gaze cold and guarded, and smiled faintly. You guess. Havanthu glanced at me. Whenever you want to talk, I'm always ready to listen. By the time we got back to Havanthu's villa, it was nearly dawn. The wound on my forehead had reopened. I treated it again and took 2 antibiotics. After breakfast, I turned on the tide of boredom and happened to see an interview with Kai Haochen and Jian Yuding. Mr. Kai, there are rumors that after your marriage, your 2 families' companies will achieve closer cooperation. Can you reveal a little about the areas of cooperation? The Kai and Jian families have always been close friends, and our business cooperation has never stopped. Now that our families are united by marriage, our cooperation will naturally be even closer. There are even rumors that the 2 companies might merge. Kai Haochen gently held Jian Yuding's hand. Actually, I'm not too clear on the details. It's all being discussed by my father and Uncle Jiang. At this point, Jian Yuding also spoke up. Miss Jian, a reporter asked, some people online say that you are marrying Mr. Kai to fulfill the marriage contract with the Qi family, but that in your heart, you still love the deceased Qi Feng. Is that true? Hearing the name Qi Feng, Jian Yuding frowned. I always saw Qi Feng as an older brother. The engagement back then was only due to pressure from both families. I had originally planned to cancel the engagement at the coming of age ceremony, but alas, heaven is jealous of talented people. Beside her, Kai Haochen also lowered his head, his expression as if touching upon a sad past. Brother Kai was truly pitiful. After speaking, Kai Hyakan looked at his fiancé with affection. My marriage to Yuding has nothing to do with any business interests. The person I have always loved is Yuding. We are getting married, because we love each other. I stared coldly at the shameless couple on the tee, an involuntary sneer forming on my lips. Love each other. It seemed Jian Yuding had forgotten how she used to chase after me. Although I didn't love her, we were engaged after all. The way she put it made it seem like I was the one clinging to her. I really couldn't swallow this insult. Coincidentally, I also wanted to see just how deep Jian Yuding and Kai Hyakan's love for each other really was. As I was thinking, I heard a voice from outside. I am Lin Boshan, a friend of Van Thu's. Please let her know I'm waiting for her downstairs. A raised an eyebrow. Lin Boshan. I remembered that Kai Hyakan's cousin was also named that. I turned my head and saw a servant leading a man dressed in designer clothes inside. Lin Boshan didn't know me and didn't seem to expect another man to be in Van Thu's villa. Seeing that I was wearing pajamas, his face immediately darkened. Who are you? Lin Boshan pointed at me and shouted. The servant who led him in introduced. This is our Miss Van Thu's husband. Lin Boshan gasped. What? This is Van Thu's ex-husband. He had heard the rumors about her ex-husband. The man in front of me had no connection to the word ugly at all. So, he was Xie Yunshu's husband. Lin Boshan quickly composed himself, a polite smile on his face, his voice dripping with sarcasm. No, that's not right. I should say Xie Yunshu's ex-husband. I heard from a friend that Xie Yunshu divorced her husband. A man abandoned by Xie Yunshu. He wasn't afraid at all. Thinking this, Lin Boshan's gaze towards me grew even more arrogant. Yunshu has already divorced you. Why are you still shamelessly clinging to her? I pretended to be troubled and sighed. Who said I'm clinging to her? It's clearly she who is madly in love with me, sticking to me like glue, and not letting me leave. Nonsense, Lin Boshan pointed at me, his voice shrill. Don't you take a look at yourself and see what you are, daring to say Yunshu is madly in love with you. I think you're delusional. I yawned and waved my hand. Too noisy. Have someone throw him out for me. I hadn't slept last night and had expended quite a bit of energy. I was a little tired and stood up, intending to go upstairs to catch up on sleep. Lin Boshan's face turned pale with anger. He stepped in front of me, pointing at my nose. You're nothing but a cast-off, yet you dare to act so high and mighty in front of me. Let me tell you, I am Yunshu's future husband. I raised an eyebrow and looked at him. You want to become Xie Yunshu's husband? In your dreams. Lin Boshan took out his phone and found a candid photo of Xie Yunshu taken, while she was asleep the day before. Don't believe me? Look at this. If a man in black hadn't suddenly broken in and delayed me, I would have already slept with Yunshu. But with these photos, I'm not afraid of Yunshu denying it. I glanced at the photo on Lin Boshan's phone, my expression changing slightly. In the picture, Xie Yunshu was lying asleep on the bed, while Lin Boshan held her, smiling sweetly. When did Xie Yunshu and he? Before I could react, Lin Boshan pointed at me arrogantly. Open your dog eyes, and look clearly. I'm about to become the son-in-law of the Xie family. By then, you won't even be qualified to carry my shoes. I hated it when people pointed at me, especially when they smiled like that. I immediately grabbed Lin Boshan's wrist and twisted it hard. With a crack, Lin Boshan clutched his hand and fell to the ground. I sneered, you think you can become the Xie family son-in-law just by climbing into Xie Yunshu's bed? Let me tell you, as long as I'm not dead, you can forget about it for the rest of your life. Xie Yunshu's voice suddenly came from behind, accompanied by cheerful applause. I turned my head to see Xie Yunshu walking down the stairs with a smile. My words had clearly pleased her. I snorted coldly, crossed my arms, and sat down on the sofa. I wanted to see how Xie Yunshu would deal with this third party in front of me. Yunshu. Yunshu. Lin Boshan looked at Xie Yunshu excitedly. Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes. Lin Boshan, I was planning to deal with you in a few days. I didn't expect you to come seeking your own death. She especially hadn't expected Lin Boshan to take photos. This man deserved to die. Feeling the chill emanating from Xie Yunshu, Lin Boshan trembled with fear. No, Yunshu. Listen to my explanation. I just missed you too much and wanted to visit you. Xie Yunshu laughed coldly, unwilling to waste time on someone so insignificant. Men, drag him down for me. Interrogate him until he tells the truth. The bodyguards beside her replied in unison, yes, miss. Lin Boshan's face was filled with terror. Yunshu, don't. Yunshu, help. No matter how much Lin Boshan struggled, the bodyguards didn't let go, and he was eventually dragged out. His screams faded into the distance. I looked at Xie Yunshu with a sarcastic smile. After all, you two slept in the same bed. You're truly ruthless. Xie Yunshu glanced at me and explained, he snuck into my room and took those photos after you left early that morning before I woke up. He didn't even touch a finger of mine. I have nothing to do with him. Hearing her explanation, I felt a bit better, but my words were still harsh. No need to explain. I don't care. With that, I stood up and went upstairs. I lay on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. I buried my head in the blanket, holding my breath and enduring the sharp pain in my heart, counting my own heartbeats. Damn it, the thing in my blood was acting up again. Strangely, it hadn't acted up once in the past 2 years. I didn't have any medicine with me now, I could only endure it. Suddenly, a soft body appeared beside me. I was startled. Then, a pair of slender hands reached out. "Tihuai, are you trying to die?" Jia Yunshu said as she pulled me out of the blanket. Seeing my face red from suffocation, she was both angry and frustrated. I looked at her, my eyes flashing. Every time it acted up, I just wanted to stay in a dark room. Seeing me silent, Jia Yunshu started to undress. I looked at her, a bit stunned. "Jia Yunshu, what are you doing?" Could it be that she wanted to sleep with me? Jia Yunshu raised an eyebrow, hugged me, and said, "Sleep." My nerves instantly tensed, and I shot up from the bed, glaring at her angrily. Facing my furious expression, a hint of ambiguity flashed in Jia Yunshu's eyes. Her fingers intentionally or unintentionally stroked my chest. "If you don't want to sleep, I can do something else with you." After a pause, she caressed my face. "For example, what we did the other night." I cursed angrily, "Are you sick? We were married for 2 years, and you wouldn't even let me hold your hand. Now that we're about to divorce, you come to seduce me." Jia Yunshu stared at me. "Isn't that a hickey on your neck? When I woke up at the Ki family home yesterday morning, I didn't see you. Plus, my head was a bit dizzy, so I couldn't remember what happened the night before. I thought you had abandoned me to find Ailey. But I checked the security cameras, you left in the morning." I cut her off. "We're adults. We each have our needs." Jia Yunshu frowned. She was clearly the one who had lost out, so why did she feel like she was the one being abandoned? She looked at me seriously. "Shouldn't you be responsible for me?" I laughed coldly. "I gave you plenty of chances over the years. You were the one who didn't cherish them. It's too late to say anything now." Jia Yunshu stared at me, her eyes deep. Last night, she had felt that I was too familiar and wanted to confirm something. I sighed, took out my phone, and prepared to transfer money. "Tell me, how much do you need?" Jia Yunshu frowned. He was trying to use money to deal with her again. I continued, 50,000, 100,000, or 200,000. Seeing Jia Yunshu's dark face and silence, I deliberately frowned with a disdainful look. The most expensive model in the capital only costs a few 100,000 for a night. You think 200,000 is too little? Jia Yunshu couldn't hold back her anger. He was treating her like a prostitute. This man really had a talent for infuriating her. I glanced at her. "Fine, if you don't want it. Anyway, I won't be responsible for you." Seeing her face now just made me angry. I turned my back to her directly. Out of sight, out of mind. Jia Yunshu quietly looked at my back, that feeling of familiarity growing stronger. After an unknown amount of time, feeling my breathing become even and gentle, she guessed I was asleep. Jia Yunshu needed to confirm something. She gently lifted my shirt, revealing my back. She stared at my back, a look of disappointment in her eyes, sighing internally. Although I gave her a very similar feeling to that night 5 years ago, I still wasn't him after all. There was no tattoo on my back. Jia Yunshu gently lowered my shirt, her beautiful, cold eyes looking at my profile with complex emotions. After a while, Jia Yunshu reached out and gently hugged me, placing a light kiss on my neck. "It's okay. If you're not him, then you're not him." I suddenly moved, snuggling in her arms. In my sleep, it was hard to associate me with the incredibly powerful Kihuai. Jia Yunshu stared at my handsome face, her heart pounding. Feeling her face heat up, she quickly got up and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. After showering, Jia Yunshu wanted to lie next to me for a while longer. Just then, a commotion came from downstairs. Jia Yunshu went to the balcony and saw Ai Li leading 2 teams of bodyguards in black, surrounding the villa's entrance. "Jia Yunshu, get out here." Ai Li had woken up early to find I wasn't at the hotel. After checking the security cameras, she found out that I had driven to the underground fighting arena in the middle of the night. Having known me for 7 or 8 years, Ai Li knew me too well. My going to fight alone last night most likely meant my condition had flared up. Ai Li called me, but no one answered. She then checked the cameras outside the bar and discovered I had been taken away by Jia Yunshu. Ai Li was so angry she skipped breakfast, and led her people directly to Jia Yunshu's villa. "Jia Yunshu, stop playing dead. I know you're in there. If you don't hand over Kei Feng, I'll break in. You're already divorced, yet you keep clinging to him. Have you no shame?" Ai Li shouted until her voice was hoarse. Finally, she saw Jia Yunshu walk out from inside. She immediately rushed forward. Jia Yunshu squinted her eyes. "He's still sleeping. And is Kei Feng a name you can call?" Ai Li looked at Jia Yunshu coldly, suddenly noticing she was wearing pajamas. She said Kihuai is still sleeping. Does that mean they just slept together? Ai Li's heart burned with rage. If it weren't for the iron gate between them, Li would have rushed in and torn Xie Yunshu to pieces. Xie Yunshu, don't think you can use Mr. Kai to tie down Kahuai. He will never be threatened by anyone. Li crossed her arms, speaking with great certainty. You two will get divorced sooner or later. Xie Yunshu's expression darkened, turning extremely cold. Seeing Xie Yunshu's unpleasant face, Li took a pen and a checkbook from her bag. So, name your price. How much money will it take for you to divorce Kahuai? Xie Yunshu sneered, do I look like I'm short on money? Why does everyone throw money at my face? Seeing Xie Yunshu remain silent, Li continued, I forgot, you probably aren't short on money. How about this? I'll give you a diamond mine. This isn't something you can buy with just money. Hey, Xie Yunshu, I'm not finished talking, don't go. Xie Yunshu completely ignored Li and went back inside, immediately making a phone call. Not long after, Li received a call from her sister. What? I have to go back right now. But. Alright, I'll be right back. After hanging up, Li sent me a text saying she had an urgent matter to attend to and then led her people to the airport. Xie Yunshu stood on the balcony with a glass of wine, watching Li's hasty departure, a smirk playing on her red lips. I rested well at Xie Yunshu's villa for 2 days. 2 days later, the wedding day of Jian Yueding and Kai Haochen finally arrived. Kai Haochen and Jian Yueding were both future heirs of their families, a real-life version of a prince and princess, a match made in heaven. The wedding venue was the most high-end and luxurious hotel in Jincheng, the Bixi Mountain Villa. The guests were all from prestigious families or famous figures in business and politics. The wedding was incredibly grand and luxurious, not only inviting reporters but also live streaming the event. Whoa, the church is decorated so dreamily, like a castle. It's so romantic. I heard Jian Yueding and Kai Haochen's wedding rings are worth hundreds of millions. I wonder how beautiful the bride will be when she appears later. I'm so excited. Netizens watched the live stream, sending comments, even more eager than the groom for the wedding to begin. As time passed, the guests arrived one by one. At 10 in the morning, the ceremony officially began. The solemn priest stood at the pulpit. Then, the groom, Kai Haochen, in a sharp suit, walked up. Accompanied by a romantic and melodious tune, the heavy doors of the church slowly opened. Jian Yueding, in a high and white diamond-studded wedding dress, stood at the entrance, both noble and breathtakingly beautiful. Kai Haochen smiled, his eyes meeting Jian Yueding's, feeling incredibly content. After waiting for so many years, he was finally marrying Yueding today. His father was right, man can triumph over heaven. So what if Jian Yueding was Qifeng's fiancée? In the end, she still became his wife. Thinking this, Kai Haochen slightly lifted his chin, a hint of a proud smile in his eyes. He and Jian Yueding walked towards each other, meeting in the middle of the red carpet. They held hands and walked together before the priest. Groom Kai Haochen, do you take bride Jian Yueding to be your wife, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love, cherish, and be faithful to her forever and ever? Jian Yueding held Kai Haochen's hand tightly, looking at him with infatuation. Just then, the great doors of the church were suddenly pushed open from the outside. In an instant, everyone turned to look towards the entrance. At the door, a handsome man stood against the light, his aura cold and noble. Both his looks and his presence were so perfect they were beyond criticism, like a bright moon suddenly rising in the dark night. The moment he appeared, even the brightest star would be dimmed. Damn, is this Kaifeng? Is he here to crash the wedding? This look. He's completely stolen the groom's thunder. Why does this handsome guy look so familiar? I walked into the church step by step, my aura and handsome face stunning the entire hall into silence. As I entered, Kai Haochen and Jian Yueding finally saw my face clearly. The Haochen's eyes widened, staring at the person walking towards him in disbelief. How could it be him? Wasn't he supposed to have died 2 years ago? Why was he still alive? No. It's not right. The corner of my mouth curved into a confident, natural smile. It's been 2 years, Kaozan. Don't you recognize me? Kai Haochen's face was filled with disbelief as he pointed at me. Kaifeng. You're still alive. Beside him, Jian Yueding stared at me, as shocked as if she had been struck by lightning. Not only her, but the members of the Jian family nearby also had incredibly ugly expressions. They sneered, my being alive seems to have disappointed you all, hasn't it? After speaking, I turned to the guests. Hello everyone. I am the eldest grandson of the Kai family. 2 years ago, I was harmed by someone and was injured. I don't know who spread the rumor that I had died. I have returned now only to tell everyone that the sole heir of the Kai family, Kaifeng, is still alive. Nearby, Kai Ren's face was ashen as he stared at me, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. If I wasn't dead, the position of the Kai family heir had nothing to do with him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and anger in his heart, and stood up with a fake expression. Little Feng, it's so good that you're not dead. You have no idea how heartbroken I was when I heard the news of your death 2 years ago. I looked at him coldly. Is that so? I didn't realize second uncle cared about me so much. Thiren gave a forced smile and reached out his hand. You're my own nephew, of course I care. Today is your cousin and Yuding's big day. Whatever it is, let's talk about it when we get home. We can't let you ruin the wedding. I dodged Kai Ren's outstretched hand, my gaze sweeping over Kai Haochen and Jian Yuding. Second uncle, we can discuss our family matters at home. As for other things. Hearing this, Kai Haochen's heart skipped a beat. Tifen's return at this moment was surely to take back Jian Yuding. He absolutely would not allow anyone to take Yuding from him. Thinking this, Kai Haochen hurriedly spoke up. Tifeng, I'm sorry. I know you and Yuding had an engagement, but for the past 2 years, we all thought you were dead. Yuding fell in love with me, and I love her very much. Please, give us your blessing. Thiren also chimed in. That's right, little Feng. They haven't done anything to wrong you. They got together after you were gone. Look at their true love, and give them your blessing. I looked at them and smiled faintly. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to crash the wedding today. Kai Haochen's eyes lit up. Then you. I took a ring out of my pocket and handed it to Jian Yuding. This was the token from our engagement 5 years ago. Since you are marrying him, and since you and Kai Haochen like each other, our engagement is hereby cancelled. From now on, we go our separate ways. Jian Yuding took the ring offered, unable to believe it for a moment. She thought I would cling to her, or at the very least, prevent the wedding from continuing today. But instead, I had generously cancelled the engagement and even returned the engagement token. Kai Haochen looked at me with gratitude. Brother Qifen, thank you. Beside him, Kai Ren smiled with a fake expression. I knew you were the most sensible one. Come, sit down quickly. Not so fast, I interrupted Kai Ren, looking towards the seated Jian family. Mr. Jian, my sis Jian, since the engagement between me and Jian Yuding is cancelled, the previous cooperation between our two families is no longer necessary, right? Also, the $10 billion given as a betrothal gift, I hope you will return it within a week. Jian Yuding's father, Jian Wenjin, shut up from his seat. The cooperation between our families was decided by Mr. Guy. You have no right to cancel it. Jian Yuding's mother also stood up, her eyes sharp as she looked at me. That's right, that $10 billion was also given to us by Mr. Kai. Why should we return it? I looked at the calm Jian couple coldly. Mr. Jian, you must be joking. As the heir of the Kai family, I hold 40 of the company's shares. Do I not have the right to cancel a partnership? As for that $10 billion, it was my betrothal gift. The transfer records clearly state this. Now that the engagement between me and your daughter is cancelled, the money must be returned, whether by sentiment, reason, or law. If my sis Jian has any questions, you can consult a lawyer. Hearing this, my sis Jian's eyes darted around. Her expression immediately became friendly as she took my hand. Tifeng, I know you're still angry at Yuding. Actually, she and Kai Haochen haven't registered their marriage yet. This wedding. Mom, what do you mean? Kai Haochen asked anxiously. My sis Jian smiled at Kai Haochen. Kai Haochen, you and Yuding aren't married yet. Isn't it a bit too early to call me mom? Without Qifen, Kai Haochen would be the sole heir of the Qi family. Yuding marrying him would be beneficial to the Jian family. But now that Qifen was alive, he was the official head of the Qi family. Kai Haochen couldn't compare to Qifen at all. In that case, it was better for Yuding to marry Qifeng. Kai Haochen's face turned pale as he looked at his mother-in-law. My sis Jian grabbed her daughter's hand and pulled her aside. Yuding, I think you and Qifeng are a match made in heaven. Go and apologize to Qifeng. Today's wedding is cancelled. Seeing this, Kai Ren was so angry he almost cursed. But then, Jian Wenjin whispered something in his ear. The two exchanged a knowing glance and said nothing more. My sis Jian pushed Jian Yuding. Yuding, what are you standing there for? Go apologize to Qifeng. And put the ring on for him. Jian Yuding glanced at Kai Haochen, calculating in her heart. Although she liked Kai Haochen, if he wasn't the heir to the Qi family, his appeal to her would diminish significantly. After weighing her options, Jian Yuding quickly walked up to me, her face a mixture of remorse and affection. Qifen, I'm sorry. I thought you were dead. Actually, you've always been in my heart. Let's keep our engagement, okay? Hearing this, the booklet in Kai Haochen's hand fell to the ground, his face ashen. We were about to get married, and now you're abandoning me for him. Qifen, why didn't you just die? Kai Haochen stared at me, his eyes like a venomous snake. A faint smile hung on my face as I accepted the ring Jian Yuding offered. This was exactly what I wanted, for Kai Haochen to watch his beautiful dream shatter before his eyes. But this was only the beginning. Little Feng. Jian Yuding reached for my hand, but I pushed it away before she could touch it. I took a step back, my eyes cold and filled with disdain. Miss Jian, I don't have a habit of picking up trash. Jian Yuding froze. A burst of laughter came from the crowd. The young master of the Qi family was raised by Mr. Kai to be the heir. His pride is sky high. How could he eat leftovers? The Jian family's actions are really unsightly. If it weren't for the fact that their grandmothers were best friends, how would Jian Yuding ever be worthy of climbing up to the young master of the Qi family? Jian Yuding clenched her fists, feeling the humiliation of being slapped. She was being called trash. The Haokan bit his lower lip hard. Seeing her daughter humiliated, Mrs. Jiang's face flushed, and she glared at me. How can you talk like that? You have no manners at all. I glanced at her. My manners are not for people like you. I couldn't be bothered to say more to them. I gave a final reminder, transfer the $10 billion to my account within a week. If you're short by a single cent, we'll see each other in court. Of course, if the Jian family is now bankrupt and can't even come up with 10 billion, for the sake of my grandmother and Mrs. Jian being friends, I can give you a few more days. Hearing this, Jian Wenjun felt even more hatred towards me. If he admitted that the Jian family couldn't produce $10 billion, within 3 days, the companies still cooperating with the Jian family would all withdraw their capital or cancel their contracts. He absolutely could not let this happen. After considering, Jian Wenjun spoke up, our Jian family has always known right from wrong. We never take advantage of others. You can rest assured, I will transfer the $10 billion to your account within a week. I nodded with satisfaction. With so many people as witnesses, I guessed Jian Wenjun wouldn't dare to default. Then I won't disturb your wedding any longer. Please, continue. I glanced coldly at Qi. Second uncle, finish up here and come back to the Qi family villa soon. We have some family matters to handle. With that, I turned and left. Tehavkin fainted from anger. As I stepped out of the church, a luxurious but low-profile black sports car stopped in front of me. The car window rolled down, revealing Xia Yunshu's cold and captivating face. You're just letting them go like that. Although she hadn't gone in with me, she had watched everything that happened inside via the live stream online. He smiled faintly. Do I look that kind? Xia Yunshu liked my confident and domineering attitude. Where are you going now? I'll take you. No need. I don't want too many people to know about the relationship between me and you. Just then, a Land Rover sped over and screeched to a halt in front of Xia Yunshu's car. The door opened, and a man of about 30 with sharp features and a buzz cut stepped out of the driver's seat. Xia Yunshu looked at the familiar face, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She knew this man. He was the chairman of an American security group, named Xu Shai. He had another identity, the head of the largest mercenary group in the United States. She had met him once in South Africa 5 years ago. Xu Shai got out of the car and stood straight in front of me, his expression respectful. Boss, long time no see. Xia Yunshu looked at Xu Shai with a sharp gaze. He called Qi Huai boss. Why are you here? I asked. Li said you were here alone and told me to come and assist your wife. Xu Shai opened the car door for me. Just as I was about to get in, Xia Yunshu got out of her car and grabbed my arm. Seeing this, Xu Shai immediately turned and stood in front of me, his murderous aura radiating outwards. Let go of his hand. I patted Xu Shai's shoulder. Don't be so tense. It's fine. Xu Shai said nothing and took 2 steps back. Xia Yunshu's face was cold as she questioned, what is your relationship with him? Just as you see, I said calmly. He's my subordinate, and also my friend. Xia Yunshu's expression grew colder. First, she had to deal with Li, and now a Xu Shai. I impatiently pushed Xia Yunshu's hand away. Xia Yunshu, mind your own business. Can you stop clinging to me? This sentence felt familiar to Xia Yunshu. It seemed she had said something similar to me before. Fine, I won't cling to you anymore. But you have to come back to my place tonight. Xia Yunshu suppressed her anger, trying to keep her voice calm. She was afraid that pushing too hard would make me want to avoid her even more. I glanced at her. We'll see. With that, I got directly into Xu Shai's car. After I left, Xia Yunshu made a call, sending people to monitor Qi. She also sent people to watch the Qi family villa. 2 years ago, Qi had wanted me dead. Now that I was back, he would surely make a move in secret. The wedding of Qi Haokan and Jian Yuding was ultimately not completed because of my appearance. The Haokan was taken to the hospital after fainting and soon woke up. He Feng ruined my wedding. I'll definitely kill him. Qi Haokan cursed like a madman as soon as he woke up. Qi patted his son's shoulder. Haokan, have you forgotten what I taught you? The more critical the moment, the calmer you must be. Dad, how can I be calm? Today was my wedding. Qi held his son's hand. We failed to kill him 2 years ago, because he was lucky. I don't believe his luck can last forever. A dark light flashed in Qi eyes. Haokan, rest assured. This time, I will make sure Qi Feng dies without a trace. After comforting his son, Qi walked out of the hospital room. Jian Wenjun's family was waiting for him outside. Qi looked at them. Old Jian, what is the meaning of your Jian family's actions? Jian Wenjun's eyes were deep. Brother Kai, you're a smart man. You should understand that what we had Yuding do at the wedding was just a contingency plan. We're in the same boat now. Betraying you would bring us no benefit. Qi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then we should think of a way to eliminate our common enemy. Meanwhile, I brought a lawyer to the Kai group and took over the company's power with lightning speed. In the 2 years I was away, Kai Ren had replaced most of the important positions in the company with his cronies. So, the first thing I did after taking over was to fire all these people. Then, I convened a meeting and terminated all cooperation with the Gen group. After finishing my work, I took a car back to the Kai family villa. As soon as I entered, I saw Kai Ren sitting in the living room drinking tea. Second uncle, you've been waiting a long time. Kai Ren sat cross-legged on the main sofa, his gloomy eyes staring at me. Little Feng, I am your uncle, after all. You just came back and you've already seized my power and fired all my people. Isn't that a slap in my face? How am I supposed to hold my head high in the Kai family in the future? I laughed coldly. You still want to hold your head high in the Kai family? Kai Ren was stunned, not understanding what I meant. Then he heard me continue. Kai Ren, just the fact that you hired the black assassins to assassinate me is enough for the Kai family to disown you. Not to mention you also poisoned Grandpa, plotting to kill him. You deserve to die. Kai Ren was terrified, his face instantly turning pale. How did he know about something he did so secretly? I looked at Kai Ren, a slight smirk on my lips. Since I was a child, Grandpa taught me that as the eldest grandson of the Kai family, the future head of the family, I must not be afraid of trouble, nor can I be too kind. Favors must be returned, and vengeance must be taken. Kai Ren stood up, his finger trembling as he pointed at me. You hit the old master. That night, it was you. I leisurely sat down on the sofa. That's right. Kai Ren, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Go to the police station with Kai Haochen tomorrow morning and confess. You 2 can spend the rest of your lives repenting in prison. I paused for a moment, then continued. 2. You confess your crimes now in the Kai family's ancestral hall, and Kai Haochen breaks both of his hands. The Kai family has a rule against kin, laughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him a choice. Kai Ren stared at me, his eyes full of hatred, his expression constantly changing. Ridiculous. I choose the third path, men. Kai Ren gave the order, expecting the bodyguards ambushing in the backyard to rush in immediately. But after a while, no one came. Kai Ren shouted again several times, men, men. When still no one entered, he ran to the backyard. The dozens of elite bodyguards he had arranged in the backyard were lying scattered on the ground, showing no signs of life. A man in a leather jacket stood among the bodies, looking at him with an expressionless face, his eyes like they were from hell. Seeing the scene, Kai Ren broke out in a cold sweat. These were all elite bodyguards he had personally selected, yet they had been killed so silently. Kai Ren pointed at the man, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Whoa. Who are you? Zhu Shai said nothing and walked towards him. A powerful killing intent rushed towards him. Kai Ren immediately reached into his coat to draw his gun. However, before he could pull it out, he felt a gust of wind, and the gun in his coat disappeared. Kai Ren didn't even see how he had flown in front of him. By the time he reacted, the black muzzle of a gun was already pointed at his forehead. What do you want to do? I walked out of the living room, my eyes sweeping over the corpses on the ground without a trace of warmth. Zhu Shai, how should we deal with this person? I raised my hand, signaling him to lower his gun. Kai Ren, I'll give you 1 night to think about it. If you still haven't made a decision by noon tomorrow, I'll help you. With that, I led Zhu Shai away. Kai Ren collapsed onto the sofa, watching my departing back and clenching his fists. He had underestimated me, truly the person personally trained by the old man to be his successor. If he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't have survived the Black Assassin's pursuit 2 years ago. Kai Ren took out his phone and called Jun Wenjin. Tonight's operation failed. He has a very powerful expert by his side. It's a bit difficult to kill him silently. Brother Kai, rest assured. I have used my connections to contact an assassin from the Hidden Gate. He is already on his way to Jincheng. He won't live through the night. Kai Ren breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The Hidden Gate was the world's #1 ranked assassin organization, on a completely different level from the Black Assassins. They not only charge high prices but also usually didn't accept ordinary jobs. 2 years ago, Kai Ren had wanted to find an assassin from the Hidden Gate to deal with me, but he couldn't get in touch without connections. It was different now. Thinking of this, Kai Ren completely relaxed. Kai Hui, today will be the anniversary of your death. On the other hand, after leaving the Kai family villa, Zhu Shai spoke up. Boss, I wasn't the one who dealt with the people in the backyard. I know it wasn't you. Zhu Shai nodded. When I arrived, they had already been taken care of by someone else. Just as I was about to say something, the sound of a car horn came from a distance. I turned my head and saw it was Xia Yunshu's car. Zhu Shai looked at Xia Yunshu with hostile eyes. Why is it her again? It seems Li was right. This woman is like a shadow. Xia Yunshu got out of the car and looked at me. Are you okay? I shook my head, remembering what Shai had just said, and asked, did you handle the people in the house? Xia Yunshu didn't deny it. She knew I was highly skilled in martial arts and had an expert like Shu Shai by my side. Those people couldn't do anything to me, but just to be safe, she had her people deal with them first. If she wasn't afraid of me blaming her for being nosy, she would have even contacted K Ren to deal with him directly. Come back to my place. This time, I didn't refuse. I had been tired all day, and was in no mood to argue with her. Shai, you follow behind. Shai Yunshu's expression darkened. You want him to stay at my place. A raised an eyebrow at her. You don't want to. Shai Yunshu frowned, her face clearly showing her reluctance. A immediately went to open the car door. Fine, if you don't want to, we'll go to a hotel. Shai Yunshu slammed the car door shut, drove off, and I didn't dare to delay, stepping on the gas. 20 minutes later, we arrived at Shai Yunshu's villa. She even had the servants prepare a guest room for Shu Shai. After dinner, Shu Shai was training in the courtyard. I hadn't seen him in 3 years and wanted to test his skills, so I sparred with him for a few rounds. Shai Yunshu, having finished her work upstairs, came down to see me and Shu Shai fighting. The fight didn't last long, I still won in the end. Shai Yunshu handed me a glass of lemonade and stared at Shu Shai. I thought the skills of the head of a mercenary group would be incredible. Turns out, that's all there is to it. Shu Shai glanced at Shai Yunshu coldly. My martial arts were personally taught by the boss. There's no shame in losing to him. Shai Yunshu was stunned. You taught him. I drank the water and nodded with a smile. Shai Yunshu stared at me, silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke up. Darling, just how many secrets are you hiding from me? I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Are you crazy? He stared, wide-eyed and a little stunned. This woman actually called me darling. Did she take the wrong medicine, or forget to take it altogether? Jia Wenshu was very displeased with my reaction. She took out a tissue, wiped my mouth, and asked, You don't like it when I call you that? I numbly shook my head. I don't like it. Jia Wenshu huh. But I like it. With a shocked expression, Shu Shai looked at me. Boss, are you two married? No way. Aili only told me that Shu Wenshu was pursuing you, not that you were married. Besides, with that young lady's possessiveness, how could she possibly allow you to marry another woman? Jia Wenshu looked at Shu Shai challengingly. We've been married for 2 years. If you want to see the marriage certificate, I can show it to you. I glanced at Xia Wenshu, then turned and walked away. The moment I was out of sight, Xia Wenshu's expression turned cold. She looked at Shu Shai, making no effort to hide her possessiveness over me. Shu Shai, I'm warning you. Don't have any designs on Phuai, and don't even think about making him leave me. Shu Shai chuckled. Miss Xia, you're overthinking things. I only obey the boss. Whether he leaves you or not depends on whether you have the ability to keep him. Though he said that, in his heart, Shu Shai was certain Xia Wenshu couldn't keep the boss. At the corner of the second-floor staircase, I leaned against the cold wall, listening to the conversation between Xia Wenshu and Shu Shai. I returned to my bedroom and took a cold shower, staring at my reflection in the mirror with a complex and torn expression. What did Xia Wenshu mean by what she just said? Could it be that she has really fallen for me? Then what about her first love? The more I thought, the more frustrated I became. Just as I finished my shower, Xia Wenshu entered the bedroom holding a glass of milk. She handed it to me, then casually took the hairdryer from my hand and started drying my hair. Since she wanted to serve me, I was happy to enjoy it, sipping my milk while scrolling through my phone. It seemed like this was her first time drying someone else's hair. Her movements were a bit clumsy. This is really uncomfortable. Be gentler. Don't just dry one spot. This side is still wet. I glanced at her helplessly. Xia Wenshu let out a soft humph and pinched my cheek. You sure know how to order people around. Though her tone was unhappy, her hand movements became gentler. I teased, being ordered around by me is your honor. Just then, Xia Wenshu's phone rang. While still drying my hair, she said, answer it for me. I picked up the phone, saw the caller's name, and chuckled. Are you sure you want me to answer? Xia Wenshu saw the name but still nodded. Answer it. I pressed the answer button and put it on speaker. Sister Wenshu, Song Minju's voice came through the phone, giving me goosebumps. He waited a couple of seconds, only hearing the whirring of the hairdryer. Sister Wenshu, are you drying your hair? I laughed. Your sister Wenshu is drying my hair. On the other end, Song Minju was clearly stunned. Hui, why is it you? Are you with Sister Wenshu? Wanting to provoke him, I deliberately said in a soft tone, not only are we together now, but we'll be sleeping together later too. Song Minju didn't believe it. Sister Wenshu clearly doesn't like you, how could she? A flicker of darkness crossed Xia Wenshu's eyes as she cut him off. Song Minju, who I like is none of your business. Song Minju was taken aback, his voice becoming panicked and full of surprise. Sister Wenshu, are you really with him? Did he follow you all the way to Jin City? It's so late and you're still together. Sister Wenshu is even drying his hair. Does that mean they're really going to sleep together later? Damn it, Xiao Wenshu's cold voice cut in. If you have something to say, say it. Song Minju immediately spoke up. Sister Wenshu, I'm sorry for bothering you so late. I just wanted to ask if you could come to my birthday party next Saturday. Xiao Wenshu refused flatly. Dizzy. Can't make it. Song Minju persisted. You don't have to go to the company on Saturday, right? I already bragged to my brothers that Sister Wenshu would definitely come to celebrate my birthday. If you don't show up, I'll lose so much face. Xiao Wenshu looked at me. I'm busy on a date with my husband. I glanced at her. This woman was planning to use me as an excuse. But thinking about how furious Song Minju must be right now, I was in a great mood. I purposely leaned close to Xiao Wenshu and said, my darling wife is the best. I love you, Mua. Xiao Wenshu's expression stiffened. She knew I was intentionally provoking Song Minju, but her heart was pounding. Song Minju was so shocked he was speechless for a moment. Anything else? Xiao Wenshu's voice remained cold. Song Minju was furious but didn't dare to show it in front of Xiao Wenshu, maintaining a demeanor. Nothing else, Sister Wenshu. Before he could finish, Xiao Wenshu hung up. Song Minju stared at his phone, grinding his teeth in anger. Hui, you bastard. I'll definitely get you back for breaking my arm last time. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He couldn't let Hui snatch Xiao Wenshu away, he had to take the initiative. After she hung up, I casually tossed the phone onto the coffee table with a clatter. Xiao Wenshu looked at me and smiled. Darling, are you jealous? I pushed her away. Get lost. Xiao Wenshu pouted. You ungrateful man. You cast me aside after using me. I glanced at her. As if you weren't using me just now. Xiao Wenshu chuckled and placed her hands on my shoulders. Let me give you a shoulder massage. I let out a low groan of enjoyment, my body unconsciously relaxing. I didn't know you had this skill. It's a waste you're not a massage therapist. Seeing my blissful expression, Xiao Wenshu was quiet for a moment before speaking. Seeing as I'm serving you so devotedly, shouldn't you answer my previous question? I opened my eyes, and they unexpectedly met hers. My heart felt like it had been ambushed. Xiao Wenshu's features were beautiful, especially her breathtaking eyes, which could pull you in. Xiao Wenshu's melodious voice rang out, staring at me like you're mesmerized. I awkwardly looked away. Don't flatter yourself. What did you say just now? Xiao Wenshu paused for a moment. Shushai. Why does he call you boss? My eyes flickered. I hadn't expected her to know Chu Shai's identity. What do you want to ask? Xiao Wenshu sat up straight, her expression somewhat serious. What is your relationship with the mercenary group? I didn't want to answer this question. There were many things about me that I never intended to tell Xiao Wenshu. Xiao Wenshu, can you please not meddle in my affairs so much? Xiao Wenshu frowned slightly. We're husband and wife. Seeing that she was determined to get an answer, I smiled lightly. Then you answer my question first, and I'll answer yours. Xiao Wenshu nodded. Fine, ask away. I asked sarcastically, what's the deal with you and your first love, Akai? Xiao Wenshu's face fell, her jaw tightening. I looked at her expression and laughed under my breath. I knew it. As soon as I mentioned that person named Akai, her expression changes. Xiao Wenshu said coldly, ask another question. I put some distance between us, leaning on the other end of the sofa. See, you also have questions you don't want to answer. In that case, I won't ask about you and Akai, and you don't ask about my business. Xiao Wenshu cut me off firmly. Besides matters concerning Akai, you can ask me anything. I looked at her with a mocking gaze. Can't be mentioned, can't be asked. It seems he's not your first love, but the cinnabar mole on your heart. One touch and your heart aches as if it's killing you. Xiao Wenshu's voice was unhappy. Hui, can you not be so sarcastic when you speak? I was already feeling irritable, and my temper flared. I shot up from the sofa. Xiao Wenshu, I'm not just sarcastic with my words, even my tattoos have thorns. Since you can't forget Akai, then don't come and mess with me. And don't even think about making me his substitute. After speaking, I furiously slammed the door and left. Seeing my state, Chu Shai quickly asked, Boss, what's wrong? I waved my hand. Go, dry. We're going back to the hotel. Xiao Wenshu, snapping back to reality, rushed downstairs. Hui, you stop right there. When had she ever treated Hui as a substitute? He was putting such a huge label on her over a single disagreement, and even wanted to run away from home. This misunderstanding was something Xiao Wenshu truly couldn't stand. But I completely ignored her, striding to the car in a few steps, ready to get in. Xiao Wenshu lunged forward. However, at that exact moment, a red light flashed before her eyes. The next instant, a red dot appeared on the back of my neck. Xiao Wenshu's pupils contracted as she flew towards me. Hui, be careful. Suddenly, Xiao Wenshu's anxious scream came from behind me. Before I could even turn around, a figure rushed forward and tackled me to the ground. The very moment we fell, a gunshot tore through the night sky. Chu Shai reacted quickly, jumping out of the car, drawing his gun, and aiming in the direction of the shot. Bang, Then more shots rang out. Xiao Wenshu and I rolled twice on the grass, dodging the bullets. The villa's bodyguards heard the gunshots and all rushed out, drawing their weapons and forming a protective circle around us. There's an ambush. On the roof over there. Xu Shai pointed to the single villa opposite them. A group of bodyguards aimed in the direction he pointed. After a fierce volley of gunfire, the rooftop suddenly went silent. I pushed the woman who was clinging to me, only to hear a pained groan. My heart sank. Xiao Wenshu, are you hurt? Xiao Wenshu looked up, her eyes fixed on me. Are you okay? I'm fine. I tried to help her up, but as soon as I touched her shoulder, my hand came away wet and hot. You've been shot. Fresh blood gushed from Xiao Wenshu's back shoulder, quickly staining her clothes. Even my pajamas were stained with a glaring patch of blood. Xiao Wenshu nodded slightly, a look of relief on her face. Her head fell limp. As long as you're okay, that's good. He anxiously held her. Xiao Wenshu, don't sleep, you'll be fine. I won't let you die. A sharp pain shot through my heart. I pressed down on her bleeding wound and yelled frantically, quick, get in the car. To the hospital. Late at night, under the twinkling stars, an emergency operation was underway in the hospital's operating room. The patient had been shot in the back shoulder, the bullet lodged in her shoulder blade, needing immediate removal. The doctor held the scalpel, his movement steady and precise, as he cut into the patient's severe wound. 2 hours later, the surgery was over. The patient was moved to a VIP ward for observation. He stepped away from the operating table and nearly collapsed, having to lean on the wall. In all my years as a doctor, I had performed countless surgeries, many far more difficult than this, but none had ever made me so nervous and scared, terrified of making the slightest mistake. Seeing me come out, Yanting hurried over. Mr. Fight, how is she? I took off my mask. The bullet has been removed. Her life is not in danger, but she's still unconscious. She's been moved to the ward. Yanting breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her life isn't in danger, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Bai. When they brought Xiao Wenshu to the hospital, the emergency room doctors were all busy. The only surgeon available wouldn't arrive for another half an hour. Just as they were about to transfer her to another hospital, I suddenly said, I'll operate. In the 2 years Yanting had known me, she had never heard that I knew medicine. But the facts proved not only did I know medicine, but I was also highly skilled. Recalling the situation, a murderous glint flashed in my eyes. I could guess with certainty that the assassin was sent by Kei-ren. For this assassin to be able to lie in wait outside the villa without being detected by Chu Shai or me meant he was a master. After changing out of my surgical scrubs, I went to the ward to see Xiao Wenshu, then called Chu Shai. Did you catch him? Caught him. Chu Shai paused, then added, Boss, he's one of ours, from the hidden sect. I've never revealed my true face in the hidden sect, so apart from a few trusted people by my side, no one knows what I look like. He frowned. What did you say? A verified his identity. He's indeed from our hidden sect. Kei-ren provided him with your whereabouts. As for the person who hired him, they used a virtual account on the dark web for the transaction. I'm investigating. A frowned. Not Kei-ren. That made sense. If Kei-ren had the ability to hire a hidden sect assassin, he wouldn't have sought out those scumbags from Black Sand 2 years ago. But if it wasn't Kei-ren, then who was it? Whoever it was, this person definitely knew Kei-ren. Bring Kei-ren here. I hummed up and stood in the hallway for a while to calm myself before returning to the ward. In the ward, Xiao Wenshu was still unconscious. The last egg bag was about to finish. I sat by the bed, looking at her pale face, my heart itching with both pain and pity. If she hadn't rushed over to push me down, she probably wouldn't have been hurt. In all my years, this was the first time someone had risked their life to take a bullet for me. That bullet was meant for me. Xiao Wenshu, you're such a fool. I took her cold hand. A person like you, who values her life so much, why would you rush into danger like that? He sorrowfully stroked her eyebrows and eyes. This was the second time she had saved me. I leaned down and gently kissed the back of her hand. Thank you for saving my life again. He stayed in the ward watching over Xiao Wenshu until early morning when Chu Shai called. Boss, Kei-ren and Kei-houken have disappeared. What? I checked the surveillance cameras outside the Kei family villa. Kei-ren and Kei-houken left at 1 am yesterday, carrying 2 large suitcases. He frowned. They found out I'm not dead, feared my revenge, and fled in the night. Send people to the airport to investigate. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, they must be caught. Yes. Not long after I hung up, Yanting knocked and entered. She looked at me, hesitating to speak. A raised an eyebrow. What is it? I just saw the news. Hyunwon and his wife were in a car accident this morning. Both are dead. I was stunned. Kei-ren and Kei-houken had just disappeared, and now Jian Wenjin and his wife were dead in a car accident. This was too much of a coincidence. What about Jian Yueding? Yanting replied, she's also missing. I narrowed my eyes. She's missing too. Then it wasn't a coincidence. Kei-ren and Jian Wenjin were close. It was highly likely the Jian family was also involved in last night's events. But neither the Jian family nor Kai Ren had the capability to hire the hidden sect to assassinate me. There must be someone else behind them. I laughed coldly. It seems there are quite a few people who want me dead. You stay at the hospital, and look after Xia Wenshu. I'm going to the Qi family villa. Call me if anything happens. When I arrived at the Qi family villa, I discovered that the 2 large suitcases Kai Ren and Kai Haochen had taken were not filled with clothes, but with the contents of Grandpa's safe. They had broken into his safe and taken everything. Grandpa loved collecting things, especially antiques and jade. A single piece of jewelry or jade from inside was priceless. Zhu Shai couldn't find any flight information for Kai Ren and Kai Haochen, but through airport surveillance, he discovered they had boarded a foreign private jet. As for the owner of the jet, and its final destination, there were no leads yet. I received a call from Young Ting saying Xia Wenshu was awake. I rushed back to the hospital. Before I even reached the ward, I saw 2 familiar figures in the hallway. A lady carrying a Hermes Birkin bag stormed up without a word, raising her hand to slap me. I'll kill you, you jinx, you parasite. How could I let myself be slapped? I raised my hand and grabbed her wrist, my eyes to the extreme. Says Xia, you don't want this arm anymore. Xia Wenshu's mother, Xu Shui, froze, the anger on her face burning even hotter than before. What? Are you going to hit me now? Let go. I snorted disdainfully and pushed her hand away. Xu Shui stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling. Fine, Kei Hui, you dare to push me. Song Minju quickly supported Xu Shui. Auntie, are you okay? After hanging up with Xia Wenshu last night, he had booked a flight to Jin City for early this morning. Unexpectedly, he ran into Shen Cunning and Xia Linger at the airport and overheard their conversation, learning that Xia Wenshu had been injured while saving me. Song Minju couldn't pass up such a great opportunity, so he informed Xu Shui and they came to Jin City together. Xu Shui was already 180 dissatisfied with me, her son-in-law. Now, knowing that I had caused Xia Wenshu's injury, she wished she could get us divorced immediately. Song Minju deliberately acted protective of Xu Shui. Hui, I'm telling you, if anything happens to Auntie, I will not let you off. I gave Song Minju a cold glance. The wound on his face had healed without a scar, and his broken arm had mended. If you don't want anything to happen, then behave yourself. Xu Shui was furious. Hui, how dare you speak to me like that? He dared to tell her to behave. It was outrageous. In the 2 years he had been married to Wenshu, he had always been deferential and respectful, never even daring to speak loudly. What was with him today? Not only did he talk back, but he even dared to get physical. If it weren't for Xia Wenshu's sake, do you think I'd waste my breath on you? I always followed the principle of acting rather than talking to save saliva. Xu Shui pointed at my nose. Fine, Hui. You just wait. With that, she stormed towards Xia Wenshu's ward. Song Minju looked at me smugly, laughing inwardly. Today, I have completely offended Auntie. There's going to be a good show to watch now. In the ward, Xia Wenshu had just woken up and was still weak. The doctor was examining her. Xia Linger and Shen Cunning stood by, their faces full of worry. After the examination, they learned that her vital organs weren't injured, and there would be no lasting effects, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Wenshu, where's Kei Hui? You got hurt saving him. Why isn't he here taking care of you? Xia Linger asked. It seems he's not grateful at all, Shen Cunning said. Xia Linger nudged her. Don't try to stir up trouble. I just asked Sister Young Ting. Brother Kei Hui had something urgent to attend to. He was watching over you all night. A smile appeared in Xia Wenshu's eyes. This injury was worth it. Shen Cunning teased, you're smiling even when you're hurt. Looks like you've really fallen for him. Xia Wenshu didn't deny it. Kei Hui is indeed very charming now. You've fallen for Kei Hui. Xia Linger jumped up excitedly. Sister, you finally come to your senses. Brother Kei Hui is such a good person. If you really divorced him, you'd regret it for the rest of your life. Shen Cunning suddenly asked, but speaking of which, who did Kei Hui offend? To the point that someone wants to kill him. Xia Wenshu narrowed her eyes, almost instantly thinking of Kei Ren. Just then, the ward door was pushed open forcefully. Wenshu, are you okay? Xu Shui and Song Minju rushed in like a gust of wind. Mom, why are you here? Xia Wenshu frowned, her gaze sternly falling on Xia Linger. Xia Linger quickly shook her head. Sister, it wasn't me who told Mom about your injury. Xu Shui glared at Xia Linger, her voice sharp. Your sister is so seriously injured, and you didn't even tell me a thing. If it weren't for Minju informing me in time, I'd still be kept in the dark by you too. Xia Linger quickly explained, Mom, I was just worried about you. Are you worried about me, or are you afraid I'll blame that heartless Kei Hui? That's right, you're just an ungrateful stray dog who only knows how to defend that damned Kei Hui. Did he feed you or clothe you? I happened to walk to the door just in time to hear Xu Shui's words, and instinctively pause. What does she mean by that? Mom. Xia Linger bit her lip, her eyes turning red with grievance. Xiu Shui glanced at her. Don't call me mom. I'm sick of you. Xia Wenshu's cold voice cut her off. Knowing the sisters had a good relationship, Xiu Shui tactfully dropped the subject. Wenshu, I just saw Kehui outside. Do you know how audacious he's become? He dared to lay a hand on me. Xiu Shui immediately started tattling on me. Beside her, Song Minju chimed in, that's right, Sister Wenshu. He's so arrogant. He nearly pushed Ante over just now. After all, Ante is an elder. His actions showed a complete lack of respect. I crossed my arms and leaned leisurely against the wall outside the room, not going in. I wanted to see what kind of drama these two oddballs were going to perform. Just as I was thinking, Xia Wenshu's calm voice came from inside. Kehui has always been very well behaved in front of me. If you hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have gotten physical. My face was full of disbelief. Since recovering my memories, when had I ever been well behaved in front of her? Shin Cunning chuckled softly. Sister Wenshu has started defending him. Looks like she's really gone back for seconds. Xiu Shui glared at her. What do you mean by that? Are you saying it was my fault? Xia Wenshu spoke gently. Mom, as an elder, you should show more love to the younger generation. Xiu Shui scoffed. Wenshu, I never agreed to your marriage with Kehui from the beginning. He is completely unworthy of you. Look this time, if it weren't for him, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. I think he's just a jinx. Since you don't like him anyway, just divorce him quickly. Minju is a good kid. You should cherish him. Behind Xiu Shui, Song Minju heard these words and lowered his head, overjoyed. In his aunt's heart, he was the top candidate for the Xia family's son-in-law. With her approval, he was as good as having one foot in the Xia family's door. Xia Wenshu leaned against the headboard, her hand hidden under the blanket clenched into a fist. Seeing her silence, Xiu Shui's face hardened, her tone becoming more serious. Wenshu, did you hear me? I'm serious. You must divorce Kehui immediately. Xia Wenshu said coldly, impossible. Outside the room, I heard those 3 words and my eyes flickered. Xia Wenshu looked at her mother sitting by the bed. Mom, I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. I will not divorce Kehui, and I will not marry another man. Her tone was resolute and firm. Xiu Shui shot up, her face pale with anger. What did you say? Beside her, Song Minju tactfully tried to mediate. Auntie, don't be angry. Sister Wenshu is just saying that in the heat of the moment. Xia Wenshu looked at them coldly. It's not in the heat of the moment. Xia Wenshu, Minwei say. In this life, my husband can only be Kehui. Song Minju clenched his fists. Why? What makes me inferior to Kehui? Why does Sister Wenshu like him so much? Xia Wenshu's deep, pool-like dark eyes continued, and also Kehui is my husband. Even if you don't like him, please respect him. Don't let me hear you use such insulting words to describe him again. Even though Xia Wenshu was wearing a plain hospital gown, her face pale and her expression weak, she still exuded an intimidating pressure. Xiu Shui was so angry her face turned white. In short, let me tell you, your father and I will never acknowledge him. With that, Xiu Shui turned and walked out. As soon as she left the room, she saw me leaning against the wall, looking like I was watching a play. Xiu Shui warned me coldly, Kehui, if you know what's good for you, stay away from Wenshu. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I didn't believe she could do anything to me. I laughed, my voice dripping with contempt. I'd like to see just how ruthless you can be. Xiu Shui assumed I dared to challenge her because I had Xia Wenshu's backing, so she didn't bother with me anymore and walked away arrogantly. Song Minju wanted to stay, but seeing Xia Wenshu's terrible expression, he was afraid of becoming a target. After a few comforting words, he hurried after Xiu Shui. I walked into the ward. Xia Lingher immediately rushed over. Brother Kehui, are you okay? She had tasted Xiu Shui's venomous tongue before. Xia Lingher was genuinely worried that Xiu Shui would do something crazy to drive a wedge between her and her sister. I glanced at Xia Wenshu and smiled. With Sister Wenshu protecting me, how could I not be okay? Xia Wenshu stared at me, her gaze scorching. Xia Lingher looked back and forth between us and immediately understood. Sister, Brother Kehui, Cunning and I came early and haven't eaten yet. We're going to grab a bite. You two take your time talking. Shin Cunning didn't want to go. I ate on the plane, I'm not hungry. Xia Lingher kicked her and dragged her away. Yes, you are. Once they left, the room fell silent. Suddenly, there was a slightly awkward feeling in the air. I cleared my throat and walked to the bed. Don't sit up for too long. Lie down and rest. Xia Wenshu sat still. If you don't help me, how can I lie down and rest? I glanced at her. I wanted to say she was being dramatic, but thinking about how she got injured saving me, I kept my mouth shut and helped her lie down. I sat down by the bed, frowning at her wound. Does it hurt? A light flashed in Xia Wenshu's eyes. In all her years, this was the first time someone had asked her if she was in pain. Even her mother, who always claimed to do everything for her, had never asked that question. For example, Just now, from the moment she entered to the moment she left, she hadn't said a single word of concern about her injury. A ripple spread through Xia Wenshu's heart. She took my hand and nodded. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Hearing her say that, he immediately tensed up. It hurts that much? Then I'll get you some more painkillers. No, I should check your wound first. Maybe it's opened up. Don't move, I'll go get the equipment. I was about to call a nurse but Xia Wenshu held my hand tightly, not letting go. The doctor just checked. The wound didn't open. Just talk to me for a while to distract me, and the pain will go away soon. Me talking to her can relieve pain. Xia Wenshu was very happy that I was so worried about her. Only then did she feel like she had a place in my heart. Even if she didn't before, she definitely would after this. Don't mind what my mom said just now, Xia Wenshu said suddenly. I won't let her hurt you in the slightest. I shrugged, looking unconcerned. Thank you, Sister Wenshu, for protecting me. Actually, you don't have to do this. It's not worth it for you and your mother to argue like this over me. The moment I finished speaking, I felt Xia Wenshu's grip on my hand tighten. Hui, you're worth it. Xia Wenshu looked directly into my eyes. I pursed my lips and silently turned to look out the window. Thank you for saving me again. Xia Wenshu played with my hand, smiling. So how are you planning to thank me this time? I thought about it seriously for a moment. Money. Xia Wenshu wasn't short on it. Helping her eliminate an enemy. No, that could easily expose my identity. A mineral mine or maritime insurance. Xia Wenshu might not have a use for it, and it would also expose my identity. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't come up with a suitable way. If you need any help in the future, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely fulfill it. Xia Wenshu smiled. No need to wait for the future. Hui, let's not get a divorce, okay? I met Xia Wenshu's eyes, which were filled with deep affection, and my heart beat a little faster. Although this wasn't the first time she had said this to me, this time was clearly more serious than the last. Before I could speak, Xia Wenshu continued, you don't have to answer right away. I'll give you time to think. And not in a hurry. It felt a bit awkward and didn't dare to look her in the eye. After a moment of silence, Xia Wenshu proactively changed the subject. The sniper who was ambushing us outside the villa last night, was he sent by Qi Ren? My eyes flickered. If Xia Wenshu knew the assassin was from the hidden sect, she would definitely investigate further. He was an assassin he hired. This matter was aimed at me. I didn't want to drag her into this, nor did I want her to investigate the hidden sect. Xia Wenshu was angry. Qi Ren is despicable. Have you caught him yet? At this, I shook my head. Not yet. He and Gei Hakan have escaped. Not only did they escape, but they also took all the Qi family's assets with them. I looked at Xia Wenshu with a slightly teasing gaze. Xia Wenshu, all I have left now is one company. Are you sure you don't want to divorce me? Xia Wenshu's face darkened. Do you think I'm after your Qi family's little fortune? I felt a little helpless. Although the Qi family was one of the top families in Jing City, it was still far behind the Xia family in the capital. Xia Wenshu frowned at me. Or are you worried you can't support me? I scratched my nose and was about to speak when my phone suddenly rang. He answered it. Hello, who is this? Immediately, an extremely familiar voice came from the phone. Who? I'm your grandma. My whole body stiffened, and I shot up. Xia Wenshu saw my big reaction to the phone call and thought something had happened. I quickly regained my composure, hiding the panic in my eyes and pretending to be casual. It's nothing. I'm going outside to take this call. With that, I walked out of the room with my phone. Xia Wenshu watched my retreating back, frowning. As soon as I left the room, the woman's voice came from the phone again. Who was that woman who was just talking? Someone who has nothing to do with you, I said coldly. I had no idea how she got my number. I was completely unprepared to hear her voice. I nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Then what is your relationship with her? The woman relentlessly pursued. I paused for a moment. No relationship at all. If I let her know about my relationship with Xia Wenshu, I feared I would never have peace again. Really? The woman on the other end clearly didn't believe me. Are you secretly fooling around with women outside again? This is the first time you've disappeared so quietly for so long. He smirked slightly and directly changed the subject. Did you call me just to ask about this? The woman on the other end was silent for a moment, her tone turning sweet. I just wanted to remind you not to forget our agreement. A raised an eyebrow. I haven't been by your side for the past 2 years, and you've been living just fine. Fine is fine, I just miss you too much, my darling. I got goosebumps all over. Speak properly. Who's your darling? You, of course. My darling. Hearing those 4 words gave me goosebumps. I was about to scold her when she continued, oh, right. I heard you almost got your head blown off last night, didn't you? I clenched my phone. How did you know? We were thousands of miles apart. How did she find out so quickly about what happened on my side? The other person didn't answer. just huffed coldly and said 6 words, "You good for nothing." I felt a little helpless. This time, I had indeed been too careless. "I think you're regressing. In the future, when you're out, don't say you're one of my people. It's too embarrassing." I let out a couple of dry laughs. "I was never your person to begin with." The woman snorted arrogantly. "Do something for me." I knew it. She wouldn't look for me unless she wanted something. "Go on, what is it?" "I just got word that Solomon is about to auction off an item." As she spoke, my frown deepened. This item would surely attract a lot of attention. The woman ordered, "I don't care what method you use, you must get that item for me." Although I was reluctant, I still agreed. Who told me I owed her? After hanging up, I texted Ailey, telling her to pay attention to Solomon's recent activities. Ailey first sent an emoji, then another text message. "Kehwai, I did you a huge favor. How are you going to thank me?" I was a bit confused and asked, "What huge favor?" Ailey immediately replied, "I hacked into the Civil Affairs Bureau system and changed your and Xia Wenshu's marital status to divorced. From today on, you're a single man again. Hurry up and praise me." Praise me. The corner of my mouth twitched. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was divorced from Xia Wenshu just like that. Just a moment ago, Xia Wenshu was telling me she didn't want a divorce, and in the blink of an eye, Ailey had changed our marital status to divorced. Ailey waited for half a day without a reply and sent a voice message directly. "Don't tell me you really fell in love with Xia Wenshu and can't bear to divorce her." Ailey advised earnestly, "There are thousands of beautiful women in this world. Don't hang yourself on this one tree, Xia Wenshu. You need to have a long-term vision and broaden your horizons." I clenched my phone, my mind on something, a resolute look flashing in my eyes. I typed a 2-word reply to Ailey, "Thank you." Divorce was fine too. After all, it was impossible for Xia Wenshu and me to be together, and there would be no result. I was feeling a bit conflicted, and had no desire to go back to the ward to face Xia Wenshu. In the ward, Xia Wenshu was still waiting for me to finish my call and come back. Recalling my tense expression just now, she couldn't help but be curious about the person on the other end of the line. Just then, the ward door opened, but it wasn't me who came in, but Yang Ting. Yang Ting keenly noticed the change in Xia Wenshu's eyes and explained, "Sister Wenshu, he said he had to go back to the company for something and asked me to come and take care of you." Xia Wenshu's face immediately turned cold. This heartless man, she was still injured, and he just left. Was the company's business more important than her? Yang Ting asked, "Sister Wenshu, would you like to eat something?" "Not hungry," Xia Wenshu refused coldly. She sat up and sent me a voice message. "Kehwai, when are you coming back? I'm hungry. I want to eat the wonton noodles from Jin City. Bring me a serving when you come back." Yang Ting thought to herself, I didn't expect Sister Wenshu to be so two-faced. Not long after Xia Wenshu sent the voice message, I replied with a single word, "Okay." Only then did Xia Wenshu's expression improve a little. She knew she still had a place in my heart. Putting down her phone, Xia Wenshu looked at Yang Ting, her tone becoming serious. "Send people to investigate the whereabouts of Kai Rend and Kai Haochen. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find them for me." She would absolutely not let go of those who wanted to harm Kehwai. Besides, Kai Rend had something she wanted. Xia Wenshu continued, "Have you found out the assassin's background yet? The bodyguards in the villa were not ordinary. For that assassin to be able to lie and wait outside without being detected, he was definitely not a nobody." Yang Ting nodded. "Eve had someone investigate. He's from the hidden sect." Xia Wenshu froze, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. The hidden sect again. This debt was getting bigger and bigger. Sooner or later, she would wipe them out. After finishing her work, Xia Wenshu waited for me to return. She waited in the ward for an hour without seeing me. Instead, Xia Linger and Shen Cunning came back. As soon as Xia Linger entered, she placed the takeout box on the table. "Sister, Brother Kehwai said you wanted to eat wonton noodles, so I bought some for you." Xia Wenshu's face darkened as she looked at the bowl of wonton noodles in front of her, feeling like flipping the table. Xia Linger handed her the chopsticks. Xia Wenshu's voice was cold. "Not eating. Take it away." Xia Linger was confused. "Didn't you say you wanted to eat?" Xia Wenshu cut her off coldly and told Yang Ting to handle the discharge procedures. To keep herself from thinking about other things, I went to the company and threw myself into work. It wasn't until 11 p.m., when Xu Shai reminded me it was getting late, that I left the company. Xia Wenshu was probably asleep by now. I planned to visit her at the hospital, but before I got there, I received a call from Xia Linger. "Brother Kehwai, something's wrong. My sister fainted and has a fever. Boo-hoo, what should I do? She's not going to die, is she?" My heart clenched. "What's going on? Have you called a doctor?" "I did, but the doctor hasn't arrived yet. My sister was discharged this afternoon and is at home now." I rushed back to the villa, both anxious and angry. Is Xia Wenshu's brain made of stone? Discharging herself right after surgery? Is she kidding me? When I got back to the villa, I jumped out of the car before it even supped completely. Hui, you're back. Xiaolinger had been waiting at the door since she called me. How is she? Has the doctor arrived yet? I asked as I walked. Running upstairs, Xiaolinger didn't dare to look at me, feigning surprise. The doctor isn't here yet. I just called to rush them. They said they were stuck in traffic. I stormed into the bedroom and saw She Yunshu, her face flushed, sleeping feverishly on the bed. Chen Cunning stood beside the bed, her expression a bit stiff. I walked over to the bed and touched her forehead. It was indeed very hot. She Yunshu. She Yunshu. I called her twice, but there was no response. There's a first aid kit downstairs, go get it. Chen Cunning hurried downstairs and quickly returned with the medical box. I took Shi Yunshu's temperature, 38.7 degrees. There was fever-reducing medicine in the kit, so I gave her 2 pills. We need to use rubbing alcohol for a physical cool down, I said. Her shoulder is still injured. If her fever doesn't break quickly, the wound could get infected and inflamed, which would be much more serious. As I began to physically cool her down, I asked, she was fine when I left the hospital. Why did she suddenly get a fever? Chen Cunning and Xiaolinger exchanged a look. Perhaps Sister Yunshu's body is just weak. If I knew what She Yunshu would think after taking a cold shower right after being discharged from the hospital, I wouldn't know what to say. I frowned. She just had surgery. She should have been under observation at the hospital for at least 3 days. How could you let her act so recklessly? Xiaolinger looked aggrieved. Hui, we tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. Sighed. That was true. Once She Yunshu made up her mind, no one could change it. You two go get some rest. I'll watch her tonight. Xiaolinger looked at me apologetically. Hui, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't want to lie to you, but my sister forced me to. I'm sorry. This has been hard on you, Hui. I'll be in the room next door. Call me if you need anything. After speaking, Xiaolinger pulled the bright-eyed Chen Cunning out of the bedroom. Once outside, Chen Cunning chuckled softly. For the sake of love, Sister Yunshu is really willing to risk her life. Xiaolinger pouted. I never expected my sister to be so scheming. As they spoke, they looked up and saw Xu Shai standing not far away, his face expressionless. Xiaolinger forced a smile. Hui is taking care of my sister. You should go back to your room and rest. Xu Shai glanced at the closed bedroom door. Li had told him to be wary of She Yunshu but hadn't specified what to do in this situation. It was a difficult position. Chen Cunning seemed to read his mind. Don't worry, she said. She Yunshu is so sick right now, even if she wanted to do something, she wouldn't have the strength. Xu Shai glanced at her. What if she's faking it? Chen Cunning fell silent. That's impossible. My sister isn't that kind of person, Xiaolinger said earnestly, lying. Xu Shai said nothing more, remaining in the hallway without leaving. Xiaolinger didn't know what to do with him. Let him stand there if he wanted, as long as he didn't enter the room and disturb them. After a busy night, it was nearly 300 am before She Yunshu's temperature finally returned to normal. I breathed a sigh of relief, and checked the wound on her shoulder. Fortunately, there were no signs of infection or inflammation. I helped her button her nightgown, and my eyes accidentally fell on a faint scar on her back that looked like the number 7. I leaned in for a closer look and realized it wasn't a tattoo. When I first married She Yunshu, I once entered her bedroom without permission while she had just finished showering, her upper body bare. I had briefly noticed the number on her back. I didn't get a good look then and assumed it was a tattoo. Later, I heard from Xiaolinger that her first love was named Aki, so I thought she had tattooed her lover's name on her back. Looking closely now, I realized I had misunderstood. This wasn't a tattoo, it was clearly a scar. I gently traced the number 7 shaped scar on She Yunshu's back, wondering if it had any connection to Aki. As I was lost in thought, my hand was suddenly grabbed. I came back to my senses and met She Yunshu's eyes. Hui, you're back. My heart skipped a beat. I nodded. You're awake. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? As I spoke, I quietly pulled my hand away, helped her with her buttons, and covered her with a blanket. She Yunshu looked at me, her eyes filled with disappointment. A little dizzy, and my throat hurts. Her voice was very weak and hoarse. Open your mouth, let me see. I lifted her chin and looked at her throat. Your tonsils are inflamed. The medicine in the first aid kit was limited, so I could only text Xu Shai to go buy more. After sending the message, I poured her a glass of water. She Yunshu took one sip and drank no more. Why did you leave the hospital? I asked with a cold expression. She Yunshu said softly, I don't like the smell of hospitals. I was furious. She Yunshu, how old are you? Don't you know your own condition? You were shot, it's not a minor scrape. She Yunshu grabbed my hand again. Hui, are you worried about me? I looked at her seriously. You were injured saving me. If you died, I would feel guilty. She Yunshu frowned. Just guilt. I didn't answer, coldly changing the subject. Don't talk if your throat hurts. She Yunshu actually fell silent. Not long after, Xiu Shai returned with the medicine. I gave Xie Yunshu a dose. Fearing a relapse during the night, I decided to sit by her bed and watch over her. Xie Yunshu shifted to the other side of the bed, patting the empty space beside her. I shook my head. No need. I'll just lie on the sofa for a bit. This time, Xie Yunshu didn't listen to me. She said directly, if you dare sleep on the sofa, I'll sleep on the floor. I knew she wasn't joking. After a long night, I didn't have the energy to argue with her anymore, so I relented and lay down. The moment I did, Xie Yunshu turned and hugged me. I was startled but let her hold me and closed my eyes. I couldn't sleep. Xie Yunshu pressed against my back, and I could almost feel her heartbeat. It seemed she felt a sense of security and quickly fell asleep. The next morning when I woke up, Xie Yunshu was already sitting up against the headboard, holding a tablet and reviewing documents. Seeing me awake, Xie Yunshu said naturally, "Good morning." I came to my senses, replied with a morning, and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. Breakfast was brought up by Xie Linger. After Xie Yunshu finished eating, I checked her pulse and examined her wound again. You need to rest well these next few days. Don't do anything reckless. After I change your dressing, I'll give you another egg drip. Xie Yunshu looked at me inquisitively. He Hui, you know medicine. If Yangting hadn't mentioned it yesterday, she wouldn't have known that I was the one who performed her surgery. I nodded and said casually, I've studied a bit of both Eastern and Western medicine. Xie Yunshu looked at me with even more surprise, realizing that not only had I studied medicine, but I was proficient in both. For the next few days, I took care of Xie Yunshu on one hand, and dealt with the mess left by Kai Ren on the other. It had been 3 days since Kai Ren and his son disappeared, and I still had no news of them. Finally, I had to mobilize the forces of the hidden sect. I didn't believe they could just vanish from the face of the earth. 3 days later, after I finished my work and returned to Xie Yunshu's villa, it was already 9:30 p.m. When I got to the bedroom, I found Xie Yunshu wasn't there. Guessing she was in the study, I walked to the door. Through the slightly ajar door, I saw Shen Cunning inside. Just as I was about to knock, Shen Cunning's voice drifted out. Are you really not going to divorce Kehui? My raised hand froze. Not divorcing anymore, came Xie Yunshu's voice. Then what about finding a K? I'll find him. As long as I live, I will continue to search. My heart itched, and I unconsciously took a step back. Shen Cunning asked again, then if you find a Kai in the future, what about Kehui? This time, Xie Yunshu said nothing. He stood outside the door, my gaze gradually turning cold. Her silence was the answer. Perhaps in Xie Yunshu's heart, I was just a temporary substitute to ease her loneliness until she found a guy. I bit my lower lip. She had taken a bullet for me, and I had actually thought she loved me, that she had feelings for me. How could that be? I laughed self-deprecatingly. Hui, stop daydreaming. You're already divorced anyway. I quietly turned and went back to the bedroom. Just as I closed the door, my phone rang. It was Ai Li. Hello. Hui, Solomon's auction list is out. The item you need is on it. The auction is in 3 days. Ai Li paused, her tone unreadable. Also, I discovered something else on the auction list that you've been looking for all this time. In the study, Xie Yunshu was silent for a long time. Even if I find a kid, I won't divorce Kehui. Shen Cunning was stunned. So you're not going to marry a K? No, Xie Yunshu replied decisively. Aki was a thorn in her heart. She had previously thought that because of what happened 5 years ago, she was filled with guilt towards him. She thought that if she ever found him, she would be willing to marry him before meeting someone she truly loved. But things were different now. Her heart was already filled with Kehui, there was no room for anyone else. As for Aki, she would find another way to compensate him. Shen Cunning finally understood. It seems Xie Yunshu had truly fallen in love with Kehui. So you're not going to investigate Kehui's identity. Even figures like Ai Li and Xiu Shai are willing to be his subordinates and bodyguards. It's clear his identity is more than just a rich young master. Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes. No need to investigate. Kehui has many secrets. The reason he doesn't want to tell me is that he doesn't trust me enough yet, and he hasn't completely accepted me. I can't be hasty, and I can't force him. When Kehui fully accepts me, he will tell me himself. Shen Cunning scoffed. With Kehui's current personality, you'll be waiting a long time. The way you tortured him before, you deserve this. Xie Yunshu smiled bitterly. Suddenly, she remembered something important. Oh, right, have someone go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and withdraw our divorce application. It's been almost a month since we submitted it. If we don't withdraw it soon, we'll really be divorced. I'll call someone in the capital to handle it later. After finishing her work, Xie Yunshu returned to the bedroom. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Kehui is back and showering. At that thought, Xie Yunshu was eager to see me and immediately went to the bedroom to wait. When I came out of the shower, I seemed surprised to find Xie Yunshu in the room and froze for a moment. Xie Yunshu sat on the sofa, smiled, and waved at me. I walked over to the bed, sat down, and started to unbutton her shirt. I removed the damp bandage from her shoulder and used a cotton swab to apply medicine bit by bit. This medicine was my own concoction. Applying it once every night before bed for a week would be very effective for wound healing and preventing scars. As I applied the medicine, I said nothing. The corners of Xie Yunchu's mouth curved up, her eyes full of tenderness. "Thank you, my love." I frowned but didn't speak. When I finished applying the medicine, I suddenly looked up and kissed her on the lips. Xie Yunchu suddenly felt a sharp object prick her neck. A sharp pain struck, and then she quickly lost consciousness. I packed my luggage, and finally I sent a text to Xu Shai, telling him we could leave. I walked to the bed and stared at the unconscious Xie Yunchu, a bitter smile on my lips. I caressed her cold face. "Xie Yunchu, goodbye." "No, it should be farewell forever." With that, I turned and left the bedroom. A few minutes later, a black Land Rover quietly drove away from the villa. The next day, Shen Cunning came downstairs for breakfast but only saw Xiaolinger in the dining room. "Sister Yunchu isn't up yet." Xiaolinger glanced upstairs with a meaningful look and a cheerful smile. "It's not that my sister isn't up, it's that my sister and Kehuai are both not up." Xiaolinger emphasized the last few words. Shen Cunning raised an eyebrow, understanding immediately. Things are progressing fast. I thought Xie Yunchu would have to chase him to the crematorium, but who knew she'd conquer him so quickly. After breakfast, Xiaolinger took a walk in the garden and asked a patrolling guard, did Xu Shai not wake up for his morning exercise today? For the past few days, she had seen Xu Shai exercising in the garden every morning, rain or shine. She felt a little unaccustomed to not seeing him today. The guard shook his head. Mr. Xu and the boss went out. They haven't returned yet. Hearing this, Xiaolinger's eyes widened. They went out. When? 2:30 in the morning. The guard paused for a moment, and added, the boss also took his luggage. Xiaolinger's heart sank. She suddenly thought of something and ran back into the house. Sister, she knocked on the door several times, but there was no response. Shen Cunning heard the commotion and ran up. What's wrong? Xiaolinger said anxiously. The guard said Kehuai and Xu Shai left at 2 am last night, and they took their luggage. Shen Cunning also realized something was wrong. She knocked hard on the door several times, but still no response. Sister Yunshu, I'm coming in. With that, Shen Cunning kicked the bedroom door open. The bedroom was quiet. Xia Yunshu lay alone on the large bed, her breathing even. Shen Cunning immediately sent someone to call a doctor. After the doctor's examination, the final conclusion was that Xia Yunshu had been injected with a high-concentration anesthetic. It was not harmful to her body but would induce a deep coma. The family doctor gave Xia Yunshu an injection, and she woke up not long after. Xiaolinger quickly helped her sit up. Sister, you're awake. Are you okay? Xia Yunshu rubbed her head, still a bit dizzy. It took her a while to realize what had happened. What happened to me? Xiaolinger explained, you were injected with a high-concentration anesthetic and have been in a coma until now. Shen Cunning glanced at the obvious post-coital marks on her body and chuckled. Sister Yunshu, you've been tricked. Xia Yunshu suddenly remembered last night's events and scanned the bedroom. Where's Kehuai? Xiaolinger looked at her sister with a pained expression. Kehuai and Xu Shai left early this morning. I just checked his closet, and all his things are gone. Gone. Xia Yunshu's mind went blank. She immediately grabbed her phone to call me. However, my phone was turned off. Xia Yunshu clenched her phone. Kehuai, you dare. Only now did Xia Yunshu realize it was all my plan. This was the second time I had satisfied her, and then run away. This bastard, remembering the events of last night, a chill emanated from Xia Yunshu's entire body. Funning, immediately send people to the airport and train station to find Kehuai. He'd better not let me find you, or I'll break your legs. Did you anger brother Kehuai again? Xiaolinger asked. Otherwise, why would he leave without a word? Xia Yunshu clenched her fists so hard they cracked. I've been treating him like an ancestor. How would I dare to displease him? Xiaolinger looked at her sister with a pained expression, her nose stinging. Sister, will brother Kehuai ever come back? Xia Yunshu's heart itched. She knew that when I first left the capital, I had never intended to return. If I hadn't kidnapped Grandbuck Midway and used him as a threat, she probably wouldn't have been with me all this time. She thought I would value the fact that she had risked her life to save me. Even if I couldn't quickly accept and forgive her, at least I wouldn't leave. She never expected that I would still leave, and in such a way. This man was more ruthless than she had imagined. Xia Yunshu picked up her phone and called a close friend in the capital. Go to the nursing home immediately. I just returned to the capital, and you think I owe you a favor. 2 hours later, Shen Cunning returned. How did it go? Have you found out where Kehuai went? Xia Yunshu asked impatiently. They found him. Shen Cunning looked at Xia Yunshu's cold face with some tension. Sister Yunshu, one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Xia Yunshu froze. Could there be worse news than Kehuai running away? The good news, then. Shen Cunning began. The good news is we found out he and Xu Shai flew to America last night. A dark light flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. And the bad news. Shen Cunning quietly took a step back, afraid that Sister Yunshu's anger would affect her. My friend from the Civil Affairs Bureau in the capital just called me. Your marital status with Gei Huai is now divorced. Is Xie Yunshu's expression changed, her whole body stiffening? What did you say? Xiaolinger suddenly asked. Isn't the divorce period 1 month? The time shouldn't be up yet. Shen Cunning was also confused. I don't know what's going on either. Just then, a servant walked in with a box. Miss Yunshu, you have a package. Who is it from? Xia Yunshu immediately took it and opened it. When she saw the contents of the box, her already ugly face turned cold enough to freeze. The surrounding air temperature plummeted. Xiaolinger and Shen Cunning leaned over to look and were stunned. Sister, is it true that you and Kehuai are really divorced? It's over. My sister has been completely abandoned by Kehuai. Xia Yunshu took out the small red booklet, the divorce certificate, from the box and gripped it in her palm as if to crush it. Sleeping with her, then running away, and wanting to cut off all ties. Kehuai, you are a true bastard. To the airport, Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth. Even if she had to turn America upside down, she would find that bastard Kehuai, break his legs, and chain him to her side. As soon as I landed in the AS capital, I made a few calls. I guessed Xie Yunshu must have woken up by now. She probably hated me enough to want to kill me. Ai Li was already waiting outside the airport. The moment she saw me, she presented a small red booklet like a treasure. Kehuai, a gift for you. I took it and saw it was my divorce certificate with Xia Yunshu. Ai Li boasted, I've already sent the other one to Xie Yunshu. You're finally free from her. Are you happy? Are you thrilled? I stared at the 3 words Xie Yunshu on the divorce certificate, a little dazed. No matter how this relationship started, it was over now. Ai Li saw my cold expression and teased, look at your face. You seem quite reluctant to let go. I hid the emotion in my eyes, put the divorce certificate in my pocket, and changed the subject. How are things arranged on the capital's side? Don't worry. The people I sent are all top experts. They can definitely bring Grandpa Kai back safely. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Ai Li looked at the number and smiled. They must have succeeded. She answered the call and put it on speaker. Immediately, a subordinate's anxious voice came through. Boss, we failed completely. My face darkened. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The nursing home over there was prepared. Our people were discovered as soon as they got close. Ai Li was furious. This Xia Yunshu reacts too fast. She's in Jinchen, yet she can handle matters in the capital so quickly. Ai Li gritted her teeth. Kehuai, maybe you should reconsider my proposal. Just kill her, and be done with it. I glared at her. Do you think Xie Yunshu is that easy to deal with? Ai Li gave me a look as if she had seen through me. Come on, it's obvious you can't bear to do it. I ignored her, thought for a moment, then found a number in my contacts under the name Bishu and sent a message. At Ai Li's place, I caught up on some sleep to adjust to the time difference. During my sleep, I fell into a nightmare. In the dream, I was back 5 years ago, on the night I pushed her into the abyss. I woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. A familiar, uncomfortable pain spread from my heart. I gasped for breath, trying to suppress the painful sensation, but it only grew stronger. Giving up, I took a few painkillers. It was now past 1100 p.m. I got out of bed, changed my clothes, and went out. Ai Li was watching tea in the living room. See me come down, she asked. Where are you going? I said nothing, grabbed the car keys, and walked out. Ai Li froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized something and rushed after me. Kehuai, looking like that, your condition must be acting up again. By the time Xie Yunshu's group arrived at the AS capital's airport, it was already midnight. As soon as she got off the plane, Xie Yunshu received a call from her friend. What kind of person is that old man in the nursing home? He managed to hire American mercenaries. If I hadn't been well prepared, I might have died there today. Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes. How many people came? Over 20, all experts. Many of my men were injured. But don't worry, I'm watching him. They won't be able to take him away. After all, the capital is our territory. A strong dragon can't crush a local snake. You've worked hard. Xie Yunshu gave a few more instructions and hung up. In the car, Xie Yunshu told the driver to go to Ai Li's residence first. If I was here, I was most likely at Ai Li's place. Shen Cunning, in the passenger seat, turned around to look at Xie Yunshu. Sister Yunshu, why don't you eat something and get some rest? It's been over 20 hours since he left. You haven't slept or eaten. Even the strongest person can't take this. Xie Yunshu stared out the car window, her face dark and terrifying. Shen Cunning shrugged, knowing her advice was futile, and said no more. She took out her phone, logged into her social media, and browsed for a while. Suddenly, a popular live broadcast popped up. Whoa, Huanying has appeared again. 1 versus 10, amazing. Hearing the name Huan Ying, Xia Yunshu's back stiffened. Who did you say? Huan Ying, the king of underground boxing in Europe, Shen Cunning said, shaking her phone. Tonight, he's fighting a one-and-then match at the Leo Underground Arena. Before she could finish, the phone was snatched away by Xia Yunshu. Shen Cunning had rarely seen her so agitated. Sister Yunshu, are you also a fan of Huan Ying? The phone was live streaming the match. On the boxing ring, a man wearing a golden mask stood in the center, exuding a powerful and ruthless aura, like a sharp sword unsheathed. His eyes were cold and sharp. At his feet lay 3 defeated boxers. Staff dragged them off the stage and signaled for the match to continue. The remaining 7 boxers attacked him simultaneously. Huan Ying leaped into the air, dodging their attacks. His moves were swift and brutal, holding nothing back. After a few rounds, 2 more boxers fell. The remaining fighters, their eyes red with fury, charged at Huan Ying like wild beasts. Huan Ying failed to dodge in time and took a heavy punch. Xia Yunshu gripped the phone tightly, her heart feeling like it would leap out of her chest. He dares to fight 1 against 10. He doesn't want to live anymore. The driver was startled, and immediately turned the car around. Shen Cunning stared at Xia Yunshu, bewildered. What's wrong? Aren't we going to find him anymore? Meanwhile, the camera gave a close-up of me. The eyes under my mask were colder than during the fight in Jinshin, like a machine devoid of emotion. Xia Yunshu stared at me in the video, the pain so intense it took her breath away. At the same time, at the Leo Underground Arena, an unprecedented match was taking place. The boxing king, Huan Ying, had returned for his debut match, 1 versus 10. The audience was packed, and due to the massive number of viewers, the internet connection was temporarily paralyzed. The one-and-then match lasted less than half an hour from start to finish. When it ended, the only one left standing on the stage was the man in the mask. Cheers and roars echoed throughout the arena, deafeningly loud. The air was filled with a stimulating, metallic scent. When he was in seclusion, he was the king here. Now that he was back, he was still the faith in their hearts, the undefeated legend. I stood in the center of the ring, looking down at my blood-covered hands. My heart finally felt a little better. Indeed, only this kind of release could control my unstable emotions. Just then, Xu Shai's voice came through my earpiece to Ai Li. Ai Li, Xia Yunshu is here. What? They're already in the arena. Ai Li frowned, grabbed my hand, and ran towards the back door. Hurry, run. On the way to the arena, Xia Yunshu had only managed to watch half of the live stream before the network crashed. However, comments online said Huan Ying had won, and her anxious heart finally calmed down. When she finally arrived, Xia Yunshu rushed into the arena, searching everywhere but couldn't find a trace of me. Xia Yunshu grabbed a staff member, gave him a generous tip, and asked, when did Huan Ying leave? He just left not long ago. Seeing the hefty tip, the staff member added, he left through the east exit. Xia Yunshu immediately ran towards the east exit, with Shen Cunning following behind her. Sister Yunshu, Huan Ying is a mysterious figure, as elusive as a dragon. It's not easy to meet him. Xia Yunshu said nothing, running out of the east exit. On the empty ground outside, a helicopter was slowly taking off. Through the helicopter window, she saw Min and Ai Li sitting inside. Xia Yunshu's screams were drowned out by the roar of the helicopter blades, vanishing into the wind. On the helicopter, I took off my mask and looked at the woman screaming my name below. My heart felt as if something had stabbed it, and the pain started again. I had truly underestimated Xia Yunshu. That girl found her way here so quickly. It seems we can't stay here, I said. Let's go straight to Filin Island. The Solomon auction this time is there. We'll arrive a day early and gather some information. Ai Li nodded. I closed my eyes. Xia Yunshu watched the helicopter disappear into the night sky. An overwhelming sense of helplessness and defeat washed over her, nearly drowning her. The night wind was cold and desolate. Shen Cunning had heard Xia Yunshu scream my name. After the initial shock, she realized Kehui is Huan Ying. Otherwise, Sister Yunshu wouldn't have been in such a rush after seeing him fight. Unfortunately, he had escaped again. Xia Yunshu turned to leave, her voice cold as she gave an order. Immediately investigate the information on that helicopter. Kehui, you heartless man, you better not let me catch you. Xia Yunshu returned to the hotel and sat in her office all night. Early the next morning, Shen Cunning came to find her. Pushing the door open, she looked at Xia Yunshu with a hint of helplessness. We only found out that the helicopter flew north. We don't know its specific destination. Xia Yunshu picked up her phone and called Luna. Miss Luna, I need your help with something. The woman on the other end of the line laughed. Miss Xia, it is my honor to serve you. I want to know your sister's whereabouts. Luna hesitated for a moment before speaking. Miss Xia, has Ai Li offended you in some way? Last time you called, you said Ai Li was harassing your husband, so I called her back to the yes. Could it be that she's harassing him again? Xia Yunshu slowly said, your sister has kidnapped my husband. Luna's expression changed. Miss Xia, there must be some misunderstanding. Don't worry, I will call Ai right now. Dai Yunshu stopped her. Just tell me her location. Let her know I'm looking for her. In return, I agree to cooperate with the Yime family. Hearing this, Luna immediately smiled. Excellent, excellent. Miss Xia, please wait a moment, I will call Ai right away. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, Luna called back. Miss Xia, Ai is currently on Filin Island. Dai Yunshu frowned. As far as she knew, Solomon was holding an auction on Filin Island tonight. What are they going there to buy? Filin Island was a frequent haunt for the 3 major organizations in the European and American underworld. Ranked first and second were the Hidden Sect and the New Sect, respectively. Third was Solomon. Nominally, Solomon was a trading company, but they also handled the circulation of goods on the black market. Periodically, Solomon would hold a large auction, with the location changing randomly. The items in the auction were all rare and valuable. The Hidden Sect and Solomon had some friction. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I decided to attend this auction as Huan Yang. At 800 BM, the auction officially began at the most luxurious hotel on the island. The first item was an ancient jade statue. The artifact wasn't large, but the quality of the jade and the carving technique were very rare. People say in prosperous times, one collects antiques, in troubled times, one buys gold. The current era could be considered peaceful and prosperous, so exquisite antiques from 1,000 years ago naturally became sought-after targets. I wasn't interested in these things and listlessly ate melon seeds. I only cared about the last 2 items of the night's auction, the ice jade flower, which could cure 100 poisons, and the 117th century. I had to get these 2 items. The auction was lively. Soon, the staff brought the 5th item to the display stage. It was an oil painting. He stared at the painting and immediately frowned. Ai beside me rubbed her eyes and confirmed several times. Why is the person in the painting you? I was also very surprised. I never expected to see a portrait of myself here. Who painted this? Without a second thought, I raised my paddle. Ai teased, could it be that someone who secretly loves you painted it? The auctioneer didn't say much about the painting, not even mentioning the artist. But from the enlarged details on the projection screen, it was clear the painting was perfectly executed. The character's eyes and expression were very realistic and vivid. I thought no one would compete with me for this painting. Unexpectedly, the owner of the VIP room opposite also raised their paddle. Here, the windows of each VIP room were one-way glass, people inside could see out, but people outside couldn't see in. I raised my paddle again, increasing the price. The other party followed suit. Ai glanced at the opposite VIP room. I bet the person in the opposite room is definitely an admirer of yours. Otherwise, they wouldn't spend so much money on this painting. After all, this painting isn't by a famous artist, its value isn't high. After a few back and forths, the painting with a starting price of 3 million had reached 8 figures. The person in the opposite VIP room placed their number paddle directly on the table, their intention clear, no matter how much I raised the price, they would follow. I hesitated for a moment, then gave up on the bidding. Ai saw me put down the paddle and urged, keep bidding. We're not short on money. I paused. This painting is useless to me. Since the other party likes it, let them have it. When the auction ends, go find out where this painting came from. That's my purpose for bidding. Alright, then. Ai didn't say any more. In the end, the painting was bought by the person in the opposite room for 13 million. I wasn't very interested in the subsequent auction items. The person in the opposite VIP room also didn't raise their paddle again. Next was the final auction item of the night, the Scepter of Faum. I shot up and asked the nearby staff, why is it the last item already? Weren't there 2 more items on the list? The staff member shook his head, saying he didn't know. I came here tonight for the last 2 items. The money was ready, I couldn't go back empty-handed. Besides me, there were others who also came for the last 2 items. Hearing the auctioneer's words, everyone was in an uproar. Finally, the vice president of Solomon came out to explain. My apologies, everyone. The last 2 items in this auction, the ice jade flower and the 117th century, were purchased by someone before the auction began. Selling the items before the auction even starts. Isn't Solomon breaking its own rules? Apologies. This guest has a rather special identity. Ai looked at me worriedly. What do we do now? We've been looking for the ice jade flower for so many years, and just when it's within reach, someone else snatches it. And the 117th century, too. He would absolutely not allow something he was aiming for to be snatched away by someone else. I cracked my knuckles, my eyes cold. If I can't buy them, I'll steal them. In short, I had to get those 2 items, no matter what. The auction ended. Just as I was about to inquire who had bought the 2 items, the vice president of Solomon came to me. Mr. Huan Yang, here is the contact information of the buyer of those 2 auction items. If you truly like them, you can contact her. If the price is right, perhaps she will sell them to you. I looked at him in surprise. Solomon always kept buyer information absolutely confidential unless the other party requested disclosure. I took the business card. Looking at the name and phone number on it, I was instantly stunned. Ailey glanced at it and lowered her voice. Maybe those two items are still in Solomon's hands and haven't really been sold. They're just doing this to deliberately raise the price. Hihui, what's wrong? She looked at the business card in my hand, her eyes wide. Same name and surname. It's her. I clenched the business card, gritting my teeth. I could recite Xia Yunshu's phone number backwards. This was indeed her number. She was the one who bought the ice jade flower and the 117th century. Ailey couldn't help but complain, my god, this obsessive woman, I really don't understand. How did she know we were here, and how did she know what you wanted to buy? Ailey rested her chin on her hand. Maybe she planted a tracking or listening device on you. Impossible. If that were the case, she would have caught me at the airport last night. I suppressed my annoyance and took out my phone to call her. However, the phone's automated voice informed me that her phone was turned off, giving me her number but turning off her phone. Is this woman trying to piss me off on purpose? I held back my anger and called Yangting, Xia Yunshu's assistant. Yangting's phone was always on 24/7. Hello. I tried to keep my tone calm. Let Xia Yunshu answer the phone. Yangting's voice immediately came through. The boss has already gone to rest. She asked me to leave a message for you. She will be waiting for you at the airport at 6 am tomorrow. With that, Yangting hung up. I called back, but the other party didn't answer. Now I understood. Xia Yunshu wanted me to come to her. I had to admit, she played this move perfectly. With those two items in her hands, I would definitely go find her. On the top floor of the hotel, in the presidential suite, Xia Yunshu stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the distant waves crash onto the beach, a faint smile on her pale, thin lips. Shen Cunning came in from outside and reported the situation at the auction to her. Interestingly, a painting appeared at the auction. The person in the painting looked very much like Hihui. In the end, the painting was bought for 13 million. Moreover, it seems they only came for that painting. After buying it, they left. A layer of gloom covered Xia Yunshu's cold, beautiful face. What is the identity of the other party? Solomon is keeping the buyer's information under tight wraps and refuses to disclose it. But I did find out that the helicopter they took has a military license plate from country. Xia Yunshu's frown deepened, a sour feeling in her heart. The other party was surely a pursuer of Hihui. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent over 13 million to buy his portrait. This damned man attracts pursuers wherever he goes. Shen Cunning deliberately fanned her hand in front of her nose. It's just a painting. Is it worth you being so jealous? Xia Yunshu glanced at her, and turned to enter the bedroom. On Fulin Island, the days are long and the nights are short. It was just past 5 am, and the sky was already bright. I didn't wear a mask, calculated the time, and arrived precisely on time at the only airport on the island. At this moment, a white helicopter was undergoing final checks, scheduled to take off in 10 minutes. Xia Yunshu looked at me, trying to control her emotions. He stopped 5 or 6 steps away from her. The moment Xia Yunshu opened her mouth, she knew she had lost. She couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward, hugging me tightly. We had only been apart for 3 short days, but for her, it felt like 3 years. She missed me to the point of madness. No one had ever made her lose control like this. I looked at her, about to say something, when Xia Yunshu's kiss landed on my lips. It was a punishing kiss, sharp and painful. Soon, I tasted the metallic tang of blood. Xia Yunshu bit my lip as if to punish me. I really want to kill you, she said, but her voice was full of grievance. I tilted my head up and smiled arrogantly. Xia Yunshu's eyes darkened. This man was certain she couldn't bear to hurt him, which was why he dared to be so unrestrained. Then, she leaned down and bit my neck. The pain was so intense that tears were about to well up in my eyes. For some reason, my vision began to blur. Then, my head spun, and I fainted. On a distant rooftop, Ailey held a pair of binoculars, watching me get on Xia Yunshu's helicopter, shaking her head continuously. I have a feeling that this time, Hihui will be eaten clean, down to the bone. Xu Shai, however, was not worried. Don't worry. Xia Yunshu probably won't harm the boss. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to take a bullet for him. Ailey snorted coldly. What's there not to worry about? You know Hihui's identity. If that person finds out he's entangled with Xia Yunshu like this, do you think they'll let it go? Xu Shai rested his chin on his hand, his expression thoughtful. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Hearing this, Ailey patted Xu Shai's shoulder. Haha, their relationship is much more complicated than you think. Let's go, let's go. When I woke up, I found myself lying on a bed. A woman's voice sounded from above me. You're awake. I responded instinctively, but then suddenly felt that something was wrong. I shot up, only to realize I was on a plane. Xia Yunshu, where are you taking me? I glared at her furiously. How dare you knock me out? Xia Yunshu calmly replied, we'll be arriving in the capital city in a few hours. Back to the capital city. I looked at her coldly and reminded her, Xia Yunshu, we're already divorced. At the mention of divorce, Xia Yunshu's anger flared. You slept with me, ran away, and then used a divorce paper to cast me aside. Kei Hui, you truly are a scoundrel. I laughed in anger. Xia Yunshu, you got what you wanted, and now you're playing the victim. Don't forget, you were the one who suggested the divorce first. Xia Yunshu frowned. Kei Hui, I also told you seriously that I don't want to divorce anymore. I let out a dry laugh, my gaze turning colder. Xia Yunshu, two people who don't love each other are just torturing one another by staying together. I've let you go, so why can't you let me go? Xia Yunshu said sternly. Kei Hui, didn't you used to love me very much? I looked out the window at the white clouds drifting by. Not anymore. Loving someone who doesn't love you back is a very painful thing. I'm afraid of pain, so I don't want to torture myself like that. Xia Yunshu suppressed her anger. Not anymore. For a long while, neither of us spoke, and silence fell around us. Just as I thought Xia Yunshu was about to lose her temper, I heard her gentle voice again. It's fine. If you don't love me, you don't love me. As long as you obediently stay by my side, that's enough. A sarcastic smile touched my lips. Xia Yunshu, have you taken the wrong medicine? Xia Yunshu took my hand. Kei Hui, I've told you. I have enough time and patience. I'll wait for you to fall in love with me again. When you do, we'll get remarried, okay? My lips curled slightly. Unless I lose my memory again, or in the next life. A smile formed on Xia Yunshu's lips. If you want to lose your memory again, I can help you. I glanced at her. I realized Xia Yunshu had developed an interest in me, which was very dangerous. I decided to change the subject. The 2 items you bought from Solomon's will pay you triple the price. Sell them back to me. They are very important to me, and I must have them. Xia Yunshu looked at me coldly. I'm not short on money. Then what do you want? Xia Yunshu sneered arrogantly. Isn't it obvious what I want? Marry me. What's mine will be yours. I couldn't refute that, it sounded very reasonable. But if I remarried her, got the items, and then ran away, Xia Yunshu would definitely not let me go. Just then, Xia Yunshu spoke again. Kei Hui, how about we make a deal? I was immediately interested. What kind of deal? Xia Yunshu smiled. You stay by my side obediently for 1 year. Regardless of whether you fall in love with me again, I will give you the ice jade flower. I shook my head. A year is too long. 3 months. Xia Yunshu's face turned cold. 6 months. This is my final concession. I thought for a moment. 6 months it is. I can wait. I want the 117th century as well, I added. Xia Yunshu shook her head, her tone firm. The 117 is not for you. I frowned, looking at Xia Yunshu with suspicion. Why? Xia Yunshu grasped my chin. Kei Hui, one shouldn't be too greedy. I shook my head, unconcerned. As long as the item was in her hands, I would find a way to get it. 3 hours later, the plane landed at the capital city international airport. Returning to the Xiong villa, where I had lived for 2 years, I felt a mix of complicated emotions. In my room, everything was arranged just as I had left it, except the walk-in closet was now filled with many new luxury watches, clothes, and shoes. The butler stood beside me, smiling broadly. Young master, the young mistress called a few days ago, and instructed us to prepare all of this. If you don't like it, we can have a designer come tomorrow to take your measurements and have new ones made. He smirked. It seemed Xia Yunshu had planned to bring me back here all along. No matter how I tried to escape, I couldn't get out of her grasp. After taking a shower, I made a phone call. Once connected, I keyed in another series of numbers. After being forwarded twice, the call finally went through. Did you get the item? There was a small snag. I haven't gotten it yet. The woman on the other end was clearly displeased. You can't even handle a small snag. I said calmly, I can handle it. Just give me a little more time. The woman hummed in acknowledgement. I heard the ice jade flower was also at the Solomon auction this time. Did you get it? I said awkwardly, not yet. The woman on the other end was obviously very dissatisfied. Useless. I didn't hold back either. If you're so capable, why don't you go get it yourself? If Xia Yunshu hadn't shown up, both items would be in my hands by now. The woman was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I'm reminding you, your time is running out. She might be able to wait, but I can't. A glint appeared in my eyes as I clenched the phone. I know. Meanwhile, in an ancient castle nestled in the Enid's mountains across the ocean, a tall, slender woman stood on a spacious balcony. The night breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of chill. The moonlight shone upon her, enveloping her in a warm glow of nobility and elegance. The woman put down her phone, recalling my words. Her ruby-like eyes flashed with a cold light. He's always been decisive. for a small setback to stop him. Something's not right. Bing Ling, send someone to investigate. I want to know everything that has happened around Kehuai in the past 2 years. Bing Ling hesitated slightly. If he finds out you're investigating him, he won't be happy. The woman turned her head, her exquisite face filled with a playful look. So you'd rather I be unhappy? Bing Ling immediately shook her head. I'll go right away. She could afford to anger anyone but this woman. She was simply impossible to deal with. The capital city, China. The next morning, I went to the hospital to visit my grandfather. This was a nursing home owned by the Xia Group, equipped with the world's leading medical technology and the most professional nursing staff. Arriving at the nursing home and seeing the thick layers of bodyguards and heavy weaponry deployed everywhere, I understood why Li's people had failed completely. Not only that, but Xia Yunshu had also stationed Jiang Xinyu to guard the door to Grandpa's ward. She was the young lady of the renowned Jiang family, a notoriously ruthless figure. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Xia Yunshu had truly spared no expense to prevent Grandpa from being taken. Grandpa was in a VIP room in the inpatient ward. The doctor had already begun the second phase of his treatment. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his complexion looked much better than before. I checked his pulse. The toxins in his body were almost completely gone. I reviewed the doctor's treatment plan, which wasn't much different from my own predictions. After the second course of treatment, Grandpa would likely wake up. Leaving the hospital, a car suddenly sped up and blocked my path. A man got out, his face cold. Mr. Kai, please come with me. The master and madam wish to see you at the old villa. Xia Yunshu had been away from the capital city for half a month, and a lot of work had piled up at the company, so she had gone in early. After dealing with a few urgent matters, she was about to head to the hospital to pick me up when Xia Linger called. Sister, something's wrong. Mom and Dad sent people to take Kehuai to the old villa. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunshu's expression immediately turned icy. The Xia family's old villa. I got out of the car and looked at the magnificent white mansion before me, my expression cold. In the 2 years I was married to Xia Yunshu, I had only been to the Xia family's old villa 3 or 4 times. Each time I came, I was either berated by Zhu Shui or hassled by the Xia family relatives. Everyone knew I wasn't favored by Xia Yunshu, so they all wanted to bully me a little, even the servants. I had no good impression of this place. A female servant, seeing me standing still, urged me on. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go in. As she spoke, she raised her hand to push my shoulder. I grabbed her hand and slapped her hard across the face. The maid, stunned, held her cheek and screamed, "You dare hit me." I did, I said with a cold smile. I hit you. When I had amnesia, I was weak, and anyone could bully me. Now that my memory has returned, I will make those who bullied me pay the price. My expression was cold and intimidating. What gives you the right to point your finger at me? I'm the young mistress's personal maid. You dare hit me. The young mistress won't let you off. The servant clutched her face and ran into the house. Inside, Xu Shui and Xia Ziming were talking. Hearing the commotion, they both looked toward the door. Master, madam, Kehuai is here. Xu Shui immediately noticed the red handprint on the maid's face. Wang Sao, what happened to your face? Wang Sao walked over to Xu Shui, crying and complaining. It was Kehuai. He hit me. I just told him to hurry up, and he hit me like this. Madam, you have to stand up for me. Xu Shui was furious. That Kehuai has some nerve, daring to raise a hand in our house. He has no respect for me at all. I walked into the house and looked coldly at the 2 people sitting on the sofa. You were looking for me. Jia Zaming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing me. He didn't have much of an impression of this son-in-law and had only met me twice. He knew Xia Yunshu had someone else in her heart, and had only married me to deal with their pressure. Jia Zeming had always thought Xia Yunshu had no feelings for me and that she would eventually get tired of it and divorce me. So he never paid much attention. But this time, upon learning that Xia Yunshu had been injured while saving me, he could no longer ignore me. Xu Shui pointed at me and snapped, Kehuai, who gave you permission to hit someone in the old villa? I glanced at the weeping servant and said coldly, so what if I hit her? Xu Shui's face turned pale with anger. You come over here. Today, I'm going to teach you a proper lesson. I stood my ground, my eyes defiant. Go ahead and order me around. Jia Zeming interrupted his wife. He took a sip of tea, his eyes filled with a hidden meaning as he stared at me. Should I call you Kehuai, or should I call you Qi Feng? So, they knew I was the young master of the Qi family from Jinqing. He smiled faintly. Whatever you please. Jia Zeming laughed. I called you here today to tell you that whether you are Kehuai or Qi Feng, you must divorce Yunshu. He had heard a few things from Jinqing. The day I returned, I crashed my cousin's wedding. The next day, my cousin and second uncle went missing. Even the Jiang family had run into trouble. I was a man of ruthless methods. If I continued to stay with Yunshu, it would not benefit the Xia family. Moreover, the Qi family had significant ties to that other clan. If I had intentionally approached the Xia family for that reason, it would be a huge problem. He couldn't let the Xia family take such a risk. I gave a cold laugh. It seems you don't know that Xie Yunshu and I are already divorced. Xu Shui's face lit up with excitement. Divorced? Really? It seems what is said at the hospital that day. Yunshu actually listened. She really is my good girl. Seeing Xu Shui's smug expression, I changed the subject with a smile. However, Xie Yunshu is currently pursuing me and wants to remarry me. The smile on Xu Shui's face froze. Yunshu doesn't love you at all. How could she possibly want to remarry you? I looked at her meaningfully. You'll have to ask her about that. Xia Zheming stared at me. Don't even think about remarrying. I'll give you 3 days to leave the capital city and never appear before Yunshu again. I laughed. And if I don't? I hated it when people acted arrogantly in front of me. A glint flashed in Xia Zheming's eyes as an aura of power emanated from him. I am not negotiating with you. I am ordering you. My gaze turned even colder than his. Mr. Xia, the last person who dared to speak to me like that. The grass on his grave is already 2 meters high. Xia Zheming's expression changed. In all his life, this was the first time anyone had dared to speak to him like that. Utterly reckless. Xia Zheming silently raised his hand. In an instant, 5 or 6 bodyguards rushed in and surrounded me. Xu Shuwei elegantly lifted her teacup for a sip. Tihui, it seems you don't know what's good for you. I looked at the aggressive bodyguards, the smile on my face growing colder. You think you can handle me with just these guys? Xia Zheming's face was grim as he ordered, throw him in the basement. I'd like to see who dares. A sharp female voice cut in from outside. I froze. The moment I turned my head, I was pulled into a tight embrace. The familiar scent from the woman made my heart tremble slightly. I stared at her, momentarily dazed. Xia Yunshu looked coldly at her parents, her presence overwhelming. Mom, Dad, he's my person. You better not have any ideas. A sharp light flashed in Xia Zheming's long eyes. Yunshu, I'm doing this for your own good. I don't need it, Xia Yunshu replied coldly. Xu Shuwei stood up, her voice full of reproach. Yunshu, how can you speak to your father like that? Xia Zheming chuckled, his tone gentle. If you like him, then keep him. He's just a lover, after all. As long as you don't remarry him, I can turn a blind eye. The Qi family doesn't value him anyway. My expression stiffened. A lover. Xia Yunshu pulled me even tighter. He is not my lover, I'll say it again, my husband can only be Qi Hui. Xu Shuwei was slightly taken aback. Aren't you two divorced? Who says you can't remarry after a divorce? Xia Yunshu said coldly. Xia Zheming was clearly stunned, re-evaluating the daughter before him. Before his grandfather passed away, he had said that among all the grandchildren, only Xia Yunshu was like him, cold on the outside, ruthless on the inside, able to weigh priorities, value the bigger picture, and not act on emotion or be swayed by romance. She was the best successor. But looking at the situation now, it seemed his grandfather had been mistaken. Xia Zheming stared at Xia Yunshu. Yunshu, there are far more talented young men in the capital city than him. So what? Xia Yunshu's expression was indifferent. She glanced at the bodyguards in the room, then finally at her parents. I don't want today's incident to happen again. With that, Xia Yunshu led me out without a backward glance. Xia Zheming watched our departing figures, his face growing darker. Although Xia Yunshu had never been close to him since she was a child, she had always been polite and respectful to him as her father. But today, she completely disregarded him and even said such things, all for an outsider. His grown-up daughter was no longer of any use to him. The first thing she asked was, are you hurt? I looked at her as if she were an idiot. Do you think they could have hurt me? Xia Yunshu took my hand. Don't underestimate the people at the old villa. The Xia family is not to be trifled with, especially Xia Zheming. I had heard some rumors about the Xia family from Ai Lai. Apparently, Xia Zheming had been in poor health since childhood and, despite being the eldest son, was not valued. Meanwhile, his 2 younger brothers were very smart, and were the family's main focus for cultivation. At that time, the 2 brothers caused a huge stir in the city fighting for power. However, no one expected the position of the Xia family head to ultimately fall into the hands of Xia Zheming, who was publicly seen as a sickly good-for-nothing. What was even more surprising was that the first thing Xia Zheming did after taking over was to deal with his 2 biological brothers. These stories about powerful families were told to me by Ai Li, with the intention of making me stay away from the Xia family. As Xia Zheming's daughter, Xia Yunshu's nature had to be just as ruthless and unfeeling as his. Returning to Xia Yunshu's Yuding villa, before we even enter, the housekeeper announced that there was a guest. Xia Yunshu and I walked in to find Jiang Xenyu sitting on the sofa, drinking tea. Miss Jun, why aren't you at the hospital watching my grandpa? Be careful someone doesn't take the opportunity to kidnap him, I said sarcastically. Jiang Xenyu stood up. Mr. Kai, my people have already withdrawn from the hospital. Xia Yunshu looked at me, her eyes filled with tenderness. I never intended to harm your grandfather, much less use him to threaten you. She knew very well Grandpa's place in my heart. Using him to threaten me would only make me hate her more. And with the ice jade flower in her possession, Xia Yunshu wasn't afraid of me leaving her again. I couldn't stand Xia Yunshu's gaze and looked away. Hyunsun looked at Xia Yunshu. I'm here to get the item. Xia Yunshu nodded. Follow me to the study. In the study, Xia Yunshu took out a silver box from a hidden safe behind the bookshelf. Inside were 3 test tubes containing red, blue, and colorless liquids. Have you seen this before? Dong said. This has appeared on the black market before, but they were all fakes. Xia Yunshu nodded. The items from a Solomon auction can't be fake. Gyung Sinyu was reassured and closed the lid. Then I'll be taking this. How soon can we get the results? Xia Yunshu asked. It's hard to estimate. I'll let you know as soon as I have them. I was in the living room working on my laptop. Hearing footsteps from upstairs, I turned my head to see Gyung Sinyu coming down with a box. Miss Jian, what are you carrying? I was a little curious. Gyung Sinyu maintained her standard, foxy smile. Nothing, just some documents. I gave a non-committal "oh" and went back to my computer. It wasn't until Gyung Sinyu had left that I looked up and muttered doubtfully, just documents. Why would you need a shockproof case for that? Unless it's something fragile. Like the 117th century. If what Gyung Sinyu just took was indeed the 117th century, then things had gotten complicated. I had originally planned to wait for Xia Yunshu to lower her guard, and then steal it. Now that it was in Gyung Sinyu's hands, it wouldn't be easy for me to get it. It seemed I needed to find someone to help. After a moment of thought, I opened my email and sent a message to Cao Cao. She replied quickly, "Ok." I was relieved. It had been a long time since I had logged into my email, and my inbox was full. I started reading through them, and one email caught my attention. It was from Dr. Wu Guoji, a doctor I had collaborated with before, asking me to help with surgery for a patient. I thought for a moment and sent him my phone number. Since I had to stay in the capital city for a while, it was good to find something to do. Soon, I received a call from them. It wasn't convenient to discuss the patient's condition over the phone, so we arranged to meet the next day to discuss it. The person I was meeting was named Huang Lingling, a famous surgeon in China, particularly skilled in neurosurgery, and currently the head of neurosurgery at the Capital Medical College. We agreed to meet at a cafe near her hospital. When I arrived and got out of my car, I immediately ran into someone I despised, Song Minjiu, who was just leaving a shopping center. He greeted me, but I was in no mood to waste time with him and walked straight into the mall. How dare he ignore me? Song Minjiu glared at me with hatred. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he followed me. Soon, he saw me enter a cafe and meet with a woman. Song Minjiu was overjoyed. He quickly took out his phone and took pictures of us. To make them more effective, he deliberately found angles that made us look very intimate. Yesterday, he had heard from his aunt and uncle that Xia Yunshu had argued with her father over me and even warned him not to touch me. It seemed Kaihuai's position in Xia Yunshu's heart was much more significant than he had imagined. This was something he absolutely could not allow. He had liked Xia Yunshu since they were children. He had liked her for so many years. What right did Kaihuai have to compete with him? I wonder what kind of expression Sister Yunshu will have when she sees these photos. Song Minjiu sneered, and sent the pictures he had just taken to Xia Yunshu. After sending the photos, he added a voice message. Sister Yunshu, I just saw Kaihuai out with a girl at the shopping center. They looked very close. At the Xia group, Xia Yunshu was sitting at her desk working on her computer. Her phone buzzed several times. She thought it was a message from me, but when she picked it up, she saw it was from Song Minjiu. Seeing the content of the message, a cold chill immediately emanated from her. Get Eileen and Shu Shai out of here, Xia Yunshu thought angrily. That bastard dares to flirt with other women. Damn man. In the cafe after meeting Huang Lingling, we exchanged a few pleasantries and got straight to the point. The patient Huang Lingling was in charge of was named Tang Heng, a veteran. He was injured by a bullet during a peacekeeping mission abroad. Although the bullet had been removed, his spinal nerves were damaged, leading to paraplegia. A month and a half ago, the patient could still walk by leaning against a wall, but now he could barely stand. I reviewed the patient's medical records. This condition wasn't too difficult for me. I was 90% confident I could complete the surgery. So he said, send another copy of the medical records to my email. I'll take this surgery. Huang Lingling's face was full of gratitude. Professor Kai, on behalf of the patient, thank you. To her, I was a teacher, a friend, and a mentor. She had complete confidence in a surgery performed by me. I smiled faintly. No need to thank me. I charge a fee after all. After our discussion, Huang Lingling treated me to a simple meal. After the meal, I returned to the Yujing villa. As soon as I entered, I saw Xia Yunshu sitting on the sofa in the living room. You're back. This morning when I left, didn't she say she had to work overtime and would be back late? Xia Yunshu looked up, her gaze dark as she stared at me. Where did you go? Met a friend, I replied casually. Jia Yunshu said slowly, a woman. I raised an eyebrow, and nodded, faintly realizing that Xie Yunshu's mood tonight was off. The look in her eyes was cold, making me feel very uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Xie Yunshu came forward and hugged me tightly. Dehuai, you promised me that for these 6 months, you would only be with me. I pushed her away directly. I promised to stay with you for 6 months, not to be your punching bag. Jia Yunshu clenched my hand. Dehuai, you provoked me first. Jia Yunshu had completely lost her reason. Now, just the thought of me being with another woman drove her mad. For the 2 years we were married, you pursued me for 2 years. Saying that, she bit my lip. A metallic taste spread in my mouth. I came to my senses, unable to bear it any longer, and angrily flung her hand away. Jia Yunshu, what right do you have to treat me like this? Jia Yunshu was stunned. Yes, I pursued you for 2 years. But how did you treat me in those 2 years? To see you, I waited all night in the middle of winter outside your company building, but you didn't even spare me a glance. To make you lunch, I stayed up all night for a month learning to cook. My 10 fingers were either burned or cut, and in the end, you threw the food I made into the trash. I heard on that women like obedient men, so even though I didn't want to, I followed your every word to make you happy. Even when you scolded me, when the servants at the old villa bullied me to the point of hospitalization, I never complained to you once. Xie Yunshu, that's how much I used to love you. I wanted to rip my heart out and offer it to you, but you trampled on my feelings time and time again. I pushed Xie Yunshu away and pointed at her, shouting, and now you have the nerve to ask me to keep loving you. Xie Yunshu was stunned, recalling everything I had said. I used to love her so much. Why didn't I love her anymore? She caressed my face. Dehuai, you've piqued my interest. You have to take responsibility to the end. My brow furrowed immediately. I knew it. Xie Yunshu couldn't possibly love me. She was just interested in me because my personality had changed after recovering my memory, which she found fascinating, and that's why she was clinging to me. I endured the pain in my chest and gritted my teeth. In this lifetime, don't even dream of it. With that, I turned to leave. Dehuai, Xie Yunshu moved to stop me. I glared at her and roared, get out of my sight. She had just seen a flash of killing intent in my eyes. Xie Yunshu felt as if a hole had been gouged in her heart, and a myriad of emotions surged within her. Meanwhile, I went to a deserted corner, clutched my chest, and collapsed to the ground. My heart hurt so much, it was almost suffocating. The bone-deep pain made me want to die. The sky suddenly poured rain, and lightning flashed. I curled up on the ground, the intense pain from my heart causing my body to convulse uncontrollably. I didn't know if the thing in my blood had acted up again, but this time it was more violent and painful than the last. It was an indescribable pain, spreading from my heart, stimulating every nerve, worse than being flayed alive. I wanted to call for help but realized I had run out without my phone. Boom, a clap of thunder. The rain poured down like a waterfall. The pain was still intensifying. Ironically, my consciousness was incredibly clear. This was the characteristic of this poison: the more pain, the clearer the consciousness, the more it tortured you. From a distance, a car approached and stopped about 10 meters away from me. Professor, are you okay? It was Huang Lingling. Seeing my condition, she knew immediately that something was wrong. Huang Lingling rushed to help me up. I'll take you to the hospital. He strenuously raised my hand and grabbed her arm, forcing the words out. Going to the hospital is useless. This is poison. Huang Lingling looked at me with a complex expression, but ultimately respected my wishes and didn't take me to the hospital. Instead, she took me to her home. Once we arrived, Huang Lingling got a dry towel to wipe me down. She took out her medical kit to examine me. I suddenly opened my eyes. Professor, Huang Lingling was startled, and the instruments in her hand fell to the ground. My eyes were bloodshot, the whites had turned completely red. Sorry, I closed my eyes. I knew my appearance was terrifying. I curled into a ball, my lower lip bitten until it bled. Do you have tramadol? Inject me with 2 doses. Huang Lingling stared at me, stunned. Tramadol was a powerful painkiller, usually only used for cancer patients. Moreover, the maximum dose was 1 shot at a time, yet I was asking for 2. Professor Kai, let me give you 1 shot first. Although she knew I was also a doctor and understood dosages, she couldn't bring herself to do it, and only gave me 1 shot. After a while, at my strong insistence, she gave me the 2nd shot. 2 powerful painkillers had been injected, but I still didn't feel much relief. The pain continued, it just didn't get worse. Huang Lingling took my temperature, it was only 34 degrees, which was very abnormal. My blood pressure was normal, but my heart was beating very fast. Seeing my pale face and extreme pain, Huang Lingling grew even more worried. Professor Kai, I should still take you to the hospital. Just as she finished speaking, the housekeeper from downstairs rushed up. Miss, the young mistress is here. He frowned. Why was Xie Yunshu here? Huang Lingling frowned as well. She wasn't close to Xia Yunshu. Why would she come here at this hour? Just as Huang Lingling was about to stand up, I grabbed her hand. Don't tell her. With Xia Yunshu's personality, if she finds out I've been poisoned, she'll definitely question me endlessly, maybe even investigate. I don't want her to know about the nightmare from 5 years ago. Just say I caught a cold. Please. Every word I spoke caused me more pain. Huang Lingling nodded. Okay. Receiving her answer, I weakly let go of her hand. Just those few words had drained all my strength. Just as Huang Lingling was about to go downstairs, the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. Xia Yunshu, radiating an icy aura, walked in. It had been raining, and I hadn't brought my phone. Worried, she had chased after me and saw a woman helping me into a car, the same woman I had met in the afternoon. Xia Yunshu tried to suppress her urge to hit someone. She glanced past Huang Lingling, and towards the man on the bed. I was soaked, my face as pale as paper, my body trembling slightly as if enduring extreme suffering. Seeing me like this, Xia Yunshu completely forgot the anger brewing inside her and rushed over. Hui. The moment she grabbed my hand, I pulled it back. It hurts. Huang Lingling tried to step forward to stop her but was pushed aside. Xia Yunshu glared at her. You dare touch my man. Miss, I didn't hurt him. Huang Lingling clenched her fists. He just caught a chill from the rain. Xia Yunshu helped me up, her eyes full of warning for Huang Lingling. Stay away. With that, she took me and left the Huang residence. Back at the Yujing villa, Xia Yunshu immediately called for the family doctor. He stopped her in a hoarse voice. No need. Dr. Huang already checked me. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a night's rest. Xia Yunshu didn't listen and still had someone call the doctor. Why are you so cold? Xia Yunshu took off my wet clothes, filled the bathtub with hot water, and helped me soak in it. She held me from behind. Although my mind was clear, I kept my eyes closed. I was afraid my blood-red eyes would scare her, so I didn't dare open them. I don't know if it was because the 2 painkillers were starting to take effect, but I felt the pain in my heart gradually subsiding. However, Xia Yunshu, behind me, suddenly changed her expression. A familiar sensation, a boiling feeling that made one breathless, surged from her limbs, causing her heart to race and her breathing to become rag. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat grew faster and faster. It was this feeling again. Half an hour later, I was dressed in pajamas. Xia Yunshu took a cold shower before letting the family doctor in. After an examination, the family doctor told Xia Yunshu, young mistress, Mr. Kai is fine. If you're still worried, I can draw some blood for testing. Xia Yunshu sat by the bed, frowning. Then why is his face so pale? But she still nodded. Do it. My condition tonight was abnormal. She was secretly worried, so a thorough check was a good idea to put her mind at ease. When I woke up, it was the next morning. I sat up and looked at the clock. 9:30 am. It had only been a little over 10 hours since the poison acted up last night. In the past, whenever it acted up, even with painkillers, the bone-deep pain would torture me for a full 24 hours before slowly subsiding. Why did I recover so quickly this time? Perhaps the painkillers Huang Lingling used last night were of a higher concentration. I didn't think much of it. I went to the bathroom to wash my face. Seeing that my eyes had returned to normal, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed I had made it through this time. I went downstairs for breakfast. In the living room, only butler Jum was there. I heard from her that Xia Yunshu had stayed up all night watching over me. I only remembered her helping me into the hot bath and kissing me, then I fell asleep and couldn't recall anything else. While eating breakfast, I suddenly noticed a small needle mark on the vein of my left elbow, the kind usually from drawing blood. At this thought, my nerves tensed up. Butler John, did the family doctor draw my blood last night? Butler John nodded. Yes. The young mistress was worried, so she had the doctor run a full checkup for you. I dropped my chopsticks and ran upstairs. Xia Yunshu's family doctor was named Chen Zhao, the director of the Capital Medical College. Last night, he drew my blood, and would definitely take it to the college's lab for testing. I found Huang Lingling's number in my contacts and called her. The moment the call connected, before I could speak, Huang Lingling asked anxiously, Professor Kai, are you okay? I immediately replied, I'm fine. Sorry to have worried you last night, Dr. Huang. I need to ask for your help with something. On the other end, Huang Lingling didn't hesitate. Go ahead. I clenched the phone, my palm sweating. Director Chenju of your hospital took my blood for testing last night. Huang Lingling was a doctor at the medical college and could freely enter and exit the lab. If she was willing to help, maybe she could swap my blood test results. After I explained, Huang Lingling was silent for a moment, then said, okay. Thank you, Dr. Huang. After hanging up, I collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. I hoped no one was working overnight in the lab. Xia Yunshu absolutely could not find out about what was in my blood. But what if the results were already out and sent to her? I was still uneasy, and had to go to the company to find Xia Yunshu. At the Xia group, Xia Yunshu was in a meeting. I couldn't see her, but I ran into Song Minju in her office. What are you doing here? Song Minju glared at me, not hiding his hatred. Early this morning, Yamting had called him, saying Xia Yunshu wanted to see him. He was overjoyed, not expecting me to be here too. I glanced at him. Obviously, to find Xia Yunshu. Did you think I came to find you? Song Minju sneered. Sister Yunshu doesn't love you at all. Your clinging to her will only make her hate you more. I chuckled. She doesn't love me, but she doesn't love you either. What are you so proud of? Song Minju's face turned green with anger. If it weren't for you, Sister Yunshu would definitely love me. If I hadn't suddenly appeared, she would be married into the Song family by now. Song Minju calmed down and looked at me. Sister Yunshu and I have known each other for over 10 years. She still has feelings for me. Today, she was the one who asked me to come to the company to see her. She said she has something important to tell me. Song Minju thought to himself that Sister Yunshu must have seen the photos he sent yesterday and realized Kehuai's true colors, so she decided to listen to her parents and marry him. The smile on his face grew wider. Do you believe that with just one word from me, Sister Yunshu will throw you out? I looked at him with a faint gaze, as if looking at an idiot. Then you try it. Soon after, Xia Yunshu finished her meeting and returned to the office. She clearly didn't expect me to be at the company. She paused for a moment, then frowned. I didn't miss her expression. She was probably still angry about last night. I stood up to speak, but Xia Yunshu pointed to the door and said coldly, "Get out." Song Minju was ecstatic. He hadn't even said anything, and Sister Yunshu was already telling me to get out. I stared into Xia Yunshu's cold eyes and suddenly felt how ridiculous I was. I turned and left without any hesitation. Just as I stepped out of the office, I received a message from Huang Lingling, saying she had gotten the item. Seeing me walk out of the office, Xia Yunshu felt a twinge of unease. Tell him to wait for me in the lounge. And send some breakfast over there, she told Yang Ting. Recalling my pale face, Xia Yunshu felt a pain in her heart. Butler John had called earlier to say that I had left the house without eating breakfast after waking up. She had been about to call me after her meeting when Yang Ting told her I was waiting in her office. Couldn't he have eaten before coming? He was in so much pain last night, I wonder if he's any better today. Sister Yunshu, Song Minju looked at Xia Yunshu with a hurt expression. It turned out she had told Kehuai to go out so he could go eat breakfast. Only then did Xia Yunshu look at Song Minju, her cold eyes narrowing dangerously. She sat down at her desk, her index finger tapping lightly on the tabletop. Did you take the pictures from yesterday? Song Minju hurriedly stepped forward, and opened the photo album on his phone for her to see. Yes, Sister Yunshu. I saw him being intimate with another woman with my own eyes. They even kissed, I just didn't get a picture of it. Oh, right, I remember a reporter once caught him spending the night in a hotel with a foreign woman. He didn't come back all night. A man like that is not worthy of you at all. It's a good thing you divorced him. Xia Yunshu scrolled through the photos on Song Minju's phone, selected all of them, and pressed delete. Then she formatted the phone. The angles of the photos were too deliberate. It was obvious they were staged. She was so angry her head was spinning. Stunned, it was hard to believe these photos were real. Sister Yunshu, why are you? Song Minju watched as Xia Yunshu deleted all the photos from his phone. She slammed his phone onto the table, her eyes as cold as ice. Song Minju, who gave you the nerve to scheme against my person? Song Minju froze. No, Sister Yunshu. Xia Yunshu glanced at him, her voice cold. If you do the crime, you do the time. Song Minju's phone rang. It was his father. As soon as he answered, his father's furious voice boomed. What did you do to anger Miss Xia? She has terminated all cooperation with us. Other companies are pulling their investments one by one. Hearing his father's roar, Song Minju felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. Sister Yunshu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xia Yunshu gave him no chance to beg, directly using the intercom to have security drag him out. Afterward, Yang Ting entered. Ma'am, Mr. Pai has already left. Xia Yunshu chased after him, only to see me entering the elevator. She frowned and called my phone, but the line was busy. After leaving the Xia Corporation, I called and arranged to meet Huang Lingling at a coffee shop. When she arrived, Huang Lingling handed me a file. I've created a fake blood test report for you. All the indicators are very healthy. It has replaced your original test results, so no one will find out. I took the file. Thank you. Huang Lingling waved her hand. No need to be so polite. After a moment, she looked at the file in my hands. Professor Kai, when I was replacing the blood test report, I glanced at your original one. I looked at Huang Lingling seriously. Dr. Huang, please keep this a secret for me. Huang Lingling frowned, puzzled. Professor Kai, I don't understand. Anemia is just a minor issue, why do you have to hide it from Miss Xia? I looked at Huang Lingling in surprise. Anemia. I opened the folder, took out the blood test report, and looked at the bottom of the page. My gaze froze on the final lines of data, and my eyes widened. This wasn't right. I knew my physical condition perfectly. Apart from that thing in my blood, all my other indicators were perfectly healthy. Anemia was completely out of the question. Are you sure you didn't grab the wrong report? I looked at Huang Lingling. Huang Lingling shook her head. It's impossible. The sample submission time and patient information all match. Besides, because Director Chen personally brought it to the lab, there's a special mark on the report. I frowned, looking at the report. I was certain this wasn't my blood. If there was no mix-up, did the lab technician swap the samples from the beginning? If so, it was an unintentional favor. Huang Lingling looked at me. Professor Kai, is there a problem with this blood test report? I placed the report back in the file. It's nothing. I just didn't expect to be anemic. Huang Lingling was silent for a moment. Professor Kai, when you have time, you should come to the hospital for a full checkup. As a doctor, she knew my condition last night was no small matter. I gave a faint smile. Dr. Huang, don't worry, I'm fine. Don't forget, I'm a doctor too. Huang Lingling wanted to say more but held back. My condition last night was clearly not fine, but since I didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press further. Just then, my phone rang. It was Xia Yunshu. I hung up. Seeing the caller's name, Huang Lingling hesitated before asking, Professor Kai, you and Miss Xia? I calmly replied, she's my ex-wife. Understanding dawned on Huang Lingling. Ah, so you're Miss Xia's secret husband of 2 years. She had heard about Xia Yunshu's secret marriage. Back then, the high society circles all speculated that Xia Yunshu's secret husband was just a tool to deal with family pressure to marry. He smiled faintly. Huang Lingling said, I have things to do this afternoon, so I'll head back to the hospital first. I sat alone in the coffee shop for a while, staring at the blood test report. The more I thought, the more something felt wrong. Could it be Ai Li? Thinking of this, I immediately called Ai Li. A few seconds later, the call connected. Boy, don't you know there's a 12-hour time difference between China and the US? I just fell asleep. I cleared my throat. Sorry, I have something urgent to ask you. Ai Li yawned. What's so urgent? I briefly explained the situation to her. After listening, Ai Li was silent for a moment, her voice turning serious. I don't know anything about this. It wasn't me. I immediately frowned. If it wasn't Ai Li, then who could it be? Why, didn't you say that thing hadn't acted up in 2 years? Why did it flare up so violently this time? Compared to who changed the blood report, Ai Li was more concerned about my physical condition. I rubbed my temples. Maybe I've been too tired lately. I don't know why it suddenly acted up last night, and so intensely that I couldn't fight it at all. Ai Li said worriedly, why, you must learn to control yourself. The flare-ups of this thing are closely related to one's emotions. The more volatile your emotions, the easier it is to trigger. I paused for a moment, then asked, is there any news about Kayuan? Still investigating. Nothing for now. Oh, I discovered that Xia Yunshu's people are also looking for Kayuan. I was taken aback. Xia Yunshu was looking for Kayuan. Was it to get revenge for me? I understand. Send more people to investigate Kayuan. After hanging up, I asked the waiter for a lighter and burned the blood test report Huang Lingling had given me. In the afternoon, I went to the nursing home to visit my grandfather. Not long after, Xia Yunshu also arrived, carrying a bouquet of flowers. I glanced at her coolly. What are you doing here? Xia Yunshu smiled. Of course, I'm here to visit Grandpa. I gave her a look of annoyance. Who's your grandpa? Xia Yunshu placed the flowers on the table, walked straight over to me, and took my hand. Why didn't you answer my call? I pulled my hand away. I was busy. Xia Yunshu asked again, busy with what? I replied coldly, it has nothing to do with you. Xia Yunshu stared at me, silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Someone has offered 200 million for the ice jade flower. Tell me, should I sell it or not? I immediately turned to look at her. I'll pay 300 million. Sell it to me. Xia Yunshu crossed her legs and looked at me with a smirk. I'm not short on money. I glared at her. Xia Yunshu, you promised to give me the ice jade flower. Xia Yunshu smiled. Our agreement was that you would obediently stay by my side for half a year, after which I would give you the ice jade flower. But right now, you're not being obedient at all. I laughed coldly. This morning in your office, you told me to get out, and I left immediately. How am I not obedient enough? Xia Yunshu frowned and took my hand again. I told you to get out so you could wait for me in the lounge. My sis-jung said you hadn't eaten breakfast, so I had Yang-ting prepare some for you. But you left, and you didn't answer my calls. My eyes flickered. So that was it. I thought she told me to leave because I was intruding on her private time with Song Minju. Xia Yunshu moved closer, holding my hand. My love, as long as you obediently stay by my side, I will satisfy whatever you want. I looked at the suddenly gentle Xie Yunshu, feeling a bit dazed. Lately, Xie Yunshu seemed somewhat erratic, making it impossible to see what she was planning. I looked at her suspiciously and asked, anything I want? Xie Yunshu nodded. Yes, anything. I pressed my lips together, silent. What I wanted was actually very simple, and it wasn't the ice jade flower. Just then, Xie Yunshu's phone rang. She took it out, and upon seeing the caller ID, her expression turned cold. The call was from Xia Jiaming, demanding that she return to the old mansion immediately. If there's something, just say it over the phone, Xie Yunshu said, unwilling to go back. Since her grandfather passed away, she only returned to the old mansion for holidays. Like me, she had no fond feelings for that place. Xia Jiaming was furious. I'm asking you, did you cut off cooperation with the Song family? Who allowed you to do that? The Xia and Song families had been friends for decades, with numerous business collaborations. To make matters worse, other companies cooperating with the Song saw Xie Yunshu cut ties and followed suit, terminating their contracts. In a single day, the Song family was pushed to the brink of collapse. Xie Yunshu held the phone, her voice icy. Do I need anyone's permission for what I do? Xia Jiaming slammed the table on the other end. Xie Yunshu, I see you have absolutely no respect for me, your father, the Song family and ours have been friends for decades. Even if they offended you, you can't be so ruthless. Xie Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Father, you don't understand me. If I were truly ruthless, the Song family would no longer exist in the city. With that, Xie Yunshu hung up. I looked at her in surprise. You made a move against the Song family. Just a small warning, Xie Yunshu said, putting her phone away and taking my hand. It's getting late. Let's go home. In the car, as Yangting drove, I noticed a file from the medical institute on the seat. It must be the fake report Huang Lingling had replaced. What's this? I asked deliberately. Xie Yunshu replied, last night, I had the doctor take your blood for testing. This is the result. She had already seen the test results. Open it and see. All the indicators are normal. Do you know Huang Lingling? She asked suddenly. I nodded. We worked together abroad for a while. Xie Yunshu lay in my arms. I don't want you to be close with other girls. I chuckled, thinking to myself, is Xie Yunshu jealous? But I also understood that her jealousy had nothing to do with love, it was purely possessiveness. When we arrived at the Yujing villa, Xie Linger was there. You're back, by Brother Kehuai. I bought a lot of groceries. I looked at her helplessly. Here to freeload again. Brother Kehuai is the best. It's been so long since I've had your cooking. I miss it so much. I didn't know how to cook before. After losing my job, I learned for Xie Yunshu and became quite good at it. Unfortunately, Xie Yunshu never appreciated it. In contrast, Xie Linger would come over to eat and chat every few days. I helplessly ruffled her hair. All right. I then walked into the kitchen. Just as I was about to start, a pair of hands wrapped around my waist. Let me help you. I stiffened, clearly feeling Xie Yunshu's hands caressing my back. The atmosphere grew ambiguous. What are you planning to do with this fish? A charming female voice whispered in my ear. I blushed, looked at the already prepared fish and said, let's steam it. Click. The sound of a camera shutter went off. Whoa, I got such a beautiful shot. Xie Yunshu and I both looked towards the kitchen door to see Xie Linger holding her phone, smiling brightly. Sister, Brother Kehuai, look at this photo. Isn't it so heartwarming? Xie Linger ran in with her phone. Xie Yunshu glanced at it. Not bad. Send it to me. I gently pushed Xie Yunshu away and glared at Xie Linger. Xie Linger, do you still want dinner? Yes, of course I do. I'll help you wash the vegetables. Xie Linger quickly sent the photo to her sister and then obediently went to wash the vegetables. Though Xie Linger couldn't cook, she was a quick helper. Soon, all the vegetables were washed and ready. An hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were ready. Time to eat. Xie Linger took out her phone, snapping pictures continuously. Posting to mine moments first. Xie Yunshu looked at the tempting dishes on the table and suddenly recalled what I had said last night. A year ago, there was a time when I prepared 3 meals a day for her. For lunch, I would pack it in an exquisite lunchbox and bring it to her company. At night, I would cook a full table of food and wait for her to come home. But she never ate it. A few times, she even threw the food I made into the trash right in front of me. Xie Yunshu clenched her fists, feeling for the first time how terrible she had been. Kehuai must have been heartbroken back then. Sister, why are you just standing there? Let's eat, Xie Linger said after finishing her pho's session, noticing Xie Yunshu standing coldly beside me. I glanced at her and said coolly, if you don't want to eat what I cooked, you can have my cess. Jun cook something else for you. Xie Yunshu sat down beside me. It's not that I don't want to eat. Xie Linger quickly held out her bowl. Give me a bowl of soup. Xie Yunshu glanced at her. Don't you have hands? Xie Linger laughed awkwardly. All right. Jia Yunshu tasted each dish. She had to admit, my cooking skills were truly excellent. Even simple home-cooked meals tasted this good. That meal, Jia Yunshu ate 3 bowls of rice. When she finally put down her chopsticks, every plate on the table was empty. I looked at Jia Yunshu's still, longing expression, the corner of my mouth twitching. Eating so much at night. Be careful of indigestion. Jia Yunshu smiled suggestively. It's fine. We can get some exercise later to help with digestion. I glanced at her. Then why don't you wash the dishes? Jia Yunshu nodded. Alright. Washing dishes, what's so hard about that? Jia Linger's mouth twitched. Her sister. Washing dishes. You live long enough, you see everything. I was only joking, but I didn't expect Jia Yunshu to actually agree. Mr. Song is here, Mrs. Jung came over and said. What's he here for? Jia Linger had no good feelings for Song Minju. Seeing Jia Yunshu clearing the dishes, she didn't even bother to look up. Mrs. Jung hummed in acknowledgement and went out. Soon, Mrs. Jung returned. Mr. Song is kneeling outside the door and refuses to leave. He says he must see you today. Sister Yunshu, please spare the Song family. I know I was wrong, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Song Minju's tearful cries could be heard from outside. A cold glint flashed in Jia Yunshu's eyes. The security throw him out. Outside, Song Minju was dragged away by 2 security guards and thrown onto the street. Sister Yunshu, how could you treat me like this? It must be because of that Kihui. Song Minju fell to the ground pathetically, glaring at the villa's gate. It's all Kihui's fault. I absolutely cannot let Kihui get away with this. Song Minju scrambled up and got into his car. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Didn't you say you would help me? I need you now. After washing the dishes, Jia Yunshu even cut a plate of fruit. In the living room, Jia Linger and I were engrossed in a video game when suddenly a piece of watermelon was brought to my lips. Without thinking, I took a bite. Turning my head, I saw Jia Yunshu holding a fork, sitting beside me with a gentle expression. Is it good? I shifted back slightly. It's alright. Jia Yunshu picked up another piece of watermelon. Here, have another piece. Being treated so gently, I felt a little unaccustomed. I can eat it myself. The cool, delicious watermelon was already in my mouth. Jia Linger looked at us, stopped playing her game, and cried out, can you two have some mercy? Pay some attention to me. A single dog. This bda is killing me. Jia Yunshu glanced at the third wheel. Jia Linger. You're still not leaving. I'm leaving now. Jia Linger put down her game controller, ready to flee. Wait. Go to my study and wait for me. I have something to talk to you about. Okay. Jia Linger obediently ran upstairs. Jia Yunshu placed the fruit plate in my lap. Eat more fruit. I'll come down later and we can take a walk in the garden. With that, she also went upstairs. I looked at the fruit plate in my lap, wanting to laugh but couldn't. I used to dream of Jia Yunshu having a meal with me or going for a walk. Now that it was happening, I didn't feel very happy. After all, to her, I was just an interesting pet. In the study, Jia Yunshu asked Jia Linger what are Kihui's hobbies. Jia Linger looked at her sister with a disappointed expression. Sister, you were married to him for 2 years and you don't know his hobbies. Jia Linger slapped her forehead. She had forgotten that her sister used to be a terrible woman who treated Kihui as if he were invisible. Of course she wouldn't want to get to know him. Sister, you really didn't care about brother Kihui at all. No wonder he wanted to leave you last time in Jingxing. It seems you hurt him too deeply before. Now, it won't be easy for you to win him back. Jia Yunshu, of course, knew it wouldn't be easy. Now she had half a year to make up for it. Jia Linger looked at her sister's perpetually icy face and smiled. I know quite a few of brother Kihui's hobbies. She cleared her throat. I'll talk, you write. Jia Yunshu immediately opened the notes app on her phone. Brother Kihui likes hot pot. He likes flavorful food. Brother Kihui likes to drink a glass of warm milk before bed. For coffee, he only drinks latte. Jia Linger rattled off a long list. By the time she was done, Jia Yunshu's notes had over 1,000 words. Jia Yunshu put her phone away, nodding in satisfaction. Alright, you can go. Yes, Munam. Jia Linger walked to the study door, then suddenly remembered something and stopped. One more thing. Jia Yunshu looked at her. Jia Linger said, yesterday, I had dinner with Shen Kuning. She told me to remind you to go for a health checkup. Jia Yunshu adjusted her posture. She had been too busy lately, and had forgotten about it. I know my condition. What's there to be afraid of? I'm only 24 this year, Jia Yunshu said dismissively. Jia Linger frowned. Even so, you can't neglect it. I know. After Jia Linger left, Jia Yunshu sat in the study for a while before going downstairs. I was already walking in the garden. Jia Yunshu stopped. Boy, I'm sorry. I turned to look at her. Jia Yunshu looked at my hands, thinking of how my fingers were all injured when I was learning to cook, and her heart itched. I was wrong before. I hurt you and made you sad. From now on, I won't be like that anymore. I stared blankly at Shayunshu, my heart pounding violently. She was actually humbling herself to apologize to me. It was truly surprising. I opened my mouth but couldn't speak. The hurt was already done. A single apology couldn't fix it, nor could every apology be exchanged for forgiveness. Not wanting her to treat me like before was something I brought upon myself by falling for someone who didn't love me. I rubbed my slightly stinging nose. Shayunshu, I don't want to talk about the past. Shayunshu stepped forward and hugged me, her hand gently patting my back. Okay. That Friday, Shayunshu had nothing important in the morning. Remembering Xia Linger's reminder from the day before, she went to the hospital. As she got out of the elevator, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps from the other end of the corridor. Shayunshu looked up and saw a group of doctors surrounding a male doctor in a white coat and a mask. The man's face was obscured by the mask. He held a medical chart, reading it while speaking to the doctors and nurses around him, his expression as serious as a general about to go into battle. The doctors following behind him looked at him with reverence and admiration, their pens scribbling down his every word. Shayunshu was stunned as she watched the man walk past. Although he wore a mask, she recognized him immediately. It was Kifui. I looked up and met Shayunshu's gaze, startled for a moment. What was Shayunshu doing at the hospital? A doctor behind me answered a call and then said to me, Professor Kai, the blood bank just replied. They said they are temporarily short on typo blood. Shayunshu froze, staring at me in shock. The last time she asked if I knew medicine, I said I knew a little. She thought a little really meant just a little. Now it seemed I was being far too modest. A little knowledge had brought me to the level of a professor. I paid no attention to Shayunshu. While leading the group towards the patient's room, I said, then transfer some from other hospitals. The patient is a veteran and has priority. The rest of you, go prepare. The surgery will begin as soon as the blood arrives. Yes, Professor Kai, everyone responded in unison, their attitude extremely respectful. Yangting stared at my retreating back for a long time, speechless. Mayam, was that Mr. Kai just now? How is he so brilliant? He's so young and already a medical professor. Is he a genius? A proud smile touched the corners of Shayunshu's lips. As expected of Shayunshu's husband. Yangting whispered a reminder, Mayam, have you forgotten that you two are divorced? In Director Chen's office, he looked at Shayunshu's test reports with a frown. Miss Xia, have you been working too hard lately? Under too much pressure? You see a few of your indicators are a bit high. How have your sleep and appetite been recently? Shayunshu rubbed her temples. My appetite is fine, but I've been having some trouble sleeping. She rarely had insomnia before, but after I left her in Jingchen, she had searched for me for 3 days without sleeping. Since then, she had started to experience mild insomnia. Director Chen thought for a moment, and asked again, what about your mental state? Do you often lose focus or feel flustered? No, none of that. Director Chen sighed in relief. That's good. Miss Xia, although the hereditary disease in your family usually onsets after 40, we can't rule out special cases. You should still pay attention to resting, keeping a cheerful mood, and ensuring you get enough sleep every day. I'll prescribe some sleep aids for you. Take them for a while, and then come back for a follow-up. Shayunshu nodded. The Xia family had a history of hereditary mental illness. This disease was only passed down to women, and usually only the first daughter was affected. It didn't shorten one's lifespan, but after onset, one's mental state would become extremely poor, accompanied by irritability, violence, mood swings, and even extreme actions. Shayunshu took the medicine but didn't leave the hospital. Instead, she stood waiting for me outside the operating room. Inside the operating room, the surgery lasted for 5 hours. After stitching the final suture, I let out a breath. The rest I left to Huang Lingling. After giving some post-op instructions, I left the operating room through another exit and saw Shayunshu waiting outside. Why are you waiting here? Shayunshu opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to me. I didn't refuse, taking it and drinking half the bottle in one go. Are you free tonight? Shin Kuning is organizing a get-together. Let's go eat together. Not going. I handed the water bottle back to her and walked towards my office. I was exhausted and just wanted to go home and rest. Shayunshu knew I was tired and didn't insist, planning to message Shin Kuning later to say they weren't going. I changed out of my surgical scrubs and checked my phone. I saw that Li Jie had sent me a message 2 hours ago. He opened it and raised an eyebrow. Fast mover. After a moment's thought, I replied to his message. I asked Shayunshu, who was waiting outside, who's going to Shin Kuning's gathering. Shayunshu replied, me, Linger, and Jiang Tenru. A smile flickered in my eyes. Jiang Tenru, Bontu. The heavens are truly on my side. I rubbed my nose. Suddenly, I feel like going. An hour later, in the celestial room at the top of the B1 club, Shayunshu led me into the room. Shin Kuning and Jiang Tenru were already there. Jiang Tenru's eyes widened and said softly, you're here. They were all acquaintances, so I had nothing much to say. I just nodded in greeting and sat down. Shen Cunning gave us a meaningful look. What are you two planning to remarry? I shot her a cold glance. Who told you I was going to remarry her? Shen Cunning's mouth twitched. Aren't you already holding hands and going everywhere together? You still haven't made up. Xia Yunshu glanced at Shen Cunning and held my hand again. I'm still pursuing Qi Huai. I haven't even won him back yet. Remarriage is a long way off. Young Tenru gave Xia Yunshu a meaningful look. I ran into Miss Ron a few days ago. She still seems to be pining for Mr. Kai. Xia Yunshu's face darkened. I think she just hasn't given up. Daring to pine for my man is simply asking for death. Shen Cunning laughed without restraint. Miss Xia, you have your day too, huh? As they say, what goes around comes around. I'm afraid your path to winning him back won't be easy. Just then, the door was pushed open. Xia Linger walked in slowly, carrying several shopping bags. Sorry, I'm late. The traffic was bad. With everyone present, the waiter soon began serving the dishes. I glanced at Jian Tenru beside me, stood up with my glass, and said, Mr. Jian, let me toast you. Jian Tenru was slightly taken aback before picking up his glass and standing up. Mr. Kai, you're too kind. Just call me by my name. The two of us clinked glasses and downed the drink in one go. I've heard that Mr. Kai is highly skilled in martial arts. I would like the opportunity to learn a few moves from you, Jian Tenru said with a polite and dignified smile, glancing at Xia Yunshu beside me. I chuckled. Let's forget it. If I were to injure you, I'm afraid Miss Xia would kill me. Xia Yunshu sipped her drink, looking serious. Shen Cunning patted Jian Tenru's shoulder. Tenru, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But his skills are truly formidable. After all, this is the man who single-handedly swept the Shicheng arena. Jian Tenru looked at me in surprise. Then I truly must have the chance to learn from you. Of course. We clinked glasses again and finished our drinks. Seeing Jian Tenru drain his glass, the corners of my mouth curved up. On the way back after the party, my stomach felt unwell. He stopped at a pharmacy by the road to buy medicine. Just then, a car sped towards me. Luckily I was agile and narrowly avoided it. Meanwhile, Jian Tenru had returned home. He hadn't drunk much that night, but upon arriving home, he felt intensely dizzy. After a quick shower, Jian Tenru collapsed onto his bed. In the darkness, a figure silently entered the villa. Under the dark sky, a man with an elegant demeanor scaled the fence and silently infiltrated the villa. Having staked it out for 2 days, he knew the villa's security like the back of his hand. Plus, with the help of Xiao Kai, tonight was the best opportunity to strike. At this hour, the servants were all asleep, and the building was silent. The man in black entered the living room through a glass window, and slowly went upstairs. A minute later, a piercing alarm blared from the second-floor study. In the bedroom, Jian Tenru's eyes snapped open. He rolled off the bed, his vision swimming and his head spinning. Someone's here. Realizing something was wrong, Jian Tenru shouted while stumbling out of the bedroom. A black shadow flashed before his eyes. Stop, the man grunted softly and jumped out of the second-floor window. Jian Tenru lunged, his fingers just brushing against the man's clothes. Seeing the study door open, Jian Tenru knew something was wrong. There was no time to chase the man in black. He immediately ran into the study. The secret room door was open, and the box was still inside. Jian Tenru opened the box. The object inside was gone. Damn it. A fierce look flashed in Jian Tenru's eyes. Back at the villa, my stomach was still upset. After soaking my feet, I went to bed. Xia Yunshu didn't go to her own room but shamelessly slept with me. In the middle of the night, while I was sound asleep, Xia Yunshu's phone rang, waking me up. I burrowed deeper into the covers. Xia Yunshu answered the phone. Spit it out. Not knowing what the person on the other end said, Xia Yunshu got out of bed and went into the study. I turned over and checked my phone. The call Xia Yunshu just took was probably from Jian Tenru. After all, Li Ji never failed. In the study, Xia Yunshu stood by the window, exuding a cold aura. When did your vigilance become so poor? You didn't even know a thief broke in. I was too careless. Jian Tenru still hadn't figured out how he had been drugged. Did the thief plant something in his room beforehand to make him dizzy and sleepy? It's not that you were careless. Someone has been targeting it for a long time. When this item was still in Solomon's hands, many people were watching it. Not many people showed up at the previous auction, secretly probing for information. Solomon wouldn't easily reveal the buyer's identity unless the other party was a significant figure. It seems this thief has a powerful background. Have you found out the person's identity? Jian Tenru shook his head. I checked the surveillance cameras, but couldn't get a face. All I know is that it was a man. Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow. A man. Interesting. Don't worry, I'll catch him and get the item back soon. Okay. The next day, due to my stomachache, I was listless. Seeing me so uncomfortable, Xia Yunshu's heart itched, but she didn't know how to help, so she went online to watch videos on how to cook porridge. I sat on the sofa with a pillow, watching a movie, but my mind wasn't on it. I stared at Xie Yunshu's busy figure in the kitchen, lost in thought. If someone had told me before that Xie Yunshu would willingly cook, I would have thought they were dreaming. I never even dared to imagine it before. Xie Yunshu seemed to sense my gaze and turned around. Our eyes met unexpectedly. I looked into Xie Yunshu's beautiful, cold eyes, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat. I subconsciously looked away, feeling like I had been caught doing something wrong. Xie Yunshu finished making the porridge and brought a bowl out. They say online that when your stomach is upset, drinking some porridge helps. I took the bowl, feeling the warmth in my palms, and took a sip. Xie Yunshu sat down beside me. Don't be polite. From now on I'll cook for you every day. She paused, then added, only for you. My eyes flickered, and I chuckled softly. Xie Yunshu, you're suddenly so gentle, I'm not used to it. Xie Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Is being a little gentle not good? Or do you want me to be as cold to you as I was before? I shook my head. That's not it. Of course, I liked her being gentle and nice to me, but I still felt an emptiness in my heart. I didn't know how long her gentleness and kindness towards me would last. Suddenly, Xie Yunshu moved closer and hugged me tightly. Tihuai, if I didn't have the ice jade flower, would you not even spare me a glance? I shook my head. It's not that bad. Although I was with her now for the ice jade flower, even without it, my feelings for her wouldn't change. I just wouldn't be entangled with her like this. Xie Yunshu's eyes reddened as she continued to ask, Tihuai, then tell me, how can I make you fall in love with me again? My voice was bitter. Xie Yunshu, is my love that important? Very important. Xie Yunshu placed her hand on my chest, and took a deep breath. In this world, there is nothing that brings more happiness than mutual love. I didn't answer her question but asked one of my own. What about you, Xie Yunshu? Do you love me? Hearing this, Xie Yunshu frowned. Do you even have to ask? Seeing her frown, my heart turned cold. I shouldn't have asked, just setting myself up for humiliation. Why do you say that? Xie Yunshu caressed my cheek. The ringing of the phone interrupted her. Annoyed, she picked up her phone. I don't know what the person on the other end said, but Xie Yunshu was visibly stunned. She immediately said, let me hear it. I looked at Xie Yunshu, vaguely hearing the words found a trace of a guy. Xie Yunshu hung up and immediately called Yamting. Prepare the helicopter. I sat on the sofa, my eyes fixed on Xie Yunshu standing by the window making calls, my heart filled with sadness. If I wasn't mistaken, the call just now was about a guy. Xie Yunshu couldn't delay. After instructing Yamting to prepare the helicopter, she immediately went back to her room to change. She seemed to remember I was still in the living room and came back to say, wait, I have to go out for a bit. Be good at home. Call me if you need anything. I nodded numbly. Just as I was about to speak, her phone rang again. She answered it and turned to go downstairs. I watched her figure disappear, my nose stinging. Suddenly, I was very jealous of Aki. Jealous that he could be so deeply remembered and loved by Xie Yunshu. Brother Kihui, where did she go? Xiaolinger came out of her room and looked at the helicopter flying away. He smiled bitterly. Besides Aki, who else could make her rush off like that? Xiaolinger understood. News about Aki again. He said nothing. Just as I wanted some quiet time alone, I received a call from Xu Shai. We found Ki Yuan. Hearing this, my spirits lifted immediately. Found him. Where is he? But we were one step too late. He's in Xie Yunshu's hands now. Him. So Xie Yunshu's hurried departure was for Kai Yuan. I remembered Aili saying last time that Xie Yunshu's people were also looking for Kai Yuan. Maybe I had misheard earlier. Xie Yunshu didn't leave in a hurry for Aki, but because she had captured Kai Yuan. Miss Xia, long time no see. Kai Yuan looked at Xie Yunshu with the smile of a cunning fox. Xie Yunshu got straight to the point. What do you want? Miss Xia is so direct. In that case, I'll be direct too. I want Kihui dead. Yang Ting, standing beside her, shivered. Ki Yuan was so audacious. Wasn't he afraid the boss would kill him on the spot? Ki Yuan chuckled suggestively. Only when he is dead can I rightfully become the head of the Ki family. A murderous glint flashed in Xie Yunshu's unreadable eyes. On what grounds do you think I'll agree? Miss Xia, don't you want to know where the person you've been searching for all these years is? Fei Yuan smiled faintly and took a photo from his pocket, handing it to her. Miss Xia should be familiar with the object in this picture. Xie Yunshu took it and looked. Her eyes suddenly contracted, her beautiful, cold eyes like a bottomless abyss. The photo showed an antique, bronze-colored black diamond ring, identical to the one she had taken from Aki's hand 5 years ago. So, Miss Xia, do you want to make this deal? Fei Yuan looked at Xie Yunshu suggestively, his expression that of a seasoned schemer. Xie Yunshu had been searching for the man named Aki for 5 years, even offering a huge bounty on the black market. It was clear how important this man was to her. You know his whereabouts? Fei Yuan nodded. Miss Xia, when you bring Kihuai's body to me, I will tell you Aki's whereabouts. He paused and added, Miss Xia, in this world, besides me, no one knows his whereabouts. If I die, you can forget about finding him for the rest of your life. Xia Yunshu stared at the gauze wrapped around the back of her left hand, silent for a long time before speaking. Alright, I agree. He Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. I knew it, Miss Xia. Then I will wait for your good news. Xia Yunshu clutched the photo in her hand, turned, and left the room. Yangting followed her out, wanting to speak but hesitating. Ma'am, do you really want to? Xia Yunshu turned to look at her. Go do something for me. After giving her instructions, Xia Yunshu returned to her room. In the middle of the night, a loud explosion suddenly echoed through the hotel. Xia Yunshu ran out of her room and saw the room where Ke Yuan was being held engulfed in thick smoke and flames. Yangting, clutching a wound on her arm, ran out of the sea of fire. Ma'am, the Xu family's people have taken Ke Yuan. Back in the capital, I lay in bed thinking all night and finally decided to go to France. With Xia Yunshu's personality, she would definitely not let Ke Yuan return to the country alive. Before he died, I wanted to ask him some things clearly. Early in the morning, after booking my flight, I quickly packed some luggage. As I was about to leave for the airport, I heard the roaring of helicopter blades from outside. I went to the balcony to see it was Xia Yunshu. She was back so soon. I immediately ran downstairs. Xia Yunshu, how? Xia Yunshu walked in with a cold face and grabbed my arm. He Yuan. My mind went blank. He Yuan. Isn't he captured by your people? Last night, Xu Shai led people to take him away. How is that possible? When I spoke to Xu Shai on the phone yesterday, she clearly said she wouldn't snatch him. I have crossed paths with Xu Shai before. It was definitely her who took him. I didn't see wrong. Jinjiu, standing behind Xia Yunshu, spoke up. Let me call her. I was also stunned. I pulled my hand away from Xia Yunshu and immediately called Xu Shai. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Shai. A cold female voice interrupted me. It was me. Simultaneously, on the balcony of an ancient castle, a stunningly beautiful woman leaned against the railing, a cold glint in her eyes. I was the one who told Xu Shai to take him. With every word Kai Lingqing spoke, the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. I slept straight through until the next morning. When I woke up, I saw Xia Wenshu sitting by the bed, staring intently at me. She had been up all night. Her beautiful, usually cold eyes were now slightly red and swollen, with heavy dark circles underneath. You're awake. Her voice was hoarse. Xia Wenshu helped me sit up and handed me a glass of warm water. Thank you. I drank half the glass. The moment I set it down, Xia Wenshu suddenly pulled me into a tight hug. Tihui, she called my name, her voice raspy. I won't let anything happen to you. Absolutely not. I gently patted her back. I'm already fine. Xia Wenshu nodded. You haven't eaten for a day and a night. Is there anything you want to eat? I looked at her and said, anything is fine, as long as it's light. I'll go have someone prepare it. I watched Xia Wenshu's retreating back. I didn't know if I was overthinking it, but I felt the way she looked at me seemed a little wounded. I went into the bathroom to freshen up. Standing in front of the mirror, I looked at the hickey on my collarbone and couldn't help but recall yesterday's madness. If being with her is so painful, why not just leave? After all, I have to leave sooner or later. A bitter smile formed on my lips. Leaving the bathroom, I called Xu Shai and told him to bring people to Jingdu. I wanted to move my grandfather to a hospital in Jinjiang. The Haosen was not currently at the Jingdu nursing home, and only a few bodyguards were there protecting him. It would be easy for Xu Shai to move him. On the other end of the line, Xu Shai was stunned. Alright, I'll set off right away. I'll arrive in Jingdu tonight at the latest. I hung up and went downstairs. Brother Hui, you're okay. Xia Linger rushed forward to support me. I smiled and waved her off. Why are you so tense? I'm fine now. No problems at all. Xia Linger's eyes were red as she gently punched my shoulder. You really scared me to death yesterday. I thought I was going to die. Sorry I didn't tell you before. It's an old ailment. It hurts a little sometimes, and I'm afraid of pain, so my reaction was a bit strong. I'm fine now. Why did you come down without putting on a coat? Xia Wenshu came up from behind and draped a shawl over me. I found it both amusing and helpless. In the middle of summer like this, I wasn't cold. Xia Wenshu took my hands. Your body was very cold yesterday, and you were sweating a lot. You should still be careful. The smile on my face stiffened slightly. A drop in body temperature and cold sweats were normal symptoms of an attack. Let's go eat, Xia Wenshu said, taking my hand and leading me to the dining room. I had no appetite and didn't eat much, quickly putting down my chopsticks. Not eating anymore? Xia Wenshu asked with a slight frown. I'm full. Xia Wenshu looked at me, hesitated for a moment, then said, later, I'll take you to the hospital for a detailed health checkup. I immediately waved my hands in refusal. My body is fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Jialing advised, Brother Hui, you should still go for a comprehensive checkup. That way, we can also be at ease. I'm not going. I knew my body's condition very well. I was fine. Seeing my firm stance, Xiao Wenshu didn't press. As you wish. We won't go to the hospital. Sister, Xiao Linger's lips nearly touched the ceiling. How can you indulge Brother Hui in this matter? There's definitely something wrong with his body. I was a bit surprised that Xiao Wenshu was so easygoing today. But then I heard her say, in that case, if you don't want to go to the hospital, I'll have a medical team come to the house later to examine you. I looked at Xiao Wenshu. It seems she was determined to make me get checked. I sighed helplessly. Xiao Wenshu, you don't need to be so tense. I'm really fine. Xiao Wenshu took my hand. Even if you're fine, let's just get it checked. Consider it a routine physical. I pulled my hand out of hers. I said no checkup. Xiao Wenshu, don't force me. Hui. Xiao Wenshu looked at me hesitantly. The more I refused, the more she worried about my condition. I took a deep breath, suppressing my frustration. I'm sorry, I know you both care about me. But I'm a doctor too. I'm very clear about my own condition. There's no need for a checkup. Hui. Xiao Wenshu was about to say something, but I cut her off. Xiao Wenshu, actually, I don't like sweets at all. I don't like strawberries, and I especially don't like the designer goods and cars you give me. Did you know? The things you've been doing lately have put a lot of pressure on me. Schellinger at the side immediately spoke up. How can that be, Brother Hui? You clearly liked them before. I cut Schellinger off. That's because I was often unhappy before, so I wanted to eat something sweet to lift my mood. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. I'm sorry, Xiao Wenshu said, looking at me with self-blame in her eyes. She thought that everything she had done recently was what I liked. She never expected that not only did I not like it, but I also felt pressured. Hui. Xiao Wenshu tried to take my hand, but I forcefully pushed it away. Xiao Wenshu, you should know very well in your heart. The only reason I came back to you and live here is for the ice jade flower. So, no matter what you do or how well you treat me, I can't fall in love with you. Absolutely not. My gaze turned cold. Xiao Wenshu, stop wasting your efforts on me. Xiao Wenshu was stunned. She had never seen me so cold and sharp. The eyes that were just gentle and deep were now filled with ice. Hui, nothing in this world is absolute. Xiao Wenshu, don't force me. I threw back a harsh sentence and turned to go back to my room. Xiaolinger looked at Xiao Wenshu's expression, her heart sinking. This is bad. I returned to my room and immediately started packing. Just then, Ai Li's phone call came through. As soon as it connected, Ai Li's cheerful voice rang out. Zhu Shai said you're preparing to leave Jingdu. You're acting fast this time. Did you get the ice jade flower so quickly? No. I don't need the ice jade flower anymore. Right now, I just want to get away from Xiao Wenshu as quickly as possible. Even if it means giving up the ice jade flower, I don't care. Since returning to Jingdu less than a month ago, I had had 2 attacks. This frequency was too high. If this continued, I would either be tortured to death or go insane. Hearing this, Ai Li asked excitedly, you don't need the ice jade flower anymore. So you don't want your life either. Seeing my determined tone, Ai Li knew she couldn't persuade me. Alright, then I'll wait for you in Jincheng. I hung up. I had decided to leave. This time, no one could stop me. In her office, Xiao Wenshu stood by the window, watching me pull my suitcase out of the villa. She wanted to force me to come back. As long as I was by her side, it was enough. Xiao Wenshu picked up her phone, about to make a call, but at that moment, her phone rang. The call connected. Ai Li spoke first. I know the Xia Corporation is preparing to expand into the Eastern European market. I happen to have 2 idle private oil fields. I wonder if Miss Xia is interested. Saying these words, Ai Li's heart felt like it was bleeding. She didn't believe Xiao Wenshu wouldn't be tempted. Sure enough, Xiao Wenshu directly asked, what do you want? Ai Li didn't mince words. I want the ice jade flower. It was because of Ai Li's words that Xiao Wenshu suddenly realized she had overlooked something important. The ice jade flower was a traditional Chinese medicinal herb that could cure 100 poisons. Hui has been poisoned. Ai Li on the other end of the line said nothing. Her silence made Xiao Wenshu even more certain of her guess. I can give the ice jade flower to Hui, but you have to answer one question for me. Ai Li hummed in agreement, surprised that Xiao Wenshu was so easy to deal with this time. What does Miss Xia want to know? Who is the person Hui loves the most? Ai Li was originally going to say that the person Hui loved most was, of course, herself. But Xiao Wenshu's tone was so thick with murderous intent that she could feel it even through the phone. After a moment's thought, she changed her answer. The person Hui loves most is named Kai Lingchun. Miss Xia, I've answered your question. I will keep my promise. Xiao Wenshu hung up, her face covered in a bloody hue. Meanwhile, I was preparing to board the plane when several black sports cars sped over. Yunting got out of the front passenger seat of a Maybach, took a rectangular box from a bodyguard, and walked straight towards me. I looked at Yang Ting with a faint smile. Special Assistant Yang, you can't stop me. Mr. Kai, you misunderstand. We're not here to stop you. Yang Ting handed over the box. This is what our miss asked me to give you. I helplessly signaled for Chu Shai to take it. Thank Miss Xia for me. After saying that, I turned and boarded the plane. By the time we arrived in Jinshan, it was 11 p.m. After settling my grandfather, Xu Shai brought over the item Xie Wenxu had sent. Leader, what should we do with this? Just by looking at the box, one could tell it wasn't cheap. The item inside must be very valuable. I hesitated for a moment but still opened it. However, when I saw what was inside, I was instantly stunned. I didn't understand what she was trying to do. Did she think that by doing this, I would change my mind and go back to her? I laughed bitterly in my heart, unsure of what I was feeling. The next day, Li arrived in Jinshan. During lunch, she wanted to ask about the ice jade flower but was afraid I would find out she had called Xie Wenxu and think she was being nosy. She already gave me the ice jade flower, I suddenly said. Li was startled. Really? I put down my chopsticks, my expression full of melancholy. Li, am I a terrible person? Li forced a laugh. You're just realizing that now. I've been treated terribly by you for so many years, I'm used to it. I glared at her. Li knew what was troubling me. Kihuai, there's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Don't feel like you owe Xie Wenxu anything. It's fine, I gave her 2 private oil fields as payment for the ice jade flower. I nodded. Okay, I'll pay for it. I was about to say more, but Li cut me off. The ice jade flower. You should go and brew it quickly. That night, I started brewing the medicine. Li secretly went out to the garden to call Xie Wenxu. Miss Xia, I'll send someone to liaise with you about the oil fields. No need, Xie Wenxu's cold voice came through the phone. Li was stunned. Miss Xia, what do you mean? She angrily thought, is this woman trying to go back on her word? It's too late for that. Hihuai is brewing the medicine right now. As she was thinking, she heard Xie Wenxu's voice again. I gave the ice jade flower to Kihuai not because of the oil fields. Li raised an eyebrow. Is this woman still after Kihuai? Xie Wenxu's cold voice came through. I just want him to be safe and sound. Li thought to herself, as expected, she still hasn't given up on Kihuai. Don't worry, away from you, Kihuai will definitely be safe and sound. After saying that, Li immediately hung up. The moment she hung up, her phone rang again. She saw it was my number. We're clearly in the next room. Why is he calling? Li knew something must have happened. She rushed into my room and saw me collapsed over the toilet, vomiting nonstop. The air was filled with a thick, metallic smell. Li turned pale with fright. I lifted my head, about to say something, but my stomach twisted violently, and I vomited another mouthful of dark, black blood. The ice jade flower is fake, my weak voice echoed. Li rushed me to the hospital to have my stomach pumped. Seeing my weak and pained appearance, Li was furious. Take good care of Kihuai, she said, patting Xu Shai's shoulder before turning to leave. I immediately knew she was going to find Xie Wenxu. Shai, have someone call her back. This woman is too impulsive. I'm worried she'll get into trouble. Yes, Xu Shai replied and left the hospital room. Bring my men and kill Xie Wenxu. After Xie Wenxu had been outside for a while, Xu Shai returned to the room. She's already on a plane. We can't contact her. The office door of the Xia Corporation was suddenly pushed open. Yang Ting rushed in. Miss, a private helicopter just landed on the company's rooftop. A murderous glint flashed in Xie Wenxu's eyes. Shen Cunning laughed, her tone full of authority. Who's so bold as to trespass on our Miss Xia's territory? Just as Yang Ting opened her mouth, the sound of footsteps and the miserable screams of the building's security guards came from outside. Yang Ting knew something was wrong. As she turned, she saw Li leading a group of bodyguards. Yang Ting blocked the office door. Li, what are you trying to do? Li glared at Yang Ting. Get out of the way. Tell her to come out. Xie Wenxu's voice came from inside the office. Let her in. Li stepped into the office and, without a word, drew her gun. Shen Cunning was startled and quickly shielded Xie Wenxu, advising, Li, calm down. Let's talk things through. Xie Wenxu coldly looked at Li and stepped out from behind Shen Cunning. Kill me. Can your family bear the consequences? The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Li laughed. Xie Wenxu, you gave Kihuai a fake ice jade flower. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Xie Wenxu was shocked. What did you say? The ice jade flower is fake. Kihuai is now lying on his deathbed, all because of you. Xie Wenxu, you deserve to die. Li didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Shen Cunning's pupils contracted. Xie Wenxu quickly dodged. The bullet hit the computer behind her. Just as Li was about to fire again, a group of fully armed bodyguards suddenly rushed in. Li had only brought 7 or 8 people. Although they were all experts, they were no match for Xiao Wenshu's numbers and were quickly subdued. Xiao Wenshu stared coldly at Ai Li. How is Kifui now? Ai Li sneered. How is he? If you go now, you might be able to see him one last time. Horrified, Xiao Wenshu, frantic with worry, rushed to the Qi family villa. As soon as she got off the helicopter, she was surrounded by Chu Shai's men. Where is Kifui? Chu Shai's chest was filled with rage. Who do you think our leader is? Someone you can see whenever you want. Get lost. How could Xiao Wenshu leave now? She was so anxious her heart felt like it would jump out of her chest. Chu Shai pointed a gun directly at Xiao Wenshu's head. If you dare take one more step, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. A bullet accurately hit the stock of the gun in Chu Shai's hand. Chu Shai felt a numbness in his hand, and the gun flew out of his grasp. With this sudden turn of events, the surrounding bodyguards immediately pointed their guns at Xiao Wenshu. The people behind Xiao Wenshu quickly shielded her, and drew their own weapons in response. In an instant, both sides were as tense as a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, my voice came from inside the room. It was very soft, but it struck Xiao Wenshu and Chu Shai like a lightning bolt. They turned their heads in astonishment to look at me. I was helped out by a maid, looking very unwell. What are you all trying to do? I glanced at the two groups outside, ready to fight at any moment, and felt a headache coming on. Seeing me, Xiao Wenshu ran to me like the wind and hugged me tightly. The familiar scent. For some reason, I suddenly felt a sting in my nose. She asked in a hoarse voice, Kifui, I missed you so much. I'm sorry. I didn't know the ice jade flower was fake. I nodded slightly. I knew this wasn't her fault. With her personality, she either wouldn't give it, or if she did, she definitely wouldn't have intentionally given me a fake one. I was too weak. Being held by her like this, I quickly felt my vision darken. Kifui, I really missed you. Before I fainted, the woman's seemingly sincere words still echoed in my ears. After taking me to the bedroom, Xiao Wenshu left. Chu Shai and Ai Li stood like two sentinel gods in the hallway. When they saw Xiao Wenshu come out, their eyes were full of hostility. Kifui is asleep now. For the next few days, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of him for me. After saying that, she went downstairs. Yang Ting had been waiting there for a long time. In the car, Yang Ting handed her a tablet. This is the origin of the ice jade flower. It was provided by the deputy head of the Solomon family. Before it reached them, this item only passed through 2 hands. At this point, Yang Ting hesitated. This person is Isaac from the Middle East. He is currently in Weiqing. Xiao Wenshu spoke coolly. Go to the airport. Yang Ting was a bit hesitant, her expression serious. Miss, Weiqing is Isaac's territory. If we go so suddenly, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage. Besides, he has a grudge against you. There's no if. I must go. I must bring back the real ice jade flower. As soon as Xiao Wenshu's group arrived in Weiqing, Isaac knew. Soon after, he received a call from her. The moment the call connected, he heard Xiao Wenshu's emotionless voice. Isaac, the ice jade flower is in your hands, isn't it? Isaac was stunned, only then realizing that Xiao Wenshu had come for the ice jade flower. 2 months ago, his subordinates, not knowing any better, had seized a shipment from Solomon. The head of Solomon personally came to demand the goods. Isaac didn't dare to offend him, and not only had to return everything but also paid a hefty compensation to settle the matter. However, among Solomon's shipment was the ice jade flower he had been searching for years. He certainly couldn't afford it, so he used a fake ice jade flower to swap it. The Solomon family didn't know. He later heard that the ice jade flower had been auctioned off a month ago. Now that Xiao Wenshu had come to him asking about it, it meant that the person who had won the auction was her, and she had discovered the flower was a fake. Isaac laughed heartily. Miss Xia, you must be joking. How could I have such a thing? Xiao Wenshu didn't waste time with him either, saying directly, give me the ice jade flower. Name your price. Isaac sneered. In that case, why don't we meet and talk it over properly? Xiao Wenshu hung up. As soon as she left the hotel, she met a hurried Shin Cunning. Miss Xia, let me go meet Isaac in your place. This Isaac has a significant grudge against you. If you go yourself, you'll surely be at a disadvantage. Xiao Wenshu shook her head. The ice jade flower is in his hands. If I don't go, he won't give it. After saying that, she got directly into the car. Upon arrival, Xiao Wenshu was led into a bar. The bar was huge, with 2 floors. The entire first floor was filled with Isaac's men. Yang Ting followed behind Xiao Wenshu, feeling the tense atmosphere around them. The air was thick with the smell of smoke. Yang Ting glanced at Shin Cunning beside her and whispered, Miss Shin, if they ambush us now, what are our chances of escaping? Shin Cunning glanced at her. Miss Shin never makes a bet she isn't sure of winning. Xiao Wenshu walked up to Isaac and spoke directly. Where is the ice jade flower? Isaac laughed a few times. Miss Xia, you want the ice jade flower? I can give it to you. But you have to agree to 3 conditions. Xiao Wenshu glanced at him. Speak. Isaac continued. First, the sea transportation route through the Donluan Strait will belong to me from now on. Deal. Xiao Wenshu agreed without batting an eye. Isaac raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile in his eyes. I've heard Miss Xiao is a master markswoman. I have no other hobbies besides playing with guns. I consider myself a better shot than you. So, for the second condition, I'd like to invite Miss Xiao to test her skills against my gun. As Isaac spoke, he drew the gun from his hip and pointed it at Xiao Wenshu. Yangting's face changed, and she lunged forward. Isaac, you dare. Isaac laughed heartily, his malicious eyes fixed on Xiao Wenshu. That depends on whether Miss Xiao wants the ice jade flower. Xiao Wenshu pushed Yangting aside, and stood up straight. Yangting shouted anxiously, Miss. Xiao Wenshu glanced at her. Shut up. Yangting was helpless. When the miss made a decision, no one could stop her. Shen Cunning stared at Xiao Wenshu, her brow tightly furrowed. For Qihui, Miss Xia is really risking her life. Isaac clapped his hands. Miss Xia is so accommodating. He raised his gun and aimed at Xiao Wenshu's heart. Miss Xia, aren't you worried this bullet will take your life? Xiao Wenshu coldly raised an eyebrow, her entire being exuding an overwhelming aura. Do you dare? Isaac's gun hand faltered, truly intimidated by her presence. He indeed did not dare. If Xiao Wenshu died on his territory, this place would be razed to the ground within 2 hours. He wouldn't dare to poke that hornet's nest. But that didn't mean he would let her off so easily. Miss Xia, you jest. We still have a third condition. How could I let you die so easily? Where's the fun in that? The most interesting thing is a life worse than death. A dark, excited glint flashed in Isaac's eyes. He aimed the gun at Xiao Wenshu's right arm and pulled the trigger. Xiao Wenshu stood her ground, not dodging, not flinching, not making a sound. Bright red blood flowed down her arm. Yangting and Shen Cunning simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bullet hadn't hit a vital spot. Xiao Wenshu, her arm freshly shot, directly asked, What is your third condition? Isaac smiled and snapped his fingers. Someone behind him immediately brought out an orange-colored cocktail and placed it in front of Xiao Wenshu. Since you've come to my territory, of course I must show some hospitality as the host. Isaac made an inviting gesture. Yangting, at her side, asked warily, What kind of poison is this? Isaac admitted frankly, his face full of amusement. The ice jade flower can cure 100 poisons. Xiao Wenshu must want it to detoxify someone important. But if she drinks this glass of poison, she will have to use the ice jade flower to cure herself. Isaac opened the box in front of him, showing her the ice jade flower inside. Miss Xia, as long as you drink this glass of poison, I will give you the ice jade flower. He wanted to see what Xiao Wenshu would choose, save herself or save someone else. Miss, you can't drink it, Yangting advised anxiously. Shen Cunning stepped forward. Let me drink it for her. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wenshu had already picked up the glass. Without any hesitation, she tilted her head back and drank every last drop. Xiao Wenshu slammed the empty glass down on the table, her cold eyes showing no emotion. The ice jade flower. Isaac narrowed his eyes, re-evaluating Xiao Wenshu with a look of disbelief. He directly tossed the box containing the ice jade flower to her. Xiao Wenshu caught it, opened it, and examined it. Compared to the previous flower, its appearance was almost identical. The only difference was that this ice jade flower had a faint fragrance. Rest assured, this one is real, Isaac didn't forget to remind her. Miss Xia, don't forget the first thing you promised me. Xiao Wenshu said nothing, picked up the box, and left coldly. Isaac, are you just going to let Xiao Wenshu go like that? A subordinate asked. Isaac glanced at him. What else? Keep them for dinner. The subordinate was resentful. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill Xiao Wenshu? Isaac snorted. Who do you think Xiao Wenshu is? The CEO of the Xia Corporation is just one of her identities. Based on the provided text, and the novel lost her memory because she saved the female director's life, she immediately repaid me with her body. The character names have been kept in their original form as there is no official English translation with anglicized names. Here is the rewritten text in English, it's just her outward appearance. Her background is profound. I'm afraid that before we can kill her, we'll be killed by her people first. Axe stared in the direction Havanthu had left, a malicious smile playing on his lips. However, this time there was a significant gain. Havanthu's weakness has been exposed. After leaving the bar and getting into the car, Havanthu felt a wave of intense dizziness. Themthu Nin and Duongdin immediately rushed her to the hospital. The wound on her arm was still bleeding profusely and required immediate surgery to remove the bullet. Before entering the operating room, Havanthu handed the ice jade flower to Themthu Nin. Thunin, give the ice jade flower to Kai Hoi. Themthu Nin looked at the ice jade flower in her hand, hesitating slightly. If I give this to him, what about you? That glass of poison you just drank. Havanthu spoke softly. Ak wouldn't dare to poison me to death. Don't worry. He knew that poison wasn't lethal. At worst, it would just cause me some pain. It's nothing serious. The next morning, when I woke up, I didn't see Havanthu in the bedroom. After washing up, a maid brought breakfast. After eating, I started on an if drip again. I glanced towards the bedroom door several times, wanting to ask Aloy, but I stopped myself. Stop looking. Havanthu left last night, Aloy said. Once you've recovered, we'll return to Ngan country. You've been missing for so long that those old geezers thought you were dead and are starting to cause trouble again. He frowned. Is that so? I was worried I wouldn't find a chance to clean up the organization internally. It's the perfect time to deal with those disloyal ones. After resting in bed for a day, my body had recovered about 70 to 80%, and I no longer needed the drip. The next day, I didn't stay in the bedroom. After lunch, I asked Twit that had how the investigation into the ice jade flower was going. News from Solomon's side indicates the real ice jade flower is likely in the hands of Isaac and Vethan. I just sent someone over there this morning. We should have news tonight. I nodded, about to say something when a maid came in to announce I had a visitor. My mind immediately jumped to Havanthu. She'd been gone for 2 days, had she come back? But when the maid led the person in, I realized it wasn't Havanthu, but them Thunen. You're looking much better. You must be recovering well, right? I nodded and asked, why are you here? My eyes scanned the area behind her. Them Thunen had come alone. Them Thunen handed me a box. This is for you. What is it? I vaguely guessed but didn't take it. Them Thunen smiled condescendingly. Open it, and you'll see. I hesitated for a moment before opening it. The ice jade flower. She went to Vethan to find Isaac. Them Thunen raised an eyebrow. It seems you also found out the real ice jade flower was in Isaac's hands. I nodded, taking the ice jade flower out to examine it closely. It looked real. How did Havanthu get this from Isaac? She has her ways, Them Thunen replied. Alright, don't worry about it. My mission is to watch you consume it. I nodded. After the medicine was prepared, and I had drunk it all, Them Thunen left. Meanwhile, Havanthu had a fever. Halinni sat by her bedside, taking care of her. Hearing her call my name in her delirium, Halinni couldn't resist taking out her phone to record a short video. She's calling. Calling his name in her sleep. Biting her lip, she sent the video to me. Sister, don't blame me. I'm doing this because I care about you. Halinni prayed that Kaihoi would come to visit her sister after seeing the video. That way, when her sister woke up and found out, she probably wouldn't blame her for acting on her own. Soon, I received a WeChat message from Halinni. I opened it, it was a video. Playing it, I saw Havanthu delirious in her sleep. I looked at Havanthu's pale face, and my heart tightened. What's wrong with her? From her appearance in the video, Havanthu was clearly sick and unconscious. The video had sound. I turned the volume to maximum and heard Havanthu's voice, Kaihoi. Kaihoi. She was calling my name. I immediately called Halinni. The call connected quickly. Before I could speak, Halinni asked cautiously, Brother Kaihoi, did you see the video I just sent? Do you even need to ask? I am worried sick. Linni, what's wrong with Havanthu? Brother Kaihoi, my sister. She's sick. We've seen a doctor and she's taken medicine, but she's not getting better. She's getting worse. She's not going to die, is she? I was incredibly anxious. Don't worry, I'm coming right now. After hanging up, he immediately told Twit that had to prepare the helicopter. As soon as Aloy heard, she blocked the door. My face darkened. Aloy, move. Aloy gritted her teeth in anger, but in the end, she had to give in. She came along with me. Meanwhile, Halinni returned to the bedroom. To her surprise, as soon as she entered, she saw Havanthu sitting up in bed, drinking a glass of water. Sister. You're awake. Are you feeling better? Havanthu nodded slightly, putting the glass down. Did you call Kaihoi? Seeing her sister staring at her with a cold expression, Halinni clasped her hands together pleadingly. Sister, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Havanthu cut her sister off, her voice hoarse. When is Kaihoi arriving? Halinni was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. Brother Kaihoi said he's coming right away. But it's a flight from Kanthan, so it will take at least 2 hours. He'll probably arrive in Kindu around midnight. A smile flickered in Havanthu's eyes. She thought for a moment and said, don't tell him I'm injured. If he asks, just say I'm sick. Halinni nodded repeatedly. Yes. They had both forgotten that I was a doctor, and a skilled one at that. Halinni thought I wouldn't arrive in Kindu until at least 11 or 12 at night. Unexpectedly, just after dinner time, I arrived. The helicopter landed on the helipad in the villa's back garden. As soon as I got off, Halinni ran over. Brother Kaihoi, you're finally here. I nodded and walked straight into the bedroom. As I opened the door, I saw Havanthu leaning against the headboard. She glanced at me standing at the door. Kaihoi, You got here so fast. You must have taken a helicopter. I entered the room. Aren't you sick? Why aren't you resting properly? A few hours ago, in the video Helin Ni sent me, she was still in a high fever and delirious. If it weren't for her pale, sickly complexion, I would have thought the video was fake. Havanthu waved her hand. It's just a mild cold, it's nothing. Lin Nai was just overreacting. The fever is from the wound getting inflamed. Her voice was particularly deep. I said nothing, just stared at her, my eyes full of assessment. Since when had her body become so weak that a mild cold would confine her to bed? Havanthu tilted her head up slightly, the corners of her mouth curving. Kai hoi, did you come to see me? Her tone was a little proud. I looked straight into her eyes, silent for 2 seconds, then asked, Havanthu, are you injured? A flicker of something passed through Havanthu's eyes, leaving no trace. She smiled and said, do you wish I was injured that much? I nodded, looking at her. It's good that you're okay. Well, you should get some rest. Havanthu suddenly grabbed my hand. Kai hoi, stay with me tonight. I can't sleep without you. I laughed and pulled my hand away from hers. The movement pulled at the wound on her right arm, causing her so much pain that cold sweat soaked her back. I saw Havanthu freeze in pain. I hadn't even used much force. Your acting is quite convincing. Havanthu smiled. Kai hoi, what should I do? My wound hurts again. After speaking, she pulled me onto the bed and bit my neck. I glared at Havanthu. Havanthu, are you a dog? Havanthu looked at me and smiled. Don't all you men like dog, like women? I don't. Then what type do you like? Before I could answer, I heard her voice again. Someone like Kai Lang Shuam, right? I was startled. How did Havanthu know about Kai Lang Shuam? Could it be that Quan Lam Tum already knew about our marriage and went to her? I felt a little panic. Havanthu hugged me tightly, sensitively noticing my body stiffen. It seemed Loi hadn't lied to her. The person in my heart really was Kai Lang Shuam. Havanthu looked up at me, her eyes full of jealousy. Kai hoi, what's so great about Kai Lang Shuam? Why don't you try loving me a little? I promise I'm no worse than Kai Lang Shuam. We can try being together for a while. Maybe you'll find that being with me is happier. I stared blankly at Havanthu. Having known her for so long, this was the first time I had seen her speak so vulnerably. I laughed, my eyes a little cold. For the 2 years I had amnesia, I wish you would look at me more. If you had said these words to me then, I definitely would have thrown myself into your arms without hesitation. Havanthu's arms tightened. So why not now? I shook my head. Because I remember now. The person I love isn't you. Those 7 short words, the person I love isn't you, made Havanthu feel a pain that was hard to breathe through. The agony, amplified by the poison and the wound, was even more intense. She stared at me. If you don't love me, why did you rush here in the middle of the night? He fell silent. If I had known you weren't in any danger, I wouldn't have come. He helped me find the real ice jade flower. At the very least, I had to come and thank you in person. Havanthu's eyes darkened. A word of thanks is not enough. Then what do you want? My wound hurts. A hug from you is enough to thank me. I rolled my eyes. I decided to consider it as Havanthu deceiving me, but I didn't say anything more. Who told her to be the patient right now? I'll just indulge her a little. I convinced myself of that. Time passed, minute by minute. I hadn't been resting well lately. Being held by Havanthu like this, listening to her steady breathing, I quickly became drowsy. In the middle of the night, I was woken up by the heat. I opened my eyes to see Havanthu's face close up. I was still in her embrace. Her body temperature was abnormally hot. I immediately realized something was wrong and placed my hand on her forehead. Havanthu, you have a fever. Havanthu wasn't asleep, just drowsy. She grabbed my hand. It's nothing. I immediately sat up and took her temperature. It was a low-grade fever. I had brought my medical kit with me when I came. I found some fever-reducing medicine for her to take, then took out an acupuncture needle and inserted it into the Kochi acupoint on her left arm. However, when I removed the needle, the pinprick started to bleed uncontrollably. I was very confident in my acupuncture skills, there was no way I could have hit the wrong point. Moreover, the silver acupuncture needle was as fine as an ox hair. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have caused bleeding. I pressed a gauze pad on the bleeding point, thinking it would stop quickly. To my surprise, after nearly 10 minutes, fresh blood was still flowing. The pinhole was small, so the amount of blood wasn't much, but it wasn't right for it to keep bleeding. I took some hemostatic ointment from my kit and applied it, which finally stopped the bleeding. Havanthu, how do you feel? I gently patted her cheek. Havanthu opened her eyes. Her beautiful, normally cold eyes were now slightly cloudy and dim. Her voice was weak. Kai hoi, are you trying to hurt me to death? My heart tightened. In pain. Havanthu, where does it hurt? Havanthu slowly took my hand and placed it on her left chest. Here. It hurts a lot. Avantho, stop joking. I'm worried sick, and you're still joking. Avantho caressed my face, her eyes full of affection. I like the way you care about me, but I can't bear to see you worry about me. She sighed and smiled softly. Alright, I admit it. It doesn't hurt, and I'm fine. I was just trying to make you worry. I gave her a helpless glare, still half believing, half doubting. Are you really okay? I'm fine, just a little sleepy. I looked at my phone. It was already 300 m. Avantho pulled me down to lie on the bed. Throughout the early morning, I didn't sleep. I kept checking Avantho's temperature. Fortunately, by dawn, her body temperature finally returned to normal. Looking at the person sleeping soundly beside me, I breathed a sigh of relief. I turned on the light, intending to get out of bed to use the restroom. My eyes accidentally fell on her left arm. I saw that the hemostatic ointment I had applied to her hand had turned a dark black color. My pupils contracted. This ointment was a secret formula passed down by my master, with miraculous hemostatic effects. I remembered my master once said this ointment had another wonderful use, testing for poison. If the ointment was applied to a bleeding wound and turned black within 3 hours, it meant there was poison in the blood. I sat up, took a bit of the blackened ointment from her hand, and brought it to my nose. There was no foul smell. This indicated that the poison in Avantho's blood was not a deadly one. So, what poison did she have? What's wrong? My movement had woken the lightly sleeping Avantho. I gently patted her shoulder. Nothing. I'm thirsty, going downstairs for a glass of water. You go back to sleep. I walked out of the bedroom and went downstairs, but I didn't go to the kitchen. I went directly to the back garden, to the small building where the family doctor resided. Avantho was definitely hiding something from me. I went to the doctor's office and searched the desk drawers, finding Avantho's medical records. Right arm gunshot wound. Significant blood loss during surgery. Difficulty in hemostasis. Excessive blood loss requiring a 200 transfusion. Coagulation function destroyed. The more I read, the colder I felt. When I read the last page, I felt as if I had fallen into an ice pit. Ndeng poison. I was stunned. Avantho was poisoned with Ndeng. I had heard about this poison a long time ago. Some organizations used it to torture traitors or prisoners. A person poisoned with it would feel unbearable pain from even a single prick, to the point of not wanting to live. The most serious effect was that any wound on the body would bleed incessantly, and be difficult to heal. I remembered her hugging me last night, saying she was in pain. My heart felt like it was being squeezed. She wasn't pretending, she was really in great pain when the wound on her arm was touched. When I performed acupuncture on her, she was actually in extreme agony. That pain was no less than when the King poison acted up. Moreover, painkillers were completely useless. But even in that much pain, she still held on to me tightly, refusing to let go. I rushed back to the bedroom. As soon as I entered, I saw Avantho getting out of bed, seemingly preparing to go out. Avantho, lie down for me. I almost immediately pointed at her and shouted. Avantho was startled, not understanding why I was suddenly so angry. Oi, what are you doing? Don't you know your own condition right now? I quickly ran up to support her, and helped her sit on the bed. Avantho stared at me. I was afraid you'd left since you were gone for so long. My heart felt like it had been stabbed by something, and my eyes couldn't help but sting. I asked, if I hadn't found out myself, how long were you planning to hide it from me? Were you going to not tell me you were poisoned with Ndeng until you died? Avantho fell silent. She had underestimated me. She didn't expect me to find out in just one night. Avantho sighed. Hoi, I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to worry about me. My nose tingled. I said sternly, Avantho, from now on, you are not allowed to lie to me, not even a single sentence. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing me again. Avantho nodded. Okay. I will use acupuncture to temporarily block your pain sensation. You will feel a little pain now, but it will get better. Bear with it. Avantho looked at me intently. I trust you. I'll do whatever you say. I nodded, took out the acupuncture needles, and began the procedure for her, blocking the pain, sensing nerves throughout her body. It required more than 10 needles in total. Each needle was torture for Avantho. By the 7th needle, Avantho was in so much pain that her back was drenched in sweat. I really couldn't bear to see her in such pain, so I inserted a needle into her shuichu point, causing her to faint. Only after she was unconscious did I insert the final needles. After finishing, I watched over her by the bed for a while, then went downstairs. After breakfast, I went to Avantho's bedroom. She was still not awake. I drew a few milliliters of her blood to take for testing in the laboratory. At 11 m, Avantho finally woke up. As soon as she did, I helped her sit up. How do you feel now? Much better. Avantho moved her injured arm a little. The wound didn't hurt anymore. I have blocked your pain, sensing nerves. You temporarily have no sensation of pain. So it's not that it doesn't hurt, you just can't feel it. The pain, sensing nerves can't be blocked for long, 3 days at most. I held Havanthu's hand. Havanthu, don't worry, I will definitely save you. Havanthu caressed my face. The medical team is already researching the antidote. Don't worry. I nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Havanthu, why were you poisoned with Nden? Havanthu replied in a detached tone, I was plotted against by an enemy. She didn't want me to know she had been poisoned while getting the ice jade flower for me. A glint of green light flashed in my eyes. So, has the enemy been dealt with? Dealt with. He felt relieved. Temporarily free from pain, Havanthu felt much more relaxed and could get out of bed to walk around. After lunch, I took a walk with her in the garden for a while, then had a meeting with her medical team. The Dending toxin does not decrease through the body's metabolism. On the contrary, it accumulates more and more. If it cannot be detoxified within 10 days of being poisoned, it will be even more difficult to completely detoxify it later. The doctors discussed for a whole afternoon but couldn't come up with a feasible plan. That afternoon, Havanthu's blood test results came out. I looked at the indicators, thought for a moment, and finally called QQ. The phone rang for a long time. Just when I thought no one would answer, it finally connected. Hello. QQ, it's me. Before I could finish, QQ's voice came through the phone. Hey hoi. You've caused me so much trouble. I quickly asked, what's wrong? What happened? What else could it be? It's because of that thing you asked me to steal last time, damn it. I've never met someone so persistent. She's been chasing me for almost a month and still won't give up. A raised an eyebrow. You mean Tam Hugh? QQ had stolen on 117 from Tam Hugh. Tam Hugh had sworn in front of Havanthu that she would definitely get it back. Who else could it be? Eve had to hide everywhere recently. I was almost caught several times. She's driving me crazy. QQ, is on 117 still with you? It is. I've contacted Duan. He'll come to pick it up in a few days. Wait, I said quickly. QQ, return on 117 to Tam Hugh. Tell her to bring it back here. I need it urgently. Currently, the only method I could think of to detoxify Havanthu was to fight poison with poison, and this method required on 117. QQ on the other end of the line was clearly stunned. Hey hoi, what do you need it for? In short, I have a use for it. QQ hesitated. I know Kai Lane Shuang needs on 117 to save a child. That's why when I found out Havanthu bought it, I immediately contacted QQ and asked her to steal it. But now, Havanthu needs it too. She urgently needs on 117 to save her life. I was silent for a moment, then said, I will explain this to her myself. In any case, just find a way to give on 117 to Tam Hugh. Alright. Sorry for the trouble. It's fine. Just treat me to a meal next time. I chatted with QQ for a few more sentences before hanging up. Now, all that was left was to wait for Tam Hugh to bring on 117 back. I went to find Havanthu. Last time, at the Solomon auction, didn't you buy on 117? It can be used to create an antidote. Havanthu shook her head and said, on 117 was stolen. We still haven't found it. Is that so? Do you know who stole it? I feigned surprise, scratching my nose. Tam Hugh is investigating this matter. I don't know if she has made any progress yet. As Havanthu spoke, she took out her phone and sent a message to Tam Hugh. The other party was probably busy and didn't reply immediately. Havanthu put her phone down and asked me, are you sure on 117 can detoxify the Dending poison? On 117 is a mysterious chemical. It is said to be poisonous, but there are also rumors that it has powerful cell regeneration and recovery abilities. There were many rumors about it. In those years, many people on the black market tried to buy it through various channels, but because it was too rare, it was always a scarce commodity. Havanthu had also bought on 117 to study its composition. I affirmed, I believe in the efficacy of on 117. I had some understanding of its uses a long time ago. That afternoon, Havanthu received a call from Tam Hugh, saying that on 117 had been recovered and would be brought back tomorrow. I breathed a sigh of relief, and began to prepare the other detoxifying herbs. Aloy was planning to return to Yen country tomorrow. There were some matters waiting for her to handle there. The next day, after seeing Aloy off, I drove to the herbal medicine market. Just as I bought enough medicine and got into the car, my phone received an email. Inside was a video. After watching for less than 10 seconds, my pupils contracted, and my whole body felt like it had fallen into an ice pit. In the video, Havanthu stood still in front of Isaac, taking the bullet. She didn't dodge at all. The bullet hit her right arm, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. Isaac's men handed her a glass of wine. What poison is this? Miss Ha, as long as you drink this glass of poison, I will give you the ice jade flower. Without any hesitation, Havanthu drank the entire glass of poison. Havanthu, don't look, The moment Havanthu drank the poison, my heart itched. She didn't even frown, downing the poison in one go. What if it was a poison that killed on contact with blood? Without the ice jade flower, the worst I would suffer is 24 hours of pain each time the poison acted up. Was it worth her risking her life? This fool, what was she thinking? What injured by an enemy out of carelessness? What plotted against and poison? It was clear she stood still and let someone shoot her, and she drank the dinding poison. All just to help me get the ice jade flower. My eyes were wide, and my whole body trembled uncontrollably. Tears fell like rain. I drove like a madman back to the Ningxing villa. As soon as I got out of the car, I ran straight to Havanthu's bedroom. However, the bedroom was empty. When I left, I had told her to rest well. How could she be gone after just a short while? A maid cleaning the hallway spoke up, "Sir, Miss Them has arrived. The madam is discussing matters with her in the study." Hearing this, I immediately went to the study. I didn't even knock, directly pushing the door open. Havanthu was sitting behind the desk, holding a document, talking with them Thuning. Seeing me, she was startled. "Hey Hoi, you're back." I walked in, my eyes red, and looked at her. "Havanthu, didn't I tell you to rest well? Don't you know your own condition?" Thinking about how she took a bullet from Isaac and drank the dinding poison just to help me get the ice jade flower, my heart itched so much I couldn't breathe. Didn't she not love me? Was I just an interesting toy? Was it worth her going to such lengths, to the point of not wanting her own life? Seeing that I wasn't in the right state, Havanthu immediately hugged me. "Kai Hoi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't cry, it breaks my heart." I hugged Havanthu tightly, all my emotions suddenly surging up. Tears fell like a broken string of pearls. "You need to rest now. You can't overexert yourself, you know." "Havanthu, you're such a fool." I looked at Havanthu. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't be in this state. It was all my fault. Havanthu stroked my head tenderly. "Don't cry anymore. I'll go back to my room to rest right now." Then, Havanthu looked at them Thuning beside her. "You can handle this matter. Thamnihu is coming back soon. If there are any problems, you can discuss them with her." "Okay," them Thuning nodded, then looked at me. "Kai Hoi, the madam said you have a way to detoxify the dinding poison." I glanced at them Thuning. "It's nothing. Don't disturb her now. She needs to rest." With that, I pulled Havanthu back to the bedroom. Them Thuning was helpless. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. Back in the room, I took Havanthu's temperature and told her to lie down and rest well. Havanthu held my hand. "Sorry for making you worry." Her voice was soft and gentle, careful as if afraid of upsetting me again. "Havanthu, you really are a fool." The gentler she was, the more my heart itched. Havanthu smiled faintly and took a tissue to wipe my tears. "Kai Hoi, you're the first person to call me a fool. You are one." Havanthu looked at me with deep affection. "Alright, whatever you say." I stared at her, tears continuing to fall. "Why are you crying again, Kai Hoi?" Havanthu finally noticed that there was something wrong with my emotions. "Tell me, did something happen?" I shook my head. "Ah. Havanthu. Why? Why did you do that?" Havanthu was slightly taken aback and grabbed my hand. "What why?" I pushed her hand away, my face red with anger. "How long are you going to hide it from me?" Havanthu looked at me, stunned, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Could it be? He knows everything. Just then, she heard me sob, "The gunshot wound on your arm. How you were poisoned." "I know everything." Havanthu was shocked, momentarily speechless. She had intended to hide this from me for the rest of her life, but now I finally knew. Havanthu looked at my tear-streaked face and sighed internally. "Kai Hoi, I didn't want you to feel pressured. I did all of this for you willingly." I lowered my head, my eyes red, and asked, "Why?" "Havanthu, we're divorced." "Why would you do that?" Havanthu sighed again, lifting my face. "Kai Hoi, if I had known sooner that I would fall in love with you, I would never have divorced you." I fell silent, my eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Havanthu. Havanthu gently wiped my tears, saying word by word, "Kai Hoi, Havanthu, the biggest regret of my life is divorcing you. And the thing I regret the least is falling in love with you." My lips trembled. "Havanthu. What did you say?" I said, "The biggest regret of my life is divorcing you." "No. Not that." I tried to hold back the tears that were welling up. "You just said." "You said." Havanthu understood and opened her mouth. "If I had known sooner that I would fall in love with you, I would never have divorced you." Pausing for a moment, Havanthu said again, "Kai Hoi, I love you." This was the first time she had said those 3 words to me so seriously and frankly. I stared at Havanthu as if struck by lightning, too shocked to speak. She said she loves me. Havanthu loves me. How could that be? Didn't she already have someone she liked in her heart? He smiled faintly. Van Tho, are you joking with me? Van Tho placed her hands on my shoulders and said seriously, this isn't a joke. Kai Hoi, I'm confessing to you. Confessing. I bit my tongue lightly. It hurt. I wasn't dreaming. I blinked. Van Tho, you really like me. When I watched that video, I might have already guessed Van Thu's feelings for me, but I still didn't dare to believe it. Even now, when Van Thu personally said she loved me, I still couldn't easily believe it. Isn't the person Van Thu likes that? The man she yearned for, whom she wouldn't give up on even if she had to search for her whole life. Van Thu looked straight into my eyes and nodded. Yes, I like you. It can only be you, no one else. I looked at Van Thu with a complicated expression, suddenly raising my hand to touch her forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Van Thu, look carefully. Am Kai Hoi, not. Van Thu was caught between laughter and tears at my action. Kai Hoi, I don't have a fever. I'm very clear, edit. The person I like is none other than you, Kai Hoi. I stared at Van Thu, not knowing what to feel. There was a bit of joy that Van Thu finally loved me, but I also felt a bit of regret. Regret because when she liked me, we were already divorced, and I had decided to give up my feelings for her. Kai Hoi. Van Thu reached out, intending to caress my cheek, but I avoided her. Van Thu, I remember I told you, I already have someone I like. Van Thu's eyes darkened, and she lowered her hand. I know. I lowered my gaze, about to speak, but was cut off by Van Thu's voice. But what does that matter? As long as you're not married to someone else, I still have the right to pursue you. I believe in myself. Sooner or later, we will be together. I looked at Van Thu's hand. Miss Ha, being too confident is not a good thing. Be careful, you might get slapped in the face. Van Thu smiled faintly. Kai Hoi, do you dare say you don't have any feelings for me at all? If you really don't, why did you stay? Why were you crying so heartbrokenly just now? I'm not a cold-blooded animal, of course, I would have feelings. You saved me, and helped me find the ice jade flower. I have to repay this debt. As for why I cried just now, it was just because I was moved by you. Don't overthink it. Van Thu looked straight into my eyes. Kai Hoi, you're lying. The more I explained, the less Van Thu believed me. The eyes can't deceive people. My eyes had already betrayed me. I felt like she could see right through me. I quickly averted my gaze, stood up, and took a few steps back. You should rest well. I'm going to prepare the medicine. With that, I walked out. Just as I reached the door, Van Thu's voice came from behind me. Kai Hoi, I won't give up. He said nothing and walked out. Van Thu stood motionless, staring at the closed door, her beautiful, cold eyes as deep as a lake, exuding a chilling aura. She took out her phone and called Q Hugh to her room. After hanging up, Q Hugh arrived in less than 2 minutes. Madam, you called for me. Van Thu looked at him, her gaze extremely cold. Who told Kai Hoi about the ice jade flower? This matter was only known to a few close associates. Thunen was discussing matters with her at the time, so she couldn't have told me. That only left the bodyguards who went with her that day. Q Hugh heard this and quickly said, Madam, you instructed that this matter not be disclosed to anyone, so none of us dared to say a word, let alone tell Mr. Kai. Van Thu frowned. If that's the case, how did Kai Hoi find out? Just now, Miss Thunen came and said that Isaac had fallen into Solomon's hands. So even if they investigated, they couldn't get anything from them. I went downstairs and headed straight to the medical room in the backyard. They said I was preparing medicine, but actually, I just wanted to be alone and calm down. Van Thu's sudden confession was too unexpected and shocking. I needed to calm down a bit. Just now in the bedroom, I really wanted to ask her, if she liked me, what about that? What was that's position in her heart now? Was she still looking for him? But I didn't have the courage to ask. After all, that person was the first love she had loved for 5 years. That night, Tamhu finally brought 117 back. I immediately checked the 3 test tubes, confirming there were no errors. To save time in detoxifying Van Thu, I stayed up all night preparing the antidote. 117 consisted of 3 test tubes, each 50 ml. As I was preparing the formulation process, the phone they had placed beside me suddenly rang. I picked it up and immediately tensed. She was calling at this time, it must be because of it. I hesitated for half a minute before finally answering. Hello. Immediately, a cold voice came through the phone. Darling, how has your husband been lately? Hearing this form of address, I knew her second personality had awakened. I am not your husband. Why not? We've already bowed to heaven and earth. I felt a little helpless. Please, speak normally. When did I bow to heaven and earth with you? On the other end of the line, Kai Lang Shuang snorted coldly. I knew you would deny it, you heartless thing. I stopped talking nonsense with her and changed the subject. Why did you call me? Q said you took 117, right? Tai Lang Shuang's languid voice came through the phone. That's right. I hesitated, explaining, I'm in urgent need of 117 right now, so. Before I could finish, I was cut off. I don't care what urgent business you have. I'll give you 1 week to bring it back to me. I clenched my phone. Tai Lang Shuang, I really need 117. Can you let me have it? Tai Lang Shuang was silent for a moment, her voice devoid of emotion. What do you need it for? I hesitated. I've been poisoned with ndane and need a 117 to make the antidote. I absolutely could not let her know that the person who was poisoned was Havan Thu. With her personality, she would definitely not let it go. Ndane poison. Tai Lang Shuang's voice couldn't help but rise a few octaves. How did you get poisoned with that? It's a bit complicated. After I'm done with this busy period, I'll go back and explain it to you in person. Since I took 117 this time, I have to make a trip back anyway. Tai Lang Shuang laughed, her voice full of sarcasm. I'm really curious who is so capable as to be able to poison you. I give up. Stop making fun of me. Tai Lang Shuang snorted softly. Darling, after 2 years apart, have you completely forgotten my personality? My heart suddenly felt a little uneasy. Immediately after, I heard Tai Lang Shuang's cold voice. What I hate most is being deceived. The Gu King poison is the ancestor of all poisons. You've been poisoned with the Gu King poison. Even a poison 10 times stronger than Ding would not harm you. My heart skipped a beat. Just as I was about to speak, the phone transmitted Tai Lang Shuang's furious roar. Using 117 to detoxify Ding poison. Are you kidding me? I had forgotten. Tai Lang Shuang's understanding of pharmacology was no less than Kai Hoi's. I'll give you 1 week. If you don't bring 117 back to me within a week, you'll see what happens. Tai Lang Shuang, no, listen to me. Hello. Hello. The line was dead. I looked at the phone in disappointment, completely devoid of mood. With Tai Lang Shuang's personality, if I didn't listen to her and didn't bring 117 back, she would definitely be furious. The consequences of her anger. He shuddered. Those were not consequences I could bear. But I also couldn't give up on using 117 to detoxify Havan Thu. I looked at the 117 on the table, suddenly caught in a dilemma. Hindu, Huaxia. He stayed up all night. It wasn't until noon the next day that I came out of the pharmacy. Havan Thu had been waiting for me since early in the morning. Seeing me come out, she pulled me to eat. He stayed up all night. After eating, go get some rest. I ate while shaking my head. No need. Just make me a cup of coffee. I'll try to make the antidote before noon tomorrow. Havan Thu shook her head. There's no need to rush. I laughed. This is the first time I've seen a poisoned person not be in a hurry. Havan Thu served me food and said, it's not that I'm not in a hurry. I trust you. Actually, in her heart, she had a little selfish hope that I would be a little later in developing the antidote, so that she could be with me for a little longer. Havan Thu was worried that once there was an antidote, I would leave. He stared at her, and nodded. Havan Thu, I said I would save you, so I will definitely develop the antidote. After eating, I intended to continue preparing the medicine, but Havan Thu forcefully pulled me back to the bedroom to rest. Helplessly, I set an alarm for 2 hours later, preparing to lie down for a while. Havan Thu sat by the bed, waiting for me to fall asleep before turning off the alarm I had set. She sat by the bed for half an hour before leaving the room. Outside, Q Hu was waiting. Madam, the matter you instructed yesterday has been investigated. Havan Thu nodded, and led Q Hu into the study. It was Hakan Shoyan who told Kai Hoi. Havan Thu's eyes flashed with a green light. Alin Ni knocked on the study door. Sister, can I come in? Come in. Alin Ni pushed the door open, her face full of anger. Sister, I just heard from the people at the old villa that father has put Hakan Shoyan in full charge of his 60th birthday party next month. What does that mean? Is he planning to announce Hakan Shoyan's identity at the birthday party and let him return to the Ha family? Is that so? Havan Thu sneered. She had anticipated that a trashman would let Hakan Shoyan into the Ha family, but she hadn't expected him to act so quickly, and to let him handle the birthday party, as if afraid that others wouldn't know how much he valued this illegitimate son. I'm even angrier about this. Not only did Mom agree, but she even called me to say that Shi Jingchuan just got back and isn't familiar with the family situation, telling me to help him out if I have time. I've never seen such a magnanimous woman, treating her husband's illegitimate son so well. Jia Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly, a sarcastic smile flashing in them. Xiaolingher looked at Xia Yunshu. Sister, you absolutely can't let Xia Jingchuan handle Dad's birthday party. Otherwise, what will people think of you? The esteemed daughter of the Xia family, Xia Yunshu, gave a faint smile. What others think isn't important. What's important is what Dad thinks. What do you mean? Xia Yunshu said softly, since Dad has already let Xia Jingchuan handle it, then let him do it. I haven't had much time to manage this recently. As long as they don't cross the line, everything is negotiable. But Xiaolinger started to say something but stopped. Jia Yunshu said, "These next few days, help me keep an eye on the company. Report anything to me immediately." Xiaolinger nodded, then as if remembering something, she asked, "Sister, Dad surely won't let Shi Jingxuan interfere with the company's affairs, right?" "It's hard to say." Jia Yunshu's eyes turned cold. "After all, our father often does unexpected things." Xiaolinger frowned deeply and said nothing. I was fuming all night, so this time I slept very soundly. Suddenly, a ringing phone woke me up. I thought it was my alarm, but when I picked up my phone, I saw an incoming call from an unknown number starting with a 0. It was an international call. I sat up, scratched my head, and pressed the answer button. "Hello." There was no sound from the other end. "Hello." He switched to English. The phone remained silent. I looked at the screen. The call was still connected. Just then, the bedroom door opened and She Yunshu walked in. Seeing me sitting on the bed with a sleepy expression, holding my phone, she asked, "You're awake?" "Yeah." I rubbed my eyes and spoke into the phone again. "Hello. Who is this?" Still, no one answered. "Who's calling?" She Yunshu asked. I yawned and shook my head. No one's talking. Probably a wrong number. With that, I hung up and looked at the time. It was almost 5 p.m. How did it get so late? Why didn't my alarm go off? "I turned it off," She Yunshu said, sitting down on the edge of the bed and gently stroking my eyelashes. "You've been too tired these past few days. You need to rest well." I stretched. "I'm fully recovered now. If all goes well, by this time tomorrow, I'll have developed the antidote." She Yunshu nodded, paused for 2 seconds, and then asked, "Pei, was it Shi Jingxuan who told you about the ice jade flower?" I didn't hide it, and nodded. She Yunshu continued, "Besides the ice jade flower, what else did he tell you?" "He also told me about your relationships. I just found out he's your half-brother, and Xiaolinger's as well. I always thought you were full siblings." I recalled what Xu Shuwei had said about Xiaolinger in the provincial capital. At the time, I found it strange how someone could call their own daughter an ungrateful wretch. Now I understood. It turned out Xiaolinger wasn't her biological daughter. Jia Yunshu held my hand. Linger's biological mother passed away during childbirth, so my mother raised her from birth. I asked, "What's the relationship between you and Shi Jingxuan?" Jia Yunshu thought for a moment and said 4 words, "Enemies, not friends." I nodded with a smile. "It's quite funny. He advised me to remarry you, saying he didn't want to see you get hurt by love. I really thought you siblings had a good relationship." "Is that so?" Jia Yunshu raised an eyebrow, her expression unreadable. Jia Jingxuan is a deep person. You can't easily trust what he says. I didn't pay him much mind before, but after this incident, I can no longer underestimate him. Jia Yunshu paused for a moment, then added, "But you can seriously consider his advice from back then. Remarry." I shook my head. "I don't want to think about that right now." I threw back the covers, got out of bed to wash my face, and then headed to the laboratory. In a child's room in an old castle at the foot of the Gurman Mountains, a little hedgehog girl sat in front of a computer, still holding the phone she had just hung up. Her small, pretty face was full of grievance. I didn't dial the wrong number. It took all my courage to press that number. The little hedgehog girl opened the recording file and replayed the call. "Hello. Hello. Hello. Who is this?" No one's talking. Probably a wrong number. There were only 4 short sentences. The little hedgehog girl listened to them over and over, her small face filled with anticipation. "Daddy's voice is so nice. He must be very handsome. I wish I could meet him." Thinking of this, the little hedgehog girl remembered what the great demon king had said yesterday. She couldn't meet her daddy, her appearance would make him sad. The little hedgehog girl hugged her phone tightly, sniffled, and pursed her lips. In Jingdu, after 2 days, I finally managed to formulate the antidote for the remnant sun toxin from O117. I did my best not to use up all of the O117, 15 of each of the 3 types remain. I packed the remaining medicine, locked it in a cabinet, and prepared to bring it back to Kailingshuan in a few days. This was the best way I could think of to benefit both sides. As soon as the antidote was ready, I immediately brought it to Shi Yunshu. Tinru looked at the small pill I handed to Shi Yunshu and asked curiously, "This is the antidote you made from O117? I nodded and looked seriously at Shi Yunshu. Shi Yunshu, he used a method of fighting poison with poison. For 24 hours after taking the antidote, you might feel very uncomfortable. But once you endure it, you'll be fine." Shi Yunshu looked at me, a smile playing on her lips. "Hui, you won't take the opportunity to leave while I'm feeling unwell, will you?" I rolled my eyes. "Are you that afraid of me leaving?" Shi Yunshu nodded. "Em." Sinru, standing beside them, felt helpless. The word afraid had never been in Shi Yunshu's dictionary before. "Is there any O117 left?" Sinru asked, her eyes gleaming indistinctly. I shook my head. It's all used up. Sinru sighed, a bit of a pity, but being able to cure Yunshu's poison makes it worth it. Dai Yunshu looked at Sinru. That thief, have they been caught? The stolen items were recovered, but the thief got away. The opponent is not an ordinary person. We were lucky to get the 117 back this time. I gave a wry smile. It seems the opponent is quite a formidable character. Sinru scoffed defiantly. Sooner or later, I'll catch that thief. He smiled. Good luck with that. With Kukyao's skills, you can dream on if you want to catch her, I thought. I poured Xie Yunshu a glass of warm water. Drink this. Without hesitation, Xie Yunshu took a sip of water and swallowed the pill. 2 hours after taking the medicine, Xie Yunshu developed a high fever and broke out in a cold sweat. I used alcohol for physical cooling while closely monitoring her condition. At first Xie Yunshu was conscious and would occasionally say a few words to me, but she soon fell into a coma. He stayed by her bedside without leaving for a moment, my heart in my throat. Just then, my phone rang. Seeing it was Kai Lingjuan's number, I took the phone out to the balcony to answer. Hello. Instantly, an angry female voice came through the phone. Hui, you have some nerve, cheating on me. Before I could even speak, Kai Lingjuan continued, marrying another woman and still not admitting it. I was about to say something when I heard Xie Yunshu's painful moans from the bedroom. Kai Lingjuan, I'm busy right now. We'll talk later. With that, I hung up and rushed back to the bedside. Seeing Xie Yunshu's body convulsing, I immediately held her shoulders firmly. Kai Yunshu, just hold on a little longer. I took out my set of acupuncture needles from my medical kit, preparing to perform acupuncture. Just then, the phone rang again. It was still Kai Lingjuan's number. I had no more patience and directly turned off my phone. On the other side of the ocean, in the old castle, a woman sat in a director's chair, her face dark as she continuously redialed my number until she heard. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Switched off. Kai Lingjuan's eyes narrowed dangerously, her gaze falling on the documents on the table, her expression turning extremely ugly. Very good. You dare to turn off your phone. You think that means I have no way to deal with you? Kai Lingjuan clenched her fists, a furious fire burning in her eyes. Duan, you'll personally lead a team to Huaxia, and bring my little thing back here. My little thing, you dare to marry another woman. Unforgivable. Duan felt cornered. She had just called him Hui, and little thing. Duan clenched his fists, warily staring at the woman before him. After more than 2 years, Kai Lingjuan's second personality had reappeared. Duan hesitated for a few seconds, then asked, What if he doesn't want to come back? Doesn't want to come back. Kai Lingjuan laughed cruelly, casually tossing her phone onto the table. Then break both his legs and carry him back. Just as Duan was about to speak, the office door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. The little hedgehog girl ran in like a gust of wind, spreading her arms to shield Duan, glaring at Kai Lingjuan like an angry wolf cub. Great Demon King, you want to hurt my daddy. I won't let you. Duan, why are you here? The little hedgehog girl nodded forcefully. I heard you. You can't hurt my daddy. Kai Lingjuan waved her over. Come here. The little hedgehog girl walked over, her soft, round face full of displeasure. Kai Lingjuan reached out, picked her up, and placed her on her lap. We haven't seen each other in 2 years. You've gotten taller and heavier. The little hedgehog girl looked at her, confused. They had just had breakfast together that morning. Kai Lingjuan pinched the little girl's cheek. You've been disobedient. You must be punished, you know. The little hedgehog girl shook her head. Don't you want to see him? Wait until I bring him back and break his legs. That way, he can't go anywhere and will stay with you forever. The little hedgehog girl's face turned pale, and she struggled violently, jumping off her lap. No, you can't hurt my daddy, haha. Kai Lingjuan stood up and looked out the window at the dazzling sunlight, laughing cruelly. Suddenly, her thigh felt heavy. Kai Lingjuan looked down to see the little hedgehog girl clinging tightly to her leg. She raised an eyebrow. How troublesome. The little hedgehog girl hugged her leg tightly, refusing to let go, shaking her head continuously, begging her to spare him. The little girl nodded. Kai Lingjuan gave a cold smile and patted the little girl's head. It's not entirely impossible. In Jingdu, I watched over Xie Yunshu for a whole night. By the next morning, her condition had stabilized. I checked on her, then took a blood sample for testing. Soon after, the results came back. The toxin level in her blood had dropped by 80. I breathed a sigh of relief, planning to take another blood sample in a few hours. Once Xie Yunshu's condition was more stable, I remembered Kai Lingjuan's call from last night. I turned my phone on and saw several missed calls from her. I was a little worried. From what Kai Lingjuan said last night, it seemed she already knew about me and Xie Yunshu. This was trouble. With her possessive nature, I was afraid she would cause some problems. I thought about calling her back but decided against it. It would be better to explain this in person. After all, I still had to bring the remaining 117 back. Sent Kai Lingjuan a voice message. Kai Lingjuan, I've been a bit busy these few days. I'll come back when I'm done with my work, and I'll explain everything clearly then. After sending the message, I stood up, stretched, and left the bedroom. As soon as I left, Xia Yunshu, who had been lying in bed in a daze, opened her eyes. Come back when work is done. Go back where? To Kai Lingjuan's side. Xia Yunshu clenched her fists, her slightly pale face covered in a layer of gloom. I went downstairs to eat, and then came right back up to check on Xia Yunshu. Not long after, she woke up. Xia Yunshu, how are you feeling? Xia Yunshu stared at me, her voice weak. I feel like I have no strength. I gave her half a glass of water and checked her vitals, finding that they had all stabilized. I took your blood for testing this morning and found that the toxin level has dropped by 80. I'll take another sample tonight. If there are no surprises, the toxin will be completely eliminated. Xia Yunshu nodded, her eyes fixed on me. Kehuai, you've been watching over me for a day and a night. I gently patted her shoulder. Your recovery is more important than anything. Xia Yunshu said nothing, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Linger walked in with a tray of food. Sister, you're awake, have something to eat. He set up a small table and helped Xiao Linger arrange the food. Although Xia Yunshu was hungry after not eating for a whole day, she had no appetite. She only took a few bites before she couldn't eat anymore. That evening, I took Xia Yunshu's blood for testing again. When the results came back, the heart that had been in my throat finally settled. The remnant sun toxin in Xia Yunshu's body was finally gone. I let out a sigh of relief. I showed the test results to Xia Yunshu. The poison is gone. You just need to rest for another 2 days, and you'll be fully recovered. Brother Kehuai, you're amazing. Xia Linger excitedly hugged me. I looked at Xia Yunshu, who remained silent and raised an eyebrow slightly. Xia Yunshu, the poison is gone. Why don't you look happy at all? Xia Yunshu looked up at me, her gaze gentle. I am happy. Kehuai, thank you. Xia Linger took my arm and said with a smile, Sister, you really should thank Brother Kehuai. He hasn't rested properly these past few days. The dark circles under his eyes are from staying up all night. Xia Yunshu looked at the clock. It's late. Go get some rest. I had indeed been exhausted recently. Now that Xia Yunshu was out of danger, I could finally get a good night's sleep. I gave Xia Yunshu a few instructions and then returned to my room. After both Xia Linger and I had left, Xia Yunshu took out her phone and sent a message to Shen Cunning. Half an hour later, Shen Cunning arrived at the Royal View Villa. Looking at Xia Yunshu's blood test report, Shen Cunning said admiringly, he really is skilled. He cured your poison in just a few short days. Xia Yunshu leaned against the headboard, arms crossed, and looked at her. Did you bring what I asked for? Shen Cunning took a small green glass vial from her pocket. What do you need cilantro powder for? She was allergic to cilantro and normally wouldn't touch it. Xia Yunshu reached out and took it. It has its use. Shen Cunning frowned, looking at her with confusion. You're allergic to this. What use could it have? Xia Yunshu glanced at her coolly. You can go now. After speaking, she shook the small vial in her hand. Keep this a secret. Shen Cunning raised an eyebrow and smiled. Miss Xia, what are you plotting now? Why so secretive? Xia Yunshu just remained silent, shaking the vial of cilantro powder in her hand. After Shen Cunning left, Xia Yunshu got out of bed, poured a glass of warm water, then poured some cilantro powder into her palm and drank it down. I finally got a good night's sleep. The next morning, after washing up, I went to Xia Yunshu's room. As soon as I entered, I saw her lying in bed, face flushed, with small red dots covering her arms and neck. I was startled and quickly checked her breathing and pulse, finding that she had a fever. Xia Yunshu, what's wrong? Nothing, I just feel a little short of breath, Xia Yunshu said, coughing. I hurriedly called the family doctor and brought my own medical kit. She was fine yesterday. How did she get so serious all of a sudden? Xia Linger paced back and forth worriedly, looking at Xia Yunshu on the bed. After an examination, the doctor looked at me and said, Miss Xia's condition looks like an allergic reaction. I also thought Xia Yunshu was having an allergic reaction, and a severe one at that. Xia Linger, besides cilantro, what else is Xia Yunshu allergic to? I asked. Everyone in the villa knows she's allergic to cilantro, so that ingredient would never appear here. I was with her when she had dinner yesterday, and I didn't see any cilantro. Xia Linger shook her head, confused. There's nothing else. Could it be a side effect of the antidote? A doctor asked. I frowned and thought. Although the probability was very small, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, no one had ever used 117 to make medicine before, and there were no records of its side effects. Unable to find the cause of the allergy for the time being, I didn't dwell on it. The most important thing now was to treat her allergic reaction. After tests and blood work, it was confirmed that the fever and shortness of breath were caused by an allergy. I immediately prescribed medication, both oral and intravenous. After a flurry of activity, Xie Yunshu's fever finally broke that afternoon after the drip was finished. I was still worried, so I stayed by her side. The allergy caused many small red dots on her hands, which were very itchy but couldn't be scratched. I applied a layer of anti-inflammatory and anti-itch ointment for her. My gaze fell on her arm. She had been having blood drawn almost every day recently, and her arm was covered in needle marks. It was painful to look at. I looked at Xie Yunshu and felt her gaze on me was a bit strange, as if she had something to say. "It's okay," Xie Yunshu said, holding my hand, her voice a little deep. "I'm sorry for worrying you. No need to apologize. As long as you get better, that's more important than anything." Xie Yunshu stared at me without speaking. I finished applying her medicine and then checked the gunshot wound on her right arm. Before, because of the remnant sun toxin, the wound was always inflamed and difficult to heal. Now that the poison was gone, the inflammation had quickly subsided. This was the second time she had been injured for me. Xie Yunshu smiled faintly, her tone unconcerned. "This scar will heal quickly." Without thinking, I blurted out, "Even with a scar, you're still very beautiful. With a face like this, if you went into acting, I don't know how many male fans you'd attract." "Is that so?" Xie Yunshu looked at me, a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Thank you for the compliment, Kawaii." I was startled. I had let my true thoughts slip out. I coughed twice. "Actually, not that beautiful. Just slightly above average." Xie Yunshu raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with jealousy. "Then compared to Kai Lingchuan, who's prettier, her or me?" My mouth twitched slightly. "What is there to compare? How do you know about Kai Lingchuan?" I asked in return. The last time Xie Yunshu mentioned Kai Lingchuan, I had wanted to ask. For years, Kai Lingchuan had lived a reclusive life, cut off from the world. Plus, we hadn't seen each other in years. No matter how capable Xie Yunshu was, she couldn't have traced her through me. Moreover, Kai Lingchuan had been extremely low-key in recent years, never appearing in person for business matters. Investigating her was as hard as climbing to the sky. I have my ways. Xie Yunshu observed my expression, silent for 2 seconds, then continued, "It seems you're very afraid of me knowing about her." I gave a faint smile. "It's not that. It's just very strange. Why would you think I like her?" Xie Yunshu looked at me. "The person you said you liked very much, isn't it her?" Did Ali lie to her? "The person I like really isn't Kai Lingchuan." However, I put on a serious face. "It's not Kai Lingchuan, but that doesn't stop me from pinning the blame on her. Otherwise, when Xie Yunshu asks, I really don't know who else to blame." I looked at Xie Yunshu and said, "The person I like is her." Anyway, Xie Yunshu can't find Kai Lingchuan, so let her have this misunderstanding. Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Then why aren't you together?" "We're too familiar with each other, so it's not easy to make a move. She doesn't have romantic feelings for me." Xie Yunshu held my hand, playing with it, her tone indifferent. "Since it's like that, why not consider being with me?" "Xie Yunshu, I've said it, I only love her. Before, when I had amnesia, I liked you because I saw you as her." Xie Yunshu's grip on my hand tightened. Enough, she had heard these words once before and didn't want to hear them again. Xie Yunshu looked directly into my eyes. "Tihui, life is very long. You don't necessarily have to like only one person. If you don't try, how do you know you can't love me?" I pursed my lips, my voice a little disappointed. "That's right, Xie Yunshu. Life is very long. You don't necessarily have to like only one person. Just like you like me now, in the future, you could also like someone else." Xie Yunshu frowned. "You've learned to argue, have you? See? Nothing left to say, right? Actually, you don't like me that much." Before I could finish, Xie Yunshu suddenly kissed me. After the kiss, she caressed my cheek, her eyes full of tenderness. "Tihui, actually you do like me a little, don't you?" I gritted my teeth. "No, you can't lie." I cursed inwardly and stood up. "Xie Yunshu, you are very beautiful and outstanding, but that doesn't mean that just because you like me, I have to like you back. Get some rest. I'm going back to my room." With that, I left the room without looking back. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control my emotions. I had already resolved to stay away from her. I scratched my head in frustration, my heart a tangled mess. I went downstairs, intending to get a beer, but found Schillinger directing the maids to clean the kitchen. I just asked the doctor. Her allergy symptoms are exactly the same as when she had a cilantro allergy before. I'm worried a maid accidentally bought cilantro at the market, so I'm having them clean the kitchen thoroughly. I nodded and took a can of beer from the fridge. "Why are you drinking?" "I'm in a bad mood." I sighed and slumped onto the sofa. "Don't ask." Schillinger sat down next to me. "What's wrong? Did my sister make you angry?" I opened the can and took a gulp, sighing. "Not exactly." After a pause, I said to Schillinger, "Linger, a few days ago, your sister confessed to me." Schillinger immediately sat up straight. "Really? So, did you agree?" I took a large swig of beer, and shook my head. Dehuai, we're divorced. Xiaolinger excitedly grabbed my hand. You can get remarried. If you don't want to remarry my sister right away, you could try dating first. Dating. I held the beer can, thought for a moment, and then shook my head again. Your sister won't give up looking for a pie. If she finds him one day, what am I supposed to do? It's better not to be with her from the start. Someone who has never tasted sugar won't fear bitterness, but once you've tasted the sweetness of candy, it's hard to bear even a little bit of pain. Xiaolinger opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She knew that I actually had feelings for her sister, but she also understood how much I cared about her. Xiaolinger patted my shoulder. Let's not talk about this anymore. I cleared the gloom from my eyes and suddenly remembered something. Right, I forgot to give Xie Yunshu her evening medicine. I put down the beer and went back upstairs to Xie Yunshu's bedroom. Xie Yunshu, I didn't knock and pushed the door open. Instantly, I saw Xie Yunshu stabbing a dagger into the gunshot wound on her right arm. Xie Yunshu didn't expect me to suddenly enter and tried to pull her hand back, but it was too late. The dagger pierced the unhealed wound, and fresh blood gushed out. I rushed forward and snatched the dagger from her hand. Xie Yunshu, what are you doing? A dark light flashed in Xie Yunshu's eyes as she clutched her bleeding wound. Nothing. Nothing. I roared in anger. Xie Yunshu was silent for 2 seconds, her hands suddenly going limp. I didn't mean to. Are you kidding, a child? I am about to be driven mad by you. Tell me, why did you do it? After a pause, I added, I want to hear the truth. Xie Yunshu looked directly into my eyes, her expression gradually darkening. The truth is, I don't want to recover so quickly. Why? Xie Yunshu lowered her head and said nothing. I suddenly thought of something, and my heart clenched. I looked at her sternly. Xie Yunshu, your allergic reaction. You didn't cause it yourself, did you? Xie Yunshu didn't speak, but her reaction was a clear admission. I jumped up. Xie Yunshu, what on earth are you trying to do? I have been skipping meals and sleep to make an antidote for you, the slightest thing wrong with you, and I worry myself to death, and what about you? The moment you start feeling a little better, you start harming yourself. Xie Yunshu stood up, her eyes covered by a dark cloud. Dehuai, I don't want you to leave. Just the thought of me leaving to find Kai Lingjuan was enough for her to lose control of her emotions. She wanted to keep me by her side at all costs. If I hadn't accidentally walked in without knocking and seen that scene, who knows what else she might have done. The thought made me even more scared. Xie Yunshu showed little emotion on her face. That's because before, I didn't realize how much I love you, how much I'm afraid of losing you. I clenched my fists, feeling the urge to hit someone. She loves me this much. I should be happy, but right now, I feel no joy at all. Xie Yunshu, is this your love? He stared at her coldly. A person who doesn't know how to cherish themselves will never understand how to love others. With that, I turned and walked out of the bedroom without looking back. As soon as I was out, I saw Xiaolinger hiding at the door, eavesdropping. Seeing me, Xiaolinger quickly backed away, saying awkwardly, sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just heard you yelling and came up to see what was going on. I didn't expect to hear such a huge secret. My sister is so bold, to be so ruthless to herself. I was in no mood to deal with Xiaolinger and went back to my room. As soon as I closed the door, I collapsed to the floor, exhausted. Fool. This. Xie Yunshu. I punched the carpet hard, tears uncontrollably streaming down my face. Just to keep me here, was it worth it for her to do that? How could there be such a foolish person in the world? Just then, my phone rang. I wiped my tears and picked it up. To my surprise, it was Duan, whom I hadn't contacted in a long time. Hello. He answered. On the other end, Duan was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Are you still crying? I rubbed my nose. Duan, his perception is terrifyingly sharp. It's none of your business. If you have something to say it quickly. Duan, I'm in Jingdu. Do you want me to come find you, or will you come meet me? I was stunned. What are you doing in Jingdu? To pick you up. Lingjuan wants to see you and told me to come bring you back. He frowned. Lingjuan had said on the phone before to give me a week to bring on 117 back. It had only been 3 days, and she couldn't wait anymore. She even sent Duan to get me. Did something happen? Duan didn't say it directly. Let's talk when we meet. I'm waiting at Jingdu airport. Is that okay? Okay. See you in a bit. I hung up. I quickly packed my things, finally putting the remaining 117 in my bag, and then went out. Xiaolinger saw me leaving with a suitcase and asked anxiously, Pi, where are you going? I have something to take care of. Xiaolinger quickly grabbed my arm. But you've already cured her poison. There shouldn't be any major issues from now on. Even if something happens, other doctors can handle it. As I finished speaking, the door of the master bedroom opposite opened, and Xie Yunshu walked out, her face like a brewing storm. Are you leaving? I glanced at her coolly. There's nothing left for me to do here. If I don't leave, What am I staying for? Xiaolinger quickly said, how can you say there's nothing to do? My sister's wound hasn't healed yet. Kei Hui, you're a doctor. You have to be responsible for your patient. I gave a cold laugh and looked directly at Xie Yunshu. I'm a doctor, not a god. For some people who want to die, even if I wanted to be responsible, I couldn't save them. Xiaolinger kept winking at Xie Yunshu, signaling her, sister, hurry up and apologize to brother Kei Hui. Keep him here. Xie Yunshu stepped forward and stood in front of me. Where are you going? None of your business. I looked at her coldly. Hurry up and get out of my way. Kei Hui, if you're angry about what just happened, I apologize. I'm not angry. I glared at her and said firmly, anyway, the one who's hurt isn't me, and the one in pain isn't me. I don't need to be angry for an unrelated person. Xie Yunshu's heart clenched. So now she's an unrelated person to me. Xie Yunshu grabbed my hand. I didn't give her a chance to speak and forcefully pushed her away. Move. With that, I started downstairs. Xie Yunshu called out loudly from behind me, is it so difficult to be by my side? I faced Xie Yunshu's eyes, which were turbulent with emotion, without the slightest hesitation. Xie Yunshu, you can't stop me. Xie Yunshu nodded. She knew my abilities well. But if she really wanted to keep me, it wasn't impossible. Xie Yunshu gritted her teeth. Kei Hui, I'm not as kind as you think. Remember what he said before. I really have thought about breaking your legs, swallowing you in my room, and hiding you away. A green light flashed in my eyes. I bent my knee and kicked towards Xie Yunshu's stomach. As if anticipating this move, Xie Yunshu leaned to the side to dodge while locking my arms behind my back. But I wasn't so easily controlled. I immediately fought back. Sister, brother Kei Hui. Xiaolinger stood by, pacing anxiously. Why are these two fighting right after arguing? She wanted to intervene but knew no martial arts and didn't dare get close. Xie Yunshu was injured, and I didn't want to get entangled with her. After a few exchanges, I found an opening and ran. As I got downstairs, I found Ju Yu leading a number of bodyguards standing outside the living room, in a stance as if blocking an entire army. I turned my head and looked at Xie Yunshu standing on the second-floor staircase. Xie Yunshu, are you serious? Xie Yunshu stared at me, her eyes dark. The air fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Xie Yunshu finally spoke. Kei Hui, when it comes to you, I am very serious. With that, Xie Yunshu raised her hand and signaled. Let him go. Jiu Yu nodded, and led the bodyguards to withdraw. It's because she's serious that she can't bear to break my legs. She can be ruthless to herself without batting an eye, but when it comes to me alone, she can't bear it. She truly can't bear it at all. The bodyguards at the door had retreated. They smirked slightly, gave Xie Yunshu one last look, then turned and walked out. I won the bet. Xie Yunshu really couldn't bring herself to do it. Will you come back? Xie Yunshu's voice came from behind. I paused for a moment. It depends on my mood. With that, I left the villa. Xie Yunshu watched my retreating back, her expression gloomy. Sister. Are you okay? Xiaolinger asked cautiously. Xie Yunshu called, Jiu Yu, who was outside, immediately came in. Miss Xia. Xie Yunshu looked in the direction I had gone. Send someone to follow him and see where he goes. I left the Royal View Villa, and took a taxi straight to the airport. When I arrived, I called Duan. Soon, an airport staff member found me and handed me a plane ticket. Duan was waiting for me in the airport's VIP lounge. As soon as I entered, I saw Duan sitting on a massage chair, reading a document. Seeing me, Duan stood up. Kei Hui. Long time no see. I handed him my luggage and sat down on the sofa. Before I could speak, I heard Duan say, you really did cry. Who bullied you? He had noticed my eyes were red and slightly swollen. I glanced at Duan. Duan, it's been 3 years. How are you still so blunt? Why did Kai Lingchuan send you to pick me up? Unless there's something important to handle. You're always by Kai Lingchuan's side, never leaving for a moment. Lingchuan was afraid you wouldn't come back, so she had me come personally to get you. After a pause, he continued, her exact words were, if you refused to come back, I was to break your legs and carry you back. I felt helpless. What a damn glitch. Why do all these women target my legs? I looked at Duan. Who made her so angry? Duan gave a wry smile. Who do you think? She found out you married another woman. I immediately said, this is a misunderstanding. I had amnesia at the time. Besides, I'm divorced now. You can explain that to her when we get there. He sighed. Just as I was about to speak, I heard Duan say, there's more bad news. I twisted open a bottle of mineral water. What bad news? Duan said, her second personality has appeared. What did you say? I was so shocked I spat out water and almost choked. The second personality of Kai Lingchuan has appeared. When? Right after she found out you married another woman. Duan looked at me with a pained smile, his eyes saying, it's all your fault. Although I knew Kai Lingjuan would be furious to learn I had married someone else, I really didn't expect it to trigger her second personality. The last time I faced Kai Lingjuan's second personality was 5 years ago. I rubbed my itching forehead. Kai Lingjuan's second personality was very dangerous, especially to me. I didn't want to face it, but every time this happened, I had no choice but to. Duan looked at his watch. It's almost time to board. Let's go. We'll figure it out when we get back. Alright. At the Royal View Villa, Ji reported to She Yunshu about my movements after leaving the villa. Mr. Kai has arrived at the airport. Someone picked him up there. They've boarded a flight to Beijing City tonight. She Yunshu sat behind her desk. Send someone to keep following him. Find out who on earth Kai Lingjuan is. Duan and I got off the plane, intending to go straight to the castle. Unexpectedly, before we even got in the car, we received a call from a servant at the Dirin Villa, saying that Kai Lingjuan had returned to the villa. The Dirin Villa was Kai Lingjuan's residence in the city. For the past few years, Kai Lingjuan had always lived in the old castle at the foot of the suburban mountains and had never left. Why did she suddenly decide to return to the villa today? Duan gave the villa's address to the driver, then turned to look at me sitting beside him with a worried expression. Brace yourself for later. She won't let you off easily. Kai Lingjuan's second personality held a deep hostility and possessiveness towards me. I rubbed my temples, my head itching. I suddenly regret coming back with you. After all, with your skills, if I didn't want to come back, you couldn't have done anything to me. Duan spoke up. If you don't come back, Lingjuan's first personality won't be able to recover. The only person who can make Lingjuan's first personality recover is you. He sighed. What karma have I created? Duan thought for a moment and said, if it really comes to it, just knock her out. I frowned and shook my head. Unless it's a last resort, it's best not to do that. Kai Lingjuan's personality dissociation is quite complex. Doing that might cause her first personality to never wake up again. I looked at the suitcase next to me and sighed. I hope she'll be a little less angry later when she sees I brought back on 117. Duan raised an eyebrow. You brought back on 117. Yeah, but only a small portion. At the Dirin Villa, as soon as Duan and I got out of the car, the housekeeper came out to greet us. Second master, Mr. Du, you're finally back. I nodded and asked as I walked in, where's Kai Lingjuan? The old housekeeper said with a worried face, the mistress came back this morning and went straight to the basement. She didn't even come out for lunch. She's still down there. Duan, let me go see her. I'm still worried. Let me go with you. Duan nodded. The Dirin Villa was a villa designed and built by Kai Lingjuan herself a few years ago. It was very large, with 3 floors above ground and 3 floors below. Kai Lingjuan's first personality disliked darkness, so she never went to the basement. Even when she slept, the bedroom lights had to be on. In contrast, Kai Lingjuan's second personality was the complete opposite. The darker the environment, the more excited she felt. Kai Lingjuan was in the screening room on the first basement level. When Duan and I entered, we saw her sitting on the floor playing a video game. Not a single light was on in the entire room. The light from the projector screen cast an eerie glow on her face. Duan and I stood at the door, not daring to disturb her. Soon, the game ended. The screen showed that Kai Lingjuan had won 33 consecutive matches, and the opposing team had been completely wiped out. She put down the controller, and then turned her head to look at the two of us standing at the door. Little thing. Long time no see. Kai Lingjuan flashed a wicked smile. He stared at Kai Lingjuan. Her eyes were full of aggression, which made me shudder slightly. I brought back on 117. Kai Lingjuan shook her head. I'm not interested in that. It was only then that I remembered that the one who needed on 117 was Kai Lingjuan's first personality. The one in front of me now was her second personality. Kai Lingjuan crossed her legs and waved me over. Come here. I took a deep breath and walked over. Kai Lingjuan patted the spot next to her. Sit here. I clenched my fists, reminding myself to stay calm. Stay calm. When facing Kai Lingjuan's second personality, the best choice is to obey and follow her lead. I obediently sat down next to her and asked, what do you want to do? Kai Lingjuan said nothing, leaned in, and sniffed my neck. Suddenly she reached out, gripped my neck tightly, and pinned me down. I instinctively sank onto the sofa. I wanted to struggle immediately, but my wrist was ice cold. I looked at the handcuff on my wrist, and cursed inwardly. That bastard Kai Lingjuan. She's even more twisted than before. Seeing that the situation was turning ugly, Duan was about to rush forward when Kai Lingjuan threw a cup at him. Get out. Duan looked at me worriedly. I gave him a slight nod, signaling for him to leave. Angering Kai Lingjuan right now would be unwise. Duan nodded and retreated. Kai Lingjuan grabbed my throat, her other hand lightly patting my face. My little thing, you reek of cigarettes and another woman. How dare you secretly marry someone else behind my back? Tell me, how should I punish you? With her hand around my neck, I struggled to breathe. Kai Lingjuan, be reasonable. Who I marry is my freedom. You can't control that. A dangerous glint flashed in Qi Lang Shuang's eyes as she tightened her grip. I can't control you. Why can't I? My little thing, I was born for you. You have to be responsible for me to the very end. Besides, we've already bowed to heaven and earth. Nonsense, I retorted. That was clearly during the ceremony to pay respects to our master. We knelt and kowtowed a few times. How did that become bowing to heaven and earth? Are you trying to get out of your debt? He hath. It doesn't matter. I remember it, and I acknowledge it. Qi Lang Shuang loosened her grip slightly, patting my face. If it's really not enough, we can always do it again. That's right, last time we only bowed to heaven and earth. We didn't register the marriage. This time, we can get it all done at once. I shook my head. What kind of joke was this? Duan, I yelled. Duan, who hadn't left and was standing guard outside, heard my call and immediately came in. Qi Lang Shuang instantly gave an order. Make the preparations. I want to hold a wedding ceremony with my little thing tonight. No. Qi Lang Shuang's hand tightened around my throat again. My little thing, you don't have the right to say no. My mind raced, and I quickly said, not tonight, it's too rushed. I just got off a plane after flying for over 10 hours. I'm tired and dirty. It's really not suitable for a wedding. How about we pick another auspicious day? It's better to postpone. I had to placate her first. Duan also nodded. That's right. If you want to hold a wedding, you need proper preparations. Tonight is indeed too hasty. Qi Lang Shuang frowned, thinking for a moment, and finally relented. Then we'll postpone it a bit. She then thought of an even more interesting game. Just as I let out a sigh of relief, I heard her add, we'll have the wedding tomorrow night. I held my breath. I was hoping to buy a few more days. Qi Lang Shuang stood up and clapped her hands. My little thing, I'm so looking forward to our wedding tomorrow. After a pause, she suddenly laughed. Since it's a wedding, we must invite a few guests to witness it to make it more interesting. That wild girl of yours in the capital, what's her name? Havantho, was it? My heart clenched. I quickly said, Qi Lang Shuang, she and I are already divorced. Qi Lang Shuang's smile was icy. You get so agitated just mentioning her. It seems you still have lingering feelings for her, don't you? Before she finished her sentence, Qi Lang Shuang unleashed a palm strike toward me. I couldn't dodge in time and took the hit squarely in the chest, immediately coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Qi Hoi, Duan exclaimed in shock. Qi Lang Shuang grabbed my throat, her voice filled with malice. My little thing, I don't like you caring about other women, you know. You have two choices now, either be obedient, or I'll kill you. Qi Lang Shuang laughed grimly. After all, the dead can't refuse me. I collapsed onto the sofa, reminding myself to endure. This isn't Qi Lang Shuang. This is just her second personality. I can't get angry, and I definitely can't fight back. Finally, I took a deep breath and nodded. I'll be good. Qi Lang Shuang laughed. She released me and looked at Duan, who was standing beside her. Prepare a wedding invitation. I want to send it to my little thing's XY. The more she saw how worried I was about that wild girl, the more displeased Qi Lang Shuang became. She wanted to see for herself what kind of woman could make her little thing so distressed. Capital City, 330 m. Havanthu was working overtime due to insomnia when she received a text from an unknown number. She glanced at it, and her pupils suddenly constricted. Dear Ms. Havanthu, at 10 p.m. tomorrow, Qi Hoi and I will be holding our wedding ceremony at the Dean Han Villa. You are cordially invited to witness our moment of happiness. Havanthu stared at the words on her phone, her gaze turning ice cold. So that's where Qi Hoi went. He's planning to marry another woman. Havanthu immediately called the number, but a notification said the number did not exist. It was a virtual number. She then called me. The phone rang for a long time. Just as Havanthu thought no one would answer, the call was finally connected. The person on the other end didn't speak. Havanthu narrowed her eyes dangerously, her lips pressed into a thin line. You're not Qi Hoi. He figured it out. A wicked female voice came through the phone. My little thing is currently unavailable to take your call. Havanthu clenched her phone. What did you do to him? The woman on the other end paused, her voice low and dark. He's my man. I can do whatever I want to him. Just as Havanthu was about to reply, the call was abruptly disconnected. She tried calling back, but the phone was now off. Havanthu shot up from her seat. Someone, yes, Miss Ha Kuhu entered. Prepare the helicopter. I'm going to Beijing. At the same time, at the Dean Han Villa, Qi Lang Shuang looked at the phone in her hand, which had automatically shut down due to a dead battery, and frowned. What kind of useless piece of junk is this? Before she could finish, Qi Lang Shuang looked over at me, shaking the phone. Guess if she'll come. I tried to keep my voice calm. She won't. There's nothing between us anymore. Is that so? But from her voice, she sounded very worried about you. That's just your imagination. Qi Lang Shuang gripped my chin. Well, we'll just wait and see tomorrow. If she comes, I'll be sure to give her a gift she'll never forget. After all, she did take care of you for a while, right? He Lang Shuang left the basement. The moment she was gone, I immediately took off the handcuff. Duan looked at me calmly and said, "You were really just pretending, weren't you? If I don't act weak, she'll only torture me more. Most importantly, I can't fight back." I rubbed the spot where Lang Shuang had hit me. It really hurt. That last blow from her had at least 70 of her strength behind it. Duan helped me back to my bedroom and asked in a low voice, "What's the plan? Are you really going to marry her tomorrow?" Marry my ass. My original plan was to calm her down first and let her first personality slowly recover. But after she called a Van Tho, I changed my mind. This needs to be resolved quickly. I absolutely cannot let Havan Thu meet Lang Shuang's second personality, or something terrible will definitely happen. I'll find a chance to knock her out tonight. Duan frowned. Didn't you say it's best not to do that unless absolutely necessary? I held my head. This is an absolutely necessary situation. Duan said nothing more. I took a shower, changed into clean clothes, plugged in my phone, and turned it on. I called Havan Thu to explain what happened, but her phone was off. I then called Helin Ni and learned that Havan Thu had already left on a helicopter, and was probably on her way here now. That evening, after dinner, I went to Lang Shuang's room and knocked. There was no response. I said, "Lang Shuang, I'm coming in." I pushed the door open to a pitch-black room. I vaguely saw someone sitting on the balcony. As I got closer, I saw Lang Shuang on the sofa on the balcony, holding a glass of red wine and enjoying it alone. Lang Shuang sat with her legs crossed, her malicious eyes on me. "You still dare to come? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" He smiled faintly. "Kill me? Then who would marry you tomorrow?" Lang Shuang waved her hand, and I sat down beside her. "My little thing, do you know how much I've missed you these past 5 years? If it weren't for Lang Shuang, I would have found you long ago." He frowned. The Lang Shuang she mentioned was her first personality. 5 years ago, Lang Shuang's second personality almost killed me. Afterward, when her first personality resurfaced, she underwent extensive psychological therapy to suppress the second one. She moved to an old castle and lived in seclusion for 5 years, during which the second personality barely appeared. I thought it had disappeared, but I never expected my actions would provoke it to emerge again. But don't worry. From now on, there will be no more Lang Shuang in this world. Only me. My heart skipped a beat. "You're Lang Shuang, and Lang Shuang is you." Lang Shuang stared at me, and shook her head. "I am Lang Shuang, but also not Lang Shuang. How about you give me a new name?" The corner of my mouth twitched. "How about Kunhu Shuang?" "Kunhu Shuang." Lang Shuang looked displeased, grunting softly before tilting her head back and downing the wine in her glass. My eyes swept over her neck, seizing the opportunity. A faint light flickered at my right fingertip. A dark glint flashed in Lang Shuang's eyes. She reacted with lightning speed, grabbing my hand with one of hers. "My little thing, trying to ambush me. You're still too naive." And, before she could finish, she felt a sharp object pierce the back of her neck. A sharp pain shot through her, and she felt her entire body go numb and stiff. Lang Shuang reached up to touch the sore spot on her neck and felt a silver needle as thin as an ox's hair. I pushed her away and stood up, fiddling with the crystal bracelet on my wrist. "I've improved quite a bit in the last 5 years, you know. Our master taught me traditional medicine and was also Lang Shuang's teacher, so she knew as much about poisons as I did. That's why if I tried to drug her, she would have definitely found out. Besides poison, the only other option was acupuncture. This was my specialty." "Duan," I called out. Duan had been waiting outside. Hearing my call, he immediately came in. You people." Lang Shuang collapsed onto the sofa, completely drained of strength, her sharp eyes glaring at me and Duan. Duan helped Lang Shuang onto the bed and turned to me. "What now?" "Go to my room and get my acupuncture kit. That needle can only temporarily paralyze her limbs. With her constitution, she'll recover in 2 hours at most. I need to insert a few more needles before she recovers to make sure she has no strength to move. That will give me enough time to awaken her first personality." Soon, Duan brought my acupuncture kit. I inserted a few needles into the acupoints on Lang Shuang's head. Gradually, she lost the strength to even move a finger. Although she couldn't move, her eyes still shot daggers at me. "My little thing, you just wait." I sat by the bed and rolled my eyes. "You're already a fish on the chopping block and you're still acting tough. You better kill me right now. Otherwise, when I recover." I scoffed. "Let you recover? Am I stupid?" I patted Lang Shuang's face lightly. "Haha, but don't worry, I won't kill you either. What do you want to do?" "I want to have a little chat with you." I sat cross-legged beside Lang Shuang. This was a test of my acting skills. I nodded and took her cold hand. "Lang Shuang, actually I've been through a lot in the past 2 years. Do you want to hear about it?" I'll tell you. He Lang Shuang stared at me without a word. 2 years ago, I was hunted down and seriously injured. When I woke up, I couldn't remember anything. I recounted everything that had happened in the past 2 years to her. Duan sat silently on the sofa nearby, listening to my story. What he said was very similar to what he had investigated. After finishing, I put on a sad expression, my eyes turning red. I've had a very hard life these past 2 years. No one loved me, no one cared for me, and I was even bullied. That's why, as soon as I got my memory back, I divorced Van Thu. He Lang Shuang looked at me coldly and offered a 2-word assessment. You deserved it. I sniffled and started to cry. You can't blame me. I had amnesia back then, I didn't remember anything. As soon as I started crying, Ki Lang Shuang immediately panicked. Don't cry. She hated it when men cried, especially me. I stared at her. I'll stop crying. Don't be angry. He Lang Shuang's expression stiffened, and she said nothing more. Duan rubbed his temples, stood up, and left the bedroom. As soon as he got downstairs, a guard came in to report. Sir Du, we've detected several suspicious individuals around the villa. Duan frowned. They had just arrived today, how were they followed so quickly? He went to the surveillance room. Through the cameras surrounding the villa, he saw several unfamiliar cars in the vicinity, almost completely surrounding the property. These cars had appeared half an hour ago, just lurking around with unclear intentions. Duan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold, dangerous look filling them. Could they be enemies of Ki Lang Shuang or mine? Whoever they were, their posture certainly indicated ill intent. Duan immediately gave an order, keep a close watch on them. If they dare to make a move, don't hold back. Duan returned to the living room. Before long, I came down from upstairs. How is she? Duan asked worriedly. Are you confident you can restore her first personality? A yawn. It's hard to say. We'll see how things are when she wakes up tomorrow. At least her emotions are stable for now. She looks exhausted, Duan said. You should get some rest. I'll watch over Lang Shuang tonight. I shook my head and took out my phone to call Van Thu again, but it was still off. I thought for a moment and finally sent her a WeChat message. Van Thu, the wedding Ki Lang Shuang mentioned earlier is fake. She was tricking you, don't come. I'm fine right now. After sending it, I thought for a moment and sent another one. Call me when you land. I hoped Van Thu would see my messages as soon as she landed. I didn't sleep that whole night. Early the next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Duan knocked on my door. Lang Shuang is awake. Hearing this, I rushed to her room. At the door, I suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Duan behind me. First personality or second? Duan shrugged. She hasn't said anything. I can't tell. I hesitated for a moment before pushing the bedroom door open. Ki Lang Shuang was just sitting up. Her body had just recovered and hadn't regained its full strength. The moment she saw me, she flew into a rage. Ki Hoi, help me get this needle out of my head. Last night, to stabilize her emotions, I had inserted a shallow needle into the Beihui acupoint on her head and hadn't removed it yet. I walked to the bedside and observed her. Ki Lang Shuang looked at me, confused. What the hell are you talking about? I'm your father. I cursed internally. Saying something like that, this is definitely Ki Lang Shuang's first personality. Okay, don't move. Let me get the needle out for you. I walked over. Ki Lang Shuang leaned back against the headboard in frustration, her cold eyes fixed on me. After I removed the needle, she scratched her head. When did you get back? And why does my head hurt? I glanced at her. She really didn't remember a thing. Duan explained, your second personality emerged. Ki Lang Shuang was stunned and instinctively looked at me. She immediately noticed the bruise on my neck. I met her gaze and said coldly, that's not all. You also hit me yesterday and made me cough up blood. A flicker of emotion crossed Ki Lang Shuang's eyes. She gripped the blanket so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Are you an idiot? Did you forget everything I taught you? Why didn't you dodge when I hit you? Being yelled at like that, he immediately flared up. Right, I didn't want to end up half dead from your beating like last time. Ki Lang Shuang glared at me. Get out, just looking at you makes me angry. I was about to open my mouth when suddenly, a loud bang echoed from downstairs. Boom, what was that? I was startled. Ki Lang Shuang sat on the bed, her expression completely calm. What happened? She asked lightly. Duan walked to the window and looked out. A black SUV had crashed straight into the main gate of the villa. All the villa's guards rushed out, surrounding the SUV. More people got out of the cars behind the SUV, looking like they were determined to force their way in. Duan, someone's breaking in. I suddenly thought of something, and my heart filled with anxiety. I ran to the window and looked out, just in time to see Van Thu get out of the car. It really is her. My heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. I opened the window and shouted at the guards below who were about to draw their guns, stop, don't hurt her. Van Thu looked up. When her eyes met mine on the second floor balcony, the worried look on her face instantly vanished. Ahoy, thank God, he's okay. I rushed downstairs. The guards saw me and immediately stepped back, making way for me with a respectful attitude. Everyone, stand down, I shouted. All the guards retreated. Havanthu frowned slightly. They called me second in command. I ran up to Havanthu. Why did you come? Didn't you see the message you sent? My phone battery died, it shut down automatically. After saying that, Havanthu grabbed my arm and pulled me into her embrace. She stared at the bruise on my neck, her gaze turning extremely cold. What happened to your neck? Who did this? I pushed Havanthu toward the car. It's nothing. This isn't the place to talk. You should go back first. If I go, you're coming with me. She came here to take me away. She was not at all comfortable leaving me here alone. Havanthu cut me off and pulled me toward the car. At that moment, from the second floor window, a gun was silently aimed. Havanthu, watch out, Kuhu suddenly shouted. I realized it too, and quickly shoved Havanthu hard. Bang, the bullet hit a large tree at the villa gate. My face turned pale. If I hadn't pushed Havanthu just now, that bullet would have surely hit her. The guards behind Havanthu immediately rushed forward, surrounding us, and aiming their guns at the second floor. Don't shoot, I yelled. Nonsense, the woman standing by the second floor window gritted her teeth in anger. Keelang Shuam, stop, Havanthu raised an eyebrow. So she's Keelang Shuam. Why does she look like a pale-faced pretty boy? On the second floor, Keelang Shuam stood by the window, looking down at the woman beside me from above, her light blue eyes flashing with murderous intent. Little wife, is this the wild girl you secretly found outside? This woman looked familiar. Hearing Keelang Shuam's words, I was so angry I almost threw up blood. I was about to speak when Havanthu pulled me into her embrace. Sir, please watch your words. He and his ex-wife. Keelang Shuam laughed coldly, the gun in her hand once again aimed at Havanthu. I don't care who you are. Let go of him now. Touching my man right in front of me, do you think I'm dead? Havanthu stared at Keelang Shuam, her eyes dark. In this life, I have chosen him. I can never let go. I was stunned, looking up at Havanthu. Murderous intent flashed in Keelang Shuam's eyes. Such big words. Keelang Shuam, don't you dare. I looked towards her, my expression grim. Keelang Shuam stared at me, her hand holding the gun trembling slightly. She had never been so tense and possessive with me before. This was the first time, and it was because of my ex-wife. Let's go. Havanthu didn't want to get entangled with Keelang Shuam any longer, and took my hand to walk toward the car. From behind, Keelang Shuam's cold voice came. You dare go with her. I looked at Havanthu, feeling conflicted, then turned back to look at Keelang Shuam. If I didn't go with Havanthu, she would definitely keep pestering me, which would surely lead to a conflict with Keelang Shuam. But if I went with Havanthu, Keelang Shuam would definitely not let it go. It took so much effort to suppress her second personality. If this provoked it again, things would be even worse. I looked at Havanthu. Havanthu, why don't you go back first? I'll come find you after I've handled things here. Hoi, this is not up for discussion. Havanthu's attitude was firm. Today, she was taking me with her, no matter what. I had no choice but to look at Keelang Shuam. Keelang Shuam, I'm taking her away. I'll be back later to explain. I then signaled to Duan, who was standing next to her, asking him for help. Keelang Shuam stared at me and Havanthu, then suddenly burst out laughing, slowly lowering the gun in her hand. Seeing this, I pulled Havanthu into the car. Watching the convoy of cars drive away from the villa, Keelang Shuam's expression gradually darkened. She didn't retract her gaze until the cars were too far to be seen. Duan, she said. Yes, I'm here, Duan replied. Investigate my ex-wife thoroughly. Find out exactly who she is. Yes. Duan nodded. By rights, Havanthu should have been detected by their people when she arrived. But not only was she not detected, she managed to quietly bring people to storm the place. It seemed Havanthu was not a simple character. As soon as I got in the car, Havanthu pulled me into an embrace so tight I could barely breathe. So that woman just now is the one you like so much. I wanted to explain, but I couldn't think of how to say it. I could only nod and tell a lie. Once you tell one lie, you have to use more lies to cover it up. Havanthu laughed strangely, her voice laced with jealousy. So you like the pale, creamy-faced type. Keelang Shuam wasn't feeling well today, so she looked a bit pale, but she didn't look like a pale-faced pretty boy. I broke free from Havanthu's embrace. Seeing her jealous look, I found it a bit amusing. Not really. She's not gentle or considerate at all. Havanthu gently caressed my neck, her words deliberate. The wound on your neck was caused by her. I nodded. She didn't mean to. Keelang Shuam doesn't want her second personality to come out either, but she can't control it, so you can't blame her. Havanthu slammed her fist on the seat, furious. She hurt you like this, and you're still defending her. Hihoy, do you like her that much? Seeing the veins pop on Havanthu's forehead, I thought it best not to provoke her further and said softly, actually, I don't like her that much. I never really liked Keelang Shuang anyway. A glimmer of hope lit up in Havanthu's eyes. Then why did you want to marry her? Asaitan explained, I never intended to marry her. The text message yesterday was just her trying to provoke you. Really? Havanthu stared into my eyes. Then, you still have a chance. Before the sentence was finished, the woman's domineering lips pressed against mine, swallowing all my words. Seeing me suddenly pass out in her arms, Havanthu's face paled. The patient probably hasn't rested for several days. The catecholamin levels in his blood are much higher than normal. Overwork, lack of sleep, mental stress. His liver function also has issues. In addition, the X shows signs of internal organ damage. Havanthu stood by the hospital bed, listening to the doctor's long report, her brow furrowed so tightly you could clamp a fly in it. Before leaving the capital to prepare the antidote for the remnant son for me, I really hadn't rested at all, working late every night. I probably didn't rest much in Beijing either. In just a few short days, I had lost a whole circle of weight. As for the internal organ damage the doctor mentioned, a murderous glint flashed in Havanthu's eyes as she clenched her fists. When I woke up, it was already evening. The first thing I saw was the drip above my head. The strong smell of disinfectant made me very uncomfortable. Hihoy. Havanthu had been sitting by the bed, watching over me. Seeing me awake, she immediately pressed the call bell for the doctor. Havanthu, what happened to me? I remembered her kissing me, and then nothing. How did I end up in the hospital? Havanthu leaned down and kissed my forehead, her voice gentle. You were too tired, so you fainted. I closed my eyes, feeling incredibly wary all over. Soon, the doctor arrived. There was nothing seriously wrong with me, just exhaustion. The doctor examined me again, and finally instructed me to get plenty of rest in the coming days. Can I be discharged after the EV is finished? I looked at the EV bag, which was only about half empty. The doctor, with a sense of responsibility, said, I suggest you stay for another night of observation. I frowned, my face full of displeasure. I don't want to follow your suggestion. I hate the smell of disinfectant in hospitals and don't want to sleep here. I looked at Havanthu, about to tell her I didn't want to stay for observation, when I heard her say, Hugh, go handle the discharge procedures. I raised an eyebrow, my mood instantly brightening. You're not going to say the same thing as the doctor. Havanthu took my hand. If you don't want to stay in the hospital, we'll go back to the hotel. I'll hire a doctor to take care of you. She didn't want me to be even slightly unhappy. I felt a warmth in my heart. No need. I just haven't been resting well lately and fainted from exhaustion. A good night's sleep and I'll be fully recovered. Havanthu stared into my eyes, her gaze cold. Then what about the internal organ damage? Internal organ damage. The corner of my mouth twitched. I didn't expect that to be discovered. It's just that when I came back yesterday, I had a little scuffle with Keelang Shuang and got slightly injured. It's nothing. Havanthu knew I wasn't telling the truth. In the fighting ring, I could fight without breaking a sweat. How could I be beaten by Keelang Shuang to the point of internal organ damage? Hihoy. Havanthu wanted to say something but stopped, her eyes filled with sadness and self-blame. After the egg drip was finished, Havanthu took me back to the hotel. I hadn't eaten all day and was so hungry my stomach was growling. As soon as we got back to the hotel, Havanthu called room service to bring up dinner. After eating my fill and regaining some energy, I looked at her seriously. You should go back to the capital tomorrow. I'll go back too after I've handled my business here. What business do you still have to handle? She asked, clearly playing dumb. I have to go back to see Keelang Shuang tomorrow. I still have things to say to her. Havanthu's face darkened. You still want to marry her? I already told you, she was just tricking you. I'm not going to marry her. I glared at her. If you want to go see her, fine. I'll go with you. I let out a dry laugh. I wouldn't dare let you two meet again. If you fight, I won't know who to help. Havanthu looked at me expressionlessly. If you like her, feel free to help her. I pouted. Why did that sound so sour? I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to take a shower. I went into the bathroom. Havanthu walked out onto the balcony and called Hugh. Thoroughly investigate Keelang Shuang's background. I want the results by tomorrow morning. Yes. Havanthu hung up. She looked up at the dark night sky, her eyes filled with a dangerous light. Suddenly, the phone in the living room rang. Havanthu walked over and found my phone ringing. She picked it up and saw the screen display Lang Shuang. Such an intimate way of address. In my phone, her name was saved with her full name, while Keelang Shuang was saved as Lang Shuang. Havanthu clenched the phone, hesitated for a few seconds, then answered. The woman's deep, Hoarse voice came from the other end. Are you not planning on coming back tonight? Or do you need me to come pick you up? Avanthu gripped the phone tightly and said nothing. He Lang Shuang on the other end was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It's not you. After another few seconds of silence, she spoke again. Miss Ha, where is my husband? Avanthu said calmly, he's taking a shower. He won't be coming back tonight. Ki Lang Shuang laughed, her voice a little weak. In that case, I'll have to ask Miss Ha for a favor. Please take good care of my little bride. He kicks the blankets off when he sleeps, so don't set the air conditioning too cold. Avanthu said coldly, Kate Hoy and I have shared a bed for over 2 years. I know his sleeping habits better than you do. Not necessarily. After all, you've only known him for 2 years, while I've known him for over 10. So what? Avanthu remained calm. He Lang Shuang chuckled a few times and said, Miss Ha, I'm sure you have time tomorrow, right? Let's meet. Avanthu had the same idea. Fine. Tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. Alright. Avanthu didn't want to entangle with her any longer and hung up after saying that. She thought for a moment, and finally decided to delete the recent call. Not long after, I came out of the bathroom after my shower. Avanthu pulled me down onto the sofa, drying my hair for me while saying, I have to go to the company for a bit tomorrow afternoon. You be good and rest in the hotel, okay? You go ahead and take care of your business. Don't worry about me. I happen to have to go back for a bit tomorrow anyway. Avanthu's face darkened. You want to go back and see Lang Shuang? I won't stop you, but not tomorrow. The doctor said you need to rest well for 2 days. Until you've fully recovered, I'll have people watch you. I had to concede. Fine, I'll rest well tomorrow. Let me go back the day after, okay? Avanthu said nothing, which I took as her agreement. I messaged Duan, telling him I would be back the day after tomorrow. Avanthu had come here in a hurry, bringing only Q. By the morning of the 3rd day, Duongden had also arrived. Early in the morning, after I finished breakfast, Avanthu had a doctor come to check on me again. My physical condition had improved, but the internal organ damage still needed time to heal. I didn't pay much attention to this minor injury. I had been more seriously injured before. In the afternoon, Avanthu took Duongden and left the hotel, leaving Q to protect me alone in the room. I felt bored and wanted to get some fresh air. So at noon, instead of ordering room service, I planned to go to a nearby shopping center to eat. Just as I left the hotel, I saw an adorable and lovely little girl. She was about 3 or 4 years old, with a small, exquisite face and eyes as black as pearls, very beautiful. Whose child is this, so beautiful? I couldn't help but look a few more times. Perhaps noticing my gaze, the little girl turned to look at me. Our eyes met. I was stunned. My mind suddenly stirred, as if something deep inside me had been touched. I stared into her eyes, and for some reason, I felt that her eyes were very familiar, as if I had seen them somewhere before. Hugh looked at the little girl and pouted. That child's eyes look a bit like Avanthu's. As soon as Q said that, I immediately reacted. So that's why she seemed familiar. Looking closely, the little girl's eyes did indeed bear a slight resemblance to Avanthu's. The little girl was alone, with no adults around. I thought for a moment, and then walked over to sit beside her. Little one, why are you all alone? Where are your parents? Judging by her skin and hair color, she was probably Chinese, so I spoke to her in Mandarin. The little girl blinked her big eyes, staring at me and pressing her lips together without saying a word. You don't understand? I asked again. The little girl still didn't speak, but her eyes suddenly turned red. Don't cry, don't cry. Are you lost from your parents? Uncle will take you to find them. Before I finished, the little girl suddenly opened her arms wide. I was startled. She wanted a hug. Who could refuse a request from such an adorable child? I couldn't. So, without hesitation, I reached out and hugged her. The little girl wrapped her arms tightly around my neck, burying her face in my neck, her shoulders trembling slightly as she cried. Hugh said, Mr. Key, maybe we should call the police to help find her parents. As soon as the little girl heard call the police, she hugged me even tighter, her tears falling more fiercely. Don't cry, don't cry. Uncle will personally take you to find your parents, okay? I had never taken care of a child before and didn't know how to comfort one, so I could only pat her back gently. Fortunately, she only sobbed for a little while before quickly stopping. Little one, can you tell Uncle your name? I gently wiped her tears. She still didn't speak, but took out a small phone from her pocket and typed out the characters, Tiuthichai. Your name is Tiuthichai. Tiuthichai nodded. I looked at her in surprise. You can't speak. Tiuthichai shook her head. Tiuthichai, how old are you? I asked again. Tiuthichai held up her hand and made the number 4. I guessed right, she was indeed 4 years old. I looked at the phone in her hand. Do you have your parents' numbers on your phone? Uncle can help you contact them. Tiuthichai handed me the phone. I looked at it, there was nothing on it. No contacts, no saved numbers, not even a call history. This phone was probably just for tapping. Do you remember your parents' phone numbers? I looked at her. Tiuthiche hugged my neck tightly, and shook her head. I was about to ask Hugh to go to the hotel reception to see if anyone knew this child when I heard her stomach growl a few times. Tiuthiche pouted and pointed at her belly. Are you hungry? Tiuthiche nodded. Then uncle will take you to eat first, okay? After we eat, I'll take you to find your parents. Tiuthiche nodded again. What do you want to eat? I asked. Tiuthiche typed the name of a restaurant on her phone. I looked at it. It was a teddy bear-themed children's restaurant. You want to eat there? Tiuthiche nodded. Alright then, let's go there. But it's a bit far. I looked at Hugh. Hugh, could you please go to the convenience store next door and buy some cookies, bread, and drinks? That restaurant is quite a distance from here, almost an hour by car. I'm afraid Tiuthiche will get hungry on the way, so I want to prepare some snacks. Hugh nodded and opened the car door. You two get in the car first. I'll be right back. I carried Tiuthiche into the car. Immediately, she planted a kiss on my cheek and then held up her phone to show me the words she had just typed. Thank you, uncle. She even added a cute hugging emoji at the end. Looking at it, I felt my heart melt. I ruffled her hair. No need to thank me. I like you a lot too. I didn't know why, but from the first moment I saw Tiuthiche, I felt she was very well behaved and adorable, and I couldn't help but want to hold her and be close to her. At the same time, in the rooftop garden of the club, it was quiet, and the sunlight was just right. He Langshuang was holding a tablet, reviewing all the information about Havan Thu. No wonder she could be so arrogant on my turf. It turns out this Havan Thu from the Ha family is not only capable in the business world, but her influence extends to the underworld as well. Interesting. I just don't know what relationship she has with that organization. He Langshuang's lips curled into a wicked smile. After searching for so many years, she unexpectedly found a clue from Havan Thu. This was truly fascinating. At this moment, Duan received a phone call. After a few words, he hung up and walked over to Qi Langshuang, frowning. I was too busy yesterday, and forgot to mention something to you. Qi Langshuang put down her tablet and took a sip of wine. What is it? Tiuthiche has gone to see Qi Langshuang's expression changed. Who allowed her to go? Duan was about to say something when Qi Langshuang realized. The second personality. And send people to bring her back to the castle immediately. Duan nodded and was about to make a call when Qi Langshuang's voice sounded again. Wait. Qi Langshuang drained her wine glass, thought for a moment, and said, forget it. Just let her meet him. It'll save her from coming home and smashing things and throwing a tantrum. Although Tiuthiche is still a child, she's much more sensible than other kids her age. She knows what to say and what not to say in front of me. Duan paused for a moment. What if Qi realizes something? Qi Langshuang snorted coldly. Is he that smart? As they were talking, a guard approached. Master, Miss Ha has arrived. Qi Langshuang raised an eyebrow. She saw Havan Thu walking over, guided by a waiter. Only one person followed behind her. Qi Langshuang crossed her legs and leaned back comfortably in her chair. Haha, Miss Ha, you only brought one person. Aren't you afraid this is a trap? Today, Qi Langshuang carried a certain air about her, while Xie Yunshu was the complete opposite. She sat down in front of Qi Langshuang, her chin slightly raised, exuding a faint arrogance. I didn't come here to be afraid. Qi Langshuang sized up Xie Yunshu, a sarcastic smile playing on her sensual lips. Xie Yunshu of the capital city, your reputation is truly well deserved. With that, she gestured for Duan, who stood behind her, to pour wine. After filling her glass, Duan poured one for Xie Yunshu. Qi Langshuang raised her glass. Miss Xie, I toast to you. Thank you for saving a Huai's life 2 years ago. Xie Yunshu looked at her coldly, not even glancing at the wine in front of her. That was between me and Qi Huai. It doesn't require thanks from an outsider like you. Outsider. A cold glint flashed in Qi Langshuang's eyes. Miss Xie, you must be joking. A Huai and I have known each other for over 10 years. Our relationship is so good that a single glance is all we need to understand each other. How could I be an outsider? Qi Langshuang took a sip of wine, her pale blue eyes looking at Xie Yunshu with a hint of disdain. On the contrary, Miss Xie, you married a Huai while he had amnesia. The moment his memory returned, he divorced you. It seems he never had any feelings for you. Xie Yunshu remained unprovoked, her noble dark eyes showing no emotion. I was the one who proposed the divorce. Qi Langshuang's brow twitched, a cold smile forming between them. If that's the case, why are you still clinging to him now? What's that saying? A proper ex-wife should be as good as dead. Xie Yunshu frowned, she remembered saying that exact same line herself. She looked at Qi Langshuang, her entire body emitting a chilling aura. I am not a proper ex-wife. So now, I'm pursuing him again. Pursuing him again. Qi Langshuang looked at Xie Yunshu with contempt. Miss Xia, with your qualifications, you can have any handsome man you want. Why waste your time on leftovers? Jia Yunshu stared at Kai Lingjuan, her gaze growing colder. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. You can't control what I want to do. Kai Lingjuan swirled the wine in her glass, her chin held high with pride. I'm not that free. I'm just kindly reminding you of why he said he won't accept you. Her tone was certain. What happened 5 years ago left him with a deep trauma. He won't accept any woman. Jia Yunshu stared at Kai Lingjuan, her eyes becoming increasingly frigid. Even if I know the outcome, as long as he's single and unmarried, I still have a chance. Kai Lingjuan laughed, raising her glass to her. Then I'll be watching. Jia Yunshu suddenly asked, did you ask me here today just to say these things? Kai Lingjuan shook her head. Mainly because yesterday at the villa, Huai's choice to leave with you made me very angry. So, I wanted to see what kind of magic you possess to make him go against my wishes. It's that form of address again. A flame of anger ignited in Jia Yunshu's eyes. Miss Xia, are you curious why I call Huai my husband? Jia Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, she was a little curious. Huai and I have an agreement. When he turns 30, if he's still unmarried, and I'm still single, we will get married. I am very confident he will remain single until he's 30. So, I've always been waiting. Duan, standing beside her, glanced at Kai Lingchuan. She's spouting nonsense. When did Huai ever make such an agreement with her? Jia Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly. You won't have to wait. I'll be 24 in a few months. I don't believe I can't win him over in 6 years. Kai Lingchuan shook her head. Nothing is absolute. Don't be too confident, Miss Xia. After a pause, Kai Lingchuan said with interest, Miss Xia, how about we make a bet? Jia Yunshu raised an eyebrow. What do you want to bet on? A beautiful curve formed on Kai Lingchuan's lips. Let's bet on whether Huai will remarry you. Do you dare? What are the stakes? Kai Lingchuan thought for a moment. If Huai remarries you, I will disappear from his world forever and never see him again. But if I am the one he chooses in the end, I hope Miss Xia will be a proper ex-wife and never appear before him again for the rest of your life. Kai Lingchuan rested her chin on her hand, her exquisite features and challenging gaze fixed on Jia Yunshu. Well, Miss Xia, do you dare to bet? There was no warmth in Jia Yunshu's eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Kai Lingchuan nodded in satisfaction, and raised her glass. Then it's settled. She was sure she would win this bet. Kai Lingchuan took a sip of wine and, seeing that Jia Yunshu still hadn't touched her glass, smiled and said, Miss Xia, not going to try it. This is Huai's favorite wine. Jia Yunshu looked at the glass before her, picked it up, and swirled it gently. The rich aroma of red grapes, combined with delicate notes of blackcurrant and black cherry, was immediately released. Without drinking, Jia Yunshu could tell from the scent that it was a wine from one of the world's top producers, aged at least 20 years. Kai Lingchuan drained her glass, a wicked smile on her face. Xiao Xia, are you really afraid I poisoned it? Jia Yunshu swirled her glass again, calmly stating, I'm injured. Huai won't let me drink. Kai Lingchuan studied her, seeing no visible sign of injury. But the statement left a sour taste. She hadn't expected him to care so much for an ex-wife. Jia Yunshu checked her watch and stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You've already come. Why not play for a bit? Kai Lingchuan stood up languidly. There's a karaoke room downstairs. Miss Xia, would you do me the honor of broadening my horizons? Jia Yunshu's deep, dark eyes slowly narrowed, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. All right. At the teddy bear-themed children's restaurant, I walked in carrying Xiao Xixi. Both of us, with our Eastern faces, one handsome, one adorable and soft, immediately attracted the attention of many people around us. Whoa, that father and daughter are so beautiful, they're even wearing matching outfits. Today, I was dressed simply in a white shirt and black denim shorts. Coincidentally, Xiao Xixi was also wearing a white shirt with black overalls. At first glance, it did look a bit like a matching set. Why don't he see the child's mother? A child this beautiful must have a gorgeous mother. That's right, this man is so handsome, his wife must be stunning too. Hearing the surrounding chatter, I sighed helplessly. Xiao Xixi and I didn't look like father and daughter. I was only 23 this year, how could I have a child this old? At that thought, my expression stiffened slightly as some unpleasant memories from 5 years ago came to mind. Xiao Xixi, in my arms, seemed to sense my mood and gently caressed my cheek. Sorry, uncle got lost in thought. I collected myself, quickly pushing the emotions away. I carried Xiao Xixi to a seat by the window and smiled, ruffling her hair. After we eat, uncle will take you to find your parents, okay? Xiao Xixi stared at me, her lips pressed together, still not saying a word. Just then, an enthusiastic waiter approached with a menu. Hello, sir. What would you and your daughter like to order? I glanced at Xiao Xixi beside me. Do we really look that much alike? Upon hearing the waiter's words, Xiao Xixi broke into a brilliant smile. Your daughter is so adorable, the waiter, charmed by her smile, praised. I was about to explain, but Xiao Six had already taken the menu, opened it, and handed it to me. Xiao Sixi, what do you want to eat? I asked. Xiao Sixi pointed to the children's teddy bear set on the menu. I nodded. One teddy bear children's set and a seafood spaghetti. We have one more person coming. We'll order for him when he arrives. I was about to say we'd wait for Jiu Xiu, but before I could finish, I saw him walk in. Soon after, our food arrived. A 4-year-old child could already eat by herself. Watching Xiao Six skillfully use a fork to eat her chicken nuggets, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. It would be great if Xiao Sixi were my daughter. But I knew it was impossible. Xiao Sixi could not be my child. I would never be able to have a child of my own in this lifetime. I lowered my gaze, a pang of sorrow in my heart. A small, warm hand suddenly grasped mine. I came back to my senses and saw Xiao Sixi tilting her head to look at me, her black pearl-like eyes shimmering. What is it, Xiao Sixi? Xiao Sixi put down her fork, clapped her hands, and then gently patted my head. I was stunned. Was she comforting me? My heart melted. I pressed my cheek against hers, nuzzling her. Xiao Sixi, are you an angel? Why are you so warm? Uncle really likes you. Jiu Xiu, seeing how much I adored Xiao Sixi, said, Mr. Kai, let me take a picture of you too. Good idea. Every meeting is a form of destiny. A picture would be a nice memento. Xiao Sixi, let's take a picture, okay? Xiao Sixi nodded eagerly, looking very excited. Use my phone to take it, I said, handing my phone to Jiu Xiu. This teddy bear-themed restaurant was huge. Besides the dining area, there was also a dreamily decorated and entertaining play area for children, perfect for playing and taking photos. Jiu Xiu took several pictures of Ming and Xiao Sixi. After eating, I took her hand and we went to the play area for a while, taking many more photos. In the play area, there was a very large teddy bear that could only be won by completing a series of game challenges. Seeing Xiao Six's interest, I signed us up. The first few games were simple parent-child activities. The final one was a dart throwing game, which was quite difficult. Several adults before me had failed. I pointed to the teddy bear in the glass case. Xiao Sixi, Uncle will win that bear for you later, okay? Xiao Sixi nodded vigorously. Throwing darts was no challenge for me at all. 10 darts, and every single one hit the bullseye. Unsurprisingly, I won the teddy bear. Xiao Sixi, this is for you. Xiao Six hugged the teddy bear tightly, unwilling to let go. Sitting on my lap, she suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck and planted a kiss on my cheek. She moved her lips without making a sound, but I understood she was saying, thank you. I beamed at her. You're welcome. As long as Xiao Sixi likes it. After playing with Xiao Sixi for a while, I went to the restroom. When I came out, I saw several girls older than her surrounding her, trying to take her teddy bear and calling her a mute. Seeing this, I was instantly furious. These little brats dare to bully Xiao Sixi. What are you doing? I rushed over. The moment Xiao Sixi saw me, her cold expression immediately switched to a bullied look, on the verge of tears. She quickly ran to me on her short legs. I knelt down and caught the soft, little rice ball of a girl. Xiao Sixi, what's wrong? Did they bully you? Xiao Sixi hid in my arms and nodded tearfully. The 3 children who had just called her a mute saw her adult arrive and made faces at her, whispering mute a few more times. I immediately shouted, shut up. The naughty children, hearing this, looked at me with fear and didn't dare to speak again. This handsome uncle is actually so fierce. I took Xiao Sixi's hand and walked over, my face serious. E3, did you just call Xiao Six a mute? A slightly chubby girl among them snorted defiantly, pointing at Xiao Sixi. She can't talk. If she's not a mute, what is she? Yeah, the other 2 naughty children chimed in. Xiao Sixi pressed her lips together tightly, staring at the 3 children with disgust. I took a deep breath. If they weren't children, I really wanted to slap their malicious, unducated mouths. I put my hands on my hips, my voice stern. E3, apologize immediately. She is a mute. I don't want to apologize to a mute, another child said. The other 2 also shook their heads. I don't want it either. I directly blocked their path. If you don't apologize, you're not going anywhere today. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw the slightly chubby girl suddenly sit on the floor and start wailing loudly. Xiao Sixi was startled and clung to my leg. The girl's crying quickly attracted the attention of the restaurant staff and her mother. Yan, what's wrong? Tell mommy who bullied you. A woman in a fashionable channel suit rushed over. Yan hugged his mother, Fei, crying and pointing directly at me and Xiao Sixi. Mommy, this bad person hit me. As soon as Xiao Six heard this, she glared at the lying girl. I hadn't even touched her. You dare hit my son. The woman glared at me fiercely, raising her hand to hit me, but I blocked it. I didn't touch your son at all. On the contrary, your son led the attack on my daughter's character. My son, Yang Yang, never lies. The woman put one hand on her hip and pointed at Xiao Six's nose with the other. You little brat, you dare to glare at me. Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Furious, I grabbed the woman's hand and slapped her twice across the face. You dare say such vicious things to a child? You deserve to be hit. My 2 slaps stunned the woman. She held her red, stinging cheeks and screamed. I shielded Xiao Sixi behind me, my aura explosive. Yes, I hit her. You can say such cruel things to a child, it's no wonder you've raised such an uneducated son. I can't hit a child, but I can certainly hit an adult, can't I? The 3 naughty children were scared by my actions and retreated behind Yang Yang's mother. You hit someone and you think you're right. You just wait, I'm calling the police. The woman, intimidated by my slaps, didn't dare to attack me again and instead shouted about calling the police. Fine, call them. I'm not afraid. I'm not letting this matter go today either. The 3 naughty children seemed a little worried upon hearing the police would be called and tearfully told the truth. The restaurant staff checked the surveillance cameras and found that I hadn't touched the children at all. In fact, it was the 3 of them who tried to snatch Xiao Six's teddy bear. Seeing the surveillance footage, Yang Yang's mother was speechless. I held Xiao Six's hand and looked at the naughty child and his mother. The woman, dissatisfied, stood with her hands on her hips. It was a misunderstanding, and you already hit me. Let's just call it even. Why should we still have to apologize? I looked at her coldly. You were threatening to gouge out my daughter's eyes. Shouldn't I hit you? I didn't give her a chance to speak and said forcefully, Ma'am, your son's behavior, strictly speaking, is robbery. And you not only said vicious things to my daughter, but also threatened to gouge out her eyes. If you don't apologize, I will immediately contact my lawyer and sue you. Children might not be convicted, but your crime of making threats could land you in prison for up to 5 years. Do you want to try? The woman's face turned pale, a hint of panic in her eyes. Is it that serious? Such a malicious heart for a parent, even threatening to gouge out someone's eyes. In my opinion, 2 slaps were too light. If anyone dared to do that to my child, I'd fight them to the death. Exactly. Look how scared that little girl is, she doesn't even dare to speak. She must be terrified. You absolutely cannot spoil children. At such a young age, they're already trying to rob people. If they're not taught a lesson, who knows how lawless they'll become when they grow up. The surrounding parents, after understanding the situation, all looked at Yang Yang's mother with disapproval. Faced with so much condemnation, Yang Yang's mother finally lowered her stance and apologized to Xiao Sixi. I'm sorry. Xiao Sixi pouted and turned her head away. It wasn't a sincere apology, and she wouldn't accept it. Yang Yang had long been remorseful. Seeing his mother apologize, he immediately followed suit. I'm sorry. After speaking, he even bowed. Xiao Sixi glanced at him and gave a cold nod. After resolving the matter, I carried Xiao Sixi back to our seat. Xiao Sixi, are you okay? Xiao Sixi shook her head, her big, sparkling eyes staring at me, her expression vivid and lovely. What happened? Hyoxiu came over. He had stepped out to take a call and didn't know what had transpired. I briefly explained it to him and added, I'm the type to retaliate for every wrong, I never let myself be taken advantage of. Hyoxiu said, Mr. Kai, you were very impressive. I looked at my watch. It was past 4 p.m. Xiao Six had been missing for so long, her parents must be worried. I intended to take her to the police station right away, but she held my hand and refused to go. Xiao pointed to her stomach. Hungry again, Hyoxiu muttered. Didn't you eat a lot just now? Xiao Six is at a growing age. It's normal for her to get hungry quickly, I said, then called the waiter. Hyoxiu and I weren't hungry, so we just ordered drinks. Before long, the waiter brought 2 combo meals. I looked at Xiao Sixi, a little surprised. Xiao Sixi, can you finish all of this? Xiao Sixi looked at the food in front of her, took a deep breath, and nodded. Eat slowly, drag it out a bit, maybe I can stay with Dad a little longer. Hyoxiu looked impressed. She can really eat. I glared at him. What do you know? To be able to eat is a blessing. As long as she can eat, it doesn't matter how much. I stroked Xiao Six's head. Xiao Sixi, go ahead and eat. It's my treat today, don't be shy. Xiao Six nodded, and began to eat slowly. I suddenly remembered something and said to Hyoxiu, call the hotel front desk and ask if any guests have reported a missing child. Okay. Hyoxiu went outside to make the call. Soon, he came back with his phone. Mr. Kai, there's a couple at the hotel looking for their missing child. I gave them the address, and they said they'll be here right away. I nodded and looked at Xiao Sixi. Xiao Sixi, your parents are coming to get you soon. Xiao Sixi looked up at me, pouting, her eyes looking a little pitiful. What's wrong? For some reason, I felt a hint of sadness in her gaze, as if she was about to be abandoned. Xiao Sixi shook her head and continued eating. At that moment, Hyoxiu's phone rang. He answered it, said a few words, and then handed the phone to me. It's Xia Yunshu. She said she called you, but you didn't answer. I looked at my phone in surprise. It had been switched to silent mode at some point. There were several missed calls from Xie Yunshu. I took the phone from Jiu Xiu. Hello. Xie Yunshu's voice sounded anxious. She had returned to the hotel and, not seeing me, had called, but I didn't pick up. She thought I had left. My phone was on silent, so I didn't hear it. I'm out eating right now. Are you done with your business? Yes. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. I looked at Xiao Sixi, who was still eating, and said, the Teddy Bear's children's theme restaurant. Oh. On the other end, Xie Yunshu was clearly a little surprised. Wait there, I'll be right over. Okay. Half an hour later, a Chinese couple walked into the restaurant. The moment she saw Xiao Sixi, the woman rushed over and hugged her. Xiao Sixi, where did you go? Mom and Dad have been looking for you all afternoon. We were worried sick. Why did you just disappear? He stood up and looked at the couple. Are you two Xiao Sixi's parents? The woman smiled politely. Yes. Thank you so much for taking care of our daughter today. How much did it cost? I shook my head. No need. Xiao Sixi curled up in the woman's arms, her head down, looking like she had done something wrong. Seeing her reaction, they were probably her real parents. I handed the teddy bear I had won to Xiao Sixi. Xiao Sixi, don't run off by yourself anymore, okay? There are a lot of bad people out there. Xiao Sixi nodded obediently but didn't look at me. The couple held Xiao Sixi, said a few more words of thanks, and prepared to leave. I walked out of the restaurant with them and watched them get into a car and drive away, a sudden feeling of emptiness washing over me. In the car, Xiao Sixi lay on the seat, looking out the window at the receding figure, tears streaming down her face. The car drove for a short distance, and then suddenly stopped. The car door opened, and the woman who had claimed to be Xiao Sixi's mother got out and stood respectfully by the door. Young miss. Xiao Six sniffled, hugged the teddy bear, and got out, getting into another car parked nearby. Were you discovered? Duan asked the couple. Rest assured, sire. Our acting was very convincing. We guarantee there were no flaws. Good. The couple took the money and left in their car. Duan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to look at Xiao Sixi, who was rubbing her eyes in the back. Prying. Xiao Sixi glared at him and snorted defiantly. Duan chuckled softly and looked at the teddy bear in her arms. Who bought that for you? Xiao Sixi moved her lips. Dad. Duan nodded slightly, then saw her mouth another question. Will I be able to see Dad again? Duan replied, probably not. This time was a coincidence because Kai Lingjuan's second personality agreed to let you see him. With Kai Lingjuan's true personality, she would absolutely not allow you to see him a second time. Xiao Six's expression immediately fell. Duan felt a little sorry for her and sighed. Xiao Sixi, you want what's best for him, right? Xiao Sixi lowered her head, clutching the teddy bear her dad had given her, the light gone from her eyes. A few minutes later, at the Diren villa, Duan carried Xiao Six inside and saw Kai Lingjuan sitting in the living room, her eyes dark. Aren't you drunk? Why aren't you resting in your room? Kai Lingjuan rubbed her temples. Who said I was drunk? If anyone was drunk, it was Xie Yunshu. She drank more than me. Xie Yunshu only had a few glasses. Kai Lingjuan looked at Xiao Six, and waved her over. Come here. Duan put Xiao Six down. Go on. As soon as Xiao Six reached her, she heard her say, this bear is ugly. Who bought it for you? Her face was full of disdain. Hearing this, Xiao Six's face immediately darkened. She glared at Kai Lingjuan. You're the ugly one. You're the ugliest. Kai Lingjuan raised an eyebrow and flicked the girl's forehead with her index finger. You dare glare at me? Ahuai gave it to Xiao Sixi, Duan said. Kai Lingjuan understood and pulled Xiao Sixi closer. Did you have fun today? Xiao Sixi nodded and took the initiative to hold Kai Lingjuan's hand, mouthing, can I see him again next time? Without thinking, Kai Lingjuan refused directly. No. Xiao Six's expression changed instantly. She opened her mouth and asked, why? Kai Lingjuan frowned, her face turning cold as well. I've told you before, your existence will only cause him pain. Xiao Six shook her head, mouthing, Dad said he likes me. He was very happy. The big bad wolf is a liar. I spent half a day with Dad, and he was clearly very happy. He even said he likes me. He said he likes you. Kai Lingjuan gripped Xiao Six's chin, a cold smile on her face. That's because he doesn't know who you are. If he knew, do you think he would still like you? No. He would only despise you, even hate you. Xiao Sixi froze, her face pale as she looked at Kai Lingjuan. The teddy bear she was hugging fell to the floor. Dad would despise me. Hate me. Before Duan could comfort her, Xiao Sixi turned and ran outside. Xiao Sixi, Duan shouted, immediately sending people after her. He looked at Kai Lingjuan with some reproach. Lingjuan, Xiao Sixi is only 4 years old. She's still a child. How could you say such things to her? Kai Lingjuan's face was expressionless. I was telling the truth. Duan clenched his fists, feeling helpless. Being like this, you would have been better off not saving her in the first place. A dark light flickered in Kai Lingjuan's eyes. Next time, don't ask me to do things. Helpless, Duan didn't say any more and ran out after Xiao Sixi. Kai Lingjuan rubbed her chin, frowning slightly. It seemed she really was drunk. She had regretted those words the moment she said them. Not long after, Duan returned with Xiao Sixi in his arms. She was sobbing on his shoulder, breathless and looking miserable. Get the first aid kit, Duan ordered a servant. Kai Lingjuan frowned upon hearing this. What's wrong? She fell. He placed Xiao Sixi on the sofa and rolled up her pant leg, revealing a scraped knee. Why are you so careless? Kai Lingjuan took the first aid kit from the servant, taking out iodine and bandages. Say a few words and you just run off. Your temper is getting bigger and bigger. Though her words were reproachful, her movements as she bandaged Xiao Sixi's wound were very gentle. Xiao Sixi huddled in Duan's arms, sobbing. Kai Lingjuan disinfected the wound, applied medicine, and put a bandage on it. She stroked Xiao Sixi's head. Go rest. Tomorrow, someone will take you back to the castle. As she finished speaking, Xiao Sixi suddenly lunged at her. Kai Lingjuan, quick-eyed and quick-handed, caught her to prevent her from falling. What are you doing? Xiao Sixi clung to Kai Lingjuan's hand, trying to hold back her tears. She opened her mouth to speak, but only a faint, hoarse sound came out. Both Kai Lingjuan and Duan were stunned. Although Xiao Sixi couldn't form a complete word, they both understood what she was saying from her lip movements. I like Dad. I want Dad to be happy. I want Dad to hug and kiss me. But I don't want Dad to hate me. I don't want Dad to resent me. Back on the other side, after seeing Xiao Sixi off, I stood by the road in a daze for a long time. Soon, Xia Yunshu arrived. As soon as she opened the car door, I smelled alcohol. You've been drinking. I looked at her, frowning slightly. Xia Yunshu took my hand and pulled me closer. I had a social engagement I couldn't refuse, so I had a little. Yang Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Xia Yunshu through the rearview mirror and said nothing. What social engagement? It was just Kai Lingjuan deliberately making Xia Yunshu play a shooting game with her. Lose a point, drink a glass. In the last few rounds, Xia Yunshu drank 3 glasses, while Kai Lingjuan drank more than 10. In terms of shooting skills, Xia Yunshu was still a cut above. Xia Yunshu glanced at the children's theme restaurant. I was wondering why you came to eat somewhere so far away. I met a very cute child outside the hotel today. She wanted to eat here, so I brought her. Thinking of Xiao Sixi, I sighed. I didn't know if I would ever have the chance to see her again. Most likely not. Xia Yunshu looked at me in surprise. She remembered I had once said I disliked children, very much so. Perhaps people really do change. Maybe my love for Kai Lingjuan would change too. After returning to the hotel, I felt exhausted and had no appetite for dinner. I looked at the photos of me and Xiao Sixi on my phone, feeling sad. A child I had known for less than a day was already making me miss her so much. It was strange. Seeing that I hadn't eaten much that night, Xia Yunshu had the hotel bring up a late-night snack. She pulled me from the bedroom to the living room. These are all your favorite dishes. Eat a little. You've gotten thinner recently. Seeing her concern, I wasn't so heartless as to refuse. I sat down and ate a few bites perfunctorily. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. Xia Yunshu glanced at it. It was Kai Lingjuan. I don't know what Kai Lingjuan said on the other end, but I suddenly shot up, tense. I'll be right there. I hung up, put down my chopsticks, and prepared to leave. Xia Yunshu grabbed my arm. Where are you going? You don't need to come with me. Go to bed early, don't wait up. I was in a hurry and pulled my arm free from her grasp, then walked out. Xia Yunshu calmly watched me leave, a layer of gloom covering her. In the end, feeling uneasy, she still followed me. I left the hotel and got into a taxi. Xia Yunshu told her driver to follow it to see where I was going. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of the Dirin villa. Xia Yunshu watched me get out and hurry inside. Should we go in? Yang Ming asked from the passenger seat. Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly, her face unreadable. Wait. As soon as she said that, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello. Xia Yunshu answered immediately. Kai Lingjuan's voice came through. Miss Xia, you've arrived. Why not come in and sit for a while? Xia Yunshu's gaze instantly turned ice cold. What did you say to Kihuai? If she hadn't said something, why would he rush over to find her the moment he got her call? On the second-floor balcony of the Dirin villa, Kai Lingjuan looked at the car parked across the street, a wicked smile on her lips. I told him I missed him. On the other end, Xia Yunshu said nothing. Kai Lingjuan was in a great mood and chuckled twice. You see, with just one phone call from me, no matter where Huai is or what he's doing, he will immediately rush to my side. This is my place in his heart. Xia Yunshu, if you regret it now and want to call off the bet, there's still time. Xia Yunshu, the bet is still on. Haha, Then we'll just have to wait and see. Beep, beep, beep. Xia Yunshu hung up. Fai Lingchuan looked at the car outside the villa, and chuckled. It seemed Xia Yunshu planned to wait outside. A knock sounded on the door. Come in, Kai Lingchuan said. Duan pushed the door open, with me following behind. He stared at Kai Lingchuan in surprise, examining her closely. You said on the phone your second personality appeared. That's why I rushed over. But you don't look like your second personality at all. Kai Lingchuan looked at me. If I hadn't said that, why would you have rushed over so quickly? I've never seen such a loyal dog. Kai Lingchuan, what on earth are you playing at? I was worried sick the whole way here, and it turns out you were lying to me. What am I playing at? Kai Lingchuan plopped down on the sofa, nonchalantly saying, getting ready. We're going back to the castle tomorrow. He frowned. I'm not going back. Before I could finish, Kai Lingchuan cut me off coldly. Not going back. Then where are you planning to go? Back to Camden. The Ki family now only has me left. There are some things I need to slowly accept. Besides, my grandfather's health is not good and needs someone to take care of him. Fei Lingchuan sneered. After I finished speaking, she raised an eyebrow and then I heard her say, isn't there also a little reason related to Xie Yunshu? My face turned slightly cold. What are you trying to say? Fei Lingchuan looked at me, annoyed. Do I not understand you? You give so many noble reasons, but the main reason is still Xie Yunshu, right? It has nothing to do with her. Fei Lingchuan stared into my eyes, word by word. You've fallen in love with her, haven't you? I pursed my lips and said nothing. Fei Lingchuan narrowed her eyes slightly, a storm brewing in their depths. Silence means you agree. She knew me too well. The expression on my face had already revealed my feelings for Xie Yunshu. In fact, yesterday at the villa, when I chose to leave with Xie Yunshu, she had already guessed that I was in love with her. But seeing Xie Yunshu today, it seemed she still didn't know about my feelings for her. Fei Lingchuan looked at me with a sarcastic gaze. Haha, your taste isn't very good, is it? He said seriously, stay out of my business. You are my husband. If I don't manage you, who will? Fei Lingchuan said matter-of-factly. Hearing this form of address again made my head throb. Fei Lingchuan, I'm telling you for the last time, I am not your husband. I never even went through a wedding ceremony with you. If you dare to slander me again, don't blame me for not being polite. Fei Lingchuan crossed her legs, looking indifferent. I'm suddenly a little curious. What is my second personality really like? Why are you so scared every time you face her, yet so arrogant with me? Fei Lingchuan gestured for me to come closer. I hesitated for a moment but still walked over. As soon as I got near, I smelled the strong scent of alcohol. You've been drinking. And this smell is a bit familiar. Fei Lingchuan rubbed her temples and said nothing. Why did you call me here? I had a feeling that her suddenly tricking me into coming here meant she had something important to say. Fei Lingchuan was silent for a moment, then spoke. The 117th century tablet you brought back, I've had it sent to the Research Institute. Mentioning this, I looked at her seriously. What do you want to do with the 117th century? Although I knew she was always looking for it, I didn't know what she planned to do with it. You'll find out later, Kai Lingchuan said, not intending to tell me. She looked at my neck. The bruise still hadn't faded, and she still felt a little guilty. You want to return to Huaxia? I won't stop you. A year should be enough time for you to sort out the Qi family's affairs, right? You haven't been here these past few years, and you haven't asked about the hidden matters. After you're done with your own things, you should take the time to deal with those. I know this. I looked at Qi Lingchuan and raised an eyebrow. I'm going back to Huaxia, you really have no objections. Fei Lingchuan looked at me. If I had objections, would you obediently stay? I gave a dry laugh and shook my head. No. Then why are you asking? Her current condition wasn't suitable for keeping me here anyway. If her second personality appeared again one day, she was worried she would hurt me again. I clapped my hands and stood up, feeling much more relieved. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Let me see you out, Duan said. As Duan and I went downstairs, I couldn't help but complain about Kai Lingchuan. This person is getting more and more neurotic. You must have suffered a lot being by her side all these years. Duan smiled. I'm used to it. After a pause, he held out his hand and gave me his phone. I asked, confused. Why are you giving me your phone? Duan opened my photo album and saw the pictures of me with Xiao Sixi. He feigned curiosity and asked, who is this child? A child I met today. I thought she was cute, so I took a few pictures. Why? Nothing. Duan casually selected 2 photos of me with Xiao Sixi and sent them to his phone. I looked at him suspiciously. A friend asked me to introduce her to a boyfriend. I was planning to show him your picture, he said. To avoid my suspicion, Duan then selected a selfie of mine and sent it to his phone. Hearing that, I felt uncomfortable. Don't. Duan handed the phone back to me. Don't worry, it's just to deal with them. Hearing that, I was relieved. I took my phone back and asked curiously, What friend? Do I know them? No. I nodded, not thinking much of it. Well, I'm off. Call me if anything comes up. Duin walked me out. As we reached the courtyard, I suddenly stopped. He turned and looked towards the third-floor bedroom window of the villa, frowning slightly. What's wrong? I scratched my head. Nothing. I just felt like someone was watching me from up there. Duin's heart tense. In the direction I was looking, that building was empty. Where is Xiao Xixi? She's probably watching them right now. Fortunately, the window was one-way glass, so I couldn't see inside. I shrugged. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I need to get a good rest for a few days when I get back. Stepping out of the villa, I saw Xie Yunshu's car parked across the street. I was stunned. Why is Xie Yunshu here? When she saw me come out, Xie Yunshu got out of the car. She stood by the car window, and we looked at each other from across the road. Duin glanced at Xie Yunshu, then turned to me and reminded me, Ahoy, Xie Yunshu and we are not on the same side. I had heard Ai Li say the same thing to me before. After saying that, Duin turned and went back inside. Returning to the villa, Duin went upstairs to Kai Lingchuan's bedroom, but she wasn't there. He went up to the third floor and, sure enough, she was with Xiao Xixi. The moment she saw Duin, Xiao Xixi immediately ran to him and held out her hand. Duin gave her the phone. The photos were in the album. Calling me over so late had another purpose. Xiao Xixi wanted to see me one last time, even if it was just a secret glance from afar. Xiao Xixi looked at the photo of herself with her dad, her tear-stained face finally breaking into a faint smile. She forwarded the photo to her own phone. Duin stroked Xiao Xixi's head. I'll help you print the photos tomorrow. Xiao Xixi nodded weakly. That night, Xiao Xixi fell asleep hugging the teddy bear I had given her. Duin watched over her by the bed for a while, then went to the study. Kai Lingchuan was at her computer, looking at documents. Is Xiao Xixi asleep? Kai Lingchuan asked. Duin nodded. Then he heard her ask, have the arrangements at the hotel been made? Don't worry. Fy is very vigilant. We definitely won't let him suspect anything. It's all been arranged. Duin paused, then asked, why didn't you tell Fy about that matter? Yuan knew it wasn't time yet. When Kai Lingchuan looked up with an unreadable expression, she asked, you still don't understand his personality, do you? He won't give up until he hits a wall. Since he has feelings for Xie Yunshu, just let him experience it for himself. If he doesn't get hurt, he won't learn his lesson. Yua looked at her, a little exasperated. Why are you doing this? You'll have to tell him sooner or later. The later you tell him, the deeper Kai Hui will sing. I got into Xie Yunshu's car and asked, why did you come here? Xie Yunshu held my hand, her face impassive. What did Kai Lingchuan say to you that made you rush over in such a hurry? Nothing, just a small matter, I replied lightly. Xie Yunshu clenched her jaw. Just a small matter made you rush over like that. It's clear how important Kai Lingchuan is to you. Xie Yunshu stared at me and asked, so, is the matter resolved? I nodded. Almost. I don't need to go there tomorrow either. Then let's go back to our country tomorrow. I nodded. Okay, there's nothing to do here anyway. Wait, I suddenly thought of something, grabbing Xie Yunshu by the collar and sniffing her neck. Xie Yunshu was startled. What are you doing, Kai Hui? Xie Yunshu, what kind of alcohol did you drink today? Xie Yunshu raised an eyebrow and answered honestly, snake wine. I nodded. No wonder I found the smell of alcohol on Kai Lingchuan so familiar. It turns out the smell on her is exactly the same as yours. They probably drank the same kind of wine today. Xie Yunshu said, he could tell. I replied softly, I'm very familiar with this scent. I smelled it on Kai Lingchuan just now. Xie Yunshu's expression suddenly changed. She gripped my shoulders tightly. How do you know? He smirked. Xie Yunshu, are you jealous? Yes, I'm jealous. Not just jealous, I'm going crazy. Seeing Xie Yunshu like this, I somehow found it amusing. Haha, then you'll have plenty of opportunities to be jealous in the future. This smile of mine made Xie Yunshu's heart melt. It was the most radiant smile she had seen on my face in days. Xie Yunshu hugged me tightly. Kai Hui, you know what? Every day I have to convince myself dozens of times not to tie you up and hide you at home. I let her hug me. I'm not someone who can be easily tied up. I grunted softly and poked Xie Yunshu's previously injured arm. Xie Yunshu, if you dare to use a self-pity trick to deceive me again, I will absolutely not forgive you. Sorry, it won't happen again. Xie Yunshu lifted my face, her usually cold eyes now filled with a few degrees of earnest anticipation. So, you've forgiven me. I glanced at her without answering, simply saying, I'm hungry. A gentle look appeared in Xie Yunshu's eyes. Should we eat at the hotel or go out? Let's eat at the hotel. I don't want to linger outside. Back at the hotel, I deliberately asked the receptionist if the Xiao Xixi family was still there. We had to leave tomorrow, and I wanted to see the little girl again. However, the receptionist said they had checked out that afternoon. I was a little disappointed. Kai Yunshu had arrived by private jet. Back in her room, She instructed Young Ding to arrange for their return to the capital tomorrow morning. You guys go back. I'm not going back to the capital, I said. As soon as Xie Yunshu heard this, her face immediately darkened. Not going back to the capital. Then where are you going? Of course I'm going back to my home. I've been away for many days, and don't know how Grandpa is doing. I have to go back and visit him. Xie Yunshu's expression softened slightly, and she took my hand. Old Mr. Kai has woken up, right? It just so happens that I haven't had a chance to visit him in a long time. I'll go back with you this time. There's no need. I think there is. Just as Xie Yunshu finished speaking, her phone rang. Hello. I don't know what the person on the other end said, but Xie Yunshu suddenly shot up. Yes, I know. After a few brief sentences, she hung up. Yang Ding, standing beside her, was startled and immediately stepped out of the room. What's wrong? He stood up. I have something urgent to attend to. You rest well. I'll go back to Jin City with you tomorrow. After Xie Yunshu finished speaking, without waiting for me to reply, she grabbed her coat and rushed out. I watched Xie Yunshu's retreating back and suddenly felt that this scene was familiar. Not just familiar, but incredibly familiar. The person who had just called must have told Xie Yunshu about Akai. Otherwise, why would she be in such a hurry? This time, it was highly likely that there was news about Akai again. I grabbed my own coat and followed her. I wanted to see just what kind of person this Akai was to make Xie Yunshu so concerned. I followed her out of the hotel, watched her get into a car, and then hailed a taxi to follow her. Xie Yunshu's car headed south, finally stopping at the harbor. On the way back to the hotel, Xie Yunshu was still thinking about what to prepare for visiting my grandfather in Jin City tomorrow. She thought that if the old man knew about what happened between us before, he probably wouldn't have a good impression of her. She had to prepare in advance. Xie Yunshu took out her phone and sent a message to Shin Cunning, asking him to find out about my grandfather's preferences. Shin Cunning replied, Not bad, Xie Yunshu. You want me to take you to meet the family so soon? It seems the day of your remarriage is not far off. Xie Yunshu looked at the message from Shin Cunning and frowned, replying, I do want to remarry him, but right now it doesn't seem to be an easy matter. She could confirm that I also had good feelings for her, but compared to my feelings for Kai Lingjuan, it was insignificant. For Xie Yunshu now, she didn't dare to hope that I could remarry her. She only hoped that I wouldn't resist her love for me, wouldn't push her away. That was enough. Xie Yunshu sighed and rubbed her temples. Ding, her phone chimed. Xie Yunshu thought it was a message from Shin Cunning, but when she opened it, she found it was a message from Diki. It was a photo. Xie Yunshu wasn't interested and was about to ignore it, but she accidentally opened the photo to full screen. The person in the photo became clear instantly. Xie Yunshu's pupils constricted. Although the person in the photo was blindfolded with a silk cloth, she still recognized me at a glance. Without thinking about why I was there, Xie Yunshu immediately told the driver to turn the car around. The driver was startled, and although he didn't understand what was happening, he immediately turned the car around. Yang Ding turned around, and was almost scared to death by Xie Yunshu's terrifying expression. Damn, Xie Yunshu's face looked so scary it could rival a real storm. Xie Yunshu, what's wrong? Xie Yunshu said nothing and called Diki. She held her breath, her whole body radiating a frantic coldness. The seconds waiting for the call to connect felt like torture to her. Finally, the call connected. Xie Yunshu gripped her phone tightly, her voice filled with a murderous intent that seemed to want to pierce through the phone. Diki, if you dare to touch a single finger of his, I will kill you. In just over 10 minutes, Xie Yunshu had returned to the harbor. She ran at top speed to the presidential suite on the top floor of the cruise ship. Diki and Xie Yunshu had known each other for many years and more or less understood her personality. When he received her call, he immediately realized something was wrong. Without a second word, he left the room. Not long after, Xie Yunshu arrived. Looking at her eyes, which were like the god of death on earth, Diki knew the matter had been exposed. He quickly said, Xie Yunshu, I swear, as soon as I received your call, I left the room immediately. Where is he? Xie Yunshu glared at Diki. In there, Diki pointed to the closed door, simultaneously offering the room card with both hands. Xie Yunshu took the card, opened the door, and walked in. Slam. She slammed the door shut. The whole process took no more than 2 seconds. Mr. D, what on earth happened? Yang Ding asked. Diki held his head, completely bewildered. I just sent a photo to your Miss Xia, and she rushed over. Does she know the person in the photo? Diki immediately took out his phone and showed her the photo. Look, it's this person. The wound on my head was from him. Damn it. As soon as Yang Ding saw the photo, her face turned pale. Mr. K, no wonder Xie Yunshu turned back as soon as she saw the photo. It turned out the person in it was Mr. Kai. Diki was startled. It seems Xie Yunshu really knows the man inside. He was a little curious and asked, who is this Mr. Kai? He's the person Xie Yunshu likes, Yang Ding said. Diki was stunned and suddenly reacted to something. Yongding snatched his phone, deleted the photo, and handed it back. Deke shook his head, so scared his legs went soft. Don't touch it. Damn it, how could it be such a coincidence? The person inside is the one Xia Yunshu likes. And I just sent a message to Xia Yunshu. Damn it, this is it. It seems I'm really going to die. Reacting, Deke immediately ordered his subordinates, "You two, go and capture one Linshan for me." Xia Yunshu entered the room and immediately saw the man in the corner. Her heart felt like it had been stabbed fiercely. I closed my eyes, exhausted. Tifui. Xia Yunshu's lips trembled. In my mind, it was like a clap of thunder. That voice. Xia Yunshu. He slowly opened my eyes. The next second, a face more familiar than I could ever imagine appeared before me. As if I couldn't believe what I was seeing, afraid it was just an illusion, I closed my eyes, waited 2 seconds, and opened them again. It was still that familiar face. Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu squeezed my arm, looked at my blood-soaked hand, and tears streamed down her face. Tihui, you're injured. I'll take you to the hospital. Before Xia Yunshu could finish, the man in her arms suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. I buried my face in Xia Yunshu's embrace, panting. Tifui. Xia Yunshu held my shoulders, only then realizing my body temperature was not normal. Damn it, she thought I had only been drugged with a sedative, not expecting an aphrodisiac as well. I trembled, feeling uncomfortable all over. I looked up at Xia Yunshu with pleading eyes. Xia Yunshu, I don't want to. Even though the woman beside me was Xia Yunshu, someone I knew and liked, I didn't want to. I was terrified, remembering the scene from 5 years ago. Xia Yunshu stroked my head with pity. Alright, then I'll take you to the bathroom for a cold bath first. You'll feel a little better. I nodded weakly, my eyes filled with tears. In the bathroom, there was a very large bathtub. Xia Yunshu filled it with water, and then helped me in. The cold water helped to soothe the uncomfortable heat in my body. Xia Yunshu temporarily wrapped a towel around my injured right hand to avoid contact with water. I'll go get the first aid kit. Wait for me for 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Xia Yunshu closed the bathroom door and went out. As soon as she opened the room door, she saw Yongding leading 2 male doctors standing outside. They had also prepared a brand new set of men's clothing. Xia Yunshu raised her hand, and the male doctor hurriedly offered the first aid kit with both hands. Yongding also handed her the bag with the men's clothing and asked tentatively, "Miss Xia, is Mr. Kai alright?" Xia Yunshu didn't answer, her eyes sweeping around meaningfully. Deke had gone to capture one Linshan himself to atone for his mistake. A murderous glint flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. She turned and went back into the room. Returning to the bathroom, she saw me slumped over the edge of the tub. "You should go out. I'm already very uncomfortable, and I don't want you to be uncomfortable too." Xia Yunshu tensed her jaw, walked over, and knelt on one knee beside me. "Let me treat the wound on your hand first." I glanced at my right hand. The bleeding had stopped. "It's fine. We can treat it later." Xia Yunshu stared into my eyes. "Tihui, you don't trust me. You're afraid I'll do something improper." "It's not that. I don't trust myself." Xia Yunshu took my right hand, slowly unwrapped the towel, and then used a cotton swab to disinfect and stop the bleeding on my palm. "Although I have no self-control in front of you, my love for you will force me to restrain myself." My heart suddenly skipped a beat. A sentence flashed in my mind: lust is indulgence, true love is restraint. I pursed my lips, my voice low. "Xia Yunshu, thank you." Xia Yunshu looked into my eyes, her gaze filled with love and heartache. Our eyes met, and I saw my reflection in her pupils. Suddenly, I realized that I was only wearing a pair of underwear. I wasn't wearing much to begin with, and now that it was wet, it was even thinner and more revealing. I was really embarrassed. Xia Yunshu sighed helplessly, looking at the roll of gauze in her hand. "Tihui, close your eyes. How am I supposed to bandage you like this?" Although Xia Yunshu and I had been naked together before, in this situation, it was still unavoidable to feel shy and embarrassed. "I'll be quick." Xia Yunshu took a deep breath, suppressing the heat in her heart and speeding up her movements. Finally, after bandaging the wound on my palm, she asked, "Feeling better? Do you want to get up? Soaking in cold water for too long is not good for your body." I shook my head. Although I felt I had regained some strength, I was still uncomfortable. "I'll soak a little longer. You go out. I'll stay with you." I took a deep breath. "You looking at me like this makes it even more uncomfortable." She looked at me silently for a few seconds, then turned her back. "I won't look at you. If you feel uncomfortable, call me." I stared at her broad, straight back, 100 emotions swirling in my heart. The surroundings were quiet for a long time. No one spoke. "If you can really hear," I suddenly spoke. "Xia Yunshu, don't easily turn your back on others like this in the future. It's very dangerous. If I wanted to harm you, I could have launched a fatal attack just now." Xia Yunshu clenched her fists, then released them helplessly. Dehuai. Not everyone is worthy of me treating them like this. Only you. My heart beat faster. Only me. What about if Kai? I hesitated for a few seconds, took a deep breath as if I had made up my mind, and asked, Xia Yunshu, why don't you ask why I appeared here? Why? Xia Yunshu really didn't understand. With my skills, I shouldn't have been so easily tricked. Moreover, when she left, she had instructed Jiu Shu to protect me carefully. Wan Linsheng's men had taken me away, and Jiu Shu hadn't even reported it to her. Very quickly, I answered her question. I said, I followed you. I saw you get on the cruise ship at the harbor and was planning to find an opportunity to sneak in. Who knew I was careless, and didn't notice someone approaching? Jia Yunshu, you left the hotel in such a hurry. Was there news about Kai again? Jia Yunshu had her back to me, so I couldn't see her expression, but I could hear the disappointment, and a hint of sadness in my voice. Jia Yunshu nodded. She thought I wouldn't notice, but it turned out I knew everything. I asked tentatively, have you found him? Even I didn't realize how nervous I was when I asked this question. I haven't found him. That person wasn't a guy. I breathed a sigh of relief, even feeling a little happy. Realizing my mood, I lowered my head, wondering when I had become so petty. I spoke in a low voice, Xia Yunshu, can you tell me about you and Kai? I was suddenly very curious. What was so special about the person Xia Yunshu valued so much? Xia Yunshu remained silent. I looked at Xia Yunshu's back in disappointment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I knew she wouldn't say. Kai was the white moonlight she hid in her heart, the person she treasured. I lowered my eyes, and for some reason, the anger in my heart suddenly erupted fiercely. I suddenly grabbed the vase next to the bathtub and threw it fiercely at Xia Yunshu's feet. Since you treasure him so much, why did you come to play with and provoke me, saying things you don't mean? Xia Yunshu, don't you feel disgusted? Smash. The vase shattered at Xia Yunshu's feet. My angry voice rang out from behind her. Hearing this, Xia Yunshu's expression changed abruptly. She reacted almost instantly. I had misunderstood her. She turned around and saw me slumped over the edge of the tub, staring at her. Tihuai, get out, get out, get out. I was both angry and anxious. I grabbed the bottle of shower gel next to me and threw it at Xia Yunshu. How could she love another man, while saying such deeply affectionate words to me? If she couldn't forget Kai, why did she come to provoke me? I couldn't understand. I was agitated and broke down. Xia Yunshu didn't dodge. She took 2 steps towards me, bent down, and firmly grabbed my hand. Tihuai, with you, I have never said a single word I didn't mean. He stared at her and smiled bitterly. Oh really? Then Xia Yunshu, you are truly benevolent and boundless, aren't you? Don't touch me. I hadn't fully recovered yet. This slap wasn't very hard, but it still made Xia Yunshu's face turn to the side. Xia Yunshu touched her cheek that had been hit, her eyes as dark as a deep pool, making it difficult for people to guess her thoughts. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The two of them just looked at each other like that, both with emotions that the other couldn't understand. After a long while, Xia Yunshu spoke, her voice low. Huai, I haven't said anything yet, and you've already defined me like this. This isn't fair to me. What else is there to say? Your silence just now was the best answer. I don't have the strength to continue tangling with you anymore. Xia Yunshu, get out. I don't want to see you again in this lifetime. Another dead silence. Then, a sigh came from above my head. Huai, that's impossible. I won't leave you, nor will I let you leave me, let alone for a lifetime. Xia Yunshu made me look up at her. A lifetime is so long. If I can't see you, I'll go crazy. My smile became even more bitter. Without me, don't you still have Kai? Besides, Xia Yunshu, what kind of person are you? Just wave your hand, and won't there be a shortage of men flocking to you like flies? Xia Yunshu's eyes darkened. Huai, I thought I had done so much that you would understand my feelings. Now it seems you don't. You overestimate me. I'm not as good as you think. I, Xia Yunshu, in my 28 years of life, have only said the 3 words I love you to you alone. As for Kai, I can very responsibly tell you that I have never had any romantic feelings for him. I laughed coldly. You don't love him. Then why are you searching the whole world for him? Are you lying to a ghost? I'm looking for him to repay a debt of gratitude. I was startled. Repay a debt of gratitude. A complex look flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes as she nodded. He saved me 5 years ago. If it weren't for him, I might have died. All these years, I have been searching the world for him just to repay the life, saving grace, nothing else. Just now, when I asked about her and Kai, the reason she was silent was not that she didn't want to say it, but that she was thinking about how to tell me about it. Seriously speaking, it was her fault. If I knew, how would I look at her? She didn't have the courage to be completely honest with me. I stared blankly at Xia Yunshu, my eyes covered with a layer of mist, somewhat in disbelief. But before, you clearly said you wanted to divorce me to marry him. Xia Yunshu sighed. At that time, I hadn't fallen in love with you yet, So I thought of marrying him, giving him status, and ensuring that he would be well fed and clothed for the rest of his life. I laughed dryly twice. A life, saving grace, repaid with your body. Jai Yunshu's lips curved slightly. Something like that. What about now? I asked. Now, did Jai Yunshu still want to marry him? There are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude. If it can find a guy, I will use other ways to repay his life, saving grace. Jai Yunshu lifted my face and kissed my brow. My eyes. Now, the person I want to marry is only you, and can only be you. Akai or any other man is out of the question. Hihuai, do you understand? I lowered my eyelids and said nothing. I had been troubled and concerned for so long, only to find out now that Akai was just an imaginary rival in love. Akai was not the moonlight in Jai Yunshu's heart, he was just a benefactor. Jai Yunshu pressed her forehead against mine, a little helpless. If I had known you cared so much, I should have explained it to you earlier. I snorted coldly, still a little emotional. Whether it was before or now, whenever it's related to Akai, you always leave me behind. You can't blame me for misunderstanding. Alright, Jai Yunshu rarely humbled herself and apologized. It was my thoughtlessness. I promise you, it will never be like this again in the future. I nodded once without saying anything. Not angry anymore. Jai Yunshu asked. I'm not angry. Jai Yunshu continued. Don't soak anymore. It's not good for your body to soak for too long. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling a little better? I leaned against the headboard and nodded. It's not hot anymore, but I still have no strength. Jai Yunshu was still worried. Let me call a doctor in to examine you. I pulled her back. No need. Just let me rest for a while. It will be fine once the drug wears off. I didn't want others to see me in this state, it was too embarrassing. Jai Yunshu nodded and took out the prepared clothes. Change out of your wet clothes. I can change myself. Seeing Jai Yunshu staring at me, with no intention of avoiding it, I reminded her, how can I change with you looking at me like that? Jai Yunshu turned and went into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from inside. Why was she suddenly taking a shower? The bathroom door was frosted glass, semi-transparent. I glanced over and immediately felt the fire that had just subsided showing signs of flaring up again. Damn it. I hurriedly turned my back. Do not look at what is improper. After changing my clothes, I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Not long after, the sound of water in the bathroom also stopped. Hearing the bathroom door open, I hurriedly closed my eyes and said, Jai Yunshu, don't come over here. Let me be alone for a while. A shadow fell over me. Jai Yunshu's deep, sexy voice sounded, or else. I opened my eyes and stared at the beautiful face close at hand, swallowing. Or else the cold water I just took a bath and will have been for nothing. I took a deep breath and turned my head away, not looking at her. Why did you take a shower? Jai Yunshu was silent for 2 seconds, her voice helpless. I needed to cool down. Actually, Jai Yunshu, you don't need to care about me. I'll be fine by myself for a while. I laughed. I'm not scared anymore. Before seeing Jai Yunshu, I was really scared. I had even prepared to die with whoever touched me. At that time, I even mocked myself in my heart, wondering how shameful this death would be if it got out. But in the end, Jai Yunshu came. The moment I heard her voice, I felt like I had returned from hell to heaven. With her here, I felt very at ease and no longer afraid of anything, because I knew that no matter what happened, she would protect me. Jai Yunshu didn't know what I was thinking. She sat down beside me, letting my head rest on her lap, and gently massaged my scalp to help me relax. After a while she spoke, but Keihui, I was scared. I looked at her in surprise. What were you scared of? I was scared something would happen to you. Jai Yunshu stared into my clear eyes. If anything had happened to you tonight, I would never have forgiven myself. He saw deep self-blame in her eyes. It has nothing to do with you. He agreed to it myself. If I had been a little more vigilant, I wouldn't have been kidnapped by 2 scoundrels and brought here. If Kai Lingchuan knew about this, she would definitely laugh at me for at least 3 years. Jai Yunshu stared at the wound on my hand, her cold face covered with an indescribable layer of danger. Noticing her gaze, I moved my hand a little, saying with little concern, what's this little wound? I've been injured much more seriously than this many times before. Jai Yunshu's brows knitted tightly. Why have you been injured so many times? When I was very young, my parents and older brother passed away one after another. Grandpa then trained me to be the heir. Before I was even 10, I was sent abroad to train. In addition to studying at school, he also arranged for me to learn finance, martial arts, shooting, and horse riding. I trained for more than 10 hours a day, all real fights. It would have been strange if I hadn't gotten injured. I remember the most serious time, I fought with someone and was stabbed. I pointed to my stomach. I almost lost my life. Jai Yunshu's heart tightened. How old were you then? I thought for a moment, 12 or 13. Jai Yunshu's hand massaging my scalp paused. She clenched her jaw and said nothing. She knew that as the future heir, I must have undergone a lot of strict training from a young age, but she didn't expect old Mr. Kai to be so strict with me. At 12 or 13, he was already having me fight real fights with others. Grandpa had very high expectations for me, so he was a little stricter with me. If not for that, I might just be one of the many noble young masters in Jin City now. Xie Yunshu thought for a moment and then said, speaking of which, the K family and the Xie family are well, atched. Why bring up the matter of being well, atched with the Xie family again? I coughed dryly and changed the subject. When I was 15, I was able to live independently abroad. Later, I met a master who taught me Chinese medicine. He had a rather eccentric personality and offended many people, so he was often hunted down. I followed him and was also implicated a lot. Fortunately, his medical skills were excellent. No matter how seriously I was injured, he could heal me. Moreover, his skills were also very good. At his place, I not only learned Chinese medicine but also learned many other talents. Xie Yunshu nodded thoughtfully. No wonder your skills are so good. Compared to my master, I'm still far behind. Hearing me say this, Xie Yunshu became curious about my master. Where is your master? He has passed away. Xie Yunshu was stunned and said, I'm sorry. It's okay. My master was an upright person. When he passed away, he didn't seem to have any regrets. He even had a smile on his lips. How did your brother die? Xie Yunshu suddenly asked. She knew my parents died in a plane crash, but the K family had never announced the cause of my brother's death, so there was no news outside. Many people didn't even know I had a brother who was 5 years older. I recalled for a moment, and then said, I only know it was from an illness, but I don't know what kind of illness. I was young at the time and didn't have much impression of many things. If my brother were still alive, he would definitely be the head of the K family now. And I could be like Xie Linger, doing whatever I want. Anyway, if the sky falls, my brother would be there to hold it up for me. Xie Yunshu's eyes were full of love. Without your brother, you still have me. You can still do whatever you want. I will support you. I blinked and smiled. Xie Yunshu, thank you. Thank you for pitying me. Thank you for saying you will support me. Even my closest relatives have never treated me like this. Xie Yunshu took my injured hand and placed a kiss on the back of it. Huai, being able to support you is my honor. Sleepiness gradually overcame me. I closed my eyes. Xie Yunshu, I'm going to sleep for a while. Xie Yunshu stroked my hair, her voice gentle. Okay, go to sleep. I'll be by your side. The room was silent, with only the gentle ticking of the wall clock. Xie Yunshu stared at the man whose head was resting on her lap, her eyes filled with extreme tenderness. She just looked at me so fondly, as if she could never get enough. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually brightened. Xie Yunshu gently lifted me up, placed a pillow under my neck, and then carefully tucked me in. She got off the bed, moved her numb legs a little, and then went out. Opening the door, Yang Ding and Deke were both standing in the hallway. As soon as Deke saw Xie Yunshu come out, he immediately begged for forgiveness. Xie Yunshu, please spare my life. It was one Linshan who found someone to kidnap him. I've captured him, and his subordinates and brought them to you. How to deal with them is up to you. Xie Yunshu looked at him coldly and said, do I need to teach you how to deal with them? Hearing this, Deke immediately understood. Don't worry, I'll go handle it right away. Yang Ding, standing beside him, glanced at Deke and thought to herself, this guy is really cunning, calling her sister-in-law one after another. His will to live is really strong. The murderous intent in Xie Yunshu's eyes dissipated a little. She lifted her chin. The photo. Deke hurriedly said, it's been deleted. Yang Ding personally took my phone and deleted it. Yang Ding nodded. Yes, it's really been deleted. Xie Yunshu nodded, her eyes full of warning as she stared at Deke. In the future, if I hear anything, don't expect to keep your hands and eyes. Deke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This life was considered safe. Don't worry, Xie Yunshu. Xie Yunshu was about to say something when she suddenly heard my scream from the room. I was awakened by a nightmare. I suddenly turned over and sat up, my back drenched in a cold sweat. Xie Yunshu hurriedly ran in. Seeing me sitting on the bed with a blank expression and a pale face, she immediately went over and hugged me, her voice urgent and anxious. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Or is there somewhere you're not feeling well? I came back to my senses and buried myself in Xie Yunshu's chest, taking a deep breath. The familiar scent on her body gave me a sense of security. I wrapped my arms around her waist and said gloomily, Xie Yunshu, I just had a terrible nightmare. I dreamt of what happened 5 years ago again. It was so scary. Xie Yunshu gently patted my back, constantly soothing me. Don't be afraid, it's okay. It's all in the past. What happens in dreams is fake, it won't happen. I closed my eyes. Xie Yunshu stroked my head gently and said, Huai, I will always be by your side. The tears Xie Yunshu had just held back gushed out. When no one loves you, you can endure any amount of pain. I hugged Xie Yunshu tightly and sobbed. I collapsed in Xia Yunshu's arms and cried for a long time before my emotions gradually stabilized. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that her shirt was wet with a large patch. I looked up, sniffled, my eyes red and looking pitiful. Sorry, I got your shirt wet. It's okay, Xia Yunshu didn't mind at all. Her warm hand gently wiped the tears from my face. Feeling a little better. How does your body feel? Is there anywhere you're not comfortable? Right now, what she cared about most was my body. She didn't know if the sedative and aphrodisiac from last night had caused any damage to my body. I shook my head. There's nothing uncomfortable, I'm just a little thirsty. Let me pour you a glass of water. Xia Yunshu stood up and poured me a glass of warm water. After drinking the water, I felt much better, but my eyes were a little dry from crying so much. Seeing that it was already light outside, I asked, what time is it now? Xia Yunshu looked at her watch. 6:30. Let's go back to the hotel. I don't want to stay here anymore. Okay. I sat down on the edge of the bed, intending to put on my shoes, but Xia Yunshu was already kneeling on one knee beside me. The famous Xia Yunshu was kneeling on one knee beside a man to put on his shoes for him. If this got out, no one would probably believe it. After putting on the shoes, Xia Yunshu looked at me. Done. Can we go? He stood up. Okay, I'm fine now. Yang Ding was still waiting outside the room. Seeing me walk out on my own, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Mr. Kai was not in serious trouble, otherwise Jiu Shi would probably be severely punished. Mr. Kai, this is your phone. Yang Ding handed me my phone, which Diki had gotten from one Linchen subordinate. I looked puzzled. The names Diki and one Linchen were both very unfamiliar. Diki is the one whose head you broke. As for one Linchen, a murderous glint flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. It was his men who kidnapped you and brought you here. I was surprised. That person named Diki knows you. Xia Yunshu nodded. I now understood. No wonder that person, after I hit him, not only didn't retaliate but ran away like he had seen a ghost. Yang Ding glanced at Xia Yunshu and explained for her, Wan Linchen wanted to cooperate with Miss Xia. Originally this room card was for Miss Xia, but Miss Xia didn't come, so Diki took it. I see, I said, then raised my eyebrows and looked at Xia Yunshu with a slightly jealous look. The way these people give gifts to you is quite special, isn't it? A honey trap. If I have a favor to ask you in the future, I'll try doing the same. I was just joking, but who knew that after hearing it, Xia Yunshu would look at me seriously. Okay, but I only accept being seduced by Mr. Kai alone. Back at the hotel, we packed our things briefly and then prepared to return to the country with Xia Yunshu. The plane tickets were booked by Xia Yunshu, and the destination was Jin City. Do you really want to go back to Jin City with me? At the airport, I asked again. Xia Yunshu replied very seriously. Going back to Jin City with you is the first step. The next step is to find a way to get you to go back to the capital with me. You are also the CEO of a large company. If you are away for so long, won't there be problems with the company? Even if I'm not at the company, I can still have meetings and make decisions. Alright, you're good, you're talented. If it weren't for what happened last night, I definitely wouldn't have let Xia Yunshu go back to Jin City with me. But what happened last night made me understand one thing. Xia Yunshu really likes me. Akai is just her benefactor. The knot in my heart has been untied. So now I'm willing to try to accept her feelings. Who can I blame? I like her too. Before boarding the plane, I sent a message to Kai Lingchuan, telling her that I had returned to Jin City. Kai Lingchuan didn't reply, and I didn't say anything more. As soon as I boarded the plane and sat down, I saw a somewhat familiar face. Mr. Kai, is that you? Shen Xinyu also saw me and greeted me happily. Hearing her voice, I remembered who she was. Miss Shen, what a coincidence. Dr. Kai, you can just call me Xinyu. I haven't seen you in a long time. I didn't expect to meet you on the plane. After the last checkup for Tang Heng, I didn't go to the hospital anymore, so Shen Xinyu didn't see me again. Shen Xinyu's seat was to my right. After I sat down, she looked at me with great interest. I was planning to find a chance to see you when I get back to the capital after I'm done with my work. I raised my eyebrows. Is something wrong? It's Tang Heng. He has had a checkup for a while and wants you to check on him again. I nodded. I won't be back in the capital for the time being. I'll contact you when I get back. Xia Yunshu, sitting next to me, her eyes flashed. De Hui saying this meant he still intended to return to the capital. Yes, thank you, Dr. Kai. Shen Xinyu said her thanks, only then noticing the woman next to me. The woman was even holding my hand. Dr. Kai, this is... Xia Yunshu sat up straight, rarely taking the initiative to speak. Hello, I'm his girlfriend. Girlfriend. I looked at Xia Yunshu in a daze. Since when did she become my girlfriend? Shen Xinyu looked at Xia Yunshu in surprise. She was wondering why this woman looked so familiar. It turned out to be Xia Yunshu. So it's Miss Xia. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Shen Xinyu, from the Shen family. Faced with such a big shot, Shen Simu hurriedly greeted her. Who didn't know the Xia family, the top family in the capital's high society? She didn't expect me and Xia Yunshu to be boyfriend and girlfriend. I glanced at the hand that was being held by Xia Yunshu and turned to Shen Simu. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's not my girlfriend. Shen Simu blinked, looking at the two of us curiously. She wasn't mistaken, was she? Xia Yunshu was being glared at but still smiled at Dr. Kai. Moreover, the look in her eyes when she looked at Dr. Kai was so loving. A fire of gossip ignited in Shen Simu's heart. Just as she was about to ask more about their relationship, she heard me say, she is my ex-wife. Ex-wife. Shen Simu suddenly remembered that Xia Yunshu had been married, but there were rumors that she had divorced. Could it be that I was Xia Yunshu's ex-husband? Xia Yunshu lovingly stroked my head. Hihui, sooner or later we will remarry. Her tone was very certain. I glanced at her again, ignoring her. Shen Simu looked at them and sighed to herself. It was still rumored outside that Xia Yunshu didn't like her ex-wife and treated her coldly. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. Sure enough, rumors were not to be believed. It took nearly 7 to 8 hours to fly from Laren City to Jin City. When the plane landed, the local time was 400 p.m. Shen Simu was an actress. A few days ago, she was invited to Laren City to attend a fashion show. Today, she came to Jin City because there was a commercial event here tonight. Leaving the airport's Vit Passage, I said goodbye to Shen Simu and Xia Yunshu. Then, Shen Simu got into a car with her manager and assistant and left. Let's go. Xia Yunshu opened the car door for me, signaling for me to get in. I stood still, a little hesitant. Xia Yunshu, do you really want to go home with me? Xia Yunshu looked at me intently, not speaking. I hesitated for 2 seconds and then said, my grandfather still doesn't know that we were once married. For you to suddenly show up like this. Google Search Suggestions display of search suggestions is required when using grounding with Google Search. I'm not sure how to introduce you to him. Maybe another day would be better. If I bring you home now, how can I introduce you to my grandfather? Friend and ex-wife are both unsuitable. Besides, if he finds out we were married and then divorced, he might get furious, I thought. I expected Xia Wanshu to disagree, but to my surprise, she thought for a moment and said, all right. My eyes lit up, but before I could say anything, she continued, but, Kei Hui, you have to give me a specific time. When is another day? Tomorrow, or the day after? I thought for a moment. The day after tomorrow. Xia Wanshu nodded. Okay. I'll prepare to formally visit Grandpa Kai the day after tomorrow. She paused, then asked, here in Jincheng, are there any customs a daughter-in-law should be aware of when visiting her husband's family for the first time? Daughter-in-law. Xia Wanshu pulled me into the car, her expression calm. If I were shameless enough to remarry you, I'd be willing to drive to the Ki family home right now. Xia Wanshu told the driver to go. I looked at her. Didn't you just agree to my terms? Xia Wanshu held my hand. I'm not going in. I'll just take you home, and then I'll go to the hotel. Okay, I relented. On the way, Xia Wanshu received a call from the capital. Midway through, she opened her laptop, watching the stock market while talking to the person on the other end. When the car stopped at the K family gate, Xia Wanshu told the caller, I'll talk to you later, and hung up. I'm here, I said to Xia Wanshu. If you have urgent business in the capital, you can go back first. Don't worry about me. I do have something urgent, but I don't need to handle it in person. A video conference with my subordinates later will resolve it. I nodded. Xia Wanshu ruffled my hair. Go on. I got out of the car and waved goodbye. Bye-bye. A sudden feeling of reluctance washed over me. Xia Wanshu nodded. I'll call you tonight. He said nothing and turned to go inside. As soon as I entered, I ran into the company's vice president and a few department heads who were about to leave. I learned they had come to report on the company's situation to my grandfather. During my absence, they had been bringing important company documents directly to him. Zhu Shie came out from inside. Big brother, you're back. How is Grandpa's health recently? I asked. He's recovering quite well. The doctor came for a check-up yesterday and said he's 90% recovered. I nodded and stepped into the house, seeing my grandfather coming down the stairs. Grandpa. I hurried to support him. He Huaihai looked at his newly returned grandson with some displeasure. Where have you been for the past dozen days? He said you'd be back in 2 days, but it's been over 10. I scratched my nose and helped him to the sofa. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I had some urgent business and suddenly went to the capital. I didn't have time to tell you. As for what happened in country, I didn't think it was necessary to mention. He Huaihai took the tea a servant handed him, sipped it, and slowly asked, what urgent business? I thought for a moment and replied, a friend I know in the capital was poisoned. I went to visit him. The moment I finished, Ke Huaihai slammed his teacup down on the table with a loud thud. I immediately stood up, my expression respectful. Pranbok he stared at me, his face stern. Was it a friend, or your ex-wife. My heart skipped a beat. He already knew about Xia Wanshu and me. I subconsciously glanced at Xu Shai, who was standing nearby. Xu Shai looked just as lost and shook his head, signaling it wasn't him. I looked at my grandfather, a bit flustered. Grandpa. You already know everything. He Huai slammed his hand on the table, clearly furious. I'm not that senile yet. The moment I knew you went to the capital, I immediately had someone investigate. I found out you and Xia Wanshu were once married. If it weren't for my poor health, I would have flown to the capital to drag you back myself. Ke Huai looked at his grandson, enraged. How long were you planning to hide such a big matter from me? Grandpa, don't get agitated. I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to worry about me. Xia Wanshu and I. The old man cut me off sharply. You and her are already divorced. Why are you still involved in her affairs? I lowered my head. She did save me, after all. This time she was poisoned. I couldn't just ignore it. He Huai frowned. He Huai, since when did you become so soft-hearted? I stood before him, my lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. He Huai stared at me, his voice severe. Don't forget your identity. You are the heir of the Qi family. You cannot be swayed by emotions. Otherwise, how can I confidently hand over this entire vast Qi clan to you? I understand, Grandpa, I said, clenching my fists, my voice low. He Huai looked at me and sighed. He Huai, don't blame me for being strict. It's for your own good. The business world is like a battlefield, and on this battlefield, the easiest thing to exploit is emotion. The Qi family is large, but our numbers are few, and many are eyeing this prize. Right now, I only have you. The Qi family depends on you. By the end, the old man's voice was filled with a hint of loss. I knelt beside him, taking his aged hands. Grandpa, don't worry. As long as I am here, the Qi family will not fall. I won't be used by others. You should trust me. Ke Huai patted my shoulder lightly. He Huai, if your father and brother were still alive, you wouldn't have to struggle like this. I choked up, momentarily speechless. If my parents and brother were all still alive, I would probably be a carefree playboy right now, not shouldering everything and facing it all alone. He Huai sighed heavily and patted my shoulder. Since you've divorced Xia Wanshu, don't have any more contact with her. No one from the Xia family is any good. I was startled. From his tone, it seemed he had a strong opinion of the Xia family. Grandpa. Cutting ties with Xia Wanshu was impossible. If I didn't know how she felt about me, maybe I could convince myself to sever all contact. But after last night, I couldn't do it anymore. He Huai saw my hesitation, and immediately frowned. He Huai, you haven't fallen for Xia Wanshu, have you? I lowered my head, saying nothing, which was a silent admission. He Huai was shocked. It seemed his guess was right. He Huai, if you just want to date her casually, I have no objections. But if you want to remarry, to get back with her, I will absolutely not allow it. As the future heir of the Qi family, your wife absolutely cannot be someone who poses a threat to the Qi family. Understand, Grandpa. A wave of sadness and disappointment washed over me. In his eyes, my identity would forever be the heir of the Qi family, responsible for the entire clan. When would he ever think of me as just a 23-year-old man? He Huai patted my shoulder. He Huai, I will choose a suitable wife for you. I lowered my head, my voice deep. You don't need to worry about it, Grandpa. I'm not thinking about marriage for the time being. That night I didn't eat. I locked myself in my room, thinking. In the end, what my grandfather said made sense. If I remarried Xia Wanshu, the Qi family could very well be swallowed by the Xia family in the future. My children. I shook my head. Why was I thinking so far ahead? How could I even have children? Suddenly, I remembered little Shisei. I took out my phone and looked at the photo of us together. I wondered if she missed me. Holding my phone, I thought for a moment and opened Xia Wanshu's WeChat. She said she would call tonight, but she hadn't yet. She must be busy. I was hesitating whether to text her and ask if she'd eaten dinner. Just as I typed 2 words, my phone rang. It was Xia Wanshu. Hello, he answered. Have you rested yet? Xia Wanshu's voice was as warm as ever. Not yet. I slept a lot on the plane during the day, so I'm not tired now. Are you done with your work? Have you eaten? Not yet. I frowned. Call the hotel and have them bring food up. Eat before you rest. I remembered her stomach wasn't very good, she shouldn't go hungry for long. Okay. I held the phone, my grandfather's words from this afternoon replaying in my mind, and I felt dejected. Xia Wanshu. Yes. She replied. I opened my mouth but didn't know what to say. It's nothing. Xia Wanshu gently perceived the sadness in my voice. Did something happen? No, nothing. I faked a yawn. I'm going to sleep now. You should rest too after you eat. Good night. After saying that, I hung up. Just as I hung up, there was a knock on the door. I got up and opened it to find Shu Shai. Big brother, may I come in? I have something to tell you. Come in, I nodded. Shu Shai entered the room, closing the door behind him. Big brother, something strange happened while you were away. He frowned. Something that Shu Shai found strange must not be simple. He sat on the sofa. Tell me in detail. A few nights ago, someone visited Grandpa Kai in the middle of the night. The person wore a mask and a hood, completely covered. They went straight to the old master's study, and didn't come out for 3 to 4 hours. Middle of the night. Man or woman? I frowned, instantly on alert. Who would visit my grandfather in the middle of the night, and so heavily disguised? Shu Shai recalled, judging by the figure, it seemed to be a woman. But I'm not sure because the person was too well covered. Did the security cameras capture anything? Shu Shai shook his head. I was going to check the cameras, but the security guard said that all the cameras in the villa were under maintenance that day and weren't plugged in. And they found it even more strange. Shu Shai continued. Later, I investigated further and found out that after dinner, the old master had ordered the guards to turn off all the cameras. My frown deepened. He must have done that because he didn't want the cameras to record the person's image. But why? Who was that person? What were they discussing in the middle of the night? Perhaps, Shu Shai said, also confused as to why Grandpa Kai would meet someone so secretly in his own home. Big brother, should I investigate further? The old master didn't know Shu Shai's true identity. He only thought he was an ordinary bodyguard by my side. Therefore, he didn't reveal his true capabilities. Moreover, he was only temporarily staying at the Kai villa to help look after my grandfather. If I didn't nod, he wouldn't investigate on his own initiative. I thought for a moment and shook my head. Not for now. Let me find a chance to ask Grandpa first. Yes. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After Shu Shai left, I thought about what he had just said, a sense of unease in my heart. My phone rang again. It was still Xiao Wanshu. Hello, he answered. Xiao Wanshu's voice came through the phone. Didn't you say you were going to sleep? The light in your room is still on. I was startled. How did Xiao Wanshu know my light was still on? I immediately ran to the balcony and saw Xiao Wanshu standing by her car outside the villa, one hand holding her phone, the other in her pocket, looking up at me. My heart hammered in my chest. Why are you here? For many reasons, Xiao Wanshu said, looking at me on the balcony, her eyes gentle. I wanted to see you before sleep. I wanted to wish you good night in person. I wanted to make sure you were okay. There are many other reasons. In short, Keihui, I missed you. We were only apart for a few hours, and you already miss me this much. Shu Shai, I'm going out for a bit. Call me if anything comes up. After instructing Shu Shai in the living room, I left the house. Xiao Wanshu watched me walk out, a gentle smile in her eyes. She stepped forward, and before she could speak, I pulled her into the car. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good. Although I was a native of Jinchen, I was sent abroad at a young age and rarely came back, so I wasn't very familiar with the city. However, a century-old hotpot restaurant left a deep impression on me. I remembered the first time I had hotpot as a child was at this place. The restaurant was open until 3 am. It was past the dinner rush, so we didn't have to wait when we arrived. We chose a table by the window on the second floor. I handed the menu to Xiao Wanshu. My treat. Order whatever you want. After Xiao Wanshu ordered, she asked me, would you like a drink? I blinked. Beer. I haven't had a drink in a long time. Xiao Wanshu raised an eyebrow and called the waiter over. 2 bottles of beer. Make it cold, I told the waiter. No, regular temperature, Xiao Wanshu interjected. She poured a cup of hot tea for me. Her menstrual cycle was irregular, and it hadn't come this month, but it was due around this time. The doctor had previously advised her to eat less cold food, especially before and after her period. You remember. I was a little embarrassed, my face turning red. Xiao Wanshu looked at me intently. Soon, the waiter brought 2 room temperature beers. Xiao Wanshu filled my glass and asked, why the sudden urge to drink? Just felt like it. I raised my glass and clinked it with hers. It seems we've never had a drink together. Is that so? Xiao Wanshu thought for a moment. You're right. In the future, if you want to drink, just tell me. I'll always drink with you. But don't drink too much. It's not good for your health. I ate the food Xiao Wanshu had put on my plate, and nodded with a smile. How is Grandbaka's health? She asked. It's fine. The poison from before has been completely cleared. He had a strong constitution in his youth, so he's recovering quickly. Mentioning my grandfather reminded me of what he had said this afternoon, and my mood soured. Xiao Wanshu noticed my expression, took a sip of her beer, and asked, is something on your mind? I shook my head, not wanting to talk about it. Xiao Wanshu didn't press, just poured more beer for me. By the time we finished eating, it was almost midnight. Let's take a walk, Xiao Wanshu said, holding my hand, showing no intention of getting in the car. Nearby was a river with a beautiful night view from the neon lights on the bank. At this hour, there was hardly anyone around. Xiao Wanshu held my hand as we strolled along the riverbank. Neither of us spoke. After walking for a while, Xiao Wanshu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? I turned to look at her. Xiao Wanshu stared at me and said, word by word, let's get back together. My heart beat faster. Get back together. Give me a chance to be your girlfriend, okay? She didn't care if there was another woman in my heart. Sooner or later, she would replace that person, making me love only her. Xiao Wanshu. I started, but she cut me off. Don't tell me things like we're not compatible. How would you know if you don't even try? I scratched my nose, rarely seen Xiao Wanshu so determined. What if I try and find we're not compatible? Can I return the goods? Xiao Wanshu raised an eyebrow, gritting her teeth. Yes. But before you return me, you have to tell me why, what wasn't compatible. I'll fix it. I looked at her serious expression, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Well, let me think about it. Xiao Wanshu stared at me, silent for a few seconds before asking, are you done thinking? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I deliberately said, how can it be that fast? I need at least a month to think. Xiao Wanshu's lips curled slightly. A month is too long. She lifted my face. Dehoy, you're torturing me. I snorted. A month is torture. Then what about the 2 years of your cold shoulder when we were married? Wasn't that hell-level torture? Xiao Wanshu was speechless. Compared to 2 years, a month really wasn't long. Finally, Xiao Wanshu conceded. Alright, a month it is. In 1 month, give me your answer. Before that, there's something else you might have to do. Xiao Wanshu nodded. Tell me. I thought for a moment. My grandfather already knows that we were married and divorced. Xiao Wanshu raised an eyebrow. Then she heard me continue. He strongly dislikes you. He won't allow us to be together. Xiao Wanshu had already anticipated Grandpa Kai's attitude towards her. Is that why you were upset today? I nodded, then realized, how did you know I was upset? I could tell from your voice, Xiao Wanshu said, ruffling my hair. Don't worry about Grandpa Kai. Let me handle it. Good luck. After walking by the river for a while, Xiao Wanshu drove me back to the Kai villa. On the way, Xiao Wanshu discussed with me that since Grandpa Kai already knew about their relationship, she would visit him tomorrow. He agreed. When we arrived at the villa, I got out of the car. Drive safely. Get back and rest early. Okay. See you tomorrow. Just then, Xiu Shai walked out of the house. Big brother. He glanced at Xiao Wanshu, then said to me, the old master asks you to invite the guest in. I rolled my eyes at Xiu Shai. It's so late, he's still not resting. Not yet, Xiu Shai said. He paused, then added, not only is he not resting, he also knows about you and Miss Xia's midnight date. Date my foot. I glared at Xiu Shai. Why didn't you text me to let me know? Xiu Shai looked helpless. I did text you. I took out my phone and saw a message from Xiu Shai sent about 10 minutes ago. I just hadn't heard it. I looked at Xiao Wanshu with a what should we do expression. Xiao Wanshu, however, was very calm. She stepped forward and took my hand. Looks like we can't wait until tomorrow. To her, meeting Grandpa Kai anytime was fine. I shook my head and tried to push Xiao Wanshu back into the car. Maybe you should go back to the hotel first. I'm afraid my grandfather will get angry and take it out on you. Xiao Wanshu comforted me. It's okay. Let's go. The living room was brightly lit. He Huaihai sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper, silently watching me lead Xiao Wanshu inside. I carefully began, Grandpa, it's so late, you're still not resting. So you know it's late. He Huaihai put down the newspaper and took off his reading glasses, his eyes filled with reproach. Xiao Wanshu squeezed my hand and said politely, Grandpa Kai, please don't blame Kihuai. I was the one who asked him out. He Huaihai took a sip of tea and glanced at the woman beside me, his voice cold. When did it become an outsider's place to interfere when I'm disciplining my own grandson? I pursed my lips and introduced them. Grandpa, this is Xiao Wanshu. He Huaihai nodded slightly. I know. The eldest granddaughter of the Xia family, CEO of the Xia Corporation. I've heard many legendary tales about you in the business world. He stared at Xiao Wanshu, his slightly clouded eyes filled with scrutiny. A pity you're Xia Zeming's daughter, and the eldest one at that. Miss Xia, please have a seat. He Huaihai gestured to the chair opposite him. Xiao Wanshu held my hand and sat down. Grandpa Kai, you're too kind. Just call me Wanshu. He Huaihai looked at our intertwined hands and frowned. Aren't you two divorced? We are, Xiao Wanshu replied. But now I'm pursuing Kihuai again. In my 28 years, the thing I regret most is divorcing Kihuai. He Huaihai took a sip of tea. Young people these days are too casual about marriage and divorce. I was about to explain, but Xiao Wanshu spoke first. It was all my fault. It had nothing to do with Kihuai. Then why are you pestering my grandson now? He Huaihai asked coldly. He Huai, come here. Xiao Wanshu let go of my hand. She knew I wouldn't disobey an elder. He sighed internally and sat down beside my grandfather. Grandpa, don't be angry. Be careful of your health. Huai looked at me sternly. It seems you didn't listen to a word I said this afternoon. Grandpa. Don't say anymore. Huai cut me off. He looked at Xia Wanshu. Miss Xia, regardless of why you and Huai married or divorced in the past, from now on, I absolutely forbid you from approaching him again. Huai, from today on, you are not to see her either. Xia Wanshu stood up. Grandpa Kai, I want to know the reason. Are you forbidding me and Huai from being together because you're worried I'll hurt him, or for some other reason? If it's the former, I promise you I will love Huai for the rest of my life. Huai stared at Xia Wanshu and said coldly, Miss Xia, you don't need to make any promises to me. To be honest, I have no issue with you personally. I have an issue with your entire Xia family. I looked at my grandfather. This was the first time I had ever seen him so angry. Huai's anger towards Xia Wanshu grew. Miss Xia, you know full well that Huai is my grandson. If he knew, I believe your father wouldn't agree to let Huai step into your Xia family's home either. I looked at Xia Wanshu. Xia Zemming had once tried to force and insist me to leave her. Neither of them wanted us to be together. Could it be that our two families really had some deep-seated feud? Grandpa Kai, although I don't know what issues you have with our Xia family, there's one thing I must make clear, not even my parents can decide who I will be with. Seeing Grandpa Kai's unyielding attitude, Xia Wanshu's expression also became serious. But since the man before her was my grandfather, her tone remained respectful. Huai laughed coldly. You're young. Don't think things are so simple. Judging by Xia Wanshu's expression, she seemed completely unaware of the matter concerning Xia Zemming. I was about to reason with my grandfather, but Huai stood up, giving me no chance to speak. It's late. Miss Xia, please see yourself out. Huai, you go upstairs and rest too. I looked helplessly at Xia Wanshu, then supported my grandfather. Grandpa, let me help you to your room. Then, you go on ahead. As I passed Xia Wanshu, I whispered, go back. Xia Wanshu nodded. It seemed that to pursue Huai, she first had to get Grandpa Kai's approval. I helped my grandfather to his room. Rest early, Grandpa. Huai sighed, looking at his grandson. I'll say it again. If you want to play around with Xia Wanshu, I have no objections. But if you want to remarry her, I will absolutely not allow it. I lowered my head, clenching my fists. Grandpa, rest assured. No matter who I marry in the future, I will not let the Qi family fall into a dangerous situation. Huai sighed heavily. Huai, my actions aren't entirely for the sake of the Qi family. A large part of it is for your own good. I nodded, my expression impassive. Thank you, Grandpa. If you are truly doing this for me, please don't interfere in my personal romantic affairs anymore. I'm not a child anymore. I know what I'm doing, and I know what I should and shouldn't do. Faced with my words, Huai was momentarily at a loss. Rest well. I'm going back to my room. I turned to leave, but at the door, I remembered what Xu Shai had said and paused. Grandpa, I heard from Xu Shai that someone came to visit you in the middle of the night some time ago. Who was it? Why so late? Huai frowned slightly, surprised that I knew about this. An old friend. They knew I had just recovered from a serious illness and wanted to visit. They ran into some trouble on the way, so they arrived late. He smiled and nodded, not saying anything more. I didn't quite believe him. According to Xu Shai, the person wore a hood, mask, and dark glasses throughout the entire meeting. Such secrecy didn't seem like a simple meeting between old friends. Otherwise, why would he have all the cameras turned off? If he didn't want to talk, I wouldn't press further. After I left, Huai sat on the sofa and let out a long sigh. After a moment of thought, he picked up his phone and made a call. When it connected, a woman's voice came from the other end. About the matter you mentioned last time, let me think about it some more. The person on the other end laughed. I told you. You refused too quickly back then. The next morning, I went to the company, and was busy until noon before I had a moment to check my phone. I was about to see if I should ask Xia Wanshu out for lunch when I received a text from her. Are you done with work? I'm downstairs at the Qi Corporation building. Let's have lunch. A raised an eyebrow. How did she know I was at the company? Coming down now, I replied, then grabbed my briefcase and left the office. As soon as I walked out of the company gate, I saw Xia Wanshu's car parked not far away. How did you know I was here? I asked as I got in the car. Xia Wanshu looked at me. I heard from a servant at the Qi family home. I was surprised. Oh, you went to my house. Xia Wanshu nodded. I wanted to formally visit your grandfather, but unfortunately, he wouldn't see me. He had made himself very clear last night. Not seeing her today probably meant he felt there was nothing left to say, which also showed how firm his stance was. He sighed internally. Xia Wanshu held my hand. Wait, I won't give up. I scratched my nose and said with a smile, then you'll have to work hard, Miss Xia. A smile tugged at the corner of Xia Wanshu's mouth, gradually whitening. She could feel that I was no longer rejecting her as I had before. During lunch, Xia Wanshu suddenly received a call from the capital. I didn't know what the person on the other end said, but her expression turned slightly cold. No. Proceed with the original plan. She hung up. What's wrong? I asked. Xia Wanshu looked at me with a hint of apology. Sorry, Kihui. Something urgent came up at the company. I have to go back and handle it. I figured. It's okay. If it's urgent, you should go back first. Xia Wanshu nodded and told Yang Ting to book the next flight. The flight to the capital was usually at 330 p.m. After lunch, I drove Xia Wanshu to the airport. At the airport, Xia Wanshu looked at me. Let Jiu Shu stay. No need. I have Shu Shie with me. You should let him go back with you. I glanced at Jiu Shie beside her and said softly, I'm sure Xia Linger misses him very much. Xia Wanshu nodded. Thinking that I had Shu Shie with me, nothing should happen. She ruffled my hair, her eyes filled with reluctance. Dihui, miss me okay? I snorted arrogantly. The company is quite busy lately. I might not have the time. Xia Wanshu thought for a moment. Then I'll call to remind you. I suddenly found her a bit childish and clingy, but it seemed quite nice. It's almost time. Go on, I urged her to check in. I'm leaving then. Xia Wanshu paused, leaned down, and kissed me on the lips before turning to leave. I touched my lips, where her warmth seemed to linger. After seeing Xia Wanshu off, I returned to the company. I wasn't particularly interested in the work, but out of a sense of responsibility, I had to manage it diligently. My grandfather was old, I shouldn't let him worry anymore. In the capital, Xia Wanshu went straight to the company after getting off the plane. Xia Linger had been waiting for a long time. Seeing her sister finally back, the young girl was both happy and looking around. Where's Kihui? Didn't you bring him back with you? I've been hoping for days that you two would make up and come back together. Xia Wanshu said, he has things to do in Jincheng. He can't come back for now. Xia Linger nodded. So, will he come to the capital after he's done? Yes. Xia Wanshu went to her office, sat down, opened her computer, and said, let's get to business. Xia Linger's expression turned serious and angry. Dad has assigned the North Suburbs Development Project to Xia Jingchuan. This morning, Xia Jingchuan came to the company and held a meeting with all the relevant department heads all morning. Xia Wanshu said nothing, lighting a cigarette and smoking it slowly, her dark eyes deep and unravel. I recall all the core documents for the North Suburbs project are in your hands. Even if Xia Jingchuan wants to take charge of the project and meets with all the department heads, it's useless. Without the core data, she can't do anything. Xia Linger looked at Xia Wanshu, confused. Xia Wanshu tapped the ash from her cigarette, a cold, mocking glint in her eyes. There are 2 copies of the core documents for the North Suburbs project. One is with me, the other is with Dad. No wonder. Xia Linger gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. Tell me, why would Dad do this? It's one thing to let Xia Jingchuan handle his birthday party, but now he's giving her such a huge project. Isn't this completely disregarding you, big sister? I knew that dog Xia Jingchuan was no good. Xia Wanshu took a drag from her cigarette and sneered. He needs a more obedient daughter. It's clear from my situation that Dad has realized I'm not a gaihyo, well-behaved and obedient daughter. Bringing Xia Jingchuan back now, and giving her power serves 2 purposes. 1, to make me feel threatened and teach me a lesson. 2, to make us compete. Other people raise their daughters hoping they will be harmonious and love each other. He on the other hand, raises daughters like fighting cocks. The more fiercely Xia Jingchuan and I fight, the happier he is. Survival of the fittest. He saw through all this long ago. Xia Linger was so angry she was speechless. He's too tyrannical. He wants to control everything. Xia Wanshu extinguished her cigarette and said to Yang Ting, notify the project department for a meeting in 10 minutes. Xia Wanshu thought for a moment, then took out her phone and called Shin Cunning. Help me investigate something. What is it? Is there any feud between the Ke family and the Xia family? Shin Cunning on the other end was clearly stunned. Xia Wanshu said, I need it urgently. Investigate it thoroughly and report back to me. All right. Shin Cunning didn't ask many questions. She paused, then said, oh, right. I heard your father gave the North Suburbs project to Xia Jingchuan. This is big news. The whole financial circle is talking about it. Xia Jingchuan is being given so much importance right after returning to the country. In the future, she might even replace you. He thinks so too. Shen Cunning laughed heartily. Haha, others might not understand you, but I do. Even 10 more Xia Jingchuans wouldn't be a match for you. After saying that, she added a reminder, but I advise you to still be careful, especially with your father. Shen Cunning didn't say much, just that. Shen Cunning suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I just got some news from South Africa. The moment Xia Wanshu heard this, her delicate brows knitted together. Shen Cunning said, a few days ago, I was on a business trip in South Africa and happened to run into some acquaintances. I heard some news. The mastermind behind the terrorist attack in South Africa that year, he didn't die. They say he was only seriously injured and is still in hiding. I didn't expect the explosion wouldn't kill that bastard. He has tough luck. I was going to investigate his whereabouts, but the trail went cold halfway. Right now, I only know he's hiding on a small island in the Pacific. Is that so? Xia Wanshu narrowed her eyes dangerously, her hand clenching into a fist. What has Enro been up to lately? Shen Cunning thought for a moment. It seems she's looking for someone. The thief who stole the 17th century paintings last time. Enro has always been competitive. Having something stolen right under her nose was a great humiliation for her. Although the items were eventually recovered, the person wasn't caught. She was upset for days and vowed to catch the culprit. Xia Wanshu said, contact her. Tell her to investigate this matter. As long as that man is alive, the hatred in my heart will never rest. Since she's looking for someone anyway, let her investigate this too. After saying that, Xia Wanshu hung up. She looked at her watch, then stood up and went to the meeting room. In Jincheng, I finished my work and went home for dinner with my grandfather. I originally wanted to mention Xia Wanshu's visit that morning, but seeing his constantly cold face, I was afraid of upsetting him and decided against it. Tihuai, are you free tomorrow evening? Tihuai Hai suddenly asked. He nodded. Yes. Why, Grandpa? Good. We have a guest coming tomorrow night. Come home a little earlier. That night, after dinner, I checked on my grandfather again. His health had basically fully recovered, which was a great relief. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by a phone call. I answered, groggily saying, hello, and heard Kai Lingjuan's furious voice from the phone. If you dare to be with Xia Wanshu, I won't let you get away with it. I sat bolt upright, instantly awake. Kai Lingjuan, it's the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? Kai Lingjuan on the other end gritted her teeth. Do you know that Xia Wanshu made me lose over 10 billion in 3 days? Kai Lingjuan was so angry she was about to explode. She never expected Xia Wanshu to launch a sneak attack on her. If they hadn't already returned to the country, she would have definitely taught her a lesson. I was completely confused. What's going on? Wen's voice came through the phone. Xia Wanshu stole 2 of our business deals, causing our company's stock to drop by 5. Kai Lingjuan's business was divided into 2 parts, simply put, illegal and legal. The legal part was a commercial group called Zhensheng. She was the boss behind the scenes. Although she never appeared at the company, she controlled all of its business development directions. Kai Lingjuan was very low-key, and not many people knew she was the big boss of the Zhensheng group. I don't know how Xia Wanshu found out, but she struck hard. Tihuai, listen to me. I and Xia Wanshu are irreconcilable. If you dare to be with her, I'll kill you. Kai Lingjuan on the other end was stomping her feet in anger. She wasn't angry about losing over 10 billion, but about losing to Xia Wanshu. She couldn't swallow this anger. I gave a ray laugh. If you hadn't sent that message to trick her into going to the country, none of this would have happened. Kai Lingjuan said angrily, when did I send her a message? I scratched my head. I forgot. That was your second personality. Did you call me in the middle of the night just to talk about this? I yawned and asked. Kai Lingjuan's tone was not good. What else? Did you think I missed you? Don't miss me. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. It's the middle of the night in Jincheng. Kai Lingjuan on the other end said nothing. I hung up. I slept straight through until morning. When I woke up, I immediately called Xia Wanshu. Kai Lingjuan called me last night. She said you stole 2 of her business deals, causing her to lose over 10 billion. I did it, Xia Wanshu admitted frankly. Why? I asked. Xia Wanshu was silent for a few seconds, then said, because she hurt you. My heart skipped a beat. I touched my neck. The bruise from Kai Lingjuan had faded completely, leaving no trace. I hadn't even cared about it myself, but I never expected Xia Wanshu to still remember to get revenge for me. Xia Wanshu. Thank you. Xia Wanshu was silent for a moment. Tihuai, it's my fault for not protecting you. Isai. It was just an accident. Kai Lingjuan isn't usually like that. Xia Wanshu said nothing. Because the other person was someone I liked, I still defended her even after being hurt. Xia Wanshu felt a pain of bitterness in her heart. I changed the subject. Have you had breakfast? I have. I'm at the company. A raised an eyebrow. So early. I worked at the company last night and didn't go back. I was a bit surprised. You pulled an all-nighter. Why are you so busy? Did something happen? Xia Wanshu heard the concern in my voice. It's just for a few days. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Well, you get back to work. I have to get ready for the company too. Okay. Tihuai, Xia Wanshu paused, then reminded me, miss me, okay. In the capital, Shen Cunning sat on the sofa, repeatedly clicking her tongue as she watched Xia Wanshu talk on the phone by the bed. Finally, after she hung up, Shen Cunning spoke. Xia Wanshu, What's the deal with you and Kihuai now? Are you in love? Xia Wanshu glanced at her. I'm still pursuing him. Shen Cunning was surprised. Hasn't he already taken you to meet his family? How have you not won him over yet? That day, Xia Wanshu had texted her asking to find out about my grandfather's preferences, saying she was preparing to visit him. She thought they were already together. She didn't expect that after all this time, she was still in the pursuit phase. Your progress is a bit slow. Shen Cunning shook her head, looking regretful. Almost there. The biggest obstacle between him and me right now is Grandpa Kai. Have you found anything from the investigation I asked you to do? Xia Wanshu asked. I came here early this morning specifically to bring you the news. Shen Cunning stood up and handed her a file. Let me tell you, I've dug up some secrets about the Kai family. Xia Wanshu frowned, took the file, and opened it. There weren't many documents, only 3 pages. After reading them, Xia Wanshu's frown deepened. Xia Wanshu had always thought the Kai family's ancestral home was in Jincheng. She was surprised to find out from the documents that the Kai family's ancestral home was actually in the capital. It was only in Kai Huaihai's father's generation that they moved to Jincheng to settle down. Before that, the Kai family and the Xia family were even neighbors and had a very good relationship. It was just unknown why the two families later broke off contact. Initially, the Kai and Xia families had a cooperative relationship in business. Later, the Kai family gradually withdrew from the fields they shared. The Xia family's cooperation has also completely ceased. Shen Cunning looked at Xia Wanshu and continued, I also heard some gossip about Grandpa Kai's love life. They say that Grandpa Kai's wife, that is, Kai Huai's grandmother, had an unusual relationship with Mr. Xia when they were young. Unusual, of course, referring to a romantic affair. Xia Wanshu frowned instantly upon hearing this. Where did he hear such a rumor? I overheard it once when some people were drinking. I don't know if it's true or false, so I didn't pay much mind to it. It was only yesterday, after discovering the many connections between the Xia and Kai families, that I remembered this rumor about the two elders, Shen Cunning said, not daring to speak recklessly. It's probably false. When my grandparents were alive, they had a very loving relationship. My grandfather wasn't that kind of person. Xia Wanshu didn't believe her grandfather and Kai Huai's grandmother had an affair. However, my grandfather holds a deep grudge against the Xia family. I wonder if it's related to this. After reviewing the documents, Xia Wanshu said, it seems I'll have to find a chance to go home and ask my parents. The information Shen Cunning could gather about the Kai family overnight was limited, and many of the stories were quite old. To clarify everything, she would need to ask those directly involved. I was sent abroad at a young age and have always lived there, so I certainly don't know much about the Kai family's affairs, Xia Wanshu said. Shen Cunning joked, you really should make a trip back home. If you don't, Xia Jingchuan might really take your place. A cold light flashed in Xia Wanshu's eyes. Is he even qualified? In Jincheng in the afternoon, I received a text from my grandfather reminding me about the dinner he had arranged with a friend tonight. I hadn't forgotten. I left the office an hour early to head to his house. Grandpa, is this friend of yours a man or a woman? The guest will arrive around 6 o'clock, so there's still time. After changing, I went to the backyard to play chess with him. You'll know soon enough. I nodded, my fingers holding a black chess piece, and placed it on the board. Kai Huaihai observed the board. Kai Huai, your chess skills have improved quite a bit. He smiled. It was all you who taught me. The student has surpassed the master, as they say. After 2 games, Xu Shai came over and said, Mr. Kai, the guest has arrived. Kai Huaihai stood up. Quick, invite them in. I helped my grandfather back to the living room. Before long, Xu Shai led a woman in, and it was a very familiar woman at that. Wen Ruxiu. Why is it her? Wen Ruxiu wore a modest, an elegant smile as she presented a gift. Wen Ruxiu. Why are you here? I asked, surprised to see her. The last time we met was at the racetrack. Compared to my surprise, Wen Ruxiu appeared extremely calm. I'm in Jincheng for work. I heard Mr. Kai had woken up, so I wanted to pay a visit. You two know each other. Kai Huaihai looked between me and Wen Ruxiu. I gave Wen Ruxiu a subtle glance and then told my grandfather, Ruxiu and I met in the capital. Wen Ruxiu smiled and nodded. At the time, I didn't know he was your grandson. Kai Huaihai laughed. I was planning to introduce you two today. I didn't expect you already knew each other. It must be fate. Fate, my foot. More like a curse, I thought to myself. Wen Ruxiu looked at Grandpa Kai. My grandfather asked me to send his regards. You know his legs aren't what they used to be, otherwise, he would have come to visit you personally. Kai Huaihai waved his hand. I know about his legs. Don't trouble him. Please send him my regards. Have a seat. I gestured for her to sit. Wen Ruxiu sat down and, seeing my bewildered expression, found it a bit amusing. It seems Mr. Kai didn't know our families are old friends. I really didn't know. Kai Huaihai nodded. That's right. It's just that in recent years, our Kai family settled in the south while the Wen family is in the north, so we haven't visited as often. But the friendship from all those years is still there. My expression stiffened slightly. If I had known earlier about this connection between the Wen and Qi families, I would have gone easier on Wen Shiji. If my grandfather found out I broke one of Wen Shiji's fingers, he would surely scold me. How has your grandfather's health been all these years? Di Huihai asked, studying Wen Ruxu. Wen Ruxu nodded. His health is quite good, but his legs are inconvenient. They often itch on rainy days. It's all old injuries. Di Huihai sighed. When you get old, any old injuries from your youth will come back to haunt you. Oh, time truly waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed. I remember the last time I saw you, Ruxu, you were still in college, weren't you? Yes. You're 27 this year, aren't you, Ruxu? Di Huihai asked. Yes, I just turned 27. Are you married? Wen Ruxu took a sip of tea. Not yet. I looked at my grandfather and Wen Ruxu, and a bad feeling started to creep in. Immediately, I heard him say, what a coincidence, Kehuai is also single. Oh no, I thought, it seems my guess was right. I quickly interrupted, Grandpa, the chef said the food is ready. Let's head to the dining room. Di Huihai stood up. Alright, let's eat first. I let out a sigh of relief. Ruxu, please. When Ruxu smiled at me, you can just call me by my name. Ruxu sounds a bit formal. I forced a laugh. Alright. If my grandfather weren't here, there's no way I would be so polite to her. During the meal, it was mostly Ki Huihai and Wen Ruxu talking. I occasionally chimed in but never initiated a conversation. The meal was incredibly stressful. My grandfather's intention to set me up with Wen Ruxu was painfully obvious. I couldn't even pretend not to notice. After dinner, Ki Huihai looked at me. Ki Huihai, take Ruxu for a walk in the garden. I raised an eyebrow and gave Wen Ruxu a smile that didn't reach my eyes. Ruxu is a busy woman. She probably doesn't have the time. Wen Ruxu smiled gently. I'm not busy today. I have plenty of time. The Qi family villa was spacious. Besides the main building, there was a separate smaller one where my grandfather lived, with a large garden in between. It wasn't dark yet, so I took Wen Ruxu for a stroll around the garden. Why didn't you ever mention that our families were old friends? I asked. Wen Ruxu looked at me with a faint smile. The first time we met, I didn't even know you were the Kehuai. What about later, at the racetrack? You knew by then. After that, I invited you to dinner and was planning to tell you, but I had to leave for an urgent matter. I recalled that day. The reason she had to leave was that Xiao Wenshu had jealously caused a scene. I looked at Wen Ruxu, thought for a moment, and said, my grandfather doesn't know that I broke your brother's finger, does he? Wen Ruxu looked at me with a soft laugh. Not for the time being. What do you mean, not for the time being? Wen Ruxu explained, Grandpa Kai and my grandfather haven't seen each other in years. Didn't he just say he would visit my grandfather in the capital when he has the chance? He'll definitely find out then. I thought so too. I was bound to get a scolding from him then. Wen Ruxu could see what I was thinking and smiled. Don't worry, I'll help you put in a good word. A raised an eyebrow. Is Wen Shiji really your biological brother? Why are you helping me, an outsider, instead of him? I hadn't heard that the siblings didn't get along. Wen Ruxu paused for a moment before saying, with the relationship between our two families, you're not exactly an outsider. I let out a dry laugh. Is the relationship between our families that close? To be honest, I've never heard my grandfather mention the Wen family before. Of course, that might be because I wasn't home much. Wen Ruxu thought for a moment. My grandfather and your grandfather fought side by side when they were young, so they forged a deep friendship. Is that so? I was surprised. No wonder my grandfather was so sentimental when he mentioned Grandpa Wen earlier. After walking around the garden for a while, Wen Ruxu noted that it was getting late and prepared to leave. She went inside to say goodbye to Grandpa Kai. Di Huihai smiled at her. It's still early, Ruxu. If you're not busy, why don't you let Kehuai take you for a stroll along the Linen River to see the night view? I grimaced. I was about to refuse, but Wen Ruxu beat me to it, smiling as she agreed. Di Huihai clapped me on the shoulder. Ruxu rarely comes to visit. Di Huai, you must be a good host and treat her well. Of course, I replied, forcing a smile. The Linen River was the same place Xiao Wenshu and I had walked a few nights ago after dinner. At this hour, the riverbank was already bustling with people, and the lights on both sides were brilliant. After walking for a bit, I suddenly thought of Xiao Wenshu. Does Grandpa cannot know about you and Xiao Wenshu? Wen Ruxu suddenly asked. I turned to look at her. He knows. I paused, then sighed. As I was thinking, I remembered something and asked, do you know what grudge my grandfather has against the Xia family? Since the Wen and Qi families are old friends, you might know something. Wen Ruxu thought for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not too clear about things from the past. I sighed, a little disappointed. It seems Grandpa Kai intends to matchmake us, Wen Ruxu said. I gave a wry smile. It certainly looks that way. I'll talk to him when I get back and tell him not to waste his efforts, to avoid causing you any trouble. Before I could finish, Wen Ruxu interjected, I don't find it troublesome at all. He stared at her. She continued, since Kehuai and Xia Wenshu are already divorced, I think I have the right to pursue you. My mind went blank. I looked at Wen Ruxu in disbelief. You want to pursue me? Wen Ruxu nodded seriously. You. I nearly choked on my own saliva. Wen Ruxu, stop joking. I'm not joking. I'm serious, she said, her expression earnest. Actually, I told Grandpa Kai that I like you and want to pursue you. That's why he created this opportunity for us to be alone today. So that was it. I never expected Wen Ruxu to be so forward. But without a second thought, I said, Wen Ruxu, don't waste your time on me. I don't like you, and I have no feelings for you. Wen Ruxu didn't seem too surprised by my rejection. Feelings can be cultivated over time. And I have plenty of time. I was getting frustrated. Do you really have to make me say it so bluntly? Fine, I'll be honest with you. I already have someone I like. I will never like you. Rejection like this might be hurtful, but I figured a short, sharp pain was better than a prolonged one. Besides, I had no feelings for Wen Ruxu and didn't want to lead her on, letting her waste her time and emotions. Wen Ruxu stared into my eyes. Although she hadn't held out much hope, being rejected so directly was still unpleasant. The person you like is Xia Wenshu. I hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. Are you planning to remarry her? I remained silent. I hadn't even thought about remarrying yet. Wen Ruxu let out a barely audible sigh. Hui, let me give you some advice. Xia Wenshu is not the right person for you. A raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you are? How will you know I'm not the right one if you don't even try? A laughed. I think you're a little too confident. Wen Ruxu smoothed the cuff of her sleeve, a mysterious smile hidden in her eyes. Wait, I won't give up. I felt a headache coming on. Why are you doing this? I don't want to miss out on you. Oh, for heaven's sake. Somebody save me. Just as Xia Wenshu got home from work, she received a call from Shen Cunning. Hello. Shen Cunning's voice was frantic. Xia Wenshu, someone's trying to steal your man. Wen Ruxu just paused it on her moments. It looks like she's in Jinshan, and Kei Huai is in the photo. Xia Wenshu's face immediately darkened. Send me a screenshot. I figured you weren't friends with her on Wicket. Hold on, I'll send it to you right now. Soon, Xia Wenshu received the screenshot from Shen Cunning. Wen Ruxu's post was from half an hour ago and had 2 pictures. One was of the Qi family's garden, and the other was a night view of the Linen River. My figure was visible in both photos. Xia Wenshu clutched her phone, her eyes turning cold. On the other end of the line, Shen Cunning clicked her tongue. This Wen Ruxu is something else, taking the fight straight to his doorstep. Xia Wenshu, you'd better be careful, or she might really steal him away. After learning about Wen Ruxu's intentions, I was in no mood to continue walking with her. I made up an excuse and went home. When I got back, I saw my grandfather sitting in the living room, reviewing documents on the coffee table. Why are you back so soon? Huai asked, taking off his reading glasses when he saw me. How was your chat with Ruxu? It was fine, I said, sitting down beside him with a sigh. Grandpa, I don't like Wen Ruxu. Please don't try to set us up anymore. Huai sighed. Son, feelings can be cultivated over time. That only works if the prerequisite is met. The prerequisite being that I don't already have someone I like. Huai looked at his grandson and immediately understood my meaning. You still haven't let go of Xia Wenshu. I looked at him seriously. Grandpa, I can listen to you on everything else, but on this matter, I want to make my own decision. Xia Wenshu is the only thing I long for right now. Huai was silent for a moment, then handed me the document he was holding. Take a look at this. I glanced at it. It was a project proposal for the capital. Grandpa, this is. Huai pointed at the document. Huai, if you can win this project, I won't interfere in your love life anymore. My eyes lit up. Really? Huai nodded, adding a warning, this project is in the capital, and has been in the planning stages for several years. All the major families have their eyes on it. I'll do my best to win it. I took the project proposal to my room and studied it carefully. I then realized the project was related to government development. It was a key project connecting the economies of the North and South, the most significant in the last decade. No wonder so many businesses were eyeing it. Judging by the current development situation, winning this project would undoubtedly lead to new breakthroughs in the coming years. However, the company currently most favored to win was the Xia Group. That meant I would have to compete with Xia Wenshu. I thought it over carefully. The Xia Group was stronger than us in terms of manpower, financial resources, and foundation. Plus, with a business talent like Xia Wenshu at the helm, my chances of winning this project against her were not high. I needed to come up with a brilliant plan. As I was thinking, my phone rang. It was Xia Wenshu. Hello. What are you doing? Xiao Wenshu's voice was devoid of emotion. I flipped through the documents. Looking at some papers. Still at the office. Not home. What about you? Are you done with work? A asked. Just got home. There was a pause on the other end. Were you busy today? Did you go for a walk after dinner? I was about to tell Xiao Wenshu about Wenruxu, but the words died on my lips. It was better not to tell her, to avoid her getting jealous like last time. No walk. It was a bit busy today. He started working overtime right after dinner, looking through documents. After I spoke, the line went silent. Hello. I checked my phone, the call was still connected. Why aren't you saying anything? Xiao Wenshu's voice came through, sounding heavy. Xiao Wenshu, what's wrong? I could tell from her tone that something was off. I miss you, she said after a pause. Don't work too hard. Rest early. With that, she hung up. I stared at the ended call, still in a daze. Xiao Wenshu always used to wait for me to hang up first. Why was she so quick to end the call today? Did she want to ask about this project? But there was no rush. Since my grandfather had given me this project, I would definitely have to go to the capital. I thought for a moment, and booked a flight to the capital for the next afternoon. In the capital after hanging up, Xiao Wenshu immediately called Shen Cunning, asking her out for a drink. When Shen Cunning arrived, Xiao Wenshu had already had quite a bit to drink. This isn't like you, Shen Cunning said, sitting down on the sofa. Based on your usual style, you'd probably be on a plane to Jinshan by now. Xiao Wenshu looked up at her. I was about to go. Then why didn't you? Xiao Wenshu drained her glass of whiskey, her deep eyes filled with a complex light. Because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control my emotions and would end up hurting him. Our relationship is just starting to get better. I don't want all my efforts to go to waste. Shen Cunning poured Xiao Wenshu another drink. Did you call him? Xiao Wenshu nodded. It's because I called that I'm so angry. He lied to me. Why would he hide the fact that he met Wenruxu? Xiao Wenshu didn't want to doubt Kehuai, but she couldn't help it. Shen Cunning patted Xiao Wenshu's shoulder. My grandfather and Wenruxu's grandfather served in the army together when they were young. Their relationship is very good. Although the two families live in different places and haven't seen each other much in recent years, the bond is still there. Maybe Wenruxu was just in Jinshan to visit Grandpa Kai. Xiao Wenshu bit her lip. If that's the case, why did he have to hide it from me? Xiao Wenshu looked at Shen Cunning and asked, tell me, does he really love me? Shen Cunning raised an eyebrow. Are you asking about before or after he lost his memory? Xiao Wenshu's face darkened. Shen Cunning chuckled. If it's before he lost his memory, the answer is obvious. He definitely loved you very much. Remember that time you stayed up all night working and got a stomachache? He went out in the middle of the night to buy you medicine and even cooked a meal and brought it to your office. You wouldn't see him, so he stood downstairs at your company building all night. It was winter, and it was snowing. If he didn't love you, he wouldn't have done that. A pang of pain shot through Xiao Wenshu's heart. She vaguely remembered something like that happening. He had even caught a cold afterward and was sick at home for days. It was Xiao Linger who had angrily told her about it. At the time, she had heard it without any feeling at all. Thinking back now, she felt like she deserved to die for her indifference. Shen Cunning observed Xiao Wenshu's expression and shook her head, sighing to herself. It was a good thing she didn't have someone she liked. Being tormented by love looked painful. Xiao Wenshu was the prime example. Shen Cunning continued, after he regained his memory, his personality and attitude towards you did change drastically. But from what's happened recently, I don't think he dislikes you. It's more that you hurt him too deeply before, so he's afraid to love you again. People have a self-preservation instinct. After being hurt too many times, they naturally distance themselves from the person who could hurt them again. After saying this, Shen Cunning felt a little proud of herself. As a single person, she was surprisingly good at being a relationship counselor. Xiao Wenshu stared at the glass in her hand, silent. In the end, it was because she had hurt him too much in the past. Xiao Wenshu put down her glass and stood up. I'm heading back. Shen Cunning was surprised. You're not drinking anymore. She had just arrived and had only had one drink. Xiao Wenshu nodded and walked out. The more I drink, the more sober I become. I can't stop myself from wanting to find him. As Xiao Wenshu stepped out of the private room, a man with a perfect physique rushed out from the dance floor, heading straight for her. Yang Ting reacted instantly, stepping forward to block him. However, the drink in the man's glass still spilled all over Xiao Wenshu's clothes. I'm so sorry, miss. I've dirtied your clothes, the man said, winking at Xiao Wenshu with a charming look. Xiao Wenshu gave him a cold glance, ignored him, and walked straight out. Annoyed at being ignored, the man chased after her. Hey, miss, why don't you take off your coat and let me get it dry clean for you? He reached for Xiao Wenshu's arm, but before he could touch her, Yang Ting blocked him. Sir, please show some respect. The man immediately blocked Xiao Wenshu's path again. Miss. Xiao Wenshu looked at him with an icy gaze that frightened him into backing away. In the end, he could only watch as the woman left the bar and got into her car. Just then, the man's friend came over and clapped him on the shoulder. "You've got guts. Do you even know who that woman was?" The man raised an eyebrow, taking the drink his friend offered. "Who is she?" "That's Xia Wenshu." The man looked surprised. "She's the Xia Wenshu. Although I've always lived abroad, I've heard her name mentioned often, not just by my family but also in the business world. I never expected her to be so young. I always imagined Xia Wenshu to be some old, possibly overweight, hag. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Even T-stars can't compare to a fraction of her beauty." "That's right," his friend said. "Xia Wenshu is the goddess in the hearts of thousands of men in the capital. It's no exaggeration to say that the line of men wanting to marry her could circle the city 10 times. She has looks, talent, and immense wealth. A woman like that is 1 in a million. Forget marrying her, many would line up just to be her boyfriend. It's a pity she's a workaholic who's always dressed in blue." "She's single, right?" the man asked his friend. "I heard she was married, but it seems they're divorced now." The man slicked back his long black hair. "I've decided. I must have this woman." His friend advised, "That's Xia Wenshu. She's not someone to be trifled with." The man smiled confidently. "Don't worry. No woman has ever escaped my grasp. Just you wait. Xia Wenshu, I will make you mine." Since I had to go to the capital tomorrow, I needed to arrange my work at the company in advance. Some important documents also had to be dealt with quickly. I was busy until well past midnight, but thinking about seeing Xia Wenshu in the capital tomorrow made it all worth it, no matter how tired I was. I finally closed my laptop around 2 am, stretched, and prepared for bed. I noticed an unread message on my phone from Wenruxu. It was a photo. In the picture, Xia Wenshu was at a bar. The old man stood in front of her. His back was to the camera, so I couldn't see his face, but from his physique, he was likely handsome. From the angle of the photo, it looked like Xia Wenshu was about to lean in and kiss him. Seeing this picture, my face immediately turned dark. Without hesitation, I called Wenruxu. When the call connected, Wenruxu's voice sounded low. "Still awake so late?" "Wenruxu," I said coldly, "what do you mean by sending me this picture?" "I just wanted to let you know that Xia Wenshu isn't worthy of you." I scoffed. "If you have the guts, say that to Xia Wenshu's face and see if she doesn't kill you." "Wenruxu, I always thought you were a decent person, but it turns out you're just like your brother, a petty person who resorts to underhanded tricks." Wenruxu frowned, likely thinking I assumed she hired someone to take the photo. "I didn't hire anyone to take this picture. I happened to see someone post it, and forwarded it to you. I wanted you to see Xia Wenshu for who she really is." Before she could finish, I retorted, "I know perfectly well what kind of person Xia Wenshu is. I don't need you to remind me with a picture. You trust her that much?" I was silent for a moment. I trust my own judgment. I can't say for sure about other things, but I know Xia Wenshu's character. She's not promiscuous, especially not with men in a nightclub. I examined the photo closely. Xia Wenshu and the man had no physical contact. It was just the angle that made their heads look close, as if they were about to kiss. A closer look revealed there was still a distance between them. I wasn't an idiot. How could I be fooled by a single picture? Wenruxu was silent for a moment. "Alright, maybe I was overthinking it. I apologize." "No need to apologize. Wenruxu, out of respect for my grandfather, I'll let this slide. But don't let there be a next time." "Okay," she said. I thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, where did you see this picture?" "In my brother's family group chat. He happened to take it at the bar tonight. You see. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Rest early. Good night." I hung up and looked at the photo again, too angry to sleep. Even though I had told Wenruxu I trusted Xia Wenshu, I was still very displeased. When I called her earlier, didn't she say she was at home? How did she end up at a bar in the blink of an eye? What a liar. I angrily picked up my phone, intending to cancel my flight to the capital, but when I saw the cancellation fee of several hundred yuan, I stopped myself. I had to go sooner or later anyway, and I had already worked overtime to finish my tasks. After some thought, I didn't cancel the ticket. It was absolutely not because of Xia Wenshu, but because I didn't want to waste money. I didn't sleep well that night at all. The next morning, I told my grandfather I was going to the capital in the afternoon. "While you're in the capital, visit the Wen family for me and see how Mr. Wen's leg is doing. After all, half the reason his leg injury is so severe is that he was trying to save me. I'll make time to visit Mr. Wen. If there's any way to treat it, I'll do my best." After breakfast, he started packing. I left Xu Shai behind to take care of my grandfather and also told him to start investigating the mysterious person who met my grandfather last time. After leaving the house, I told the driver to go to the office first. I had some things to handle before heading to the airport. Not long after we started driving, I noticed we were being followed. A black car was tailing me, always maintaining a distance of 300 to 400 meters, no matter how my speed changed. Since we were on the road, I couldn't just stop randomly, so I didn't pay it much mind. I wanted to see what they were up to. Finally, the car stopped in front of the Kai Group building. I looked back and saw the other car had also stopped. After waiting a moment, and seeing no one get out, I decided to get out and walk towards it. I had only just returned to the capital, and hadn't offended anyone. I had no idea who would be following me. However, before I reached the car, a familiar person got out of the passenger seat. Yan Ting. If she was here, did that mean Xia Wenshu was also? Yan Ting looked at me, nodded slightly, and then opened the back door of the car. I saw Xia Wenshu sitting inside and was completely stunned. Why are you here? Weren't you in the capital last night? How did you get to Jincheng so fast? Xia Wenshu looked at me standing outside the car. Get in. I got in without hesitation. When did you get here? I asked. Xia Wenshu took my hand. Around 4 a.m. I was going to call you, but I figured you were still asleep and didn't want to disturb you, so I just waited outside the villa. She had been up all night. Her eyes were red, and she looked tired. I frowned. Why did you rush to Jincheng? Is something wrong? Before I could finish, Xia Wenshu pulled me into a hug. I missed you so much I couldn't sleep. I wanted to be a little closer to you, to feel a bit more at ease. I looked up at Xia Wenshu. She hadn't slept all night, and stubble had started to grow on her chin. You didn't have to come all this way. A phone call or video call would have been fine. Xia Wenshu shook her head. Phone calls and video calls are completely different from seeing you in person. Why, did you miss me? She asked, stroking my cheek. I remembered the photo from last night and snorted. No. Xia Wenshu's face darkened, and she tightened her embrace. You heartless man. And here I was missing you so much. The corner of my mouth twitched up. I pushed her away and deliberately put on a cold expression. Missing me? And you still went out to a nightclub to have fun? Hearing this, Xia Wenshu looked confused. When did I go to a nightclub to have fun? I crossed my arms. Xia Wenshu, so you dare to do things but not admit them. I grabbed her collar and leaned in to smell. Sure enough, there was the scent of alcohol. It hadn't completely dissipated yet. Xia Wenshu frowned even more tightly. I did have a drink with Shen Kuning last night. You can call her and ask if you don't believe me. But besides drinking, I didn't do anything out of line. I believed her, but I wasn't going to let it go that easily. I found the photo Wen Ruxu sent me, and showed it to her. See for yourself. The moment Xia Wenshu saw it, her face turned cold. She had been secretly photographed, and the picture was sent to me. Who sent this to you? I saw it in a gossip group chat. I lied. Out of respect for my grandfather, I didn't say it was Wen Ruxu. Xia Wenshu looked at me, her expression tense and serious. Hui, let me explain. I don't know that man. Last night at the bar. Her tense expression made me want to laugh. I knew Xia Wenshu's taste wasn't that bad. Besides, I wasn't an idiot. The angle of the photo was too tricky. How could I not see it was a misleading shot? Xia Wenshu stared at me. Do you believe me? I put my phone away and nodded. Yes. At least on this matter, I believe you. After all, I had known her for over 2 years and understood her to some extent. Xia Wenshu hugged me tightly again, a feeling of fulfillment washing over her. Nothing was more reassuring than being trusted by the person you love. Hui, thank you. She suddenly felt guilty. I trusted her so much, while she was still hung up on the photo in Wen Ruxu's moments post. I had no idea what she was thinking. I poked her in the chest. Xia Wenshu, your awareness is too low. You didn't even notice someone taking a photo of you. My mind was full of you, so I wasn't paying attention. I let her hug me. She rested her head on my chest. Haven't you been very busy these past 2 days? Why didn't you rest properly, and went drinking instead? Did you run into some problems? Xia Wenshu was silent for a moment, then looked me straight in the eye. It's my fault. I should have just asked you directly last night. I didn't quite understand. Did Wen Ruxu come to the Kai residence to visit your grandfather last night? Xia Wenshu asked. I was startled. How did you know? Wen Ruxu posted a photo of your garden on her moments. Oh. I'm not friends with her on WeChat, so I didn't know. Xia Wenshu leaned in, her hand slipping inside my shirt. Hui, you weren't honest with me when I called you last night, were you? She bit my neck lightly. I tried to push her away but couldn't. You already knew, so why didn't you ask me directly? You were deliberately testing me, asking if I went for a walk. Xia Wenshu, you're so manipulative. Xia Wenshu kissed the spot she had just bitten. I thought you would tell me the truth. Why should I tell you the truth? I retorted bluntly. Look at yourself. You're the one who gets jealous so easily. Last time, I just had one meal with Wen Ruxu, and you nearly destroyed her family's company. If you knew she not only came to my house for dinner last night but that I also took her for a walk in the garden, you'd probably lose your mind. In my opinion, the word jealousy was practically made for you. Xia Wenshu cupped my face and kissed me on the lips. My heart pounded. It was rare to hear her admit she was wrong. Just as I was about to kiss her back, she turned her head, and my kiss landed on her smooth cheek. Jia Wenshu, I have high standards. I don't just like anyone. I held her chin, forcing her to look at me. It's because you're too outstanding, always attracting other men. Jia Wenshu raised an eyebrow. My fault? Yes, your fault. If we hadn't divorced, you'd be my husband now. Who would dare to pursue you? Jia Wenshu was filled with regret. He smiled and pushed her away. I can't be bothered to talk to you. I glanced at my watch. The morning meeting was about to start. I straightened my clothes. I have to go up now. There's a meeting in a bit. Jia Wenshu held my hand. I saw you coming out with a suitcase just now. Where are you going? I looked at her and said softly, I have to go on a business trip. After I finish up at the company, I'll head straight to the airport. A business trip? Where? When will you be back? Are you going alone, or with someone? Not sure, it depends on the progress. I'm going alone. I'm not comfortable leaving my grandfather alone in the capital, so I left Shushai to take care of him. As for where I'm going, I gave her a mysterious smile, deliberately keeping her in suspense. The Qi family's business is mainly in clothing import and export. The capital. Jia Wenshu's brows shot up, her anxiety instantly turning to joy. Are you going to the capital? He smiled brightly. Yes. There's a project that I need to negotiate in person. What project? Business secret, I said, opening the car door. I've booked a flight to the capital for 2 p.m. I walked into the company building. Jia Wenshu watched me go, her eyes filled with a smile. She turned to Yangting and told her to book a flight back to the capital for 2 p.m. Jia Wenshu sent me a text, I'll pick you up for lunch later, then we can go to the airport together. A moment later, I replied with an ok emoji. Jia Wenshu stared at her phone, her eyes brimming with a smile. Just then, Yangting turned from the front seat to look at her. Jia Wenshu frowned and looked up to see Wen Ruxu getting out of a car, seemingly heading towards the K group. Jia Wenshu's face darkened. Stop her for me. Wen Ruxu was definitely here to see me. There was no way Jia Wenshu would let her succeed. Jia Wenshu's guess was correct. Wen Ruxu was indeed on her way to find me at the K group. However, before she could enter the building, she was stopped. Director Wen. Seeing Yangting, Wen Ruxu was clearly taken aback. If she was here, it meant Jia Wenshu was also here. Director Wen, Director Xia would like to see you. In a coffee shop opposite the Kai group, Jia Wenshu and Wen Ruxu sat facing each other, the atmosphere tense. What brings Director Xia to Jinjing today? Wen Ruxu stirred her coffee, her polite tone laced with a hint of coldness. Jia Wenshu took a sip of her coffee. Originally, it was because I missed him, so I drove all night to see him. Is that so? Wen Ruxu's eyes flickered. She hesitated before saying, it's rare for a divorced couple to still have such a good relationship. Jia Wenshu stared at Wen Ruxu, her eyes narrowing slightly. Wen Ruxu, whether Kehuai and I are husband and wife or not, he is not someone you should be pinning your hopes on. Wen Ruxu sat up straight, a modest and polite smile on her face. Actually, it was love at first sight for me. I was planning to pursue him. Besides, my grandfather is very pleased with him. So what? If Wen Ruxu had said this before meeting me, Jia Wenshu might have believed her. But now, her words had no effect. Even if Grandpa Kai accepts you as his granddaughter-in-law, as long as Kehuai doesn't like you, you don't stand a chance. I know he doesn't like me. I confessed to him last night and was rejected. But I don't plan to give up just like that. Wen Ruxu paused, looking at Jia Wenshu with interest. As far as I know, he hasn't accepted you back either. In the end, we're both in the same boat, both pursuing him. It's hard to say who he will choose in the end. Jia Wenshu laughed coldly, a formidable pressure radiating from her. Wen Ruxu, whether Kehuai and I are divorced or not, he is my man. Have you thought through the consequences of targeting him? A chill ran down Wen Ruxu's spine. She was silent for a moment. Jia Wenshu, you're so domineering. Have you no consideration for me? Jia Wenshu frowned. Then she heard Wen Ruxu say, Jia Wenshu, if you love him so much, do you dare to tell him about the Xia family's hereditary disease? Jia Wenshu's pupils contracted. The Xia family had a history of a hereditary family illness. Not many people knew about this. Besides the family members, only the Xia family's private doctor knew. How did Wen Ruxu find out? Who told you? Wen Ruxu laughed. I ran into Xia Jingchuan at a banquet a few days ago. I heard him mention it. Yunxi realized it was because of what he had said. She should have known this was also part of his plan. Wen Ruxu looked at Xie Yunshu and said, speaking of Xie Yunshu, your younger brother is quite interesting. He's only been back for a few days but has already made a name for himself in high society. He's been at every party I've attended recently. A sarcastic smile touched the corner of Xie Yunshu's lips. Watch your words. They only have a younger sister, no brother. Wen Ruxu just smiled without saying anything. The entire upper class was now waiting to see how Xie Yunshu would handle Xie Jingchuan, this illegitimate son. She was also very curious. Knowing Xia Yunshu's usual way of doing things, there was sure to be a good show in the future. Wen Ruxu continued, but then again, Keihui probably doesn't know about your family's hereditary disease, does he? Tell me, if he knew, would he still choose to be with you? I'm afraid he'd want to get as far away from you as possible. Xia Yunshu's jaw tightened, her entire body radiating a terrifying chill. I've never told him about this, and I don't plan to. Xia Yunshu stared at Wen Ruxu, her cold aura pressing down on her. Even if he finds out, I won't let him leave me. To me he is already within my grasp, a must-have. He is my only obsession. No matter what methods I have to use, I will not allow him to leave me. Xia Yunshu lifted her chin, her attitude exuding a faint arrogance. Wen Ruxu, for the sake of Grandpa Wen, I'm warning you one last time, stay away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Wen Ruxu took a sip of her coffee. I'll remember Xia Yunshu's warning. It's just that our family, and the Qi family have been close for generations. It's inevitable that Keihui and I will have some contact in the future. After speaking, Wen Ruxu stood up. Please take your time. I'll be leaving now. Wen Ruxu had originally intended to apologize to me directly for last night, but after talking with Xia Yunshu, she decided against it. She had tasted Xia Yunshu's methods and thought it best to keep her distance from me for the time being. In the morning, I had a meeting and arranged the companies were. At noon, I had lunch with Xia Yunshu. At 2 we boarded a plane back to the capital. As soon as we arrived in the capital, Xia Yunshu turned on her phone and saw 2 missed calls from Xia Linger. She called back, and as soon as the line connected, she heard Xia Linger's crying. Sister, please come save me. Xia Linger's voice made Xia Yunshu's heart clench. Where are you? What happened? On the other end, Xia Linger was crying so hard she could barely breathe. Sister, I am at the old villa. Mom and Dad locked me in my room and won't let me out. They want me to marry the young master of the one family. I don't want to marry him. Sister, please come save me. Wait for me, I'm on my way. I looked at Xia Yunshu with concern. What's wrong with Linger? We'll talk on the way. Xia Yunshu pulled me into the car and immediately told the driver to head to the old villa. On the way, Xia Yunshu told me what Xia Linger had said on the phone. After hearing it, I was so angry my hair stood on end. What era is this? They're still forcing marriages based on parents' orders and a matchmaker's words. What are your parents thinking? I looked at Xia Yunshu. Who is this young master Wang? Eve never heard of him. It's Wan Haokan, the young master of Wan Dynasty film and television. Me eyes widened. Even though I wasn't active in high society, I knew of Wan Haokan's reputation. He was a notorious playboy in both high society and the entertainment industry. If he was second in profligacy, no one would dare claim first. Relying on his family's entertainment company, he not only had illicit dealings with artists under his banner but was also frequently caught entering hotels with internet celebrities. His private life was a complete mess. If Xia Linger married him, her whole life would be ruined. I looked at Xia Yunshu. Yunshu, no matter what, you can't let Linger marry that scoundrel Wan Haokan. Xia Yunshu's eyes darkened. Don't worry, I won't let Linger marry him. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the old Xia family villa. I had intended to wait in the car for Xia Yunshu, but I was genuinely worried about Xia Linger, so I got out with her. Before we even entered the house, we heard Xu Xue's voice. Let her cause a scene. Let's see what she can do. After raising her for so many years, it's time for her to repay us. Oh right, I almost forgot. Go get the girl's phone to stop her from calling Yunshu to tattle. Hearing Xu Xue's words, my expression soured. I looked up to see that Xia Yunshu and I had already entered. She immediately stood up, forcing a smile. Yunshu, you're back. She glanced at me. What are you doing here? Where have you locked Linger? Xia Yunshu got straight to the point. Xu Xue sat down, her face unhappy. It must have been that girl Linger who called you. She forced another smile and said, Yunshu, what are you talking about? Why would I lock up your sister? Your father's birthday is coming up, and there's a lot to do at home. I just wanted her to come back and help, so I called her home. I quickly interjected, that's not what Linger said. Xu Xue glared at me. Since when is it an outsider's place to meddle in our family's affairs? Xia Yunshu stepped in front of me. Mom, Keihui is not an outsider. If he's not an outsider, then what are you? Xu Xue slumped onto the sofa, looking at Xia Yunshu with a reproachful gaze. You haven't been home in a month, and the moment you're back, you're making your mother angry. Do you even have me in your heart anymore? What's going on? Just then, Xia Ziming came downstairs. Xu Xue turned to him. You should ask your precious daughter. Xia Yunshu looked at her father. Dad, Linger said you and Mom planned to have her marry into the Wan family, to marry Wan Haokan. Is this true? Xia Ziming nodded. Yes, it is. Your mother and I have discussed it. We think Wan Haokan isn't bad, and the Wan family is one of the major families in the capital. Linger won't be wronged by marrying into their family. Hearing this, I was so furious I didn't know where to begin. Not bad. Everyone knows Won Haoken is a degenerate. Just a few days ago, he was exposed for having an affair with a female artist in his company. Making Linger marry him is like pushing her into a pit of fire. Xia Zemming looked at me with cold eyes. This is a matter for the Xia family. I gritted my teeth, wanting to curse. Xia Zemming continued, Won Haoken may be a bit of a womanizer, but that's understandable for a young man. He'll naturally settle down after getting married. I clenched my fists. How could a biological father say such a thing? I really wanted to hit someone. Jia Yunshu looked at her father with a resolute expression. Dad, I do not agree to this marriage. Linger doesn't like Won Haoken, and I will not let her be forced to marry him. Our family doesn't need to sacrifice her happiness for business interests. Qiu Shiwei's face turned ugly. Jia Yunshu, we've raised her for over 20 years, providing for her food, clothing, and education. Now we're asking her to make a small sacrifice, and you say we don't need it. Jia Yunshu stared at her parents, her deep eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of anger in them. My sister, Xia Yunshu's sister, does not need to be sacrificed for anyone or anything. Xia Zemming's face was cold, his expression sinking. We've already made an agreement with the Won family. It will be announced at the birthday party in a few days. If we back out now, what face will the Xia family have left? He had anticipated that Xia Yunshu would object to this marriage, but he hadn't expected her to be so firm. An agreement. Xia Yunshu laughed coldly. What do you see Linger as? A piece of merchandise. Dad, by doing this, how will you face Grandpa when you pass away? How will you face Xia Yu, who you already caused the death of? Xia Yu was Xia Linger's mother's name. Hearing this, Xia Zemming flew into a rage, grabbing a cup from the table and throwing it at Xia Yunshu. You insolent child, thud. The take-up slammed into Xia Yunshu's head. By the time I reacted, her forehead was already bleeding. Both heartbroken and worried, I quickly took a handkerchief from my pocket and pressed it against the wound on her head. I'm fine. Xia Yunshu took my hand and pulled me behind her, her cold gaze sweeping over her parents. Yunshu, how could you talk to your father like that? Xia Zemming's face was ashen as he stared at Xia Yunshu, trembling with anger, unable to speak. Yangting, go find Linger, Xia Yunshu commanded. Xia Zemming took 2 deep breaths. Yunshu, how did I raise such an unfilial daughter? Is this why you brought Xia Jinghuan back? Xia Yunshu looked at her father without any expression, her eyes chillingly cold. It seems you've forgotten the family rule that forbids illegitimate children from entering the Xia household. Xia Zemming said angrily, I am the head of the Xia family now. It's not your place to teach me how to do things. Xia Yunshu smiled sarcastically. As long as you're happy. Soon, Yangting found Xia Linger locked in a room in the back garden building. Knowing that Xia Yunshu and I had arrived, Xia Linger rushed over. Sister, Qi Hui, Linger, are you okay? I took Xia Linger's hand and noticed a bruise on her wrist. I'm fine. Sister, are you hurt? Xia Yunshu glanced at Xia Linger and then turned to Xia Zemming. I'm taking Linger with me. If you don't consider her your daughter, then don't interfere in her life anymore. Seeing Xia Yunshu about to leave with Xia Linger, Xia Zemming shouted in anger, Xia Linger, if you dare to step out of this door today, then don't ever call me your father again. Xia Linger froze, looking up at Xia Yunshu beside her. Xia Yunshu patted her shoulder, silently giving her strength. Xia Linger took a deep breath and walked out without looking back. Just as the 3 of us left the Xia family house, we saw a Porsche driving towards us. The car stopped at the gate, and Xia Jingchuan got out. Yunshu, Linger, Mr. Guy. Xia Jingchuan noticed the wound on Xia Yunshu's head and raised an eyebrow slightly. What happened? Xia Linger glared at him with hostility. Xia Jingchuan, don't think I don't know. You were the one who told Dad to marry me off to Won Haochen. Hearing this, Xia Yunshu frowned. Xia Jingchuan held up his hands with a sly smile. Linger, you're wronging me. I just casually mentioned to Dad that you were of marriageable age. I meant for him to introduce you to more people. Marrying you to Won Haochen was entirely Dad's idea. It has nothing to do with me, Xia Linger said coldly, as if I don't know what you're thinking. Xia Yunshu stared at Xia Jingchuan, her dark eyes deep and unreadable. Xia Jingchuan, I'm warning you, don't test my limits. Xia Jingchuan looked at Xia Yunshu with a smile on his face. I wouldn't dare. Although he said he wouldn't dare, his eyes were full of provocation. Worried about the wound on Xia Yunshu's head, I pulled her into the car, not wanting to waste any more time with Xia Jingchuan. Xia Jingchuan watched them get into the car and drive away, the smile on his face gradually stiffening. He returned to the house and saw his father sitting on the sofa with a grim expression. Dad, Mom, I just saw Sister and Linger at the gate. What happened? Don't mention it. That girl only knows how to pose as every day, Xiu Shiwei said, gritting her teeth at the mention of Xia Yunshu. Recalling the past, she couldn't help but blame Xia Zemming. If you had listened to me, and killed her back then, we wouldn't have so many problems now. Xia Zemming shot her a sharp look. Do you think the old man was a pushover? That's enough, Xia Zemming interrupted her, his gaze extremely severe. This matter is never to be mentioned again. Jiu Shiwei huffed in dissatisfaction. After suffering for so many years, she had finally waited for the old man to pass away. Now that her son was back by her side, there was no reason to continue being aggrieved. Do you hear me? Jia Zeming glared angrily at Jiu Shiwei. Xia Yunshu was personally trained by the old man. If he knew about that, do you think he would have let it slide so easily? Jiu Shiwei was stunned and nodded. Fine, I know my limits. Jia Jingchuan quietly watched them, a faint smile on his lips. Jia Zeming stood up. In the study, Xia Zeming handed Jia Jingchuan a folder. Go to the company more often these days. I'll find a suitable opportunity to transfer the 20 of shares I hold to you. However, even with that, your shares won't be as much as Xie Yunshu's. If you want to establish yourself in the company, you must win the North Suburb project. Jia Jingchuan took the documents, opened them, and nodded. Don't worry, Dad. I'll do my best. It's not about doing your best, you must win it. Xia Zeming looked at him with a serious expression. Jia Jingchuan hesitated before speaking. Is there any change regarding the engagement between Linger and Wang Haochen? Mentioning this gave Xia Zeming a headache. With Xia Yunshu backing Xia Linger, he really had no way to force her. Could he forcibly marry Linger off to the One family? A sly smile curved Xia Jingchuan's lips. He said, actually, Dad, you can tell the One family directly that it's not that we don't want to form an alliance with them, but that my sister doesn't approve of their son. Jia Zeming raised an eyebrow. The One family was very proud. If they knew Xia Yunshu looked down on their son, they would probably cause some trouble. Jia Zeming and Xia Jingchuan looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them, and they both smiled. Jia Zeming patted his shoulder. I'll tell the One family. You don't need to worry about it. Focus all your energy on this project, and do it well. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Dad. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Xia Jingchuan stepped out of the study, the smile on his face immediately vanishing, replaced by a calculating and gloomy coldness. Meanwhile in Xia Yunshu's car, which was equipped with a first aid kit, I treated her wound as soon as we got in. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep, just a scrape, and the bleeding stopped quickly. You're usually so quick to react. Why did you just stand there like a block of wood and not even try to dodge? I grumbled as I bandaged her wound, worried sick. Xia Yunshu looked at me, the toughness from before gone, her eyes filled with gentleness. Hui, are you worried about me? I glared at her without saying a word. Jia Linger sat in the corner of the car, trying to make herself as small as possible so as not to disturb them. After bandaging Xia Yunshu's wound, I took out some ointment for bruises from the first aid kit. Linger, come here. Let me see your hand. Xia Linger looked down at her wrist. I'm fine, it's just a small bruise. This happened when the villa's security guards dragged you into the room, didn't they? A little ointment will help it heal faster. Thank you, Hui. Xia Linger leaned gently against my shoulder, nuzzling it. Hui, I'm so happy you're back. I patted her shoulder, and then turned to look at Xia Yunshu. Yunshu, will your parents still try to force Linger to marry Wang Haochen? Xia Linger also looked worried. Sister, it seems like Dad really wants to form an alliance with the One family. Xia Yunshu gave her a reassuring look. With me here, no one can force you to get married. Xia Linger immediately felt a wave of security. With you saying that, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Upon returning to the Imperial View Mansion, Yang Ting was about to take my suitcase down from the car when I stopped him. I'm not staying here. Xia Yunshu immediately grabbed my hand. If you're not staying here, where are you going? I have a place to stay. I've already divorced Yunshu, it's not appropriate for me to stay here. Before I win the North Suburb project, I'll have to travel back and forth between the capital and Jinshan, so I had someone buy an apartment in the capital. Hui, please don't, Xia Linger pleaded. It's not as comfortable outside as it is here. Most importantly, how can she be close to you if you're not here? I've always hoped you two would get married. I shook my head. It's fine, I adapt quite well. Xia Yunshu's face was grim. She remained silent for a moment before saying, it's getting late, and you haven't had dinner. Just stay here for tonight. I'll take you to your place tomorrow morning. That night, I stayed at the Imperial View Villa. After dinner, I called Xu Shai to check on my grandfather's situation. Knowing that everything was fine, I was relieved. I worked overtime, reviewing documents in my room for a while before turning off the lights to sleep around 11 p.m. Past midnight, the bedroom door was pushed open gently, without a sound. A tall female figure slowly walked in. Xia Yunshu came to the bedside, staring at the man sleeping soundly on the bed, her expression unreadable and helpless. What method should I use to keep him here tomorrow? The self-pity trick won't work, and being too clingy will just annoy him. Maybe buying his place is a good idea. It's worth a try. Xia Yunshu leaned down and kissed my lips. Immediately, she heard my helpless voice. I clearly remember locking the door. Xia Yunshu was startled, then met my clear, water-like eyes. Couldn't sleep. Jia Yunshu kissed the corner of my lips again and said, I have the keys to every room in this house. I was defeated. Jia Yunshu kissed my lips again, her tongue forcefully invading mine, even more intense than the last kiss. Now that I was awake, she had nothing to hold back. I pushed her away with effort, panting. You're injured, yet you still can't behave. Jia Yunshu cupped my face. The wound hurts a little. Your kiss can ease the pain. I gave a dry laugh. I'd be a fool to believe you. Jia Yunshu chuckled lightly, let go of me, and then lifted the blanket to lie down beside me. The entire movement was fluid. I blinked, and by the time I reacted, she was already lying next to me. What are you doing? It's late, let's rest, Jia Yunshu said. Go back to your room. The woman said nothing, her hand creeping up my neck. Jia Yunshu. I raised my hand, intending to hit her on the head, but then remembered her injury and slowly lowered it. Fine, considering she didn't sleep last night and her head is injured, I won't argue. After all, it wasn't the first time we'd slept in the same bed. I stared at Jia Yunshu's cheek, her gentle breath tickling my neck. We were lying very close, and I could hear her heartbeat. The next morning, after waking up and washing my face, I went downstairs to see her sitting on the sofa, reading the news on her tablet. What are your plans for today? Jia Yunshu asked. I have to meet a partner later, and this afternoon I have to go to the Wen family, I replied while eating breakfast. To the Wen family. Jia Yunshu frowned. To visit Grandpa Wen on behalf of my grandfather. Jia Yunshu nodded. As long as you're not going to see Wen Rukshu, it's fine. Shall I go with you? I refused outright. No need. After breakfast, Jia Yunshu went to her company, dropping me off at my apartment on the way. The place was very close to my company, just a street away. She had found out where my apartment was this morning. It was because it was so close to her company that she gave up on the idea of buying it. You can't rush things. If I didn't want to live with her right now, she wouldn't force it. Besides, since it was close, she could visit often. After Jia Yunshu left, I tidied up a bit and then went to meet the partner. To bid for the North Suburb Development Project, I first had to get the bidding qualification from this partner. With the strength of the Kai Group, this wasn't difficult. However, I learned from the partner that this project was being targeted by all the major families in the capital. The Kai Group didn't have any particular advantage against them, especially against the Xia Group. After finishing the discussion with the partner, I thought about it and decided to find some time to ask Jia Yunshu for information. In the afternoon, I went back to the apartment, grabbed my medical kit, and then headed to the Wen family home. The maid led me in. I was about to go see Grandpa Wen when Wen Shiji blocked my way in the garden. Tihuai, what are you doing at my house? Modern medicine is very advanced. A severed finger can be reattached if treated in time. Although Wen Shiji's little finger had been reattached, it wasn't as flexible as before. Every time he saw his left little finger, his hatred for me would gnaw at him. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat me and was wary of Jia Yunshu's protection, so he didn't dare to act rashly. I was unusually pleasant to Wen Shiji, smiling. I am here to visit Grandpa Wen. On his own turf, Wen Shiji was arrogant. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can see my grandfather just because you want to? My eyes narrowed slightly, a coldness in their depths. Wen Shiji, it seems you didn't learn your lesson last time. Wen Shiji clenched his fists, his face pale. I chuckled, my voice devoid of emotion. Out of respect for Grandpa Wen, I won't stoop to your level. But I'm not always this easygoing. Just then, Mrs. Wen came out of the house. Seeing me and her youngest son standing outside, she said, what are you standing there for? Hurry and invite the guest inside to sit down. You must be Kihui, right? You're so handsome. Come in and sit. Is your grandfather well? My grandfather is well, Auntie. Chen Minjuan immediately felt that this young man was very nice, handsome, polite, and amiable. Seeing his mother being so warm to me, Wen Shiji stomped his foot in frustration. I followed Chen Minjuan into the house and saw Grandpa Wen being pushed out of the elevator by a helper. Tihui, you're here. Come, let me have a look at you. The last time I saw you, you were just a little boy, and now you're all grown up. Grandpa Wen waved me over, smiling. Hello, Grandpa Wen. I walked over and sat beside him. Are you well? Grandpa Wen nodded. I'm fine. What about your grandfather? I heard he had a stroke before. I was worried for a while and wanted to visit, but your second uncle kept making excuses to stop me. I smiled, not wanting to air our family's dirty laundry, so I didn't mention Geiren poisoning my grandfather. My grandfather has recovered quite well. He's much better now. He said he'll visit you when he has time. Don't squat, hurry up and sit. Grandpa Wen took my arm. I sat on the sofa and chatted with him for a bit, then said, Grandpa Wen, my grandfather told me the injury on your leg is from saving someone when you were young, and it still acts up these years. I've studied some medicine. Let me take a look for you. Before Grandpa Wen could say anything, Wen Shiji stood up. So many famous doctors couldn't cure my grandfather's injury. What makes you think you can? The moment when Shiji opened his mouth, Grandpa Wen shouted, "What is this kid saying?" Chen Minjuan also glared at her son. "How can you talk like that?" When Shiji said resentfully, "Mom, Grandpa's leg has been injured for so many years. Many experts from home and abroad have seen it, but none could cure it. I don't believe he can be better than them. What if he makes it worse?" I glanced at Wen Shiji and smiled faintly. I wouldn't take on this task if I didn't have the real ability. Besides, Grandpa Wen and my grandfather have been good friends for many years. I would never harm him. "Dehoy, don't listen to this brat. I trust you won't harm me." Grandpa Wen looked at me with a kind smile, then sighed. "But this old leg of mine. I've seen so many doctors over the years, and it's never gotten better. I'm old, I don't have much hope anymore. Grandpa Wen, if you trust me, let me take a look. My grandfather even specifically told me to check on your condition. See, I even brought my medical kit." "Alright then." I asked about the medicine Grandpa Wen usually took, checked his leg's condition, and then took his pulse. When he was young, both of Grandpa Wen's legs were shot. Because treatment wasn't timely, after the bullets were removed, his legs lost almost half their mobility. Over time, their function deteriorated further, to the point where he couldn't even walk with a cane and could only move around in a wheelchair. After taking his pulse, I understood his condition. I thought for a moment, and then asked, "Grandpa Wen, it's autumn now. Do your knees hurt so much every night that you can't sleep?" Wen Shiji sneered. "My grandfather's knees only hurt when it rains. He's been sleeping very well lately." I glanced at him but said nothing. Chen Minjuan looked at Grandpa Wen in surprise. "Is that true?" Grandpa Wen looked at me with astonishment. Since autumn began, with the large temperature differences between day and night, his knees had indeed been itching every night. The pain was so bad he couldn't sleep all night and had to take painkillers to get some relief. Knowing his condition was incurable, he didn't want his family to worry, so he hadn't told anyone. "Ah, I can't believe you saw right through it. That's indeed the case recently," Grandpa Wen sighed. Hearing this, Chen Minjuan became worried. "Oh my, Dad, why didn't you tell us?" "Yes, Grandpa, why didn't you tell us about something so important? I'll call Dr. Zhang right now to have him come and take a look." Although Wen Shiji disliked me, he genuinely cared about his grandfather's health. He took out his phone to make the call. Grandpa Wen waved his hand. "No need for all that trouble. It's an old injury, it can't be cured. Don't you all worry. Grandpa Wen, the injury on your leg is too old. My abilities are limited, so I can't cure it completely. But I can help you relieve the pain." Wen Shiji's eyes lit up as he looked at me, half believing, half doubting. "Why, are you serious?" "My dear boy," Grandpa Wen looked at me and asked, "this leg pain of mine has been going on for nearly 10 years. I've tried many methods before, but nothing worked. What can you do?" I thought for a moment. Acupuncture combined with medicinal baths, and a few doses of Chinese medicine should be able to completely relieve the pain. Wen Shiji glanced at me. "Is it that simple? Are you kidding?" Chen Minjuan was worried. "Dad has had acupuncture before, but it didn't have any effect." I looked at Grandpa Wen. "Grandpa Wen, if you trust me, you can let me give you one acupuncture session. You'll see the effect tonight." Grandpa Wen agreed without hesitation. "Alright, let's try one session." He trusted me completely because I was his old friend's grandson. Moreover, since I had just accurately described his condition, my medical skills must be respectable. Chen Minjuan pushed Grandpa Wen upstairs to his room. I followed with my medical kit. Wen Shiji followed behind, warning me in a low voice, "I'm warning you, if you dare to harm my grandfather, I won't let you off." Although Wen Shiji was arrogant and overbearing on the outside, he was extremely protective of his family, especially his grandfather, who doted on him. In the room, Wen Shiji helped his grandfather lie down and rolled up his pant legs, exposing his knees. I washed my hands, put on medical gloves, and took out a set of acupuncture needles from the kit. "Grandpa Wen, please relax. The first few needles will be a bit sore. You'll need to bear with it. Also, if you feel anything unusual, just let me know." "Alright." Wen Shiji and Chen Minjuan stood by, looking nervous. I inserted needles into the Shuhai and Yinling Quan acupoints on his knees, followed by the hitting and Lam Q points. A total of 9 needles per knee, 18 in total. Grandpa Wen looked at the silver needles in my hand and suddenly noticed something, his eyes filled with surprise. Since this was the first session, I only left the needles in for 10 minutes before removing them. "Grandpa Wen, how do you feel?" I asked after removing all the needles. Wen Shiji helped him sit up. "Grandpa, how do you feel?" It was a little sore at first, then my knees started to feel warm. Grandpa Wen touched his knees. Now they feel like they have a warm compress on them. As I packed up the needles, I said, "This sensation will fade in about half an hour. You'll definitely sleep well tonight." "My boy," Grandpa Wen looked at me, "was that acupuncture method you just used the Foxy 9 needles?" I was surprised. I didn't expect Grandpa Wen to recognize my Foxy 9 Needles technique right away. Yes, this method was passed down to me by my master. Who is your master? Grandpa Wen was curious, as the Foxy 9 Needles were priceless. I looked at him apologetically. My master has passed away. He forbade me from mentioning his name to outsiders. Then I won't ask any more. What are the Foxy 9 Needles? Wen Shiji asked curiously. Grandpa Wen explained simply, it's a rather unique acupuncture method. The needles used are also different from ordinary ones. I nodded. Grandpa Wen looked at me, his voice full of admiration. I've only heard people talk about it and read about it in books. I heard it was lost to time. I never expected you, Kehuai, to know the Foxy 9 Needles. Hearing this, Chen Minjuan saw a glimmer of hope and asked me, since these Foxy 9 Needles are so powerful, can they cure his leg? Everyone looked at me. I looked at Grandpa Wen with an apologetic expression. The injury on his leg is too old. Even with the Foxy 9 Needles, I can't cure it completely. But as I said before, while I can't provide a complete cure, this method can help relieve his leg pain. Grandpa Wen sighed. Actually, I didn't have much hope. Just being able to alleviate the pain that has tormented me for so many years would be a great result. He looked at me. I know my own leg. A complete cure is impossible. I'm already very grateful that you can help me relieve this chronic pain. He smiled. Grandpa Wen, I'll be staying in the capital for a while. If you need me, you can contact me anytime. After the acupuncture session, I intended to leave, but Chen Minjuan was so enthusiastic that she insisted I stay for dinner. I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. In the evening, when Ruxu and her father, Wen Qinggram, also came home. Hearing that I had given their grandfather acupuncture, Wen Qinggram was very grateful. Mr. Kai, thank you so much. Wen Shiji spoke up, Dad, don't get your hopes up too soon. Grandpa just had the acupuncture, and we haven't seen any effects yet. Who knows if this Foxy 9 Needles isn't just him bluffing with no real skill. When Ruxu glanced at her brother. His medical skills are unquestionable. Even Huang Lingling has asked for his help with patients. Grandpa Wen looked at me curiously. So you know Huang Lingling? People in high society all knew her. Grandpa Wen had even invited her to diagnose his leg before. Yes, a few years ago, I participated in a humanitarian aid mission, and Huang Lingling was there as well. Chen Minjuan looked at me. Humanitarian aid. So, Kehuai, you're a member of Doctors Without Borders. I nodded. Wen Shiji looked at me, half believing, half doubting. What's so great about Doctors Without Borders? Of course it's great. Not just any doctor can join that organization. Kehuai is a professor, Wen Ruxu said coolly. Chen Minjuan clapped my arm, smiling from ear to ear. Kehuai, I didn't expect you to be so talented at such a young age. It's truly rare. I just smiled without saying anything. I joined Doctors Without Borders because of my master's influence. Going to South Africa for humanitarian aid was also his suggestion, saying it was for me to gain experience. If I had known what would happen, I wouldn't have listened to him. After dinner at the Wen family's home, I prepared to leave. Chen Minjuan cheerfully held my hand, telling me to visit often. As I was leaving, she personally saw me to the door. I was trying to find an excuse to decline when a black Maybach slowly drove up and stopped in front of the Wen family's gate. This car was one I was all too familiar with. It was Xia Yunshu's. The car stopped, and Xia Yunshu got out of the back seat. Kehuai, I waited for over an hour to finally see you come out. Wen Ruxu looked at Xia Yunshu and raised an eyebrow slightly. Why are you here? I scratched my nose. Of course I am here to pick him up. Get in the car. Chen Minjun looked at Xia Yunshu and then at me. Xia Yunshu, you and Kehuai. Xia Yunshu looked at Chen Minjuan, her tone polite yet distant. Kehuai is my ex-husband. Chen Minjuan looked at Xia Yunshu in surprise, completely shocked that we had such a relationship. So, I was the secret ex-husband of Xia Yunshu that everyone had been gossiping about. I looked at Chen Minjuan awkwardly. Auntie, we'll be going now. Goodbye. With that, I pulled Xia Yunshu into the car. Chen Minjuan smiled as she saw them off. When the car was far away, she let out a deep sigh. That boy, Kehuai, he seems quite nice. I was initially thinking of setting him up with you. I never expected him to be Xia Yunshu's ex-husband. Her voice was full of regret. When Ruxu watched the car drive away. So what if he's her ex-husband? They have no relationship anymore. At most, they're just close friends. I don't mind if your future husband has been divorced, but you just saw it. It looks like he's planning to remarry Xia Yunshu. If you pursue him, wouldn't that mean competing with Xia Yunshu? Offending her is not good for us. Even if Xia Yunshu wants to remarry, he has to agree to it. That's true, but... When Ruxu interrupted her mother. Mom, don't worry. I know my limits. In the car, Xia Yunshu looked at the medical kit in my hand and frowned. You went to treat Grandpa Wen's illness. I nodded. Grandpa Wen's leg is quite serious. I can't cure it completely, only help him relieve the pain. Grandpa Wen was a peacekeeper when he was young. All the wounds on his body are from combat, and the one on his leg is the most severe. Xia Yunshu held my hand. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. They nodded. Not long after, the car stopped downstairs at my apartment building. Thanks for the ride. I'm heading up. Xia Yunshu pulled my hand. Hey Hui, invite me up for a while. I pursed my lips, about to say it was late, but then I remembered I had something to discuss with her, so I immediately changed my tone. Alright. If you don't mind my small place, you can come up for a bit. Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow. She had been prepared for rejection and was surprised that I agreed. Happiness came too suddenly. Xia Yunshu followed me upstairs, memorizing the elevator code along the way. Inside, I took 2 bottles of soda water from the fridge. I don't have tea, only soda. Hope you don't mind. Xia Yunshu looked at the soda in front of her, then leaned over and sat in my lap. Can we talk properly? Don't get so handsy. I held her chin. Xia Yunshu giggled mischievously. When an adult comes up to sit and have tea, it's not just about drinking tea. Xia Yunshu blinked, her expression innocent and lovely. Then what else is there? A raised an eyebrow. Want to know? She nodded. Close your eyes, and I'll teach you. How could I not know her tricks? I played along and closed my eyes. Immediately, Xia Yunshu's lips were on mine. 2 seconds later, my large hand was on the back of her neck, deepening the kiss. The room was so quiet you could hear the night wind blowing through the slightly open window, the curtains swaying with it. On the spacious sofa, an ambiguous atmosphere spread, the temperature gradually rising. Tifue. It's my period. I froze, slowly pulling away from her lips, one hand gently caressing her face, my breath unsteady. You did this on purpose, didn't you? She blinked, her eyes sparkling like stars. It's obvious you couldn't control yourself. Why blame me? I sighed inwardly, helping her sit up, my warm hand resting on her lower abdomen. Does it hurt? I have a cold uterus, so it's always uncomfortable during my period. It hurts a little. You rest. I'll go make some brown sugar water for you. But there's nothing in the kitchen. Have Yamting buy some. With that, Xia Yunshu took out her phone to call Yamting. I gently massaged her abdomen. This cold uterus and menstrual pain. Can it be cured? It must be torture every time. It hurts me to see you in pain. She scratched her nose. It can only be treated gradually over a long time. I'm lazy. Besides, it's not a major issue, so I don't pay much attention to it. I frowned, stroking her head. How should it be treated? What medicine or method is needed? Tell me, and I'll help you. She looked up at me intently. Forget it. I don't want to drink bitter medicine. She smiled. The pain is manageable. Besides, it's only for 1 or 2 days a month. I was helpless against her. Xia Yunshu, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. I sat up straight. She took a deep breath. Xia Yunshu, back in Jinshin, you gave me a month to think about whether I wanted to get back together with you. We don't need to wait a month. I can give you my answer now. Xia Yunshu was stunned. Tifue. She looked at me, her eyes filled with both tension and anticipation. Then. What is your answer? Just as I opened my mouth, Xia Yunshu cupped my face and kissed me. She kissed me deeply, then pressed her forehead against mine, her voice cautious. I know what answer you want to give. If it's not that one, then don't say it. I chuckled softly, placing my hand over her heart. Listen. Feeling the frantic beat of Xia Yunshu's heart, I asked, You're nervous? Ah. Yes, very nervous. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her chest. I chuckled and took the initiative to kiss her on the lips. My answer is yes, I'll be with you. Xia Yunshu was startled. I caressed her face. I've thought about it and decided to give it a try, just as you said. How will we know if we're a good match if we don't try? I really like you. As long as you treat me a little better, a little more gently, and spoil me a little, I have no resistance at all. I don't know how long our feelings will last, but I don't want to miss this chance. Even if we break up in the future, the days we spend together will become the most beautiful time of my life. Seeing Xia Yunshu in a daze, I poked her. Xia Yunshu, why aren't you reacting? Suddenly, Xia Yunshu threw her arms around me, holding me tight as if to possess me completely. So you've accepted my confession. Excitement and happiness overwhelmed her. She had prepared herself for a long battle, never expecting happiness to arrive so suddenly. So you're my girlfriend now, right? I laughed, my lips barely leaving hers before she kissed me fiercely again. Our lips and tongues intertwined in a deep, lingering kiss. We only reluctantly pulled apart when we were nearly out of breath. She cupped my face, her voice low. Tifue, I love you. A warmth spread through my heart, and the smile on my face grew brighter. I stared at Xia Yunshu and asked, Are you happy now? Yes, so happy I can barely breathe. My eyes darted around slyly. Then, can you do something for me? I suddenly broke free from her embrace. Wait a moment. I ran into the bedroom and quickly brought out my laptop. Jae-Yunshu looked at me curiously. What are you doing? The Kai group wants to win the North Suburb Development Project, I said while opening the computer. I know the Xia group is also targeting this project. Jae-Yunshu, can you give me some inside information on it? Jae-Yunshu was taken aback. The Kai group is also preparing to bid for this project. I nodded. That's right. Since you've agreed to be my girlfriend, can you give me some inside info? This project is very important to me. Jae-Yunshu looked at me with a complicated expression. Hui, did you agree to be with me just to get information about this project? I thought for a moment. Something like that. I originally planned to accept your confession a month from now, but since I need your help, I agreed earlier. The warmth and happiness that had just bloomed in Jae-Yunshu's heart were doused with cold water. Right. He's rejected me countless times, why would he suddenly accept my confession so easily? You know that with the Kai group's foundation and strength, we definitely can't compete with the Xia group. But if you're willing to help me, it's a different story. Jae-Yunshu looked at me, not knowing whether to laugh or be angry. Hui, if you want this project, you could have just told me directly. You didn't need to force yourself to accept me. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jae-Yunshu stood up. I'll get it. It's probably Yangting. She bought some kitchen supplies and groceries, including brown sugar. Jae-Yunshu brought the items into the kitchen and quietly started to get busy. I saw Yangting out and then went into the kitchen, hugging her from behind. I kissed her lips softly. I love you. A light flickered in Jae-Yunshu's eyes, a gentle glow appearing at their depths. Perhaps she had misunderstood. Hui accepting her must mean he still had feelings. As she was thinking, she heard him speak again. Jae-Yunshu, I have to get that North Suburb project. If I can't win it, how can we be together? If I secure this project, my grandfather will no longer object to us being a couple. Jae-Yunshu froze. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. So if I don't help you win the North Suburb project, you won't be with me. As I thought, he only accepted me because of the project. Noticing Jae-Yunshu's silence and her strange expression, I asked, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Go wait in the living room, Jae-Yunshu said. Okay. I went back to the living room, feeling more and more that something wasn't right. The look on Jae-Yunshu's face just now seemed like she was angry. But what was she angry about? Was it because of the North Suburb project? After thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. After all, she had been preparing for this project for years. Asking her to help me was a bit forceful. What a headache. A bowl of brown sugar water with a poached egg was quickly prepared. Jae-Yunshu brought it out. I sat at the dining table and noticed her expression. She really seemed angry. Rest early. I'm going home now, she said. I rushed over and grabbed her hand. Jae-Yunshu, are you angry? She was definitely angry. Jae-Yunshu pulled my hand off her blazer, holding it tightly, her demeanor somewhat cold and distant. Her eyes showed no emotion. Hui, I will never use my feelings as a bargaining chip. I was stunned. Bargaining chip. I didn't understand what she meant. I, Jae-Yunshu, have no need for a fake love obtained through a transaction. My face turned pale. She considered my feelings for her to be fake. I stood there, stunned, until the sound of the door closing jolted me back to reality. Jae-Yunshu was gone. The empty room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I looked at the half-eaten bowl of brown sugar water and eggs on the table, a sting in my nose. Jae-Yunshu, you jerk. On what grounds do you say my feelings for you are fake? Filled with anger, Jae-Yunshu returned to her villa at Imperial Gardens, went straight to the swimming pool, and swam 1,000 meters to calm down. Her emotions had been on a roller coaster all night, rising and falling erratically, ending in disappointment. She needed to cool off, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get my image out of her mind. That heartless man. What he wanted was her complete acceptance. Even if her love for him wasn't as great as his love for her, there could be absolutely no exploitation or deception. Jae-Yunshu swam for 2 hours. After getting out, she went to her room, changed into a suit, and went straight to her study. Annoyed by me, she hadn't slept a wink all night. Early in the morning, Jae-Yunshu called Yangting and Shen Qiuning. What's the situation with Xie Jingzhuan? She asked. Yangting reported, he's been trying to connect with the company's senior management recently, but he hasn't made any progress. Only 2 have met with him. Jae-Yunshu nodded. Xie Jingzhuan is quite concerned about the company's affairs. For the North Suburb project, we still hold the primary control. Although he has the core documents, the people we dealt with before are our people, and they only recognize us. Xie Jingzhuan won't get anywhere. Jae-Yunshu looked at the document Yangting handed her, her brow furrowed with a cold chill. Shen Qiuning looked at Jae-Yunshu and smiled. Xie Jingzhuan won't be able to handle this project. In the end, he'll still have to ask you for help. Jae-Yunshu snorted. Since he's so confident, let's just give it to him. I don't have time to clean up his mess. Well, if that's the case, Xia Yunshu said, I have my own plans. Since she put it that way, Shen Qiuning didn't say more. You're throwing a rather grand birthday party this year. All the prominent figures have received invitations. I heard Xie Jingshuan personally delivered them. Do you think your father will announce Xie Jingshuan's identity at the party tomorrow? Xia Yunshu sneered. Otherwise, why do you think he's been paving the way for him for so long? So you're not going to do anything. Just let that illegitimate son, Xia Jingshuan, walk into the family so openly. Isn't that making it too easy for him? Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes, her entire body exuding a terrifying chill. What's the rush? The best part of the show is yet to come. Shen Qiuning nodded in understanding. Just then, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and Xia Linger ran in happily. Sister Keihui is here. Xia Yunshu froze. Shen Qiuning and Yang Ting exchanged mischievous glances. We should probably leave now and not interrupt Xia Yunshu's love talk. Before she could finish, Xia Yunshu spoke up. Can't you see I'm busy? Get out. What's wrong? Shen Qiuning asked. Xia Linger also looked at her sister, bewildered. Keihui said he wants to see you. He has something to tell you. Xia Yunshu clenched her fists. I won't see him. I'm busy. Xia Linger pouted. Are you sure? Get out, Xia Yunshu said. All right. After Xia Linger left, Shen Qiuning looked at her curiously. What did Keihui do to you again? Did you two have a fight? Xia Yunshu leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples and sighing, looking exhausted. I really don't know what to do with him anymore. Xia Yunshu could guess why I had come to see her. It was undoubtedly about the North Suburb project again. She didn't want to see me not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't want to hear about work-related matters. It would make her lose control of her emotions, making her feel like their relationship was just a transaction. Xia Yunshu was also worried that in that state, she would hurt me. In her 20-something years of life, I was the only person who could affect her emotions like this. Every time she faced me, she couldn't control her feelings. A single word from me could sway all her joy and sorrow. As Xia Yunshu remained silent, Shen Qiuning grew even more curious. She teased, did Keihui do something outrageous again? After a moment of silence, Xia Yunshu said, he accepted my confession. Shen Qiuning slammed her hand on the table. Isn't that great news? After all the hardship, good times are here. This is worth celebrating. Xia Yunshu said nothing. Downstairs, after hearing what Xia Linger said, I was furious. I had thought about it all night and finally understood why Xia Yunshu was angry and said those things. She must have misunderstood my intentions last night. She thought I agreed to be with her just for a project. How could that be? I came early to clear up this misunderstanding, but she refused to see me. I got even angrier. Fine, don't see me then. I turned and walked out. They Keihui, Xia Linger chased after me, but I was already in my car and gone. What is wrong with these two? Rejected by Xia Yunshu, I angrily returned to my apartment and shut myself in the bedroom. I had come to apologize and clear up a misunderstanding, and she wouldn't even see me. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. My phone suddenly rang. I thought it was Xia Yunshu, but when I picked it up, I saw it was Wen Ruxu. A wave of disappointment washed over me. Composing myself, I answered. Hello. Keihui, good morning. Am I bothering you? No. What's up? Well, you gave my grandfather acupuncture yesterday, and he said his legs feel much better this morning. He slept through the night without being woken up by pain, which hasn't happened in a long time. So, I was wondering if you have time today to come and check on him again. I thought for a moment. I have time. I can come over right now. It's the weekend, and I don't have anything else to do. That's wonderful. Should I send you the address and come pick you up? No need. I'll tie you up a bit, and be there in half an hour. I hung up, quickly got ready, and prepared to leave. Keeping myself busy would give me less time to think about that damn woman, Xia Yunshu. Since it was the weekend, the entire Wen family was home when I arrived. I gave Old Master Wen a more thorough examination than the day before. Based on his condition, I prescribed a few more Chinese herbal medicines for him to take internally. Old Master Wen, from now on, I will come to give you acupuncture once a day. If you take the medicine I just prescribed twice a day, your leg pain should be completely gone in about a month. However, you must also pay attention to maintenance, especially during autumn and winter. The weather in the capital is damp and cold, so you must keep your legs warm and avoid cold and dampness, otherwise the leg pain will recur. I explained a series of precautions. Old Master Wen nodded gratefully. Keihui, thank you so much. For years, the pain in my legs has woken me up almost every night. Last night was a rare, good night's sleep. Wen Qingrong also looked at me gratefully. Yes, Keihui, thank you so much. You're welcome, uncle. After having lunch at the Wen family's home, I gave Old Master Wen another acupuncture session. In the afternoon, as Wen Ruxu was driving me home, She noticed I was staring at my phone on the passenger seat, as if waiting for a call or a message. Is there something wrong? It's nothing. I put my phone in my pocket, and looked out the window. Wen Ruxu was silent for a few seconds, then said, Kehuai, can I ask you for a favor? Tonight, I have to attend a charity auction, and I'm missing a +1. A raised an eyebrow. Wen Ruxu stopped at a red light ahead and turned to look at me. Can you spare 2 hours to help me out? All the prominent figures in the capital will be at this charity auction. Why? I asked. It's organized by the city government, an annual event. All the celebrities in the capital will be there. Even if they can't make it, they will send items for auction in advance. I nodded. Sounds interesting. Alright, I don't have anything else to do tonight anyway. The party starts at 600. I'll pick you up at 530. Okay. I hadn't brought a formal suit with me to the capital, so I messaged Xiaolinger to go shopping with me. As soon as she got my call, she came right away. When she found out I wanted to buy a formal suit, she quickly said, why didn't you say so earlier? You have plenty of high and formal suits in your closet at the villa. I could have brought one for you. I don't want to wear anything Xie Yunshu bought. I can buy my own. I led Xiaolinger straight to the ga counter. I had a particular fondness for their suits. As soon as we entered, a salesperson eagerly approached us to offer assistance. No need for introductions, I'll look myself. I was so familiar with gawk suits that I didn't need any help. The salesperson sized me up, rolled her eyes, and quickly turned away. This kind of person looks like they can't afford anything. A poor guy not worth wasting time and effort on. Xiaolinger was only focused on how to set me up with her sister. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Kehuai, did my sister make you angry? Isai. To be precise, I made her angry. My tone shifted. But now, I'm very angry with her. Xiaolinger found it complicated but understood the gist. They were both angry at each other. Before she could say anything, I had already chosen a suit. I said to a nearby salesperson, hello, could you please get that tailcoat down for me? I want to try it on. The salesperson came over with a standard smile. Sir, this suit is from our new autumn collection. The price is a bit steep. Are you sure? Xiaolinger frowned and said to the salesperson, how would we know if we want to buy it if he doesn't try it on to see if it fits? This suit is entirely handmade and custom tailored. Looking at this gentleman's figure. The salesperson had a sharp eye and assessed my physique. Even without trying it on, she knew it would fit perfectly. I loved gawk. All their custom-made suits were designed and tailored to my body proportions. How could it not fit? Xiaolinger crossed her arms. He still has to try it on to see the effect. Take it down. The salesperson seemed reluctant but still took the suit down. Just then, a blond man walked over and pointed at the suit in her hands. This suit isn't bad. Give it to me, I'll try it. Yuji had entered the gawk store and immediately spotted the tailcoat in the salesperson's hands. He strode over and pointed at it. Give it here, I'll try it. The salesperson's eyes lit up upon seeing Yuji. Of course, Mr. Zhao. Please wait a moment. Mr. Zhu was a VIP customer. If he liked this suit, he would definitely buy it. The salesperson beamed, as if she had already received a hefty commission. Xiaolinger quickly ran to block the salesperson. Hold on. We clearly saw this suit first. Why are you letting him try it on first? I hate snobbish salespeople like you. Yuji pushed Xiaolinger aside. So what if you saw it first? You didn't pay for it. Get out of the way. I quickly pulled Xiaolinger back, preventing her from falling. I looked at Yuji and said softly, Sir, there's a first-come, first-served principle for everything. Yuji glanced at me, his voice arrogant. What first-come, first-served? All I know is that money is everything. You two paupers. Xiaolinger had never seen anyone so unreasonable. Where did this nouveau rich come from? She snapped. Yuji's face darkened. What did you say? The salesperson stepped in. Mr. Joe is a VIP customer of our store and has priority to try on clothes. A raised an eyebrow. I don't recall your VIP customers having such a privilege. The salesperson looked at me with annoyance. This suit costs over 100,000. Even if you took it, you couldn't afford it. Why waste time? Your entire outfit probably doesn't add up to 10,000. And that bag is some unknown brand. How could a commoner spend over 100,000 on a suit? Xiaolinger's face turned pale with anger. She pointed at the salesperson and yelled, You're blind. Where's your manager? I want to file a complaint against you. The manager isn't here. I'm the assistant manager. Complain all you want. Just a couple of poor customers, what can you do to me? I looked at this salesperson and frowned. I couldn't believe my own brand store had such an arrogant employee. Duji took off his sunglasses and looked at Xiaolinger with disdain. Are you done yet? If you can't afford it, don't pretend you can. He looked at the salesperson. Let's go. I'm in a hurry. Get it for me to try on. Yes, Mr. Zhao. This way, sire. Before she could finish, I reached out and snatched the suit. I don't like it when something I've chosen gets taken by someone else. The salesperson anxiously looked at the suit I had taken. What are you doing? This suit is entirely handmade. If you damage it, you'll have to pay the full price. I smirked and took out my phone to call Lynn. The call connected quickly. My love, did you miss me? Check who's in charge of the store in the capital. I'm in the store now. Tell them to get their ass over here to see me in 10 minutes. What's wrong? Ellen was puzzled. This was probably the smallest enterprise among all my assets, and Ellen didn't pay much attention to it. Management was delegated to subordinates. She just went to meetings every quarter to compile data and report back to me. A small matter, I said and hung up. Xiaolinger looked at me in surprise. Hui, who did you just call? Your tone sounded so authoritative. I've never seen someone put on such a good act, the salesperson scoffed. Our manager took a day off for personal matters. How could he possibly get here in 10 minutes? Get his ass over here to see you. Who do you think you are? He smirked at the salesperson. You'll find out who I am in a moment. Xiaolinger's eyes sparkled as she looked at me. From what she knew of me, there was definitely a plot twist coming. I glanced at Juji, who was glaring at me. Sorry, I also really like this suit and can't give it to you. You can choose another style. Noji glared at me angrily. I'm getting this suit today. Since childhood, no one had ever dared to compete with him for something he wanted. Whatever he liked, he had to get, no matter the means, let alone a mere suit. Doji took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. I'm done talking. Pack up the suit for me, I'm buying it. The salesperson happily took the card. Yes, Mr. Zhao. My eyes flashed. I said, this suit is not for you. The salesperson pointed at me. Sir, if you continue to cause trouble, I'll call security. He ignored her and turned to Xiaolinger. Linger, do you think Gok's suits are nice? Xiaolinger didn't understand why I was asking but answered honestly, they're beautiful. Their designers are very talented. The new suits they've released in recent years are each more exquisite than the last. He nodded. Gok's head designer was personally trained by me. Of course, his design skills are impeccable. I crossed my legs and smiled. Are you interested in being the store manager? Xiaolinger's jaw dropped. Hui, are you kidding me? Me, the store manager. I think you two are deliberately here to cause trouble. The salesperson, hearing my conversation with Xiaolinger, directly took out her phone to call mall security. Soon, the mall security guards arrived. The salesperson pointed at me and Xiaolinger. It's these two. They came in and snatched a suit worth over 100,000. They can't afford it themselves, and won't let others buy it. Seeing the situation, the security guard could only advise, Sir, if you don't return the suit, we will have to call the police. I looked at the guard. I'm taking my own suit in my own store. Even if you call the police, they can't do anything. Your store. The guard looked bewilderedly at the salesperson who had called. This person must be crazy. His store. What does this store have to do with him? Just as he finished speaking, a man and a woman rushed in from outside. Boss, why are you here? The leading woman was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking calm and capable. Probably from rushing, she was covered in sweat and panting. Just passing by, so I dropped in to have a look. He stood up and looked at the blonde woman. You're in charge of the capital region for Ga. Yes, I'm Josephine. The head office just called, and I found out you were here. Please forgive me for the poor reception. The man behind Josephine took 2 steps forward and bowed to me. Boss, hello. I am the manager of this store. I had an urgent matter and took leave, so I wasn't present. I'm very sorry for not being able to welcome you in time. The salesperson standing nearby felt a sense of dread when she saw the manager and the regional head arrive together. Now, seeing them both being so polite to me and calling me boss, her face turned pale. Could this man be the big boss? The store manager glanced at the salesperson. This gentleman is our CEO. The salesperson's eyes widened in shock. Oh no. She had just called the company's CEO a pauper and sneered that I couldn't afford the store's suits. Doji looked at me in astonishment. He never expected me to be the CEO of Gok. I didn't look like it at all. The salesperson, after learning my identity, was so scared the blood in her veins seemed to stop flowing. She bowed repeatedly, apologizing. I'm sorry, CEO. I'm so sorry. It was my mistake. Josephine glanced at the salesperson and immediately guessed she had offended the big boss. She said directly, you don't need to come in tomorrow. The salesperson's face went white. If she was fired, other high-end stores would surely not hire her. I looked at Josephine and said coldly, I remember that all Gok employees must undergo unified training before they can work. If I find this kind of snobbery and bullying in any other store again, you can stop being the regional head. Josephine bowed repeatedly. Yes, I will definitely strengthen employee training in the future. I glanced at the manager beside her and said coldly, as the manager, you let this happen. 1/4 of your bonus is deducted. Thank you, boss. The manager glanced at the salesperson, grinding his teeth in anger. He was gone for just one day, and she had caused such a huge mess, even implicating him. I looked at my watch. It was getting late, so I didn't linger. I had someone pack the suit I had chosen. I noticed the man who had been fighting with me for the suit hadn't left yet. He smirked. "Sir, if you like any other suit in the store, I can give you a discount." Doji glared at me coldly. "It's just a suit, what's so great about it?" But because I was the big boss of Gawk, he couldn't buy that suit no matter how much money he offered. This gave Yujie an unprecedented sense of defeat. It was the first time he wanted something he couldn't get. Xiaolinger sneered mockingly at Yujie. "Well, it's still better than you nouveau riche. You just wait." Yujie, defeated, shot a fierce glare at Xiaolinger and me and stormed out of the store. "You little brat, you better not let me see you again, or I'll teach you a lesson." With the annoying person gone, Xiaolinger was overjoyed. "Oh, Keihui, I really didn't expect you to be the big boss of Gawk, so does this mean I don't have to pay for Gawk suits in the future?" A raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Why would you pay for suits from your own family's brand?" I looked at Xiaolinger and patted her shoulder. "So are you interested in trying to be the head of the Gawk store in the capital?" Xiaolinger lacked confidence. "In the beginning, Josephine can guide you. It's not difficult." I paused and then smiled. "If you become the head, you'll have the chance to have Gawk's head designer custom tailor a high-end suit just for you." Hearing this, Xiaolinger's eyes lit up. "Okay, I'll try." Gawk's head designer was a genius in the fashion world. Getting a custom-made suit from him was something to brag about for a lifetime. I called Josephine over and had her exchange contact information with Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger would report to the company next Monday, and Josephine would personally guide her. If I become the person in charge here in the capital, what about Josephine? Will she see me as an enemy and not guide me properly? Xiaolinger asked quietly as we left the store. He smiled. "When you become the head here, I'll transfer her to the head office. For her, that's a promotion. Do you think she'll still not guide you properly?" "Then I'm relieved," Xiaolinger said. She had plans for the evening, so after a walk around the mall, we parted ways. I went home and looked at my phone. Still no message from Xia Yunshu. I lay down on the sofa, feeling a little disappointed. We had just officially gotten together last night, could we be breaking up this quickly? Damn woman. He slightly regretted agreeing to be with her so easily. Women are all the same. Before they have you, they're enchanting. Once they have you, they don't know how to cherish you. The more I thought about it, the more upset I became. Seeing that it was getting late, I started to get ready. "Xia Yunshu, you're ignoring me, aren't you?" "Well, you just wait." After finishing my look and changing into my suit, I was all set. At exactly 5:30, Wen Ruxu arrived on time downstairs. Wen Ruxu saw me walk out of the apartment building, a look of undisguisable surprise in her eyes. My features were handsome and refined, an absolute beauty of a man. My body proportions were impeccable. Even in casual clothes, it was hard to ignore me. Now, dressed to the nines, I was dashing, confident, and elegant, exuding a unique masculine charm that was breathtakingly handsome. I walked up to Wen Ruxu. Seeing her staring at me in a daze, I smiled. "Looks like I went a bit overboard today. It's been a long time since I've dressed up like this. My goal tonight was to be the center of attention. A certain woman was very prone to jealousy, I'd let her be jealous." Realizing her gaffe, Wen Ruxu apologized and smiled. "You look very handsome today. Thank you for the compliment." Wen Ruxu opened the car door for me. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. This charity gala was held on a grand scale. It turned out that besides business people and celebrities, many big stars from the entertainment industry were also present. A long red carpet was laid out in front of the hotel, flanked by a crowd of reporters. The sound of camera shutters was incessant. I got out of the car. As soon as we stepped onto the red carpet, we immediately attracted the gazes of everyone around. But then everyone was stunned. Why is there such a handsome man next to Wen Ruxu? Isn't she single? Many young masters in the capital are interested in her. Where did this handsome man come from? So handsome, he must be a star. On the red carpet, the man in the tailcoat had a handsome figure and charismatic presence. As he walked, his long legs were faintly visible under his trousers, both sexy and coolly charming. The moment I appeared on the red carpet, the reporters on both sides immediately turned their lenses towards me. Compared to the stars and celebrities who had just walked by, my appearance was even more stunning. I was like a bright moon suddenly appearing in the dark night, with all the stars around me merely serving as a backdrop. The moment I appeared, even the brightest star would dim. Whether it was looks or charisma, I was perfect, handsome beyond description. Neither Wen Ruxu nor I were celebrities, so we didn't deliberately stop to pose for photos on the red carpet. We quickly walked off the carpet and entered the venue. At the same time, at the Imperial Gardens Villa, Yangting looked worriedly at the busy Xiao in the kitchen. "Xia Yunshu, the charity gala is about to start. What are you doing?" Without turning her head, Xia Yunshu stirred the pot of brown sugar water. Inform them that I have something to do and can't make it. And add 10 million to the donation. Yan Ting's lips twitch. You really are something. Is the something you have to do cooking brown sugar water in the kitchen? Yan Ting sighed helplessly. Alright. She took out her phone to call the organizers. However, at that moment an entertainment news notification popped up on her screen. She accidentally clicked on it. Yan Ting's eyes widened. Yeah. Xia Yunshu. Impatiently, Xia Yunshu turned to glance at her. Although she was still a little angry, she couldn't help but care about me. She had been missing me like crazy since last night. No matter what, she had to find me and talk things out. Yan Ting walked into the kitchen with her phone. Xia Yunshu, look at this. It's Kifuei. Xia Yunshu frowned, took the phone, and her face immediately turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. In the photo, a handsome man in a tailcoat was smiling beautifully at the woman beside him. Xia Yunshu stared at the photo on Yan Ting's phone, her dark, obsidian-like eyes gradually narrowing, her whole body exuding a terrifying chill. She's at home missing me, while I'm attending a charity gala Hanan, and with Wen Ruxu, smiling so happily. This damn man. Really, well done. Seeing Xia Yunshu's face growing darker and darker, Yan Ting's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, Xia Yunshu like this is definitely furious. He Hui, you're really playing with fire. With just a slight disagreement, Xia Yunshu will. Xia Yunshu gripped the phone tightly. Yan Ting quickly backed away. He Hui, you're on your own. At the charity gala, as soon as Wen Ruxu and I entered, people came up to greet us. Wen Ruxu smiled faintly. Everyone has misunderstood. This is Kihui. We are just ordinary friends. I politely raised my glass, smiling brightly and greeting everyone. Someone looked at me in surprise. Kihui. The Kihui from Jinqing. I nodded. So it's the young master of the Qi family. A pleasure, a pleasure. I clinked glasses with them and chatted for a few sentences. Wen Ruxu then led me to our seats. Behind me, a somewhat familiar voice called out. I turned around and saw the man I had met at the mall this afternoon. I raised an eyebrow and smiled lazily. What a coincidence. Yuji looked at me, especially when he saw me wearing the suit he had liked. His eyes seemed to be on fire. He had just entered when he heard many people discussing a particularly handsome man. Tonight, he had almost become the focus of the entire party. Unexpectedly, that person was me. The suit I was wearing should have been on him. When Ruxu glanced at Juji and greeted him coolly, Mr. Zhao. Yuji pointed at me and asked, what's your relationship with him? Just friends. When Ruxu was slightly annoyed by Juji's rude gesture. Mr. Zhao, it's very impolite to point at people. Dojie snorted and walked away. I paid him no mind and looked at the front row of seats. Coincidentally, the seat in the middle of the front row had a name tag that said Xia Yunshu. It seemed Xia Yunshu was indeed on the invitation list, but I didn't know if she would come. You know Juji? When Ruxu asked. I briefly explained what had happened at the mall that afternoon. When Ruxu said, Juji and Wen Sheiji are classmates. I've met him a few times, so we're just acquaintances. He smiled. You don't need to explain to me. I don't care about Juji at all. As we were talking, we saw a young man sneakily approach Xia Yunshu's seat, remove the name tag, and replace it with another one. A closer look revealed the new name was Juji. I narrowed my eyes. I didn't expect Juji to want to get close to Xia Yunshu. When Ruxu glanced at me and said, Xia Yunshu probably won't come. I looked at her. Every year, the organizers invite Xia Yunshu, but she either has her assistant bring something to auction or donates directly. She never shows up. I nodded. This was indeed consistent with Xia Yunshu's usual style. I was about to say something when there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. Oh, it's Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu truly deserves her title as a living goddess. She's so beautiful. Hasn't Xia Yunshu never attended parties before? What brings her here today? It's just that her expression doesn't look too happy. Xia Yunshu's aura is a bit intimidating. With her overwhelming presence, Xia Yunshu stunned the entire hall. She immediately spotted me sitting not far away, chatting happily with Wen Ruxu. Tonight, I was impeccably dressed, from my suit to my hairstyle, flawless. Just sitting there, without doing anything, I could attract the gazes of countless women. Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth and was about to walk over when the person in charge of the organizers approached her. Xia Yunshu, you're here. Xia Yunshu nodded coldly, exchanged a few words with the organizer, and was then led to the VIP area. I watched Xia Yunshu walking towards me, gently swirling the red wine in my glass, and snorted proudly. She finally came. I glanced at Wen Ruxu and smiled slyly. It seems Xia Yunshu doesn't always follow the script, huh? Wen Ruxu replied, Xia Yunshu coming here is most likely because she knew you would be here. The organizer led Xia Yunshu to her seat. Xia Yunshu didn't sit down. Instead, she walked straight to my side. The position was not bad. To my left was Wen Ruxu, and to my right was a male actor. Hearing Xia Yunshu speak, he immediately stood up. If Miss Xia likes it, please take it. Thank you. Xia Yunshu didn't stand on ceremony, and sat down directly. The organizer beside them wondered, what's going on? Damn woman. I clenched my teeth. Just as I was about to take a sip of wine, the glass was snatched from my hand by Xia Yunshu. I was completely caught off guard, and only reacted after a moment. Xia Yunshu, are you insane? Xia Yunshu looked at me, her voice deep and tinged with anger. Do you have the cure? I only have the sickness. She's going to drive me crazy. The people around us looked at Xia Yunshu and me, their eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. Who is this man who dares to talk to Xia Yunshu like that? And what Xia Yunshu just said sounded like she was flirting with him. What is their relationship? I was too lazy to argue with this damn woman. If I couldn't drink, so be it. Yangting, Xia Yunshu called. Yangting, standing behind her, stepped forward, took the wine glass from Xia Yunshu's hand, and gave her a thermos. Xia Yunshu opened the lid. Xia Yunshu brought a thermos, and it's filled with brown sugar water. What on earth is going on? Isn't Xia Yunshu supposed to be cold and indifferent to men, devoid of desire? Doji looked at Xia Yunshu sitting next to me, his face contorted with anger. He had gone to great lengths to get someone to switch his seat to be next to Xia Yunshu, only for her to sit next to that bastard, me. What is their relationship? Why does Xia Yunshu care about him so much? Doji stared at me, his gaze as sharp as if it could pierce through me. No, he absolutely cannot miss this good opportunity. He must make Xia Yunshu remember him. Yangting watched everyone's reactions and smiled inwardly. In all her years with Xia Yunshu, apart from Kihuai, she had never seen Xia Yunshu treat anyone so well. I went to find him this morning, and he refused to see me. Now he wants to be coaxed. Not so easy. Just like that. Xia Yunshu said nothing. Wen Ruxu glanced at Xia Yunshu, then raised her hand to call a waiter, ordering a glass of room temperature orange juice. Drink this. Xia Yunshu stared intently at Wen Ruxu. The more she looked, the more she found her to be an eyesore. She wished she could make me disappear immediately, to vanish permanently from the face of the earth. I glanced at Xia Yunshu and accepted the glass of orange juice from Wen Ruxu. Thank you. Xia Yunshu's eyes narrowed dangerously. The anger simmering in her chest had reached the brink of exploding. Is the orange juice that good? Hello, Xia Yunshu. Just then, Juji sat down in the seat next to Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu shot him a cold glance but said nothing. We met at the bar last time, Juji said, looking at Xia Yunshu with a faint awkwardness. I even dirtied your clothes back then. I'm truly sorry. Xia Yunshu frowned, remembering he was the person from the candid photo taken of her at the bar. It seemed to have been when he walked past her. Doji stared at Xia Yunshu, quietly inching closer. Do you remember me, Xia Yunshu? No impression, Xia Yunshu said coldly. It was time for the charity gala to begin. I suddenly remembered something and asked Wen Ruxu, does everyone attending this charity gala have to bring an item for auction? That's right. This time, our Wen family has brought a calligraphy painting from my grandfather's collection. Grandpa Wan loves calligraphy and has collected many valuable paintings. He chose one of them for tonight's charity gala. I thought for a moment, and took off the ring on my index finger. Since it's for charity, I'd like to contribute as well. I'll donate this ring. This ring was something I had casually picked to match my suit today. The diamond on it is a rare, natural yellow diamond, with a current market value estimated to be close to 8 figures. Xia Yunshu looked at the ring I took off, her gaze deepening. Wen Ruxu called a staff member over to register the donation, and handed them the ring. A short while later, the charity gala officially began. I looked at the program and noticed that Chen Xinyu was a guest performer. She would go on stage to sing during the intermission later. After the leaders' speeches, the auction began. Everyone present was a well-known figure or a tycoon, and the donated items were all valuable. After all, this was not just about doing charity and showing corporate love, but also about winning honor for their families. Everyone was curious about what Xia Yunshu would donate. On stage, Old Master Wang's donated item was being auctioned. After a few rounds of bidding, the Ming Dynasty landscape painting was sold for 10 million. This was the first donated item to sell for over 10 million tonight. I was very curious to see what Xia Yunshu would donate. The next item for auction comes from Qi Huai of the Qi family in Jinqing. It is a diamond ring, the host announced on stage. A spotlight shone on me. The large screen on the stage immediately switched to my image. I smiled and waved at the screen. Thank you, Qi Huai, for your generous donation of this extremely rare natural yellow diamond ring. The starting price is 3 million. Let the bidding begin. Natural yellow diamonds are already rare, let alone one of such a large carat. Thus, as soon as the auction began, people continuously raised their paddles. The starting price of 3 million was much lower than the market price, so many people participated. Soon, someone had bid as high as 8 million. Doji also raised his paddle twice. He quite liked this diamond ring and wanted to buy it, but unfortunately, too many people raised the price afterward, far exceeding his budget, so he had to give up. It seems this ring is very popular. I wonder who will end up with it. Wen Ruxu said, seeing how well received my donated ring was. He smiled. This is my favorite yellow diamond ring. Wen Ruxu raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then lifted her paddle. A million. I was startled. Wen Ruxu, what are you doing? Wen Ruxu smiled at me. How could I bear to let someone else buy your favorite thing? He smirked. I really wanted to say it wasn't necessary. I have many more yellow diamond rings like this. A million. 9 million going twice. Just as the host was about to call it for the third time, a familiar voice rang out. 10 million. The host excitedly looked towards Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu bids 10 million. Is there any higher bid? I turned to look at Xia Yunshu and met her deep, dark eyes. The corner of my lips curled up. You like this ring too, Xia Yunshu? Xia Yunshu suppressed the anger in her heart. She hadn't intended to bid. Anyone could buy this ring, except for Wen Ruxu. From Wen Ruxu's tone just now, if she bought the ring, she would surely give it to me immediately. Xia Yunshu couldn't stand that. I snorted coldly. I'm not a worm in your stomach. Is there any higher bid? 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. Just when everyone thought the ring would be bought by Xia Yunshu for 10 million, Wen Ruxu raised her paddle again. 11 million. I looked at Wen Ruxu in surprise. Was she planning to go head-to-head with Xia Yunshu? Wen Ruxu gave me a mysterious smile but said nothing. Xia Yunshu let out a cold laugh. 12 million. She was determined to get this ring. The bidding continued. Wen Ruxu, 13 million. Xia Yunshu, 15 million. I shook my head at Wen Ruxu and lowered my voice. Don't raise the price anymore. It's not worth it. Although the money was for charity, no one's money grows on trees. This ring was worth at most 10 million. Bidding any higher was not worth it. Wen Ruxu nodded and didn't raise the price again. In fact, from the moment Xia Yunshu started bidding, she knew the ring would ultimately be bought by her. Wen Ruxu had only followed Xia Yunshu's bids a few times to successfully drive the price up. Even if she couldn't get the ring, she couldn't let Xia Yunshu get it too easily. 15 million going once, 15 million going twice, 15 million going 3 times, sold. Congratulations to Xia Yunshu, and thank you, Xia Yunshu, for your contribution to charity. Yangting followed a staff member to complete the procedures and quickly brought back the ring I had donated. Xia Yunshu took the box. Duji stared at the box in Xia Yunshu's hand, his eyes lighting up. He asked in a sweet voice, this ring is so beautiful. Can I take a look? Xia Yunshu opened the box. The pigeon egg-ized yellow diamond sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Whoa, it's gorgeous. Juji thought Xia Yunshu opened the box for him to see, and was about to lean in for a closer look. However, in that instant, Xia Yunshu took the ring out with one hand, grabbed my right hand with the other, and slipped the ring onto my middle finger. The stage camera happened to be panning across the audience. The director, having accidentally captured this scene, immediately zoomed in for a close-up. Whoa, the crowd erupted in shock. Oh my god, I must be blind. What did I just see? Seo Xia just put the ring she won on Mr. Kai's hand. Did you guys notice? She put it on his middle finger. Is Seo Xia proposing to Mr. Kai? So, Xia Yunshu bid for this ring to give it to Mr. K. Are they in a relationship? I hadn't even had time to react before Xia Yunshu forcefully grabbed my hand and put the ring on. What are you doing? With the camera on me, I couldn't get angry and could only glare at Xia Yunshu. She fiddled with my hand and smiled slyly. It fits perfectly. It looks a bit better on the middle finger. Of course, Xia Yunshu knew that Wen Ruxu had deliberately driven up the price earlier. She naturally considered her own actions as a way to make the item I donated sell for a high price, giving me more prestige. Her item was indeed worth a fortune. I looked at Xia Yunshu coldly, my expression ugly. What do you mean by this? Didn't she know you can't just give rings to people casually? And she put it on my middle finger. Didn't she know what that meant? Xia Yunshu held my hand. Our fingers intertwined. In this life, I don't want you to accept a ring from anyone but me. In this world, the only person who can put a ring on your finger is me. I pursed my lips, 100 emotions swirling in my heart, leaving me speechless. A little bit of grievance, a little bit of annoyance, and a little bit of joy. If that's the case, then why didn't she see me when I went to find her this morning? She clearly misunderstood on her own and didn't even give me a chance to explain, not contacting me all day. I snorted arrogantly, a woman's words are deceiving. Xia Yunshu held my hand, and seeing that I was no longer struggling, she breathed a sigh of relief. Duji looked at our intertwined hands, clenching his phone, wishing he could rush over and tear my face apart. This bastard stole the suit he had his eye on, and now he dared to steal the woman he had his eye on. He would absolutely not let this bastard go. The subsequent auction items all had their own unique charm, but my mind was no longer on them. I just wanted this to end quickly so I could take Xia Yunshu somewhere without people and teach her a lesson. Next was the final auction item, a suit white jade pendant. This item was donated by the Xia group. Starting price, 5 million. My whole body stiffened. At this moment, the large screen on the stage switched to the jade pendant on Miss Lee's tray. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. The pendant was only the size of a cherry, perfectly round and milky white. Under the lights, it shimmered with a faint rainbow-colored glow. One could vaguely see 2 characters carved on it. Xia Yunshu frowned and turned to Yamting. What's going on? The item the Xia group donated wasn't this. Yamting was also stunned. I clearly remember the item I brought for auction was the antique vase that Seo Xia bought at a high price abroad the year before last. How did it turn into a jade pendant? Not daring to delay, Yamting immediately stood up and said to Xia Yunshu, I'll go check right now. Xia Yunshu stared at the pendant on the stage, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. This pendant seemed to be. While she was thinking, I suddenly pulled my hand away from hers and shot to my feet. 10 million, the crowd buzzed. I was the first to bid, raising the price by 5 million in one go. People couldn't help but wonder what was so special about this jade pendant. I stared at the pendant on the stage, my fists clenched, my face filled with anger. That was my pendant. 5 years ago, when Xia Yunshu and I got married, I gave this pendant to her. At that time, because of my amnesia, I didn't know how important this pendant was to me. After regaining my memory, I asked for it back from Xia Yunshu, but she said she couldn't find it. I never expected to find it here today. Didn't Xia Yunshu say she couldn't find it? If she couldn't find it, how did it appear here? Or had she completely forgotten that this pendant was my wedding gift to her? It was the only valuable thing I had on me at the time. I wanted to give her the best, but in the end. Tifue. Xia Yunshu reached out to take my hand. I violently shook her hand off. Don't touch me. Everyone was stunned. I dared to shout at Xia Yunshu. How arrogant, Mr. Kai is truly impressive. Xia Yunshu froze, instantly guessing why I was so furious. Tifue, listen to my explanation. Tifue, are you okay? Wen Ruxu also noticed my unusual behavior, and asked softly. Realizing I had lost my composure, I took a deep breath and sat back down. He smiled at Wen Ruxu. I'm fine. Then I turned to Xia Yunshu with a cold, mocking gaze. Xia Yunshu, no need to explain. It's yours to do with as you please. If you had even a shred of affection for me, you wouldn't have donated the thing I gave you. My opening bid had already pushed the pendant's price from 5 million to 10 million. Everyone could see my determination, and no one else bid. Unsurprisingly, the pendant was bought by me. After the charity auction ended, there was a cocktail party. I was in no mood to attend. After receiving the pendant, I prepared to leave. Xia Yunshu ran up and blocked my way. I looked at her coldly. Xia Yunshu, what do you want to explain? That you don't know why this pendant appeared at the charity auction? Or that you completely forgot this pendant was the wedding gift I gave you? The words wedding gift were stuck in my throat. After all, they were already divorced. I really don't know why this pendant appeared here, Tifue. Don't say any more, I don't want to hear it. I felt a lump in my throat and didn't want to listen to her nonsense. I pushed her aside directly. I don't want to listen. Get out of my way. Before I could finish my sentence, my body was lifted off the ground. Xia Yunshu, ignoring the surrounding stares, directly carried me in her arms and walked out, saying domineeringly, if you don't want to listen now, we'll go home and talk slowly. Xia Yunshu, let me go. I was furious. With so many people watching, she was carrying me away like this. She might not care about her reputation, but I did. Xia Yunshu, don't think I won't dare to get physical with you. Then you can try. Outside the hotel, Yamting hurriedly ran up and opened the car door. I reacted extremely quickly, rolling across the seat to the other side, swiftly opening the other door, and jumping out. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. At that moment, a black sedan sped up from behind them. I quickly opened the car door, jumped in, and the car sped away. Yamting stood by, stunned. Xiao. Should we follow? The car just now seemed to belong to Wen Ruxu. Xia Yunshu clenched her fists, opened her car door, and said, follow them. I got in the car and looked at Wen Ruxu, who was driving, with a wary smile. So tired. Wen Ruxu glanced at my foot. What happened to your foot? I twisted it a bit. I was running too fast just now and twisted it when I jumped out of the car. Wen Ruxu frowned. Is it serious? Do we need to go to the hospital? No need. Just take me home. A little ice pack at home will do. Wen Ruxu drove, looking in the rearview mirror. Xia Yunshu seems to be following. I lowered the window and looked in the side mirror. Xia Yunshu's car was indeed following behind. Ignore her. I'm upset right now and don't want to see her at all. Wen Ruxu glanced at me. So should I take you home now or to my place? Just home. I just want to go home and sleep, and throw all the annoying things and annoying people far away. Wen Ruxu tried to find a topic of conversation. Oh, right. Why did you buy that pendant earlier? That pendant was originally mine. When I married Xie Yunshu, I gave it to her as a wedding gift. Mentioning this made me angry again. That damn woman, Xie Yunshu, is completely unworthy. I looked out the window, trying to hold back the sour feeling in my nose. So that's how it is. I took the pendant out of my pocket. The jade was translucent and cool to the touch, warming up after a moment in my hand. The two characters carved on it became clearer. This piece of jade was all I had. Many people coveted it, but unfortunately, some people don't know how to cherish things. I laughed bitterly. If they knew this jade was auctioned for 5 million, they'd probably cough up blood from anger. Don't lose it again in the future. Soon, the car stopped in front of my apartment building. Before getting out, I looked in the rearview mirror. Xie Yunshu's car was parked across the street. It seemed she didn't intend to get out. That was good. Less trouble. Goodbye, Wen Ruxu. I went upstairs. As soon as I entered my apartment, my phone rang. It was a call from Aline. I answered, and before I could say anything, Aline's roar came through the phone. Ahoy, are you crazy? You actually put Yase up for auction. Did you get your head stuck in a door? He frowned. Isn't she abroad? How did she know so quickly? How did you know? I asked, looking at the pendant in my hand. Yasai was the name of this jade pendant, a secret treasure of the hidden world of Yazai. No one would have guessed that this small pendant was the token of the hidden sect. I saw a friend post about some rich kid in the capital, saying there was some charity gala tonight in the capital. I poured myself a glass of water and said nonchalantly, don't worry, I've bought Yasei back. What on earth happened? I thought for a moment, and briefly explained why the pendant appeared at the auction. I knew it was that bitch Xie Yunshu. Ahoy, even though I'm a woman, I have to remind you, you can't believe a word women say. You're destined for great things. Women will only slow down the speed at which you draw your sword. I gave a wry laugh. From your tone, it sounds like I should be alone for the rest of my life. Aline laughed flatteringly. Not necessarily alone for life. Don't you still have me? We've known each other for so many years and understand each other so well. Being together wouldn't be bad. Ahoy, just nod, and I'll give you a grand wedding right away. Get lost. Aline huffed indignantly. It's the first time I've proposed to someone, and this is how you treat me. Don't be so fickle. This young lady was born to be fickle. If I'm not fickle, I can't live. I rolled my eyes. Let's get down to business. Do something for me. Speak. There's a development project in the northern suburbs of the capital. In need. If Xie Yunxi wouldn't help me, I could only find a way myself. If that's the case, your other identity will definitely be exposed. Is the Kai group preparing to enter the capital's market? Is this grandfather's idea? Alright, I'll have it done for you within 2 days. Thanks for your hard work. Don't give me that empty talk. If you really feel bad for me, then come back soon. I'm busy as hell. These old geezers keep finding excuses to cause trouble every day. It's so annoying. Aline paused for a moment, then said, Ahoy, don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't come back soon, these old geezers will ruin your entire enterprise. He frowned. What happened? Yesterday, I dealt with a trader. He stole your medicine formula, and sold it for a high price on the black market. I haven't found the buyer's information yet, but don't worry, I'll get the formula back for you sooner or later. May's eyes narrowed dangerously. These old fools who don't know their place have already set their sights on my things. It seems it's time to go back and sort things out. I said, I'll be back as soon as this project is done. Okay. Meanwhile, downstairs in the apartment building, Xie Yunshu sat in her car, looking at the building in front of her. I was on the 26th floor. From here, she could only see that the balcony light was on. Xie Yunshu bit her lip, her hands leaving her knees and clenching into fists, as if she was trying hard to restrain something. Xiao Xia, aren't you going up? Yangting asked carefully. Xie Yunshu wanted to go up and find me, but her mood was extremely bad right now. Her anger was on the verge of exploding, and I was also angry. If she went up, she would definitely argue with me. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her emotions and would hurt me. Xie Yunshu took a deep breath, her entire body exuding a frighteningly cold aura, enveloped in violent, negative emotions. She had never been so conflicted, wanting to approach someone like crazy but not daring to. Back to the company, Xie Yunshu said to the driver. Perhaps work could help her divert her attention and relax her emotions. On the way to the company, Yangting received a call, said a few words, and hung up. Yangting turned to look at Xie Yunshu. Xiao Xia, we found out. The donated item was switched by Xie Jingchuan. Xie Yunshu's lips curled into a smirk, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. How did that pendant end up in his hands? This, Yangting also didn't know. Xie Yunshu's eyes narrowed dangerously, and she suddenly remembered something. After she and I first got married, they lived in the old villa for about a month. When I gave her the pendant, they were at the old villa. The pendant was probably casually left by her in a drawer in the bedroom of the old villa. No wonder when I asked her for the pendant later, she couldn't find it after searching all over the bedroom and study at the Imperial View Villa. It turned out to be at the old villa. If so, then Xie Jingchuan had been in her bedroom at the old villa. Otherwise, how could he have gotten the pendant? The next morning, I woke up with dark circles under my eyes, feeling unwell all over. The feeling of being sleepless until dawn was not pleasant at all. I found a red string, threaded the Yassi pendant I had retrieved, and wore it around my neck. It looked like a simple accessory, not too eye-catching. After breakfast I received a message from Shin Simu, asking if I had time to do a follow-up checkup for Tang Heng today. I was planning to go to Old Master Wang's for acupuncture this afternoon anyway, so I scheduled it with her for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After the checkup for Tang Heng, I could go straight to the One family's house. At noon, I arrived at the Tang family's house. Shen Simu was also there. Hearing from the maid that I had arrived, she immediately ran out. "Tihuai, you're here. Please come in." Everyone in the Tang family was very polite to me. Tang Hen's leg had been checked for nearly 2 months and was recovering quite well. He could walk a short distance with crutches. Full recovery would still take some time. I examined Tang Hen carefully and found that his condition was much better than I had expected. The recovery is not bad. It seems you've been persistent with rehabilitation exercises and acupressure massage. If you continue like this, you should be able to fully recover in 3 months at most. Hearing me say this, Tang Hen breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. "That's great." Shen Simu looked at Tang Hen and said emotionally. Mrs. Tang held my hand. "Thank you. And Simu, too. You've worked so hard during this time. Whenever you have free time, you come over to give Tang Hen acupressure massage. His leg recovering so quickly is half your credit." Shen Simu secretly glanced at Tang Hen, her face full of smiles. "Auntie, you're too kind. This is what I should do." The Tang and Shen families were neighbors, and the two families had a good relationship. Mrs. Tang had watched Shen Simu grow up and knew she had feelings for Tang Hen. She had tried to play matchmaker for them many times, but unfortunately, she had given birth to a son as dense as a block of wood who didn't understand. The mother was worried sick. From now on you can do some more difficult rehabilitation exercises, but remember not to rush. Take it step by step. Besides acupressure massage, you can also soak your feet in traditional Chinese medicine, which is also very good for your leg. I took out a pen and paper from my medical kit. I'll write you a prescription. You can get it from a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. Boil it for half an hour, let it cool a bit, and when it's not too hot, you can soak your feet. I finished writing the prescription and handed it to Mrs. Tang. "Okay, thank you, Dr. Kai. I'll have someone get the medicine right away." Mrs. Tang took the prescription, glanced at it, and sent someone to get the medicine. After checking on Tang Hen, I prepared to leave. "Dr. Kai, tonight is old Master Xia's 60th birthday. Are you going to offer your congratulations?" Shen Simu asked. I was taken aback, only then remembering that today was Xie Ziming's birthday. "No. You're not going. I thought you would. After all, you and Xie Yunshu are so close." Shen Simu was also at the charity auction last night as a guest performer. Her seat was a bit far from mine, so she didn't come over to say hello. When the auction ended, she was about to come over, but I had already left. Hearing that I was going to the One family's house for acupuncture for Mr. Wen later, Shen Simu quickly said, "That's perfect, I'm going that way too. Let me give you a ride." I nodded, not refusing. "Wait for me for a moment, I'll go upstairs to say goodbye to Tang Heng." Shen Simu happily ran upstairs like a little rabbit. Upstairs, Tang Heng was in a wheelchair, reading documents. "Tang Heng, I have an interview this afternoon, so I have to go back to the company. Tonight, I have to attend old Master Xia's 60th birthday. Uncle and auntie are also going. You'll be home alone. If you're bored, you can watch my new movie. I'll try to come back early to give you a massage," Shen Simu said in one breath, her eyes and heart filled only with the man in front of her, the man she had been infatuated with for more than 10 years. Tang Hen looked at Shen Simu, put down the document in his hand, his eyes complex and helpless. Shen Simu. Shen Simu immediately went to his side, getting closer. "Do you want some water? I'll go get it for you." "No," Tang Hen looked at Shen Simu, his voice cold. "Go do whatever you want. You don't need to come and tell me specifically. I don't care, and it doesn't matter to me. Also, I'm telling you for the last time, you don't need to come and give me massages anymore. I don't need it." The first day Shen Simu came to give him a massage, he had already said he didn't need it. Unfortunately, his limbs were inconvenient, and he couldn't refuse her at all. She was the princess cherished by the Shen family, a dazzling star with millions of fans in the entertainment industry. These things were not what she should be doing. Shen Simu said, "Dr. Kai also said just now that acupressure massage is very effective for your leg's recovery. You can't skip it. I will hire a professional master to do it. It won't bother you anymore. It's no trouble at all. I don't find it troublesome in the slightest. Besides, I'm a professional too, and I don't even charge you." To give Tang Hen massages, she had turned down 2 variety shows and specifically spent time learning from a traditional Chinese medicine master. The master who taught her massage and acupressure said she was a fast learner and could open her own shop. Tang Heng took a deep breath. Shen Xinyu, can you please not waste your time on me? Go do what you should be doing. Shen Xinyu bit her lower lip. I don't feel like this is a waste of time. As long as it's related to you, it's not a waste of time. Tang Heng said sternly and coldly. I said I don't need it. Later, I will tell the maid not to open the door for you anymore. Shen Xinyu was angered by him. Do you hate me that much? Tang Heng's lips curved into a sneer. You're only just realizing that now. Shen Xinyu's back stiffened, speechless. Was she really that hateful? Shen Xinyu held back her tears and ran out. Tang Heng watched her leave, his hands clenched into fists. Tang Heng, you should have done this a long time ago. Don't you understand her personality? The more she can't have something, the more she wants it. Her feelings for you are not genuine at all. To her, you are just a difficult goal to conquer. Once she gets you, the only outcome is to be thrown away like an old shoe. In that case, don't be soft-hearted. Letting her know when to retreat is the best outcome. Shen Xinyu ran downstairs. She didn't show her emotions in front of her uncle and aunt. After saying goodbye to them, she pulled me out of the Tang family's house. As soon as we got in the car, Shen Xinyu burst into tears. That bastard Tang Heng. He said he hates me. Why? I treat him so well. I'm even willing to sacrifice my life for him. I'm a goddess in the hearts of millions of fans. So many people pursue me, and I don't even bother to look at them. Yet the person I like says he hates me. Shen Xinyu was heartbroken. Hearing her words, I was startled. Shen Xinyu's feelings for Tang Heng now were exactly like my feelings for Xia Yunshu in the past. Even willing to sacrifice her life. I patted Shen Xinyu's shoulder. I don't know how to comfort you. As someone who has been through it, I just want to say, never take your own life so lightly, and especially not for someone who isn't worth it. Shen Xinyu wiped her eyes and asked, what do you mean? Shen Xinyu, in this world, apart from life and death, everything else is a small matter. If you don't have your life, how can you love anyone else? Shen Xinyu nodded as if she understood but didn't fully grasp it. Of course, she knew that life was important, but Tang Heng was just as important in her heart. He was like her life. For some reason, Shen Xinyu felt that my eyes were even sadder than hers. Dr. Kai, you said you've been through it. Did you used to love someone like that too? I thought for a moment and nodded. After regaining my memories, I had loved Xia Yunshu like that before. Actually, I still love Xia Yunshu now, just more soberly, not as blindly as before. I know how to stop in time for unworthy feelings. Shen Xinyu looked at me cautiously and asked, the person you love is Xia Yunshu, right? My eyes flickered, and I looked at Shen Xinyu with an amused expression. Aren't we talking about you? Why did it turn to me? I'm just curious, Shen Xinyu said, her eyes turning red again. Dr. Kai, tell me, am I not pretty? Is my figure not good? Why doesn't Tang Heng like me? The whole capital knows I've liked him since I was a child. People used to mock me for being his little puppy follower. I accepted that. I've pursued him since high school. Then he joined the army to avoid me. But I still didn't want to give up. All these years, I've been quietly waiting for him. He finally came back, only to be injured. To give him massages, I even went to learn professional massage techniques. Look at my hands, they're full of calluses. What female celebrity has hands as rough as if she's just been digging in the dirt? My manager scolds me every day for this. I've done so much for him, and him. Thinking of Tang Heng's attitude towards her, Shen Xinyu's heart itched again. I've pursued him for so many years. Even if he were an iceberg, he should have melted by now, right? I patted Shen Xinyu's shoulder. There's a saying that goes, you can never wake a person who is pretending to be asleep. Someone who doesn't like you, no matter how well you treat them or how much you do for them, they won't be moved. They might even see it as a burden in their eyes. Is that true? The more Shen Xinyu listened to me, the more her heart itched. Dr. Kai, are you comforting me? Why do I feel even more heartbroken after hearing this? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Helping you see the truth is also a way of comforting. After all, you've pursued Tang Heng for so many years. As you said, an iceberg should have melted by now. His attitude is enough to trample on your feelings. Shen Xinyu's eyes were full of unwillingness. But what if Tang Heng is a very, very big iceberg? What if it just takes longer to melt? To be able to think like that, how much must she love Tang Heng? Shen Xinyu lowered her head. I always feel that if I just try a little harder, maybe he'll like me. Suddenly, her shoulder felt a weight. Shen Xinyu looked up and saw me smiling at her. In that case, then you should try a little harder. Maybe Tang Heng will be moved by you. Since she liked him so much, I might as well encourage her to try one more time. Maybe she would be luckier than me. Hearing me say this, Shen Xinyu's eyes lit up, and she stopped crying. I think so too. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xinyu said again, but he was really too much just now. I've decided not to pay attention to him for the next few days. I'll give him the cold shoulder for a few days. I have a temper too, you know. Shen Simu's personality was very compatible with mine. Although she was in the entertainment industry, she had a pure heart. When interacting with others, she was very approachable and had a great personality. He smiled and nodded. That's right. You can't spoil them too much. Exactly, Shen Simu nodded. Then she remembered what she had heard at the charity gala last night, and asked curiously, Dr. Kai, did you and Xie Yunshu have a fight? If not, as Xie Yunshu's boyfriend, why wouldn't you go to the Xie family's house on such an important day? Also, I heard that after the auction ended last night, you and Xie Yunshu seemed to be a little unhappy. Mentioning Xie Yunshu made me angry again. I nodded without saying anything. You two aren't breaking up, are you? Shen Simu asked. He frowned. I didn't know how to describe the relationship between Xie Yunshu and me. Girlfriend. We had just said we were together for less than an hour before we parted on bad terms. Last night, when she put the yellow diamond ring on my hand, I wasn't that angry anymore. I was planning to talk to her clearly after the party ended, and explain the misunderstanding from the past few days. Who knew that would happen afterward? At that moment, I was so angry I wanted to hit someone. But after a night of calming down, I didn't seem to be that angry anymore. What made me angry now was that Xie Yunshu hadn't contacted me at all today. Doesn't she want to explain anymore? Seeing me not speaking, Shen Simu thought her guess was correct. Oh, it seems it's not a good time for relationships recently. Dr. Kai, you actually still like Xie Yunshu a lot, don't you? My eyes flickered. He smiled at Shen Simu. How do you know? I can tell. Last time on the plane, when Xie Yunshu fell asleep, I saw you cover her with a blanket, and then just kept looking at her. That look in your eyes. If you say you don't like her, I'll eat this whole car. Although I don't have much experience in love, I know how to act. That look in your eyes, I could tell at a glance it was genuine affection. It can't be fate. I gave a wry laugh and said nothing. At the Xia family residence, guests were gathered. Jia Jingjuan was wearing a dark gray formal suit with a purple and gold corsage pinned to his chest. He stood at the door as the host, greeting guests and chatting happily. Why don't he see Xie Yunshu? That's right, I only see the second young master Xia in the front hall greeting guests. I don't see any sign of Xie Yunshu. Is she not coming tonight? Probably not. After all, it's her father's birthday today. As the eldest daughter, she can't not show up. That's true. I wonder if there will be a showdown when Seo Xia and Xie Jingshuan meet later. Probably not. After all, this is his birthday party. No matter how much they don't get along, they will restrain themselves on this occasion. Let's wait and see. The Xia family is still headed by Xia Zeming. On his birthday party, he lets an illegitimate son of unknown origin greet the guests. You can see what Xia Zeming is planning. In high society, illegitimate children were generally looked down upon. But with the Xia family's actions, no one dared to show it. After all, the Xia family was the head of the powerful families in the capital. If Xia Zeming was determined to promote Xie Jingshuan, no one in high society would dare to look down on him in the future. Therefore, even if they looked down on Xie Jingshuan in their hearts, everyone still put on a happy face. Many people had even started to flatter and curry favor with him. Just as the party was about to start, Xie Yunshu and Xie Linger finally arrived. Initially, Xie Linger didn't want to come back. After all, Xia Zeming had said last time that if she dared to leave with Xie Yunshu, she should never come back to this house again. She also had her pride and didn't need this home. The reason she came back with Xie Yunshu was mainly because she heard from Yang Ting that Xie Yunshu had a fight with me and was in a very bad mood. Xia Linger was worried something would happen to her, so she followed. Moreover, on an occasion like this, Xia Linger was also worried her father would cause trouble. Seeing Xie Yunshu and Xia Linger return, Xiu Shiwei secretly snorted. With a smile that was both reproachful and happy, she walked over. Yunshu, didn't I tell you? On such an important day, why are you so late? The company has a lot of work. It's understandable for my elder sister to be a little late. Xie Jingshuan also came over, looking at Xie Yunshu with a gentle and refined expression. Hearing Xie Jingshuan's words, Xiu Shiwei frowned. Even so, you have to consider the situation. Today is your father's 60th birthday. She glanced at Xie Yunshu. So thoughtless. The corner of Xie Jingshuan's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes on Xie Yunshu with an innocent look. Xia Linger gritted her teeth and glared at Xie Jingshuan. Was he deliberately causing trouble? On the surface, it seemed like he was helping, but in reality, he was fanning the flames. A typical two-faced person. Xie Yunshu met Xie Jingshuan's gaze, her beautiful chin slightly raised, her eyes arrogant and cold, her entire body exuding a natural nobility and composure. She let out a cold laugh, her voice lazy. With him here, isn't that enough? What does it matter whether I come or not? What are you talking about? Xiu Shiwei lowered her voice and scolded. So many people are watching. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? Xia Jingshuan smiled and said, Elder sister, don't misunderstand. Xia Yunshu stared at him with sharp eyes, her face cold, interrupting him. Don't call me that. Since when were you my younger brother? Her words were not loud, but just loud enough for the people around to hear. The smile on Xie Jingxuan's face stiffened for a moment, but he quickly returned to his usual gentle demeanor, smiling without saying a word. Chu Shiwei frowned. Yunshu, how can you talk like that? Jingxuan is your younger brother. Xia Yunshu looked at Chu Shiwei with a cold gaze. Stepmother, you are truly generous. Chu Shiwei immediately understood the meaning behind Xia Yunshu's words, but at this moment, she could only glare and swallow her anger, unable to let it out. Chu Shiwei glared at Xia Yunshu, then turned to Xie Jingxuan. Based on the synopsis for the story Lost Her Memory because she saved the female director's life, she immediately repaid me with her body. Here is the provided text written in English with the corresponding character names. Tenshoin, it's time. Go call your father, Helinni said, looking at Van Thum and lowering her voice to ask softly, why do I feel like mom treats Shoyan too well? It would have been a blessing if she wasn't angry that her husband brought home an illegitimate child. But now, she's so biased towards him, even helping him scold her own daughter. Helinni really wanted to ask if she had been hit in the head by a door. Van Thu smirked coldly, her expression distant and aloof. Miss Ha, long time no see. At that moment, a refined-looking man approached. Vuan Haothan. As soon as Helinni saw him, she stepped back behind Van Thu, not wanting to get close. Miss Ha seems to be very afraid of me. Vuan Haothan was a little displeased to see Helinni avoiding him. Ever since he met Helinni at a bar half a month ago, he hadn't been able to forget her. After investigating, he found out she was the second daughter of the Ha family. Coincidentally, the Vuan family had some business they wanted to cooperate on with the Ha family, so Vuan Hao then proposed the idea of a marriage alliance to his family. The Ha family had initially agreed and planned to announce their engagement today, but they suddenly changed their minds. Van Thu glanced at Vuan Hao then with a cold, warning look. Stay away from my sister. Vuan Hao then smiled and nodded. Van Thu, have I offended you in any way? He wanted to curry favor with Van Thu, how could he dare to offend her? Van Thu snorted coldly without a word and led Helinni away. As soon as Vuan Hao then left, Shu Tuve walked over. Madam Ha, it seems Van Thu really dislikes me. Shu Tuve hesitated for a moment, her expression troubled. Perhaps it's because you want to marry Helinni. Vuan Hao then wasn't a fool. Seeing Shu Tuve's hesitant expression, coupled with the Ha family's sudden change of heart about the marriage, he immediately understood. He sneered, so that's the reason. Van Thu looks down on me, thinking I'm not worthy of her sister. Vuan Hao then stared at Van Thu's retreating back, his eyes turning dark and cold. After greeting the guests, Van Thu went to the living room. The trash men, and some elders of the Ha family were discussing matters inside. Kan Shuan was also present. As Van Thu entered, she overheard them talking about some shares. The moment he saw Van Thu, Trachman stopped talking. Van Thu stood at the door, her voice cold. The party is about to start. Dad, everyone, please come to the main hall. Trachman looked at her, and said coolly, all right. As the host of the birthday party, Trachman was immediately surrounded by people offering their congratulations the moment he appeared. After thanking everyone, Trachman sat at the main table. The main table was filled with family relatives. Van Thu sat to Trachman's left, Shu Tuve to his right, and Akan Shoyan next to Chu Tuvai. The tables next to the main one were for respected members of the Ha clan, and prominent figures from the capital. Akan Shoyan glanced at the wine glass in front of Van Thu, a barely perceptible smile flashing in his eyes. After they had been seated for a while, members of the Ha clan came up one by one to present their birthday gifts. Given Trachman his status, there was nothing he hadn't seen. Most of the gifts were antiques and calligraphy, nothing new. Trachman smiled politely, not paying them much mind. Shu Tuve glanced at Hakan Shoyan and asked with a smile, Ken Shoyan, what gift did you prepare? Hakan Shoyan stood up, carried a gift box to Trachman, and said respectfully and obediently, this is a jade pendant I carved myself for you, Dad. I wish you good health, happiness, and a long life like the pines. Helinni pursed her lips, looking at the brocade box in Hakim Shoyan's hand. Just from the box, she could tell the jade inside must be very expensive. And he had carved it himself. It was very thoughtful. Trachman smiled and took the box, opening it to look. Inside was a palm-sized green jadeite, carved with a lifelike pine tree. Trachman his eyes lit up with joy. This is excellent jade. Ken Shoyan, did you really carve this pine tree yourself? Clearly, Trachman was very pleased with this birthday gift. Hakan Shoyan nodded. Yes. Shu Tuvai also leaned in to look at the gift and praised, carving jade like this is very difficult. To be able to carve it so beautifully, Ken Shoyan is truly thoughtful. Then, she glanced at Van Thu, who was sitting silently. Van Thu, it's your father's birthday. Didn't you prepare a gift? Van Thu gently swirled the red wine in her glass, took a sip, and said nonchalantly, I was too busy, I forgot. Chutuvei and Hatrashman were both stunned. Although Chutuvei had asked, she hadn't expected Havanthu to have prepared nothing at all, and to say it so casually. Everyone at the table looked at Havanthu with unreadable expressions. As the eldest daughter, to not prepare anything for her father's birthday party was truly improper. Under everyone's gaze, Havanthu stood up with her wine glass. "Dad, I toast you. Happy birthday. May all your wishes come true." Havanthu knew exactly what Hatrashman was thinking. He wanted to prop up Akenshoyan, this illegitimate son, to oppose her. Would she let him have his way? After a pause, Havanthu added 4 more words, boundless future blessings. Hatrashman gripped his wine glass, his face dark and gloomy. Anger flared within him, but today was his birthday party, and with so many people watching, he couldn't lose his temper. He could only scowl, nod, and take a sip of wine. "In that case, since you're so busy, let Kenshoyan share some of the company's workload with you from now on." As soon as Hatrashman said this, everyone at the table looked towards Havanthu. Although the Ha family was led by Hatrashman, the company was under Havanthu's control. She held 20 of the shares. After their grandfather passed away, his 20 was divided, with Havanthu receiving 15 and Halinne 5. Halinne had given all her shares to Havanthu. Combined with the shares Havanthu had acquired over the years, she now held a total of 46 of the company's shares. Hatrashman only held 20, and though it wasn't even half of Havanthu's stake, he was still the second largest shareholder. Everyone's eyes shifted between Hakeneshoyan and Havanthu. Havanthu sat down, her cold gaze sweeping over Hakeneshoyan. "Dad, you want him to join the company?" "Yes. You're getting older and don't want to manage the company anymore. It's too much for you alone. I don't want you to be too tired. With Hakeneshoyan helping, the two of you can work together to help the company grow." A smile played on Hakeneshoyan's lips. Halinne clenched her fists and glanced at him. "Dad, are you trying to transfer shares to Hakeneshoyan again?" Havanthu looked at Hakeneshoyan and smiled coldly. "Fine." Halinne looked at her sister in surprise. She just agreed to let Hakeneshoyan into the company like that. That would be too convenient for him. Hakeneshoyan raised his glass. "I'll be counting on your guidance in the future, sister." Havanthu clenched her jaw, her eyes sharp and proud, not even bothering to raise her glass. "Havanthu, Hakeneshoyan is toasting you." Havanthu crossed her arms and said coldly, "I can't hold my liquor." Everyone around could see her arrogant, cold, and dismissive attitude. Havanthu was clearly not happy with Hakeneshoyan. Although she had verbally agreed to let him into the company, in reality, she still looked down on him. The atmosphere at the table was quite strange. Fearing Chutuvei would target her and to ease the awkwardness, Halinne stood up to present her prepared gift, reciting a long birthday wish. After the gifts were presented, the banquet officially began. Havanthu was in a foul mood and didn't want to look at Hatrashman's face. After a few glasses of wine, she left the table and went to the garden alone for some fresh air. "I wonder what he's doing right now." Havanthu looked at her watch and called Duongdin. "Order a bucket of roses for me." Duongdin, on the other end of the line, was stunned. Havanthu ordering roses, it was obvious they were for Mr. Kai. "Yes, ma'am." Havanthu hung up and lit a cigarette. In a little while, when the party was over, she would go find me. What had happened still needed to be explained clearly to me. Before she finished her cigarette, she heard footsteps behind her. Havanthu narrowed her eyes and flicked the ash. "Sister, you seem troubled." Hakeneshoyan stood behind her. Havanthu said nothing. He wasn't in a hurry either, casually pulling up a chair and sitting down behind her. "Did you have a fight with him? Speaking of which, it's strange. I thought you would bring him to Dad's birthday party tonight." The moment he finished speaking, Havanthu stared at him with sharp eyes. His mention of me reminded her of something. "The video you showed me before, where did you get it?" Hakeneshoyan pretended to think. "Are you talking about the video of you begging Aji for the ice flower for me?" Havanthu clenched her jaw, waiting for him to continue. "It's fine to tell you. Coincidentally, I know Aji, and he happened to know about the relationship between you and me. Your people pushed him into a corner, and he had no choice but to come to me for help. But I don't do things for free. If he wanted me to save him, he naturally had to offer something I considered worthy in exchange. So, he gave me that video." At this point, Hakeneshoyan looked up at Havanthu. "I always thought someone like you, sister, wouldn't be truly loved by anyone. I never expected you to have real feelings for him. Hakeneshoyan, if you dare to have any ideas about Kai Hoi, I will make you regret ever coming into this world." Havanthu stared at him, her eyes a cold warning. Hakeneshoyan shook his head. "Sister, your high regard for Kai Hoi is not a good thing." How could Havanthu not understand his meaning? In his eyes, her valuing me was completely exposing her weakness. I was surrounded by dangers. Whether it was internal strife within the family or enemies from abroad, many people wanted to take my life. By being with me, Havanthu would inevitably be implicated. But now that they had decided to be together, she would definitely not let me get hurt in any way. Seeing Havanthu's silence, Hakan shrugged. Why are you looking at me like that? Rest assured, I have no interest in Kai Hoi. I won't compete with you for him. Hakan smiled, his eyes crinkling. After a pause, he continued, but it seems Ms. Toyot is quite interested in Kai Hoi. They even appeared together at the charity gala last night. The anger in Havan Thu's heart erupted. It was as if a pile of explosives had been buried deep inside her, and Hakan Shoyan's words were the match that could ignite it at any moment. She stared at the glowing tip of the cigarette in her hand, her gaze growing darker. You found the pendant I was going to donate in my room and deliberately swapped my auction item just to create a misunderstanding between him and me. Hakan Shoyan didn't think this could be hidden from her. He laughed. Actually, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Dad's idea. He doesn't like Kai Hoi and doesn't want you two to be together. So he made a small move to create some conflict between you. The moment he finished speaking, Havan Thu threw the cigarette butt at his face. Although Hakan Shoyan reacted quickly and raised his hand to block it, he wasn't fast enough. The burning cigarette butt hit his forehead, immediately scorching a red patch on his skin. Oh, Hakan Shoyan shot up. As he opened his mouth, a slap landed squarely on his chin. Before he could retaliate, his right hand was suddenly grabbed by Havan Thu. Then, he heard a crisp crack. An excruciating pain shot through his wrist. Hakan Shoyan grunted, biting his lip to keep from screaming. She had broken his hand. A coldness spread through his eyes. Havan Thu forcefully threw his hand away, took out a handkerchief, and slowly wiped her own, her eyes sharp and cold. Next time you dare touch my things, it won't be as simple as just breaking an arm. Hakan Shoyan endured the pain from his wrist, grinning. Havan Thu, is that all you've got? Havan Thu slowly narrowed her eyes, her beautiful, noble face exuding an indescribable danger. Did you think that within the family, I truly couldn't do anything to you? Hakan Shoyan observed her expression and sneered. Aren't you the least bit curious? Why does Mom treat me, an illegitimate son, better than you, the biological daughter she raised? Havan Thu stiffened, her hands balling into fists. Illegitimate son. Biological daughter. Havan Thu, do you know which of us is really our parents' biological child, and who is the illegitimate one? The night sky was as black as ink. Inside the house, the lights were bright, but in the garden, the wind howled as if a storm was brewing. Hakan Shoyan stood up unsteadily, a sly and arrogant smile on his face. He stared at Havan Thu. It's okay, let me tell you. Hakan Shoyan bared his teeth in a grin, his voice dropping. The reason Mom treats me better than you is because I am the biological son she carried for 10 months. And you, he paused, pointing at Havan Thu, are just a bastard child whose birth mother is unknown. Havan Thu froze. His words were like a bolt from the blue, crashing into her mind. The anger buried deep inside her completely exploded. Now you know why Mom treats me better than you, right? Mom and Dad only kept you as a dog to guard the family's assets until I successfully returned from studying abroad to take over the company. Now do you understand why they never truly cared about you? The moment he finished, Havan Thu lunged forward, grabbing his collar. Nonsense. Hakan Shoyan particularly enjoyed seeing her furious expression, smiling even more gleefully. Don't believe me. It's okay. You can find a chance to do a death test. Before he could finish, Havan Thu punched him hard in the face. Hakan Shoyan didn't fight back. The punch only made him laugh more happily. Do you know who your birth mother is? Dad said she was a prostitute. Havan Thu's brow twitched, and she punched him hard in the face again. Shut up, but Hakan Shoyan was getting more excited. Havan Thu, do you know why Dad let that woman give birth to you? Of course, it was because of the family's genetic disease, which is usually only passed down to the firstborn. Only after you were born, and it was confirmed you had the genetic disease, did Dad feel safe enough to let Mom get pregnant. Havan Thu completely lost control, one hand gripping Hakan Shoyan's neck tightly. I told you to shut up. His words stimulated every nerve in her body. Bastard. Birth mother is a prostitute. Impossible, how could it be? Havan Thu, did you know? Hakan Shoyan's eyes widened as he stared at her. Due to extreme oxygen deprivation, his face turned red, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Very good, the drug is working. Hakan Shoyan didn't struggle, speaking in broken sentences. Actually, after confirming you had the genetic disease, Dad was prepared to kill you. Only grandfather couldn't bear to part with you, his first grandchild. Shut up. Havan Thu went berserk, lifting Hakan Shoyan up and kicking him violently, sending him flying. He crashed onto a table in the garden, and then rolled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Havan Thu stared at him, her eyes bloodshot, like a frenzied beast. Her entire body emanated a dark, violent, and murderous aura, as if she could tear someone to shreds in an instant. Don't come here. Help. Hakan Shoyan suddenly put on a terrified act, shouting for help. The cries finally alerted the people inside the house. Shu Tuve was the first to run out. Seeing Hakan Shoyan on the ground, his face swollen and his mouth bleeding, She cried out, Kim Shoin, are you okay? Chu Tuve was heartbroken. Quick, call an ambulance. What happened? Atrachman also ran out. At this point, Kim Shoin had completely cheated his earlier triumphant look, feigning a pitiful and frightened expression. He grabbed Chu Tuve's hand, his own hand trembling as he pointed at Van Thu. Dad, Mom, she wants to kill me. Chu Tuve was furious. She rushed up and slapped Van Thu. You beast, Ken Shoan is your younger brother. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you can't be so vicious. Sister, Helin Nai rushed forward. Dad, Mom, there must be some misunderstanding. Chu Tuve raised her hand to slap Helin Nai, but when it was just centimeters from her face, it was caught by Van Thu. Van Thu stared at the woman she had called mother for over 20 years, suddenly feeling that she was a complete stranger. Chu Tuve trembled with anger. You beast, you dare to raise a hand to me. The trashman stepped forward, his sharp, authoritative eyes fixed on Van Thu. Van Thu, let go. Not only did Van Thu not let go, but she tightened her grip. Chu Tuve's face turned pale. Ah, my hand is about to break. Helin Nai was the first to notice that something was wrong with Van Thu. Her emotions seemed out of control. Sister, let go. She patted Van Thu's hand but was forcefully pushed away. At that moment, Hakan Shoan stood up and said, Dad, Mom. Sister seems to be having a psychotic episode. Helin Nai was startled, her face turning pale. Hearing the commotion, the guests came out from the house. They heard Hakan Shoan's words and were all shocked. What? Van Thu has a mental illness. How is that possible? She always seems so normal. But she looks terrifying right now. She really looks like someone with a mental illness. Helin turned and shouted at Hakan Shoan, what nonsense are you talking about? The trashman stared at Van Thu, his expression grim. Men, take this beast down to the basement for me. The villa's bodyguards swarmed forward. The trashman turned to the guests, his face full of apology. Everyone, I'm sorry. The family has some matters to attend to. Tonight's birthday party ends here. Please forgive our poor hospitality. With such an unexpected turn of events, Hatrashman was in no mood to continue celebrating. The host had spoken, and the guests naturally couldn't stay. They left one by one. Them Tumak followed her parents, preparing to leave. She glanced back at the scene in the garden. Dozens of bodyguards were rushing towards Van Thu. The situation was chaotic. She thought for a moment, took out her phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to me. At that moment, I was at home on a video call with Ailoy. A total of 3 prescription formulas were stolen. So far, I've only recovered 2. There's no news on the last one. I was sitting on the sofa, feeling a bit uneasy. Which one is still missing? Ailoy replied, number 73. I thought for a moment. Prescription 73 was an inhibitor drug. This type of drug could affect the central nervous system. It was a psychotropic drug. Still haven't found the buyer. They asked. We only know they're in China. The specific location hasn't been identified. I nodded and asked again, how's the task I gave you coming along? The project on the northern outskirts. I nodded and heard Ailoy say, it's halfway done. I'll try to send it to you by tomorrow night. I was about to say something when my phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was a WhatsApp message from them to Ma. I opened it and saw a photo. The picture was a bit blurry. I zoomed in and saw Van Thu surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. The background looked like the Ha family's garden. What does this mean? He sent a question mark. Then, them to Mok sent another message. I glanced at it, and shot up from my seat. Mr. Kai, Van Thu injured Hakan Shoan. The trashman has ordered the bodyguards to take her to the basement. Van Thu looks like she's about to fight them. I don't know if she'll be in any danger. What's wrong, Hoi? Ailoy asked from the other end of the line. I have something urgent to deal with, I said and immediately ended the video call, rushing out the door. At the residence, Helin Ni knew she couldn't get Van Thu out of the house by herself, so she immediately called them Thu Nen. From a distance, Hatrashman watched as Van Thu took down one bodyguard after another, his expression growing darker. He raised his hand, and a bodyguard stepped forward. He said something to the guard, who nodded, and went back into the house. Soon after, the bodyguard came out with a tranquilizer gun, aiming it directly at Van Thu. Helin Ni's pupils contracted. She cried out, Dad, don't, what were they trying to do? Kill her sister. How could her father be so cruel? Helin Ni wanted to rush forward to stop the bodyguard but was held back by 2 other guards, unable to move. Before the tranquilizer gun could be fired, a gunshot rang out first. It was them Thu Neng. Her bodyguards swarmed in, quickly incapacitating the Ha family's guards. Mr. Ha, I advise you not to act rashly. Them Thu Neng pointed a gun at a trashman, a wicked smile on her face. Put the gun down, or I'll blow his head off. The bodyguard hastily dropped the gun. Don't be rash. This is just a tranquilizer gun. Hatrashman raised an eyebrow and looked at Helin Ni. Are you alright? Alin A, her face covered in tears, pointed towards Havan Thu in the distance. My sister. The family's garden now looked like a bloody battlefield. Wounded bodyguards lay everywhere. Tables, chairs, flower pots, and hanging lamps were shattered all over the ground. It was a scene of utter devastation. 30 to 40 bodyguards attacking at once couldn't subdue Havan Thu. She was like a beast that had just escaped its cage, wild and brutal, unstoppable. Havan Thu. Them Thuning rushed over, forcefully grabbing her shoulders. Palm down. Having known Havan Thu for over 10 years, Them Thuning had never seen her so out of control. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face stained with blood, and the sleeves of her suit were soaked in it. It was impossible to tell if it was her blood or someone else's. Her entire being radiated a fierce power, as if getting too close would result in serious injury. Them Thuning dodged a punch from Havan Thu, gritted her teeth, and charged forward. She knew very well that her fighting skills were no match for Havan Thu's, but she had no choice. She had to find a way to calm her down. Havan Thu seemed to have lost consciousness, only knowing how to vent her anger. Every strike was filled with murderous intent, until a familiar voice called out. Alin Ni turned her head towards the sound, overjoyed. Thai hoi. Havan Thu paused for a split second. However, a moment later, she blocked a punch from Them Thuning. Them Thuning was knocked back several steps, a sharp pain in her abdomen. A cold glint flashed in my eyes, and I quickly ran over. Thai hoi, don't get close. Alin Ni shouted. She's completely out of control right now. You'll get hurt. While Alin Ni was worrying, she saw me move with incredible speed and agility, deflecting Havan Thu's punch. He spun behind her, locking her arms. I don't know when, but a silver needle appeared in my hand. With a flash of light, the needle was inserted into the Nahu acupoint on her head. Havan Thu went rigid, and like a deflating balloon, she immediately passed out. I quickly caught her. Them Thuning ran over to help support her. Hey hoi, what did you do to her? It's nothing. Just letting her sleep for a while. Alin Ni also ran over. Let's get out of here first. A trashman wanted to stop them, but Them Thuning had brought too many people, and the villa's bodyguards were all injured, so he couldn't stop them at all. He could only watch as they took Havan Thu away. A trashman angrily kicked over a coffee table in the living room. Damn it, causing trouble on my birthday. Are you trying to anger me to death? How is the second young master? The trashman asked the butler. The doctor is examining him upstairs. The trashman went upstairs. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw his wife sitting by the bed, wiping her tears. Trashman, where is Van Thu? Chu Tuve asked. The trashman replied coldly, she was taken away by Them Thuning and Kai Hoi. Chu Tuve clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Trashman, we absolutely cannot let that beast go. Look what she did to Kanshoyan. Seeing her son lying on the bed, his hand bandaged, his face swollen, and on a knife drip, Chu Tuve's heart itched. A trashman looked at his son on the bed. I won't let her go. Havan Thu has disappointed me too much. I won't give her any more chances. Dad. Mom. Kanshoyan slowly opened his eyes. Chu Tuve quickly took his hand that was on the end. Hijin, how are you? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? I'm fine. Meanwhile, Them Thuning and I brought Van Thu back to the villa. After helping her into the room, I removed the silver needle from her head. She'll have to sleep for a while longer before she wakes up. I looked at the bloodstains on Havan Thu's hands and clothes, frowning. I asked Alin Ni, isn't tonight your father's birthday? Why did a fight suddenly break out? Alin Ni lowered her head, looking at her toes, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Kanshoyan said that Sister Van Thu is not the legitimate daughter of the family. That mom and dad were just using her to grow the company, waiting for the day Kanshoyan returned to take over everything. I didn't ask any more questions. After cleaning the wound on the back of Havan Thu's hand, I checked her again and found no other external injuries. Only then was I relieved. Havan Thu was currently in a coma but was sleeping very restlessly. Her brows were furrowed, and all her muscles were tense. This was not a good sign. I took her pulse and found her eye and blood were in violent turmoil, like a pot of boiling water. How could this be? My heart suddenly tensed. A normal person shouldn't have such a reaction. Have the family doctor bring the medical kit. I need to draw her blood for testing, I told Alin Ni. When Them Thuning heard me say we needed a blood test, she asked worriedly, Kai Hoi, is Van Thu okay? It's probably nothing serious. The blood test is just to be sure. Soon, the family doctor brought the medical kit. I drew Havan Thu's blood and asked the doctor to run the tests. By the time everything was done, it was past midnight. I walked out of the bedroom, and saw Duong Din standing at the door. Mr. Kai, can I have a word with you? I raised an eyebrow, and followed her down to the garden. The wind in the garden was strong, and leaves were flying everywhere. It was sure to rain soon. If you have something to say, just say it. About the jade pendant at the charity auction, you misunderstood Miss Ha. Initially, Miss had donated an antique vase. A few hours before the auction, Hakan Shoyan replaced it with the jade pendant. Dronzer explained the whole story to me. So that's how it was. I nodded, seemingly understanding. Havan Thu's attack on Hakan Shoyan tonight was probably because of this as well. Miss Ha has been in a bad mood recently, especially after seeing you and Anhu Tuet being so close. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her emotions and hurt you, so she didn't find you in time to explain. Oh, right. Wait for me a moment. Dronzer suddenly remembered something, and hurried out of the villa. Soon, she returned with a bouquet of red roses. This is the flower Miss Ha intended to give you. She planned to find you after the birthday party ended, but then this happened. I took the bouquet of roses from Dronzer, held it, and nodded. No. The little dissatisfaction and anger I had towards Havan Thu vanished. Thinking back on the past 2 days, we had both been living in misunderstanding and suspicion. I felt a little regretful for wasting 2 days. If we had cleared up the misunderstanding sooner, perhaps tonight's events wouldn't have happened. I returned to Havan Thu's room and placed the bouquet on the bedside table. I took her injured hand, bent down, and placed a gentle kiss on the back of it. Van Thu, let's be good to each other from now on. If there are any misunderstandings, we'll talk them out immediately. We can't be cold to each other like this again. When I received them to Mock's message, I didn't think twice and rushed to the family's house as fast as I could. However, on the way, I hesitated a little, worried that my going there would be useless. After all, that was her home. No matter what, Hatrashman couldn't possibly kill her. When I arrived at the residence, I hesitated at the gate for a few seconds. In the end, my worry for her won out. I stroked her face and stayed in her bedroom for a while before returning to my own room. In the middle of the night, a sudden clap of thunder woke me up. A flash of lightning tore through the night sky like a wild snake. The thunder roared, and the rain poured down as if from a bucket. The relentless raindrops beat against the glass window, making a continuous pattering sound. I got out of bed to close the window and suddenly saw a figure standing in the garden below. I rubbed my eyes and realized it was Havan Thu. She should have been lying in bed in a coma. When did she wake up? Why did she run downstairs to stand in the rain? Dronzer stood not far from her with an umbrella, wanting to shield her, but was forcefully pushed away. Get lost. Her voice was like the roar of a wounded beast. Havan Thu stood in the rain, her hands clenched into fists. The gauze wrapped around the back of her hand was soaked by the rain, seeping with blood. The thunder rumbled. I hurried downstairs, not even grabbing an umbrella, and rushed straight into the rain. Mr. Kai, Dronzer wanted to give me her umbrella, but I didn't take it and ran straight towards Havan Thu. Suddenly Havan Thu fell to her knees with a thud, tilted her head back to the sky, and screamed. I stopped and stood quietly behind her. For some reason, at that moment, I felt her silhouette looked incredibly sad, so sad it made one feel hopeless. The rain was pouring down. I looked at her constantly trembling shoulders and faintly heard sobs mixed with the sound of the rain. She was crying. Why? I suddenly ran towards her. Van Thu. I knelt on one knee and hugged her from behind. I wanted to give her strength, give her warmth, give her all the hope that could help her get back up. Havan Thu looked up, her face covered in rainwater. I was only wearing pajamas, which were soaked and clinging to my body. The wind blew, and I felt a bone-killing cold. I gritted my teeth against the cold, gently stroking her cheek and smiling without a word. Tai Hoi, she called my name, her voice hoarse. I nodded. Yes, I am here. Havan Thu's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she was choked with emotion and couldn't speak. She lowered her head, and hot tears fell onto the palm of my hand. My heart itched. Van Thu, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Havan Thu was startled and slowly looked up at me. She opened her arms, and I immediately rushed into her embrace. The two of us held each other tightly. Tai Hoi, Havan Thu hugged me tightly, so tightly it was as if she wanted to melt me into her bones. I nodded in response. Kai Hoi. Yes, I am here. Kai Hoi. Yes, I am here. From now on, you're the only one I have. Her voice, like a sigh, suddenly sounded by my ear. The rain continued to fall without any sign of stopping. I don't know how much time passed, but Havan Thu's emotions finally stabilized. Let's go inside. Havan Thu drew a tub of hot water. We soaked in it together. I rested my head on her chest, letting her pour hot water over my back. My body gradually warmed up. I looked up, my arms wrapped around her neck. Van Thu, I'm sorry. Havan Thu looked down into my eyes. Why are you apologizing? She rarely saw me with such an expression. That night, I said I would never use my feelings as a trade. Havan Thu stiffened, recalling the events of that night. She was unconsciously startled. Hey Hoi. A trade is a trade. As long as I can keep you by my side, even if it's a trade, I'm willing. Before she could finish, I spoke up. We had just gotten together, and I told you about the Northern Outskirts project without considering your feelings, causing you to misunderstand. Van Tho, actually, I want to tell you that I'm just like you. I would never use my feelings as a trade. That night, when I said I had thought it through and agreed to be your boyfriend, I sincerely wanted to accept you and be with you. This has nothing to do with the Northern Outskirts project. Van Tho, we've known each other for so long, you should understand my character. If I don't want to do something, no one can force me. Van Tho stared at me, the coldness in her eyes gradually softening. My words made the heavy stone in her heart instantly disappear. It turned out that the thing that had been weighing on her mind all this time was a misunderstanding. I gently kissed her lips, my voice soft. That morning, I came to find you to explain this misunderstanding, but you wouldn't see me, so I got angry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Van Tho leaned down and kissed my lips. I kissed her back, panting as I said, then you can't misunderstand me anymore, and you can't refuse to listen to my explanations. Duong Din already explained the jade pendant matter to me. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Van Tho stared at the pendant around my neck and reached out to hold it. Tai Hoi, the one who should be sorry is me. I didn't cherish such an important gift you gave me. The small, white jade pendant was soft and smooth in her hand. She caressed the two characters carved on it, guessing that this item must be very important to me, probably a keepsake left by my parents. I rested my chin on her shoulder, rubbing against it. So, are we even? After a moment of silence, I looked up and gently caressed her eyebrows and eyes. I know everything that happened today. Don't be sad anymore. I'm here with you now. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side and take care of you. Let's get married. We'll start a new life. No more tiring days because of the family. No more fierce struggles in the business world. Since I was young, I've experienced too many meaningless fights. Now, I just want a simple life like everyone else, to live with you and take care of Grandpa. If you agree, I will cast aside all other burdens and build a small home with you. Will you be my wife? Hearing my words, Van Tho couldn't help but be moved and replied, I do. I am no longer the young lady of the family. I'm just an ordinary girl now. You have to love me, and never leave me like before. He smiled. I promise. Van Tho continued, tomorrow, I will go to the company to resign. And I will send all the bidding documents for the national project back to you. I held Van Tho in my arms, smiling happily. Not long after, the headlines have family's eldest daughter is an illegitimate child and Hatrachman forces Van Tho to resign to give company to son spread like wildfire on social media, causing a public uproar and panicking investors. A wave of employees began to leave the company. The Ha family's stock plummeted, pushing the company into a state of heavy debt. Meanwhile, thanks to the project plan Van Tho provided, I quickly surpassed many strong competitors and won a large-scale contract for the Kai family. The business flourished. I also decided to hand over the position of director of the overseas pharmaceutical company to Aylin and I Loy to manage. As for An Yu Toyet, I met with her to make it clear that I only saw her as a friend. My heart now belonged to someone else, and I hoped she would find her own true happiness. Being an understanding person, Yu Toyet accepted it and no longer sought me out. Now, I needed to fly to meet Kai Lang Shuang to resolve everything. In the night, memories of that fateful night flooded back. That day, Hao Nam, a best friend and Lang Shuang's newly husband, and I were on our way back from a party celebrating a major pharmaceutical contract. Due to being drunk, Hao Nam lost control of the car and crashed head on into an oncoming truck. A loud explosion tore through the night. In a daze, I could only hear the sirens of ambulances and Lang Shuang's desperate cries, Ani, wake up, don't leave me. The next morning, I woke up in the hospital. Vuan, Hao Nam's assistant, was sitting beside me. He helped me up, his voice heavy. Hao Nam didn't make it. His injuries were too severe. Vuan added that Lang Shuang had nearly gone mad upon hearing the news. A month after being discharged, I went to Lang Shuang's house. She was suffering from severe depression and had developed dissociative identity disorder. Normally, she was a cheerful and sociable girl, but the slightest trigger would make her cold and cruel. Therefore, Vuan was always by her side. I told myself I would take care of Lang Shuang in Hao Nam's place, as a way of repaying the friend who had helped me when I was just starting out. From then on, Lang Shuang always considered me her husband. When she had an episode, she would have people follow me everywhere. A year later, I decided to go abroad to develop the pharmaceutical company. I wanted to earn a lot of money to send back to Lang Shuang, as a promise to Hao Nam. Then, sometime later, I lost my memory and became Van Thu's husband. When I regained my memory, Vuan secretly told me that Lang Shuang had given birth to a beautiful baby girl, who was the very same Tiu Thichai I had met on the street. I knew right away she was not an ordinary child, but Lang Shuang's daughter. Because Thichai always wanted to see her father, Lang Shuang and Vuan had lied and said I was her dad so the child could feel a complete sense of happiness. Vuan had secretly told me everything, but I pretended not to know anything to let things unfold naturally. A few days later, I went to Kai Lang Shuang's villa. Fortunately, she was in her primary personality state. Perhaps the medicine I had been secretly preparing for a long time had taken effect. This made me incredibly happy. I sat down and recounted the entire story of the past few years to Vuan and Lang Xuan. Luckily, Lang Xuan understood and congratulated me on finding my own happiness. Before leaving, I wanted to see Tiuthichi one last time. Seeing her sleeping soundly in bed, a warm feeling filled my heart. The older Thichi got, the more she resembled Hao Mam, which made me secretly happy. And that day finally came. Hand in hand with Van Tho, I went to see my grandfather to announce that we would be getting married at the end of the year. My grandfather was overjoyed that I had found true happiness and kept my promise by bringing a large contract to the company. He agreed to our union, and didn't forget to remind us to have a child soon after the wedding for him to hold in his old age. Time flew by. The wedding took place under a clear blue sky filled with warm sunshine. Van Thu was radiant in her pure white wedding dress, walking down the aisle hand in hand with me. My grandfather's eyes sparkled with joy and happiness. Friends and relatives came to celebrate and bless us. Tai Lang Xuan and Vuan were also there. Lang Xuan had completely recovered, and her smile had returned. Tiu Thiche, in a lovely little princess dress, toddled over to me and chirped, "Daddy, the bride is so beautiful." In that moment, I felt my heart become light and peaceful. As time went on, my pharmaceutical company grew stronger. I continued to quietly support Lang Xuan and Thiche, ensuring they had a full and peaceful life. Van Thu gave me a handsome baby boy. My grandfather spent his days happily with his grandson, enjoying the leisurely days of his old age. My life was finally complete and happy. Though I had gone through many storms, I had found my peaceful harbor. Google Search Suggestions display of search suggestions is required when using grounding with Google Search.